welcome back to another epic tale filled with action and adventure. As we begin, we see countless different types of monsters ravaging the earth. Humans screamed and fled, trying desperately to save themselves from the beasts. Dragons infest the skies, shooting beams of energy waves at their poor victims, while terrifying orcs, wolves, and other land creatures tear people apart like papers. It all started when the gates opened, marking the fall of our world. Of the countless humans who were helplessly dying to the monsters, only a very small number awakened their supernatural abilities. They are called the saviors of humanity, the last line of defense of the people on Earth, the players. They utilize various weapons, swords, shields, staves, and magic, the very stuff you find in a magical RPG game. Only this time, the survival of the human race depends on it. They tear down monsters with great powers, magical swords, and other methods they can use to retaliate from the otherworldly beasts. Among the so-called players, our hero for this series, Lee Hyunwook, an F-rank player, is called the Great Steel Emperor. He is called the last savior of humanity. Or at least, that is what he has hoped to happen. This thought is shattered like fragile glass touched by a mosquito. Savior, my ass. Our hero thinks that his life has been royally fucked. We get to see our boy in a military uniform, struggling while performing one military exercise. We see a group of soldiers sticking their heads to the ground, doing as they were commanded. The commanding officer walks down from a stair and orders them to get their heads straight. This military camp is called the AMPed, Anti-Monster Troop. A kind of military training that players who have awakened their skills are required to serve. Look at that poster, though, looking like a goofy-ass cartoon with a bright smile and a thumbs up, as if the training would just be a walk in the park. Well, it does say that they are proud of them, so it must be rewarding, right? Wrong. We see our boy Lee Hyunwook having a hard time while complaining with all his heart. He grits his teeth while thinking how the hell did he get into this position if he is the last savior of humanity. They are currently at the AMPed shooting range, a vast piece of land located in the middle of nowhere, where players are drilled to become worthy heroes capable of defending lives. The commanding officer shouts that they are the strongest, then proceeds to scold his subordinates for losing track of 9 cartridges. I'm guessing that they lost precious equipment during one of their skirmishes. While maintaining the awkward position, our hero sneakily uses his power with just the tip of his index finger. And immediately, a bullet cartridge case comes flying out from one of his pockets. He meticulously controls the cartridge, guiding it to his mouth and swallows it. It's quite weird to see, but I guess that's why he is called the Great Steel Emperor. The commanding officer asks them one simple question, with his eyes red from rage, and his mouth wide open, making sure that everyone hears him. He asks them if they are in their right minds. With their heads stuck on the ground and their butts pointed at the sky, they all answer in unison, no. While all of this is happening, our hero is currently preoccupied with something. He stares at the system window beside him and reads its content. It says that the weight of metal currently available for manipulation is 300 grams. It would seem that his power allows him to manipulate metal in the surroundings proportionate to the weight of metal he ingests. He chews the bullet cartridge case like some kind of bubble gum with a serious expression on his face. How would he be in his right mind when this is his second time in the army? We go back to the early scenario where monsters are rampaging uncontrollably in the city. We see our hero spit blood as he takes massive damage from an enemy. This will all happen in the near future. While our hero is lying helpless on the ground, a mysterious man cloaked in a white robe and wearing a doctor's plague mask approaches Lee Hyunwook. In the background, countless human corpses piled up, indicating that the players have lost the battle. Buildings were destroyed, and the landscape of what was a beautiful city is now in complete destruction. An explosion occurs in the distance. The light coming from it highlights the lifeless bodies of the citizens. There were no exceptions. Men, women, elderly, and children were all killed indiscriminately, yet no monster is in sight. While holding back his tears, our hero scoffs and says that in the end, it wasn't the monsters that killed humanity. Rather, the human race was devoured by their own, the players. The man in the white robe knows our hero. He addresses him as humanity's last hero, the Great Steel Emperor, as he removes his mask. He then retracts his statement and calls our hero by his name, the F-rank Lee Hyunwook. Though the man in the white robe is clearly a human player, his eyes are red, and his pupils are those of a reptile, indicating that he has surrendered his humanity. He calls themselves divine creatures. They claim that they have not betrayed humanity. Rather, as divine creatures, it was their duty to judge humanity, and so they did. Hearing this self-righteous nonsense, our boy grits his teeth to suppress his anger and tells them that they are nothing but fucking villains. If only he had known how to grow stronger in a year, no, even just a day earlier, he would have easily killed those sons of bitches. In this series, humans who sold their souls to the devil and began massacring humankind are deemed as villains. The man mockingly smiles at our enraged hero, asking him if he is frustrated. One muscular dude with a weird-ass giant hammer approaches them while the man continues to taunt our hero. At this point, helplessness and despair have enveloped our strong-willed boy, and he is no longer able to hold back his tears from rolling down. The blonde villain says that someone as useless as him, an F rank, would have died right away even if he had known everything earlier. The buff dude starts to raise his weird ass hammer, intending to squash our boy with it, while the blonde fucker states that this kind of death is the most fitting for F ranks like Lee Hyun-wook. In his final moments, our hero shouts the name of the blonde dude, Gordon Precy, as the hammer squashes the life out of him. Just like that, Lee Hyun-wook, humanity's last hero, has died. But to his surprise, he goes back in time. He has never expected this kind of development. Regression is something that only happens in web novels, and it is exactly what happened to our boy. A notification window pops up congratulating him for realizing how to grow stronger, along with a prompt stating that he has 10 minutes remaining until metal absorption. Back to their imposing officer. He declares that he will fix the soldiers' rotten minds. When he says one, he expects them to say soldier, and when he says two, he wants them to respond by saying mindset. Our boy is clearly struggling with this hellish position. His whole body is now trembling from numbness. He has returned to the past, and now his skills are back at their starting point. But that is fine for him. And so, the bizarre mindset training has begun. The commanding officer shouts, while the cadets respond with the appropriate phrase. Regression is fine and all for Lee Hyun-wook. But why the fuck did it have to be at the time in the army? A sentiment I think everyone can relate to if they ever regress back to their cadet times. The scene switches to somewhere that resembles a campus. Soldiers are lined up in an orderly manner, with their weapons at their backs. The commanding officer tells Platoon 3, Squad 2 to enter the structure. I guess this is the canteen because some of the soldiers are whispering, saying that today's menu will be stir-fry with chicken stew. Man, this is making me hungry. You guys go ahead and get yourself some snacks while you watch this amazing series as well. On our hero's face, words I didn't think I'd be back here are written all over. The commanding officer informs the other squads to stand by, then Corporal Lee Hyun-wook raises his hand. But that officer tells them that they need to do something first before they can eat. Our hero protests that they just got back from training. They are famished, so they would like to eat first. But the commanding officer just smirks menacingly, asking what training he is talking about while calling our hero a loser. Lee Hyun-wook almost forgot about this guy. The army's garbage, oh Sang-uk. In every situation, there will always be that kind of guy who does power trips. Sang-uk approaches our boy with authority and angrily asks him if our boy wants his squad to do the work then. He taps Lee Hyun-wook's helmet in an attempt to mock him and states that F ranks like him can't even level up, so they might as well take on more work instead to compromise. That's the sole purpose that they have. Back in his previous life, our hero genuinely thought he'd never get past F rank. As Sang-uk flips our hero's head back, he asks him if the F rankers will take responsibilities if something urgent happens while they are working, believing that they are so weak that they won't even contribute to anything. All other soldiers laugh and smirk as they watch an F rank corporal get bullied right in front of his squad members. Our hero's eyes exhibit anger while he was staring at his superior, but he is not mad at Sang-uk. He is angry about how much of a loser he was back then that trash like this one orders him around. The other party doesn't take his glare lightly though. He becomes agitated and is ready to punish Lee Hyun-wook. He readies his power and asks our hero if he wants to go at it, while declaring that he is a D rank. Our boy takes a deep breath and collects his composure. He smiles and tells his superior that he will do as he says but at least give him and his squad food first. Sang-uk didn't like his attitude, not one bit, and is now more prepared to attack him. But our hero immediately informs him that other people are observing the current commotion. If this continues, people will think that he is being abusive. He adds that he is worried that his superior might get wrapped up in weird rumors, when he is supposed to be a great person in society in the future. This isn't how it was supposed to go, thinks Sang-uk. He takes Lee Hyun-wook's words to heart and becomes calm. And with an obedient tone, our boy says that since it was his orders, they will eat real fast and then get the work done quickly as well. Sang-uk clears his throat and tells his corporal good work. This dude made a complete 180 real quick. He scolds all onlookers for standing idly and commands them to go eat their fill now. Though everything went smoothly, our hero has lost his appetite and tells his squad member Park Junmo to go ahead and eat first with the rest. Junmo is obviously concerned about his superior, but has no choice but to obey him. Sang-uk, on the other hand, is totally flabbergasted about our hero's attitude. He hasn't seen our boy act like that before, and he feels somewhat different. Our hero walks away, feeling down and angry. He was just holding back all his anger, but in reality, he was about to explode. He praises himself for doing well given the situation. That infuriating encounter holds no candle compared to what Gordon Precy bastard did. Lee Hyun-wook angrily grits his teeth as he curses at the son of a bitch. If he has to stay in the camp longer because he caused trouble, he won't be able to catch up to that fucker. He eats another piece of metal, which adds 1 gram more to his available weight of metal manipulation, which is now at 309 grams. He then smiles as he takes out a couple of metal spoons. The reason he went out of sight is that he doesn't want the world to know that he has found a way to level up just yet. The scene shifts to the cafeteria where all the soldiers are having their fill. A commotion occurs when they notice that all the spoons are missing and start pointing fingers at who is responsible for bringing them. One of the squad members asks Private Park Jun-no about the spoon, and the lad has absolutely no idea. On the other hand, our boy is happily munching down all the spoons that the soldiers are looking for. He gulps them down like some tasty snacks. He then looks at his weapon, the M7 bayonet, which weighs 140 grams. If he wants to put more weight into the weapon for more impact, it will be the only thing he will be able to control with the available weight manipulation he currently has. He is facing quite a predicament right now. Cartridges are just 1 gram, and spoons are only 1.25 grams. It will take him too much time to level up significantly. He thinks to himself if what he has in mind is the only option he has. He has 3 days to prepare himself. After that, he has to defeat a boss mob at level 1. His eyes are brimming with determination. He goes and tests his power, lifting the bayonet with his mind. With a satisfied smile, he tells the world that he will show them what it means to be an expert. Fast forward to 3 days later. The darkness of the night enveloped the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, Namsan 5th Post. We see our boy Lee Hyunwook and Private Jun-no standing guard at one of the guard posts. The private can't help but stare at his corporal. He tells him that he seems to have changed recently. Corporal Hyunwook doesn't really concern himself that much. While he is looking at his watch, he asks the private if it makes him uncomfortable. The private tells him that it isn't the case, but our hero is currently busy looking at his system window stating that he can now manipulate 6 grams more, and his total weight manipulation is 1,359 grams. The private continues to explain that he thinks that the corporal changed for the better. Suddenly, our hero walks towards him without saying a word, which surprises Jun-no, thinking he said something wrong. But instead of getting scolded, Hyunwook asks him if he trusts him. Utterly confused with the sudden question, the private says that he indeed does. Satisfied with the answer, our hero smirks and reloads his gun, confusing Jun-no even more. In the shade of the night, a gate suddenly opened out of nowhere, spawning ugly-looking goblins near the camp. With their disgusting appearances, they smiled with evil intentions as they wielded their weapons. They looked down from the top of the mountain and planned to attack the amped camp. At this hour, most of the soldiers are sleeping soundly. One of the goblins shouts their battle cry but was immediately greeted by a flying knife. The projectile immediately took down the fucker in 1 hit. And the one behind the surprise attack is none other than our hero, Lee Hyunwook, who went solo to the enemy spawn. The monsters sneered and growled at him, acknowledging our boy as a threat. Turns out, this is what our hero was waiting for the past 3 days. He smiles and tells the beasts that he has been anticipating their arrival. Then, something catches his attention, and he turns around to look at it. The monster he attacked earlier wasn't finished yet. Though it's bleeding profusely from the attack, the ugly creature managed to get back on its feet. He has never failed an ambush in his past life. This reality check made him realize that he is still level 1. This is his second chance at life, so he really doesn't like doing that same work twice. The disgusting monster launched itself like a straight arrow towards our boy, ready to take revenge. But as soon as the degenerate shit closes the distance, its head was cut off by our boy's knife, sending it flying into the air with its body rolling on the ground. The mob is really angry at him now. They all took out their weapons and prepare for an all-out war. The corpse of the previous monster dropped a red crystal-like object. Our hero manipulated the drop, guiding it to his mouth and eats it. All the monsters watching him were taken aback. That shit came out from one of them and this dude casually ate it. Honestly, that'd be pretty disgusting to watch. With a sour expression on his face, our boy remembers this stinky taste. It is none other than a mana steel. He knows that future and is aware that he needs to eat steel for him to grow stronger, no matter what kind of steel it is. Still doesn't change the fact that even the monsters find what he did disgusting. The status window congratulates him for having consumed a mana steel, a metal of the other world. It also states that mana will also increase after the absorption, and the expected increase in weight is still unknown. This made our boy extremely happy. It just means that if he eats all the items he comes across from now on, this life's difficulty will be extremely easy. Now that's all said and done, it is time to resume the battle against the monsters. Lee Hyunwook takes control of his bayonet and declares that the mukbang starts now. Before we continue the epic massacre, let's go back to what happened after the corporal reloaded his gun in front of Private Jun-no. He informs the private that he can sense that metal is moving, which confuses the private because he was informed that Hyunwook can only sense the metal that he can see, which is actually the truth. Jun-no promptly tells his corporal that he will make the report as soon as possible, but our hero replies saying that the branch office won't believe that an F rank can sense something as complex as that. So, Lee Hyunwook says that he will go and check the situation and would like the private to stay on guard and wait for him, and to make sure that he never reports it to the higher-ups. If the military finds out, all the weapons will belong to them and he will miss his chance to get stronger. The monsters furiously charge towards him, wielding their blades that thirst for our boy's blood. In response, Hyunwook marched forward as well, masterfully controlling his bayonet to kill the enemies in the most efficient way possible. He does a barrel roll to avoid the attacks of the vanguards, allowing him to pass through the first line of defense. And with their backs wide open, our hero sends the spinning bayonet flying towards them. Being hit on their vulnerable spots, the monsters can't help but scream in pain. The experienced player meticulously aimed for the monsters' feet, immobilizing them at an instant. While the massacre is happening below, one particular monster is watching from a tree branch. Seems like this is a high-ranking echelon of the particular clan of monsters. It has a more buffed physique and sharper teeth. Our hero seems to be enjoying himself tormenting the ugly fucks, taunting them to keep screaming while he takes their lives. Suddenly, one monster managed to get in his blind spot and is about to hit him with its blade. But our boy was quick to react. He put the influence of his power on one of the monster's blades, and uses it to parry the monster's sneak attack. Its weapon flew away from the force of the impact, and its hand was dislocated. Then while the fucker was looking at its weapon that was sent away, our boy skillfully cuts its throat with his spinning bayonet. The monster screamed in agonizing pain, but no sound was coming out, because its throat was slit open, and blood gushed out of every hole possible in its neck. Lee Hyun-wook is deliberately making the poor thing suffer as much as possible. That way, it can maximize fear, which would affect other monsters as well. With the drop of the mana steel, it is confirmed that the poor bastard has been finished off. He angrily tells the terrified monsters that he was killed from a stab in the back. They got the balls trying to attack him from behind, incurring his wrath. With absolute rage on his face, he declares that if one more bastard attacks him from behind, he will eat the fucker alive. Man, I don't even know who's the monster at this point. Such intense murderous intent coming from our hero managed to freeze the dumb monsters in their places. He has instilled enough fear into these unintelligent bastards. As the mobs start to lose their will to fight due to fear, our hero takes a look around and looks for the thing he calls the main course for tonight. His eyes swayed left and right. It was kind of frustrating for him to try and find it with his eyes. I guess in the past, he has learned other methods for detecting enemies. The thing that he is looking for is the cunning boss monster, who is currently hiding in the trees. Since the enemy is too reluctant to show itself, our hero needs to lay a bait. He sees the corpse of one of the dead goblins and pretends to defenselessly take it, giving the shaman a perfect opportunity for an opening. And sure enough, the hideous bastard fell for it. It immediately grabs one of the plates-like things hanging on its neck to attack Hyun-wook, making sure it doesn't miss this big chance. Our hero continues his ploy, casually leaning down to grab the mana steel on the ground. Unlike the shaman, all the other goblins just stand there and watch, still too afraid to do anything. The shaman hastily starts casting a spell using one of its amulets. Runic glyphs come out of it, indicating that it has been activated. Sensing the shaman, our hero lets out a sinister smile, one that is of a predator spotting its prey. Now he is just playing the waiting game until the boss finally shows itself. Thinking that he has the edge on our hero, the hideous shaman smirks, confident that he'll take down the enemy by surprise. After it has completed channeling its spell, the shaman breaks the amulet to begin the attack. As soon as the stone breaks, the ground starts to rupture, shaking our hero's foothold. But his face shows that this is within his expectation. He smiles merrily, knowing that he has finally got a hold of the shaman's location. After a few seconds' delay, the rock spikes emerge from the ground, indiscriminately attacking anyone above. Even the shaman's underlings are caught by its spell. The attack is powerful, and the rumbling can be heard back at the camp, but it isn't too strong to cause a commotion. One of the soldiers feels a slight tremble of the ground and asks his platoon leader about it. But the drowsy platoon leader isn't going to let his peaceful sleep be disturbed by such a weak ground shake. He warns his subordinate not to wake him up again for something so minor. Back to the scene of the action, we see the lifeless corpses of goblins impaled by the earth spikes. Yet, Hyun-wook is nowhere to be seen. All the remaining surviving goblins are shitting their pants at the sight of their dead comrades. I guess even though they lack intelligence, they still care about their own kind, except for the shaman who was the cause of all unnecessary deaths. The shaman stares at the aftermath of its spell. A huge cluster of spikes covered with smoke and dust is seen from afar. The dumb shit is satisfied with his work. He inhales fresh air, standing proud of what he has done. He was extremely happy until he hears a voice saying "I found you," which immediately sends chills through his bones. Our hero's spinning blade attack clears the smoke in the surroundings, sending the sword flying fast straight in the shaman's direction. As it was about to hit the shaman, he deflects it, showing why he is the boss of the goblins. Hyun-wook acts like his surprise attack has failed to patronize the shaman. Hearing this, the dumb piece of shit laughs, thinking that he has spoiled his attack. Our boy's poor acting is quickly halted as he reveals that the first attack is just a feint, revealing the bayonet coming in fast from the side. The shaman notices it too late, as it is only inches away from hitting him. This battle is done and over, too easy. Or at least it is what our boy thought. He is shocked to see the unexpected development right before his eyes. The goblin boss manages to grab the knife in the nick of time, leaving him with just a scratch on his neck. I guess he won't be called the goblin's boss for no reason. He has quite the ability and skills. Realizing that he was fooled by the sneak attack, the shaman is now enraged, baring his fangs toward Hyunwook. Our hero smiles. He wasn't expecting the enemy to catch his blade, but he isn't impressed by the goblin's skills at all. Rather, he is disappointed with his past self for being this weak. The sneak attacks from the two are over. It is now time to fight for real. The shaman stands tall, convinced that he and his gang can take down our boy. Hyunwook tries to taunt him to get him to come down from his vantage point, saying that he will slice every last one of them in one go. In reality, though, he is in a bit of a pinch here. He is completely surrounded, and the boss is out of his reach. Since the shaman who was hiding earlier is now fighting him head-on, the other goblins come back to their senses and are now in high spirits. To make the situation even worse, a notification pops up stating that he has consumed mana rapidly in a short amount of time, leaving him with only 40% of mana left. The situation is proving to be of concern to our boy as well. He needs to be more cautious and efficient with his mana usage. Since it has come to this, he has no choice but to use his rifle. While our hero is thinking of methods to end this quickly, the shaman raises his staff in preparation for another attack. Left with no choice, our boy uses his gun to attack, which he prefers not to, since he wants to finish the shaman with his ability and eat its mana steal. But then, something catches the boss's attention. He smiles as he sees something that might prove to be an opportunity for him. Our boy was about to start his barrage when suddenly, a voice is heard from a distance. It was from Private Junno, who left his post to look for his corporal. Hyunwook was distracted by Junno and immediately turns around out of concern for the private's safety. The oblivious Junno casually shouts for his corporal's whereabouts, unaware of the monsters infesting the surroundings. Suddenly, the shaman orders his subordinates to attack the unsuspecting victim, and in an instant, all the goblins surrounding our boy leap off to charge towards Junmo. Hyunwook has no choice but to prioritize his soldiers' safety. He takes his sight off the boss to assist the private. Junmo shouts in surprise as he sees the incoming monsters. One of them was able to close its distance and is about to slash Junmo in half. Hyunwook immediately orders the private to duck and get down. Just in the nick of time, the bullets manage to reach the attacking goblin before its blade touches the kid. Since our hero knows that bullets alone aren't enough to kill the bastard, he manipulates a blade to finish it off. But the goblin was able to deflect it with ease. These fuckers are getting good as time passes by. It's still not enough to defeat the man who was once called humanity's last savior, though, as he follows up his attack with a flying knee. Then proceeds to unload his magazine straight into the bastard's mouth at point blank. After taking down the first goblin, the fighting expert Hyunwook quickly turns around to face the other monsters. But not one soul is in sight, except for the private who is currently in a fetal position. The monsters all fled the scene, knowing that they don't have a snowball's chance in hell to defeat our hero in a head-on fight. Hyunwook grits his teeth in frustration. The enemies were more cautious than he has anticipated, resulting in his failure to exterminate them. Due to the sound of the gunfire, the soldiers back in the camp were alerted. They started asking about the situation on their radios. Our hero answers the queries, stating that a gate has appeared within the area. He adds that the monsters were confirmed to be goblins, which have just fled the scene after the first skirmish. He takes a glance at the shaking private and reports that there are no casualties in the 5th post. The headquarters acknowledges his report and orders them to be on standby and defend their post. Hearing the order, Hyunwook knows what is coming next. She is going to arrive soon. The radio commands everyone to a 5-minute standby for emergency, informing that a gate has appeared in the area. Then we see a red-haired woman getting ready for battle. She is known as the Ant's Paladin, Lieutenant Seo Yunha, a beautiful woman with bright red hair and deep blue eyes. Our hero is aware that if she comes, just like in his past life, she will stop the gate and take all the weapons. Any loot that they find from the drops of the monsters will belong to the military at that point. Needless to say what happens to legendary grade items. The legendary item, Adamantium. In the past, it was the ultimate item that made people call our boy the Steel Emperor. If he misses the chance to get that now, the next chance he will get is 4 years from now. If that were to happen, the same future will be inevitable. He needs to get it first no matter what. Hyunwook intends to finish the gate before the standby team arrives. Time is running out, and our hero is thinking of ways to track the goblins. According to him, the monsters need a living human sacrifice. With that fact, he analyzes possible locations where the goblins might go. Private Junno regains his consciousness and is taken aback to see the corpse of the goblin. Our hero eliminates the possibility of the monsters going to the city for sacrifice, because their number is too low to invade such a dense population. Suddenly, the radio begins buzzing. A call from the 6th post requesting backup is received, stating that the goblins have ambushed them. The report gives our boy a glimmer of hope. It looks like he still has the chance to get the adamantium first. He grins from ear to ear as he gets ready to move as swiftly as possible. He informs the HQ that the 5th post will assist the 6th post immediately. But the HQ scolds him. They know the capabilities of an F rank and deem that they won't be much help, so they insist that they stand by. But Hyunwook isn't having it. He would rather get in trouble later than lose this precious opportunity to obtain such a rare item. Junno desperately pleads with our boy to stop what he is about to do, informing him that this won't end with him being confined to the guardhouse. This disobedience is enough for a military trial. But our hero tells him that the 6th post is either full of archers or mages with only long-range players. They won't be able to handle the goblins and would die the instant the monsters get close to them. Still, this isn't enough reason for the private to let his corporal charge on his own, stating that he won't make much of a difference. But Hyunwook has one good rebuttal. He says that he won't be going alone, since Junno is coming with him. The boy's complexion turns pale as he hears his corporal's words. I guess he didn't see that coming. The 6th post is starting to panic. They urgently need backup, and to top the predicament that they're in, their corporal Kim Jong-ok is down. The goblins are wreaking havoc at their posts, and the only thing that the HQ can tell them is to guard their posts with their lives. At this rate, the 6th post will be completely annihilated. The soldiers barricaded themselves inside the guardhouse while the monsters are giving their all in an attempt to tear it down. Corporal Kim is badly injured. Despite that, he still uses his ability to enhance the post's durability with his skills, while his second-in-command is worried sick about his corporal's condition. Kim has lost too much blood, evident on his pale face. He tells his subordinate that he can't hold on much longer and the barrier will collapse anytime soon. So, the second-in-command repeatedly spams the radio, asking for immediate assistance. Suddenly, eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All the banging and crashing that the monsters were dishing out, for some reason, stopped. Turns out, it was only the calm before the storm, as we see rocks and stones float in the air. It was the doing of the goblin shaman, casting an attack spell of telekinesis. And after the brief peace and quiet, a hail of rock storm flew towards the guard post. Stones of different sizes came crashing in, badly damaging the structure. The soldiers inside can't do anything but brace themselves. It is apparent that the structure won't hold on much longer. The corporal knew at this point that the boss monster has appeared to join the fray. He has foreseen the upcoming scenario. After the guardhouse is destroyed, the goblins will capture them, and then they'll raise them to the altar, then take out their hearts while they are still alive. Knowing their inevitable fate, the corporal decided to take up his arms and end his life by his own hands. That way, it would be less painful. The second-in-command can't do anything to stop the corporal. He also knows that their situation is hopeless. He can no longer hold his tears back. Another round of rubble is being prepared by the shaman once again. With a sinister grin on its face, the boss monster is aware that this would be his final attack before destroying the annoying structure completely. On the other hand, the soldiers' requests were answered. The radio states that help will be arriving now and commands them to load the bow and shoot the arrow aimed at the light, then stand by. The speaker adds that they use the fire skill when they use the bow and to just aim at the light. Even though there's a hint of doubt at the back of the private's mind, he still does what he was ordered to. It was their only hope of survival. While he is peeking at the window, he sees all the boulders getting ready to be launched at them once again. He states that he can't even see anything properly since the rocks are blocking the way, hence he can't spot any light that the radio was talking about. Then in a quick instance, a light shimmered from a distance, and the private instantly knows that it is that light he was ordered to aim at. Turns out, the one speaking on the other end of the radio is none other than our boy, Lee Hyunwook. He tells Private Park to aim for the light and adds that he will be the one to control the trigger after that. With a flick of his finger, the trigger of the crossbow moved, shocking the soldier. The arrow launches straight to the light, passing through the floating rocks. The goblin that our hero was riding on was struck by the speeding projectile right in its midsection. Then after a short delay, the arrow exploded, effectively killing the bastard. That whole maneuver only took 1% of mana from our hero. It was our hero's plan all along. He acknowledges the destructive power of the archer, and with just a bit of his mana added, he can efficiently kill the monsters. But of course, the other monsters notice what has just happened, along with the down corporal and his private. The one who is most bothered by the sudden development is the goblin shaman. He realizes that the pesky enemy from before is back on his trail. He shifts the direction of the rubble towards our hero in an attempt to finish the enemy swiftly. The barrage of boulders came flying fast, but the only thing it has managed to hit was the poor goblin who is currently burning from the fire arrow. Hyunwook was able to dodge in time. The archer was astonished to see all the rocks aimed at them disappeared. Then he was instructed to reload his bow quickly. He swiftly obeys the radio and reloads his bow. He was given the same instruction, to aim for the light. The goblin shaman came to verify if he hit the enemy. It is noticeable that the amulets he is wearing are now down to only 2, indicating that he only has 2 spells left. All he was able to find is his beaten subordinate, about to explode from all the damages it received. The shaman seethes in rage as he failed to dispose of the annoying enemy once again. Meanwhile, inside the bushes, we see Private Junmo sneaking his way. He was commanded by our hero to locate the whereabouts of the boss monster. He is debating with himself how he will signal his corporal once he finds the shaman without dying first. Then, he gets to see the aftermath of Hyunwook's havoc. Multiple goblins are running around directionless, trying to put out the fire that has engulfed their bodies. The private is amazed beyond admiration. The corporal only told him that he will distract the monsters, but this is more like him finishing the whole gate on his own. As he was lost in thoughts, he became careless and wasn't able to notice that one of the goblins is near him. He gets spotted immediately as a result. The hideous fucker screams as it raises its blade to kill the spooked private. Jumno's jaw drops as he realizes that he made such a terrible blunder. But as soon as the blade was about to reach him, our hero's flying bayonet arrives just in time, saving the young private. Hyunwook turns on his light, signaling the archer to aim. Then he manipulates the arrow once again, striking the goblin right on the spot. Before leaving the private alone, the corporal signals him to ready his weapon, which Jumno hastily obeys. The lad can't help but wonder if Lee Hyunwook is really the same corporal that he once knew. The goblins fell one by one, leaving the shaman in great disbelief, but still, he ain't revealing his location just yet. Our hero is wondering why the bastard is still not showing itself when its whole army is getting picked on one by one. He then realizes the true plan of the shaman. The cunning bastard is waiting for our hero's mana to deplete, which seems to be the case, since Hyunwook's mana is left with only 12%. While he was running around, desperately searching for the boss's location, he hears his private once again, asking for his help. When he turns around, he sees the goblin shaman holding Jumno by the head, using him as a hostage. Our hero tries to use his flying bayonet to attack, but the cunning shaman slowly digs his pointy staff towards the private's neck, stating that he will kill his subordinate if Lee Hyunwook tries anything funny. Our hero grits his teeth. With his subordinate taken hostage, his hands are tied now. The corporal raises his hands, giving the goblins the idea that he surrenders. Seeing this, the bottom fodders immediately surround him and try to attack. But as the goblins were approaching him fast, he thanks his private for delivering the checkmate in this dragged-on fight. With the flick of his finger, the trigger on Jumno's gun activated. Now we get to see the reason why Hyunwook ordered the private to hold his rifle like that. He was expecting the shaman to use the vulnerable kid as a hostage right from the start. The rifle began unloading its magazine on the ugly bastard. The fucker spits a huge amount of blood, indicating that it has received fatal damage. Corporal Hyunwook instantly dashes towards the private out of concern for his safety, dodging the sneak attack that the other goblins launched in the process. The boss monster kneels down from the pain and lets go of his grasp on the private. Jumno informs his corporal that he is fine. Hyunwook was elated to hear that. He smiles, knowing that he can now finally finish off the tenacious bastard. The shaman tries to escape, running away with all his might while holding his wounds, but he was immediately followed by our hero's flying bayonet. The blade strikes the monster in its back, but the knife just bounced off. Our hero clicks his tongue as he didn't expect that the boss is wearing a leather armor. Time is running out fast. Jumno's mana is left with 9%. He continues to chase the fleeing bastard relentlessly, not wanting to let this opportunity escape from his hands. The shaman quickly runs towards the gate, attempting to enter it. At this rate, the boss will manage to get away. But then, our hero notices that the necklace the goblin shaman is wearing has some steel on it. With his last 7% of mana remaining, he pours everything he has to manipulate the necklace, stopping the shaman in his tracks. His mana quickly depletes, but it was just enough for his attack to land right on the fucker's face. As his reserve reaches 0%, our hero was able to make the goblin shaman eat his bayonet, killing it on the spot. Exhaustion and fatigue are finally catching up to our hero. He is aware that his ability still needs work, but his past body must be shaped to fitness as he gets tired too quickly. As he was catching his breath, a bright firework sets off from a distance. It is the signal of the holy light. That means that the main army has arrived, along with the ant's strongest player, Seo Yunha. Time is running out, and he needs to find the adamantium steel before the army confiscates every single loot. After ravaging the corpse of the shaman, he was finally able to obtain it. But as soon as he was able to get his hand on it, the soldiers arrived and ordered the corporal to raise his hands. Albeit the crystal still has goblin blood on it, our hero stuck it in his mouth and gobbled it with one gulp. The soldiers asked him to identify himself and tell them his rank and name. Our boy slowly turns around and did as he was asked. Thankfully, he was able to eat the whole mana. His face is covered with disgusting green liquid though. The soldier recognizes our boy and immediately went to his aid. The men inform the others to take caution since the gate is still open, indicating that the enemies must still be around. Yuna, on the other hand, notices something strange at the scene. She wonders how could 4 regular soldiers take down a boss monster. Then she notices that the wounds on each goblin's bodies have similarities, coming to the conclusion that this is the work of just one man. I guess she's not the ant's paladin for no reason. Her deductive skill is top-notch. Our hero's system window informs him of the successful ingestion of the adamantium, which would take a whopping 10 hours to be absorbed. Nonetheless, our boy is satisfied, and he smiles as they carry him via a stretcher. This nuance won't escape the keen eyes of the paladin though. She wonders why our hero is laughing in this kind of situation. hinting to her that something is suspicious about Hyunwook. Our hero doesn't care though. The only thing that is running in his mind is that he has finally got the adamantium back, which would help him grow exponentially. Yuna wasn't able to dwell on her thoughts much longer, as other soldiers inform her that some goblins are spotted running away close to the 6th post. Meanwhile, our resting hero is now able to feel the difference in his power. Though it would take some time to fully absorb the steel, he can now sense the resonance of metals around him. Today is the day that the Great Steel Emperor makes his comeback. Fast forward a few days after the Barracks Gate incident. Rumors are circling around about a certain F rank related to the monster's mysterious annihilation. They whisper about how the 6th post soldiers were basically waiting for their death when suddenly, an F-ranked corporal appeared and with a huge sword, sliced up the goblins. While other soldiers are talking non-stop about our hero's achievement, one particular officer is vomiting from all the rumors spreading around. It is none other than our favorite sergeant, Oh Sang-guk, wizard magician of the Specialty Communications 2nd Squad commander. He refuses to accept that something like the rumor would actually happen. But one of his subordinates firmly stood and confirms its validity. Then one bulky officer commands the soldier to lower his voice. I'm guessing this one would be another F-rank bully. He scolds the soldier for lowering his hands while his sergeant hasn't accepted his salute yet. The terrified subordinate shakes and tells them that he will rectify his behavior. The poor soldier's name is Private Park Anil, a short bowman of the 6th sentry post. Sang-guk addresses the fat dude and asks if he, who can rip goblins with his bare hands, be able to take care of 3 boys and do a gate raid by himself. Won-suk replies that he absolutely can't. The sergeant seconds his answer. No matter how he thinks of a way, there's no way that a worker, much less an F-rank, will be able to do that. So, he deems that it was all just a fluke. But still, even if it was just by mere luck where an F-ranker went wild, it will become an issue for the military discipline. The fat ass takes this as an opportunity to mess with the corporal, saying that they can't let this incident become an issue for military discipline. It was a relatively peaceful day. The sun is up, and the weather is a blessing from above. Inside one of the battalion commander's rooms, a loud salute is heard. It was our hero, saluting the battalion commander and informing him that he has business to talk to him. But deep inside, the Great Steel Emperor is complaining about them for not letting this incident slide. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, the Black Paladin of the Paladin Specialty, a B-ranker player, is also present in the room as well. Along with Lieutenant Lee Minnie, a wizard affiliated with the Magic Corps, a C-ranker player with the specialty of Warp. The battalion commander opens his mouth in a very authoritative fashion to intimidate our hero, asking if he really disobeyed the standby order. Then successfully, albeit forcefully, repelled the first round of the gate. This terrifying-looking dude is Major Kim Kang-seok, also known as Namsan's King of Mountains, a B-rank player, ranked 166th in the whole South Korea. Hyunwook is fully aware that if he says one wrong thing, he will end up in a military trial, and that won't work in his favor. He wants to at least not end up in the guardhouse. He didn't cover up anything and straight up told the truth, saying that he sees the gate's outbreak while on duty and responded immediately. But the Major is having trouble comprehending how a mere F-rank soldier can perform such a feat. Under normal circumstances, given his rank, he should have been ripped to shreds. This dude has no filter. Even though he was called the Great Steel Emperor, humanity's last savior, in the past, the pressure that the Major is emitting is still overwhelming for him. But if he steps back now, he can kiss his military life goodbye. With conviction, our hero states how he feels. He says that he feels like he has been scammed by the battalion commander. Lieutenant Min, he wouldn't let such a disrespectful response slide, but he was halted from interfering by the battalion commander. Major Kang-seok wants to know why our hero feels that way. Our hero continues, saying that there is something that the commander has instilled in them ever since they entered the ant. The Major is taken aback by his reply, growing more and more curious. You see, without fail, the Major would always emphasize to the cadets that no matter how low their rank is, if they approach using AMT's tactical textbook, even if they're E-ranks, they would be able to face trolls. And that is exactly what our hero did, according to him. He adds that the ones he faced are mere goblins, so it shouldn't be deemed impossible. He protests that although he did go against the command control center's order to wait, the 6th post soldiers would have died if he hadn't gone to support them. Internally, the Great Steel Emperor is praising himself for dishing out a rational attack. It is now time to hit the emotional side. He then uses the Major's words once again, stating that for a true soldier, there are no ranks, and they should be prepared for the worst and fight with all their might. To add more razzle-dazzle to his moving speech, our hero says that those are the words straight from the battalion commander's mouth, whom he so respects. He took the tactics they learned after their difficult training to heart and did his best to respond by carrying out the strategy with the workers with his life on the line. The only reason he could endure his military life while being mocked and looked down upon for being an F-rank was because of the true military mindset he felt from the battalion commander. So, to see him deny the results of that belief, he feels like his entire military life is being denied, and that is why he feels like he has been scammed. Let's have a quick glance at the life of the esteemed battalion commander Kim Kang-seok. Right around when he was appointed as a second lieutenant, the gates started opening. He almost lost his life during a fight with the orcs, but without a second of hesitation, he returned to the army and became an early foundational member of AMT. In other words, he is a soldier down to the bone. Our hero told him that he took his words as his superior, as his belief, and put his life on the line for his fellow soldiers. A truly touching story. So, there is no way the major would send him to a military trial. The buff dude approaches our hero and squeezes his arms. His whole body is towering over the corporal. Our boy is getting nervous from the major's sudden silence and weird demeanor. Then, the major declares that the corporal has just become a non-commissioned officer. Quick, did you know a non-commissioned officer or NCO is a military officer who has yet to earn a rank or commission? Such individuals still hold a leadership position within their units, but they rank lower than commissioned officers. At that exact moment, our hero's notification window informs him about the completion of the absorption of the adamantium, and he has acquired a new skill, Steel Physique. His total weight manipulation is now 2,558 grams. The two lieutenants were flabbergasted with the sudden decision of the major, with Yuna going as far as face-bombing herself. But the battalion commander is dead serious. He is even tearing up after being moved by the heroic tale of Hyunwook. Our hero, on the other hand, sweats profusely as he wasn't expecting this kind of development, thinking that he bit more than he can chew. The scene switches to the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, training room, where the soldiers are preoccupied doing exercises. One of them is our hero, doing some bench presses while cursing his luck. He is thinking that he stepped into a shitty situation while trying to avoid the guardhouse. From a distance, Private Wonsuk and Sergeant Sanguk are looking at our hero. They look at each other and immediately come to an agreement to mess with the non-commissioned officer. While wiping off his sweat, he recalls what had just happened. Thanks to platoon leader Lee Min-hee's dissuasion, our hero gained some time to think about the promotion, since there has never been an F-rank player who became an NCO before. But he would prefer to live like a mouse for a while and not attract attention. A little bit too late though. Private Wonsuk approaches him and asks if he is done using the bench, which he clearly isn't. The two stared at each other awkwardly. Then Hyunwook breaks silence, asking Wonsuk what he actually wants with him. The fat ass says that he thinks that if the hot famous person these days only used this much weight, it would be an embarrassment to their unit. Then he proceeds to curl the barbell. The interaction between the two is starting to gain attention with other officers, and our hero immediately knows that this was all set up by Sergeant Sanguk. Our hero is aware that if he avoids him right now, he will openly start to bully him like in his past life. So, even though he has decided to lie low for now, he has no choice. He tells Wonsuk that his arrival is in perfect timing since he's feeling annoyed right now. Then, with an irritated expression, he invites the fat ass to do some sparring. Everyone in the gym was shocked, especially the two bullies, but this is the best outcome they could hope for to embarrass the NCO. News spread fast like wildfire. All the witnesses inform the other soldiers that Wonsuk and Hyunwook are about to fight. So, the soldiers gathered in the octagon, with the two all dressed up for the fight. Lee Wonsuk can't hold back his excitement about the match. He declares that it is time for the amazing Private Lee Hyunwook to learn some lessons. So, the crowd is all abuzz with anticipation, and here come the two young guns, chilling inside the ring, ready to bust out some killer moves. Now, Mr. Cocky Grin decides to take the liberty to throw the first punch, but my dude is not holding back either. He is standing there like a boss, fully geared up to dish out some serious punches. The hefty fella swings his fist, aiming to hit the blue head with all his might, and man, that punch even left a trail of pressure. Now, we find ourselves outside, soaking in the beauty of this shimmering starry night. Two dudes are casually hanging under the streetlight, and out of the blue, one of them blurts out in shock about Choi Yeonjun taking a vacation. The dude with the green cap spills the beans, confessing he wanted to witness it firsthand because rumor has it, Choi's got the skills to be a legit sword saint. Then, the lady standing nearby jumps in to save Officer Chin's disappointed face, assuring him that even though Sergeant Kai Myung-ho is currently the ace, there is another dude in the mix, the future ace. And get this, he's got the barbarian trait. So, we have got Officer Chin Myung-ho, the tactical wizard of the Black Tiger unit, the most elite special forces unit in town, and yeah, good luck finding out more about them because their name is top secret classified info. This guy is disappointed but still holding it together with his warrant officer title. With a reassuring grin, the lady suggests to Warrant Officer Chin that he might as well check it out for himself since he has made the trek all the way here, and going back empty-handed would be a tad awkward. Now, we are back in the arena, and it looks like our boy is facing some serious struggle against these incoming fists that practically look bigger than him. But hey, the dude's got some solid footing and is holding his ground like a champ. Here comes another giant punch, but our guy's reflex game is on point, dodging it like he is dancing with fate. So Mr. Fatass decides one punch at a time is not cutting it, and he unleashes a full-on barrage of punches. But fear not, my man's got it all figured out, dodging those punches like he is in a championship dodgeball game. Just when things get chaotic, our dude startles, takes 2 steps back, and crashes into the arena's boundary net. The crowd holds its breath, but no worries, he is still standing strong, quick to regain his composure. But wait, before he could make his move, the fat fuck is already gearing up for another punch. And judging by our boy's face, it is like the universe decided he is about to get a serious reality check. Onlookers are in shock, recoiling in fear because this is not the twist they expected. And guess what? The fat dude's punch turns out to be another useless swing, landing on the boundary net, while my man skillfully dodges it like a ninja rolling on the ground. Finally, he is standing tall once again, full on stance mode, while it looks like the fatty guy is practically steaming at the ears, annoyed that our hero keeps slipping away. With nonchalant swagger, my man casually uses his fingers in a swift gesture, basically telling the fat dude, "Come at me, bro." And you will not believe it, that finger move seems to be sending the fatty into a rage-induced meltdown. Round 2 is about to kick off, and the crowd is going bananas with excitement. Warrant Officer Chin and the lady have also made it to the scene. The lady casually drops the hint to Chin that the stage is set up like it is meant for him, and now he can witness the audition. At this moment, Warrant Officer Chin finds himself deep in thought and cannot help but question the lady about her take on the situation. In response, the lady coolly mentions that, despite appearances, the fatty guy's punches seem to pack a considerable punch. But, as we take a closer look, it becomes apparent that, fierce as those punches may be, they are not finding their mark on the bluehead's face. The warrant shares the same observation, wondering aloud what is the point of being strong if you cannot even land a hit. Attempting to reassure the warrant, the lady suggests that maybe the fatty guy is just inexperienced. She adds that if he manages to land a proper punch, the dude standing in front of him is as good as dead. Now, let us shift our focus to Sergeant Sanguk, who is practically shrieking at the top of his lungs. He's pointing fingers and throwing some serious shade at the fatty guy, accusing him of going easy on the blue head. With a stern tone, he commands the fatty to get his act together. The rest of the crowd is not holding back either. They join in on the screeching, emphasizing that this sparring session is no joke. They're urging the fatty to pull himself together, especially since some serious bets have been placed on him. However, if we peek into the arena, the fatty's perspective tells a whole different story. From his end, he is giving it his all, and at this point, he is practically losing his cool. Under the relentless pressure from the audience, the fatty guy starts feeling the strain on his body. It's like a sudden heaviness has descended upon him, making every move an uphill battle. Despite this, he decides to lunge at our dude once again, determined to make a comeback. Now, here's where it gets interesting. All the metallic elements on the fatty guy, from zippers to lace holes, start shimmering with a mysterious blue energy. Meanwhile, our man is seemingly manipulating this energy with his fingers, revealing a hidden power, metal control. Using his newfound ability, our hero makes every step for the fatty guy as heavy as it gets, turning the sparring ground into a metallic battlefield. It reaches a point where the fatty's feet are practically stuck in the arena's bed, but he is not giving up. Even from a distance, he continues throwing punches. Reality starts to sink in for the fatty, realizing he is in deep shit. Despite being in a literal hellhole, the fatty guy does not throw in the towel. He keeps on throwing punches, looking like he is sparring in a swamp, turning every move into an exhausting workout. Sure enough, this puts a smile on our guy's face and he is thoroughly enjoying the chaotic spectacle. Then, out of the blue, the fatty calls for a time break in the midst of battle. He raises concerns about his legs feeling a bit weird. On the other side, the my guy is just smirking, taking pleasure in the miserable state of his opponent. As the dude grins like the Cheshire Cat, the frustrated fatty guy grinds his teeth, calling him every name in the book. This is when the fatty decides it is time to put on a real show. Out of nowhere, he transforms into Goku, his eyes shimmer, and a cloud of dust starts to appear in his wake, as if he is undergoing a massive beefing up. This brings a smile to the lady standing beside the warrant, and even the warrant himself is intrigued to see that the fatty guy has a hidden ace up his sleeve. As the scene zooms out, the once fatty ass transforms into a muscle giant, proudly declaring it as his berserker mode. Vines pop out all over his forehead, creating an ominous aura as he prepares to take down the annoying mosquito that has been buzzing around him. Seeing the situation escalate, the steel guy decides it is time to get serious and takes a formidable stance. Now, the sergeant is not just freaked out, he is downright alarmed. The sparring match has evolved into something beyond their usual domain, and what intrigues him even more is that the opponent before them does not even flinch or shake. From the warrant's perspective, this battle has transformed into a life and death match between two ferocious animals, an enraged buffalo and a leopard with hidden fangs. He's all in for it, finding the spectacle thrilling enough to continue watching. The lady is equally excited, noticing that the warrant is considering the fatty guy as a worthy opponent. She expresses that witnessing a berserker who can use body strengthening is a first in her life. Now, the giant fella stands proudly before the steel guy, tossing out threats that his opponent is as good as under 6 feet in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the giant monster disappears from his place and lands a direct hit on the steel guy's belly with such intensity that the blue guy decides it is time to crash into the nearby boundary net wall. In the crowd, Sergeant Sanguk is going absolutely bonkers, ecstatic to see our boy finally biting the dust. He cheers wholeheartedly for the fatty guy, adding a wild energy to the already charged atmosphere. Meanwhile, back in the arena, after landing a solid hit on our dude's belly, the giant's hand starts to tremble inexplicably, and steam begins to rise. The dude recoils in fear, wondering what kind of trickery is at play. When he landed that hit, it felt like he just punched steel bare-fisted. The one who took the hit stands tall on his 2 feet, adopting a defensive stance that suggests he is more than ready for whatever comes next. Taking a peek at his profile card, it reveals that he is a rank D player, utilizing mana and temporary strengthening of body parts as his effects. Interestingly, the card notes that consuming a certain amount of high-hardness magic metal can increase the skill rank, essentially turning a part of the body into steel. It becomes clear that his steel-like fists are the source of his sly grin and confident vibes. To add insult to injury, he mocks the fatty, calling him a pig and daring him to come at him. This further enrages the fatty, who starts shrieking at the top of his lungs, hurling insults and labeling him as a worthless F-ranker. The fatty guy lunges once more, but to his dismay, his punch strikes empty air. Seizing the opportunity, the dude on the ground looking for a chance to strike back. With determination, he starts turning his feet into steel, mentioning that using his skills like this is a waste on a guy like the fatty. Nevertheless, he does what he has got to do and strikes his leg with full force, causing the fatty to tumble down. Now, what was once a giant, cocky pig now resembles a chicken, taking a tasty blow to the face with sheer impact that leaves ripples around his expression. Finally, the fatty is on the ground, and the steel guy is relentless, throwing punches like there is no tomorrow. As the fatty guy takes blow after blow, the crowd's jaws drop faster than Sanguk's misplaced confidence. Warrant Officerchin, grinning like a lizard who just found a cozy sunspot, probably never imagined that his neighborhood had a hidden beast, let alone a steel-fisted one. Meanwhile, our steel guy is punching the fatty as if he is trying to set a world record for the longest combo. In the warrant's mind, it is nature's way, a cheetah finally catching its buffalo. But let us hope the buffalo learns to breathe again soon, or we might witness a neighborhood wildlife documentary right here. Out of the blue, the pig decides it is time to strike back. With surprising agility, he grabs our dude by the collar, hoisting him into the air with his abnormally huge hands. A closer look at the fatty's face reveals a bruised spectacle, with one eye doing the limbo out of its socket, showcasing a lovely shade of purple. Grinding his teeth, the fatty hurls insults, claiming he has no clue what tricks this bastard is playing. As the scene transitions, we finally get the full picture of just how big this motherfucker's hands are compared to our poor dude. It's like watching a kitten being manhandled by an overenthusiastic toddler. At this point, the buffalo swings the dude into the air, preparing for a spectacular crash landing. On the other hand, the dude is now rethinking his life choices, realizes he is royally fucked. But our blue-headed hero is not ready to throw in the towel just yet. He clenches onto the giant motherfucker's fist like his life depends on it. Using his electrifying legs, he starts grabbing the giant entirely, catching the dude off guard. They're now only inches away from hitting the ground, and it looks like the giant one got zapped out of his mind, stuck in a deadlock and losing his proverbial gorilla shit. Meanwhile, Warrant Officerchin is in full unthinking mode. He's impressed that the buffalo guy, despite being a bit of a brute, has some impressive instincts, avoiding a move that could have broken his own arm. However, as he glances at our dude, he is starting to think that maybe he overestimated the steel fella. It turns out, going toe-to-toe with a barbarian using body strengthening is no easy feat. In this deadlock, where both are unable to move, the giant guy mocks, asking if our dude is really struggling that much for his life. So while he is getting all cocky, he then starts twisting the dude's body while taunting him about the uselessness of crashing his arm. Amidst the chaos, the poor boy is screaming at the top of his lungs. Yet, he refuses to go down without a fight and begins bending the gorilla's giant finger. The gorilla, now even more pissed off, is baffled by this relentless persistence. But, eventually, he decides it is time to release the dude from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, our man, in a move worthy of a seasoned gymnast, grabs the gorilla's face with his legs and leaps over him. Swiftly, he places his hands around the buffalo's neck. Now, this giant motherfucker's neck is in the dude's hands, ready to be twisted to bring this chaotic neighborhood showdown to a potentially deadly end. Warrant Officerchin, grinning like a lizard on a sunny rock, revels in the sight of the dude pulling off a rear naked choke. He's all pumped up, realizing that the beefed-up gorilla is now nothing more than a chicken. After all, body strengthening might pump those muscles, but it cannot protect against a compressed carotid artery. Despite the struggle, the stubborn bastard does not let go of his cocky tone. He taunts the dude, claiming all he needs to do is use his strength to break free. Little does he know, our man has already figured it out, his sly grin giving a hint of the impending lesson. Now, we are taking another look at the profile card. It is a reminder that the dude has the ability to temporarily strengthen a part of his body. Now, the giant motherfucker is stuck in the hands of steel, unwilling to let this lesson go untaught. As the system warning pops up, it warns him that he is pushing the limits of the strength and body transformation, using it in a wider range than his current threshold. Now, our dude is shimmering with blue lightning, a clear indication that he is giving it his all to take down this behemoth. However, the challenge proves to be more formidable than expected. Meanwhile, one of Sanguk's lackeys, in a fit of dry humor, turns to the master and suggests, knowing this fatty's stubbornness, he might as well sign up for a lifetime subscription to the afterlife. Our steel fella, in the midst of this intense struggle, shares the same sentiment, wondering why this gorilla is so darn stubborn. With a determined gaze, he locks eyes with Sanguk, sending a silent message that this is a final warning. Sanguk, looking like he just stumbled upon a ghost, is sweating bullets, realizing he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Now, our struggling giant fella is sinking into despair, contemplating the unthinkable, losing to a supposed loser like our dude. His half-closed eyes scan the crowd, worried about the impending humiliation. After all, he is the future ace, and he is not about to let his reputation crumble. The steam starts pouring out of this muscular fella again, probably fueled by a mix of desperation and an overdramatic sense of pride. In the midst of the chaos, our man's eyes catch something extraordinary. The struggling giant's muscles decide to go for a growth spurt, tearing through the shirt like it is auditioning for a Hulk remake. It's like the guy activated another buff, reaching what seems to be his full and final form. However, the irony is that, despite these newfound supersized muscles, they seem utterly useless when it comes to matters of escaping a chokehold. His neck is still firmly tangled in our dude's hands. The lizard-like warrant officer Chin, now even more stoked, witnesses this unexpected development. Seeing someone in the D rank using body strengthening twice as unheard of in his neighborhood career, he reckons that if the dude fails to get out of this chokehold, then it is still game over. Those muscles, apparently, are as effective as a flashlight in the sun. The final question hangs in the air like a riddle. Who is the predator and who is the prey? With the scene intensifying, the blue-headed dude presses the chokehold even harder, determined to settle the score. The gorilla is now losing his composure and is left utterly in pain, screaming like a banshee who just lost its favorite toy. In a dramatic climax, he collapses to the ground, taking our dude down with him. The showdown reaches its peak, leaving the crowd in suspense. As the dust settles, the crowd is left in a state of terror after witnessing this spectacle. Meanwhile, Warrant Officer Chin is grinning like he just won the lottery, reveling in the unexpected outcome. As it turns out, my man emerges victorious, standing there like nothing short of a beast, the undisputed champion of this quirky showdown. It's the middle of the night, and we shift our gaze to the training building. Inside, a bunch of guys nervously huddle around the buffed-up gorilla, checking if he is alive. Thankfully, he has just fainted, avoiding a knockout blow in real life. Now we see a curly-haired guy, towel in hand, sprinting towards our dude to give him the hug of victory. However, the nonchalant champion stops his advances with a bare hand, all while his gaze locked somewhere else. And there is Sanguk, trying to hide his sorry face, probably turning back to shield himself from the shame of the loss. While our victorious man is attempting to dig into the lost face of Sanguk, suddenly the warrant makes a grand entrance into the scene. He inquires about the name of our dude, and without hesitation, the champion salutes to his superior and introduces himself as Hyunwook of the First Company. However, he cannot shake off the question of why this man is here all of a sudden. The warrant reciprocates with the same salute gesture, introducing himself as Lieutenant Ching Myung-ho, the raid tactics instructor of the Black Tiger unit. He compliments our dude for the impressive display of skill and might in the showdown. Without beating around the bushes, the warrant extends his hand and invites our hero to join the special warfare raid. At this point, onlookers in the background start losing their minds as they witness the guy receiving an invitation from the prestigious Black Tiger unit. A wise white head among the spectators remarks, "Did the scout just offer him a position in the Black Tiger unit? They're the best troops in the entire AMT." And the other one finds it ridiculous. Our humble hero, feeling the need to clear things up, reveals to the warrant that he is just a lowly F-rank player. In response, the warrant, brimming with enthusiasm, makes it abundantly clear that ranks are just standards set by normal people, and they need warriors like our dude. At this point, his inner badass is doing somersaults at the prospect of joining such an elite unit, but on the outside, he remains silent and conservative. He stares blankly at the invitation card, his mind caught in the whirlwind of thoughts as everyone around him seems to be claiming a stake in his sudden military fame. However, his contemplation is cut short when the warrant, perhaps sensing his inner turmoil, asks if he plans to keep him holding the card forever. In the end, he grabs the card, his thoughts swirling with the realization that he might get caught up in confrontations with villain groups later. As he salutes the warrant and assures him that he will look into it, it becomes evident that someone is already watching him. And this guy Sanguk seems pretty pissed off, confirming the fears our hero had about potential conflicts arising from his newfound military connection. In the tranquility that seems to have settled outside, our attention shifts to the battalion commander's office. Inside, two senior figures are sipping tea, engaging in a casual conversation. One of them, seemingly curious, asks the warrant about the current whereabouts of the Black Tiger unit. The warrant responds with a matter-of-fact tone, stating that they have been short-staffed lately. The other, a slightly anxious gorilla with a forced pleasant smile, reveals that these days guilds even try to recruit talent at the C rank level. He acknowledges the struggles they face, emphasizing that after investing time and effort into training their talents, they often get taken away in the name of external appointments or other opportunities. A serious exchange of glances passes between the two seniors, as if they are rivals sharing the same mindset. However, the tension eases as the slightly anxious gorilla breaks into laughter, assuming that the warrant's visit must be related to Sergeant Choi In-jun. The warrant, wearing a broad grin, confirms this assumption with a simple yes. However, the mood shifts again as it is revealed that Sergeant Choi In-jun is currently on leave. Once more, the two seniors exchange glances, because they are seemingly competing to recruit In-jun first. Despite this rivalry, the warrant adds another twist to the plot by mentioning that, thanks to this visit, he has discovered another interesting soldier. It seems that my man has become the center of attention in this military chess game. As the warrant mentions this intriguing soldier, the scar-faced gorilla falls into a sudden silence. While this lizard is flexing with a grin of his own, the gorilla is lost in deep thought, his mind replaying the mention of the interesting soldier. Meanwhile, we shift our gaze to the towers on the mountains outside, where a mysterious voice calls out to our guy. In the middle of the night, when everyone is supposed to be asleep, our hero is running on the grounds, breathing heavily, with a man calling out to him. Unbeknownst to them, the gorilla is watching this scene unfold while engaged in a phone call. On the phone call, the battalion commander confirms his identity and proceeds to spill the latest gossip in town. With an air of confidence, he reveals that he has uncovered the mystery of what Corporal Lee Hyunwook used to do before joining the army. Back outside, the curly-haired dude is enthusiastically attempting to grab our blue head, who is feeling quite creeped out, and sternly tells him to stop clinging because this show does not revolve around gay drama. However, he's like a persistent puppy expressing his undying admiration, wanting to be his sidekick. So, here's Mr. Gorilla, multitasking like a champ. He's chatting away on the phone, casually giving the go-ahead to handle Corporal Lee in some mysterious way. Talk about a casual chat with a side of covert operations. Now, over to our man, who's literally in the trenches, despite buckets of sweat and probably a strong desire for a nap. He is powering through that run like it is the only thing standing between him and a lifetime supply of pizza. The struggle is real, but he is not letting that treadmill win. And here we have Gorilla again, making this whole situation weirder. It seems like he's got a major crush on our dude, giving him the eyes like he is the last piece of pizza at a party. As the camera zooms in, we catch that creepy, overly enthusiastic grin plastered on his face. He's thinking, it is not his charming personality, it is just that our dude is the hottest thing in this town. In the bustling streets of the country, people are going about their regular lives. Amidst the crowd, a little boy senses something strange. Intrigued, he starts running towards what he believes to be a monkey. As the boy stands before a dark alley, calling out to what he thinks is a monkey, it becomes clear that this creature is far from an ordinary primate. The boy realizes this as well, and fear sets in, causing him to tremble in his shoes. A closer look reveals that the beast has an enchantment circle on its forehead, hinting at some mystical qualities. It turns out this so-called monkey is not flying solo. He has got a whole squad of these enchanted creatures emerging from what looks like a portal gate. Back at the military base, our curious kid is up to something interesting. Picture this, he sneaks into the battalion armory, a place where every weapon from swords to slingshots seems to find its home. And hey, he is not alone in this arsenal wonderland. And there is also a scene stealer, a fiery red-headed lady. She spills the beans that the big shot, the battalion commander, is virtually giving our guy a high five for his accomplishments. Now he is also getting days off and a weapon in the house. But, and there is always a but, the platoon leader is not exactly throwing a confetti party for our hero. Now, the image of the other eye-patched individual once again appears in his mind. Reflecting on the past, he realizes that he was too fixated on his previous life, and perhaps he has not changed as much as he thought. Acknowledging this, he remarks that whether the platoon leader believes in him or not is now a matter of the past. Turning to the red-headed lady, he asks if she agrees, but the lady gives him a silent treatment. And then, with a heavy dose of seriousness, she hits him with the big question, are you really a smug one? So, she goes on this epic tale about the sword marks on those goblin outfits by the gate. Apparently, they all look the same, signaling that our dude single-handedly faced the first goblin wave. She is like, does that even make sense to you? And raises an eyebrow. Finally, the dude grabs a sword that could pass for a piece of firewood. He starts strutting around, showing off like he is the hero of the day, and the lady's just standing there, totally dumbfounded. She throws a friendly caution his way, saying, hey, do not just grab any random weapon. I am backing you into a corner here. But he is all stubborn, insisting he is vibing with this one. The system window reveals that the wooden sword he chose is called the Cloud Blade. It has the ability to absorb water and release a wet fog. He acknowledges that it might seem like a useless and trashy item right now. However, he claims that in the future, Sergeant Choi In-jun becomes known as a sword saint with this very sword. The true name of the item is revealed to be the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. In the Dangan mythology, there were three weather gods, the Wind Lord, Rain Master, and the Cloud Master. The Cloud Master's pitch-black hand was called the Hand of Darkness, interpreted as blades hidden amidst the clouds. These blades, hidden amidst the clouds, were none other than the Thunder God. Upon unleashing its full power, the Cloud Master's hand becomes capable of using lightning mighty enough to raid a mid-sized monster dungeon all alone. And the boy believes that with the combination of steel and lightning, nothing can beat him, and this time he is determined to wield this powerful weapon. But the lady, completely oblivious to the epic lore drop, asks if he does not think the Cloud Blade is a bit scrappy for someone with his accomplishments. But our dude's like, "No, I am good with this one. Time's ticking, and I cannot be picky." Just as they are chatting, the sirens go absolutely bonkers, grabbing the lady's attention too. The whole military base turns into an echo chamber of emergency sirens, and the rumor mill spreads like wildfire. Emergency. Iduan Gate breakout. Soldiers start sprinting, yanking on their uniforms like it is a fire drill. Our dude, who was all chill a minute ago, is suddenly Mr. Serious. He stands there silently, looking like he is ready to drop some hero moves. Now, the red-headed lady's giving him the side eye, suspecting something fishy. Why is he not surprised? And seriously, why is he so calm? It's like he already knew about this emergency. Now, we are in the city, where the soldiers are on guard, making sure nothing funky happens. Enter a seriously stern-looking night lady, marching with her posse like she owns the place. Two regular soldiers, just chilling on guard duty, are totally gobsmacked. One states that, "This is my first time witnessing the Blue Flower Guild in action." The other drops the knowledge bomb that the Blue Flower sent reinforcements for this gate backup mission. They start dissecting the scene, chatting about those flashy armors and designer-level weapons. It's like the Blue Flower Guild raided a high-end fantasy fashion show. One soldier goes all in, revealing that if you could sell what you see, you would be able to buy a building in Gangnam. That's when the blonde dude spills the beans about his master plan. "I am transferring to the Blue Flower after my service. Gonna spend my whole life flexing." Now, we see our dude's running his own little platoon, looking all commander-like. He reminds the soldiers that the vice president spilled the beans. It is Cobbled Gate this time. But hold on, these little buggers may be small, but they play dirty. Because they use poison needles and gas that hits you harder than fighting giant orcs. And casualties can stack up like a bad game of Jenga. Then, he singles out a soldier for a fashion faux pas, telling him no rolling up sleeves in the middle of duty. We're not at a beach party. But, of course, there is always that one soldier questioning the seriousness of it all, wondering if the kobolds will even bother coming this far. Our guy shuts him down real quick, making it crystal clear this is not a drill. He even throws in a vivid image of kobolds gouging eyes out, just to drive the point home. The terrified soldier states no sir. And just when you think it is over, our man drops the mask bomb, and tells them to inspect those masks, because they are talking about poison gas protection in case things go south. Safety takes first priority, even in the midst of monster madness. Now, Blondie enters the scene, tossing shade like confetti. He shouts over to our dude, asking if his so-called trash unit is also having a strategy meeting. Then, he goes full-on mockery mode, saying they might be mistaken for the support squad in a raid or something. The poor squad members, taking hits like champs, stay silent. You see, the support squad is like the benchwarmers of the game, composed of low-ranked players who could not climb the ladder. But our blue-headed hero gives Blondie the ultimate side-eye of scorn. You can practically feel the "how dare you" vibes. Without missing a beat, he claps back, schooling Blondie that many kobolds sneak away during the raid. He instructs him not to be all carefree just because they are at the back. And so, masks at the ready folks. By the way, the red ground is that evacuation zone when the gate opens. Safety first, trash unit or not. But the Blondie is not having sass. He snaps back, making it clear that he can handle himself just fine. Thank you very much. No need for advice from a sidekick. Blondie throws shade, acting like he is some high and mighty hero, not the lowly sidekick type. Our man shoots him another epic side eye because, seriously, who does this guy think he is? As Blondie struts away, our dude cannot let it slide. He throws one last reminder about the danger lurking. But Blondie just scoffs and states, "Sure, Mr. Squad Commander of the shitty squad." The rest of the squad members stay silent, like they have accepted their trash status. But our man is still fuming. Those bastards made a mockery of his friends and buddies, and he is not letting it slide. Trash or not, they are his trash squad, and he is not taking any crap from Blondie. Overflowing with frustration, our dude unleashes a verbal storm on his squad, commanding them to get themselves together. With a tone so spine-chilling, he hammers home the point that this is not the first time they have heard it. Or is it? He reminds them that this is not some virtual game, it is real life, where lives can be on the line, and growls at them to don't lose your spirit. The squad, feeling the weight of his words, responds in unison, a resounding "yes, sir." He goes on, explaining the kobolds' petite stature, emphasizing the need to target their emotional sensors in the sewers and narrow passages. He declares that there's no time to waste. You've got 20 minutes, and like the obedient bunch they are, the soldiers kick into action, ready to tackle the mission. The countdown begins, and the squad gears up for some serious kobold confrontation. Corporal Lee calls out to Soldier Junmo, and like clockwork, he responds with a hearty "yes, sir." Private Park Junmo reporting for duty. While the soldiers are busy with their tasks, they take a moment to gossip. One of them points out his fella if he has noticed Corporal Lee Hyunwook. He seems unusually anxious today. The other agrees, noting that he is exceptionally serious. With all the routes closed and the soldiers prepared, Corporal Lee Hyunwook is on edge. He's staring at one soldier with a blank expression, giving the poor guy the creeps. It's like his gaze is trying to penetrate the soldier's soul. Feeling the awkward tension, the soldier musters an uncomfortable smile, asking, "What is going on?" It's like a scene from a psychological thriller and everyone's on edge. Out of nowhere, a needle shoots straight into Corporal Lee's neck, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Glancing at the needle, it is clear it is the poison work of those sneaky kobolds. The dude starts to crumble to the ground. Then, a poisonous gas bomb explodes, hitting the soldiers like a nasty surprise. They drop like dominoes, succumbing to the unexpected attack. But it is not just one bomb, there is a series of poisonous gas blasts in the vicinity. Most soldiers have now kissed the dust, while some desperately try not to inhale the toxic green cloud. A few soldiers, quick on their feet, scramble to put on their masks, attempting to shield themselves from the poisonous onslaught. Seizing the chaos, the kobolds take advantage, lunging at the soldiers, hell-bent on sabotaging them under the cover of the poisonous gas. It's a ruthless ambush, and the situation just went from bad to worse. Paralyzed on the ground, Corporal Lee can only watch in horror as his comrades are ripped apart. Then, a kobold strolls down towards him, exuding a ferocity that screams big shot leader of the kobold party. The dude's eyes widen in disbelief. This kobold jerk decides it is time to pull a dagger out of his ass and launches his attack. And just when you think it is curtains for our dude, someone crashes into the kobold out of nowhere. The abrupt collision accidentally cuts near Corporal Lee's eye, adding injury to the insult of the poisonous needle. The resilient kobold, refusing to give in, rises once again to his knees, dagger in hand. Amidst the chaos, the injured corporal calls out to his comrade, desperately reaching for help. The comrade rushes to his side, handing him a mask, urging him to put it on immediately. But before Junno can attend to the injured corporal, his head is sent soaring through the air, body left behind in a gruesome display of blood gushing from the severed neck. Helpless, Corporal Lee can only watch in horror as his comrade's head flies through the air, the surreal scene terrifying him to the core. Now, the scene takes a shift to the present, where Park Junno questions Corporal Lee about the reason for summoning him. Here, we unveil the dark truth of our hero's past life. Park Junno was killed by kobolds while trying to save Corporal Lee. What we witnessed earlier was a glimpse into our boy's previous life. In the present, Corporal Lee, scarred by the past, is taking extra precautions. He instructed the soldiers to place sensors in every possible path, a move triggered by the traumatic events he experienced. This explains his overly cautious approach when Blondie was ridiculing them. Now, fully prepared for the impending battle at the rear, our hero is ready to face the kobolds head-on. We return to the moment where Corporal Lee was calling out to Genmo. In response, the soldier assures his corporal that he will follow any order Lee has to give. Corporal Lee informs the soldier that he will send a signal later, and when he does, the soldier is to take the squad members and leave the operation zone. The soldier, taken aback by this unexpected request, startles at the suddenness of the plan. Just then, a six-wheeler military truck speeds towards them, leaving the soldier shocked to his core. He mumbles, "Armed desertion." Corporal Lee corrects him, stating that it is not desertion, it is a war tactic. In the following scene, transmissions come in about kobold annihilation from various squads. Beta Squad reports that Zone 2, B9 kobold nest, is discovered. Outside a building, we see soldiers are fully prepared to infiltrate the nest, with over 200 kobolds spotted inside. The platoon commander starts giving a series of hand signals, a secret military language that goes over the head of anyone not versed in military nerdery. With that, they prepare to enter in a wide-range magicka formation, gearing up for the intense mission ahead. With a swift hand gesture, the squad marches through the closed door, completing their infiltration. Inside, they seamlessly transition into a formation, ready for whatever lies ahead. A command rings out to unleash the magic circle and stand by. Following orders, the soldiers activate their enchantments, fully prepared for the impending battle. Kobolds start to emerge from the shadows. In the blink of an eye, the entire place is now crawling with kobolds, swarming like cockroaches in the gutters. These furious beasts are not exactly thrilled to have uninvited guests crashing into their home without so much as a knock on the door. With a wild surge, the kobolds launch at the squad, their sheer numbers overwhelming to say the least. Yet, despite the impending onslaught, the squad receives the order to stand by. Following instructions, they hold their ground, allowing the giant cat-like creatures to make the first move. As soon as one bold kobold attempts to touch the soldiers, the squad finally gets the green light to fire back. Instantly, they unleash their fiery might, guns blazing, turning those kobolds into crispy critters. The fire rages in every direction, burning any kobold daring enough to step into its fiery dance. The battleground becomes a chaotic symphony of destruction, with the soldiers wielding their might against the kobold invaders. Outside, soldiers led by Corporal Lee are in action, strategically placing sensors in every nook and cranny of the streets. Zone 2 signals the completion of their attack, confirming that all sensors are successfully attached. Zone 5 also reports their success in the sensor attaching business. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee is using duct tape to affix something to the floor. He's focused on his task when someone calls out to him from behind. Corporal Lee promptly salutes his senior, revealing that he is attaching motion sensors according to the manual and marking the relevant locations with aluminum tape. Blue Flower Knights proudly stand with their flags fluttering, showcasing their presence. However, an orange-headed individual, Lieutenant Lee Minwi, the Wizard Mage class specialty Warp C rank player, does not seem pleased with what Corporal Lee is up to. He makes it clear that the Blue Flower Guild is here to assess, not fool around over a cobbled gate. Lieutenant Lee Minwi further instructs Corporal Lee that the first platoon will commence its operation in 20 minutes, so the support squad should focus on getting the detox potion. However, Corporal Lee, straightforward as ever, makes it clear that the support squad's mission, as relayed by the Vice Platoon Commander, is to prevent any monsters that might escape from the rear from entering civilian areas. In the background, other soldiers are visibly terrified as Corporal Lee unleashes his frustration at the top of his lungs. The orange head then takes awkward glances around him and starts grinding his teeth upon learning the true mission from Corporal Lee. In a display of superiority due to his high rank, Lieutenant Lee Minwi bullshits our guy with a cocky tone, reminding him not to forget his place just because the battalion commander showed a bit of favor towards Corporal Lee. In a display of superiority, Lieutenant Lee places his finger atop Corporal Lee's head, sternly questioning him about the guy in the barracks. The obedient corporal, like a well-trained dog, immediately replies, "Private Lee Hyunwook," to which the lieutenant asks who has only one gate as real battle experience. Again, the response is, "Private Lee Hyunwook." The lieutenant snaps at the boy, questioning the audacity to teach him and demanding that he wipe that look off his face. However, the boy responds with a polite "No, sir." As the confrontation seems on the brink of escalation, a pink-haired lady soldier comes running, huffing and asking the second platoon leader if there is anything wrong. This lady is Sergeant Choi Seon-ha, a caster mage class specialist and a Heal C rank player. At this point, the orange-headed Lieutenant Lee Minwi is visibly losing his composure upon seeing the vice platoon leader. Words seem to escape him, and he is left speechless. This, however, is all part of our dude's grand plan. He provoked her into coming here because she is Lieutenant Lee Minwi's weakness. Seeing the vice platoon leader, the orange-headed lieutenant suddenly becomes all cozy and friendly towards Corporal Lee, as if they were buddies by birth. He reassures the pink-haired sergeant that the support squad seemed to be having a hard time assessing the site, and he was just reminding Corporal Lee of what a real battle is like. With a blush on his face, Lieutenant Lee asks why she is here. The clumsy lady immediately remembers and reveals that the battalion commander called for Private Lee Hyunwook. Now, our dude is left confused, wondering why he, of all people, is suddenly being called into action. At the site, tanks and four-wheelers have gathered, forming a formidable force. On top of a building, a commanding lady oversees the soldiers, standing tall as they await her orders. With binoculars in hand, she carefully observes the preparations, ensuring everything is in order. And then she spots two soldiers on the road below. And one of the soldiers is the pink-head sergeant and the other is Corporal Lee. The sergeant reassures our guy, advising him not to let the second platoon leader get to his head. With a nod, he decides to leave the scene, as there is much more to be done. However, the lady gives him a playful twinkle in her eye and a sweet smile, suggesting that others will finish setting up the sensors. She invites him to join her, and though he feels a bit reluctant, he has no choice but to comply with her wishes. Our dude is left terrified, with a looming threat and not much time remaining. He wonders why the battalion commander is trying to summon him and what she might want from him. Back at the scene, the red-haired lady stands tall, still peering through her binoculars. A soldier beside her questions if it is okay for their attack squad to be present in a cobbled raid, especially when they are under the battalion commander's direct command. The lady reveals that it is indeed the battalion commander's orders and makes it clear that soldiers are meant to follow the orders given to them. Finally, Corporal Lee arrives at the temporary command post, the battalion commander's spot, asking if he heard correctly that he was summoned. At this moment, the scar-faced gorilla and the lizard-like warrant are present. Corporal Lee is quite confused to see the lizard-faced lieutenant, though he senses a serious tone in the gorilla's presence. He cannot shake off the feeling of uncertainty regarding why the Lieutenant Chun Myung-ho is here with the battalion commander. The battalion commander finally speaks up, revealing that he wants to put our dude to the test. He proposes that Corporal Lee take the place of Choi In-jun, who is currently on leave, and serve as the temporary squad leader of the 1st platoon for the 2nd strike mission on the gate. Our dude is losing his mind at this unexpected turn of events. He wonders why the baldy is paying attention to him now when he never did before. Despite the confusion, he realizes there is no time for this and immediately addresses the battalion commander. He points out that he has only carried out missions with the support squad since his assignment at the base, and this is not even a drill. He expresses his confusion about why he would put the lives of the 1st platoon on the line during an actual battle. While the outside remains seemingly calm, inside the temporary command post, the air is thick with tension. The gorilla bluntly declares that it is his order, and our dude bites his lips, realizing he has to face the challenge. As they deliberate, the Delta platoon reports that the boss monster has left the cobbled nest. The order comes to personnel on the 2nd and 3rd red rounds to stay alert. Our dude is on the verge of losing his composure, realizing that the kobolds will soon attack the support squad. The urgency pushes him to grind his teeth. He cannot just stay put. The need to get out of there is overwhelming, no matter the cost. He decides to address the battalion commander, stating that he has something to say. The battalion commander, all ears, tells him to go on. Suddenly, a silence descends on our dude as if he cannot muster the courage to speak. Meanwhile, outside, the redhead lady continues peeking through her binoculars and spots a guy running down the streets. Now, the redhead lady is all confused, witnessing this unexpected development. The guy running down the streets is none other than our hero, Corporal Lee, racing as if there is no tomorrow. Suddenly, he screams at the top of his lungs toward his support squad, continuously running and shouting something about the gas. Right at that moment, the sirens start to buzz, and the entire place descends into chaos. Just like in Corporal Lee's memories, the gases start to appear out of the gutters. And, in the blink of an eye, the entire area is covered in this ominous green gas. Amidst this chaos, we find him all terrified, witnessing the event unfolding much quicker than he remembers. So, we are back at the battalion commander's temporary command post, and Corporal Lee is about to dish out some juicy details to his superiors. The gorilla gives him the nod to go ahead, and he starts off by saying he heard through the grapevine that this very gorilla lost his entire platoon. The battalion commander and that sneaky lizard guy lurking in the background are both pretty shocked to hear this. Corporal Lee goes on to explain that this is precisely why he finds it hard to believe that Battalion Command is now suddenly asking him to join a combat squad, just for a test, despite him being a lowly corporal in the so-called crappy support squad. He then turns to the battalion commander, his voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and frustration, and asks if they have started to look down on an ordinary soldier like him so much that they now consider our boy just another expendable regular soldier. But the commander immediately denies it, saying it is all just a big misunderstanding. That is when our man, with a straight face and an undeniably gutsy attitude, says that if it really comes down to following the commander's orders, then he would gladly give his life. Deep inside, he is getting frustrated, wrestling with the fact that he cannot just come out and tell the commander about the truth, that he knows the future. This secrecy is driving him up the wall because, truth be told, he has zero interest in leading the combat squad. In an effort to stir the pot, he decides to lay it out for the commander. If his lack of battlefield experience means commanding someone else's squad, then they are staring down the barrel of a very real possibility of high casualties. He does not stop there, though. He makes it crystal clear that while he is genuinely grateful for the battalion commander's high expectations of him, if the cost of validation is too steep, he is prepared to disobey the orders. The battalion commander is momentarily lost for words, unsure of how to respond to such a direct challenge. It is at this point that the warrant officer steps in, reminding our guy, Corporal Lee, that defiance during wartime is a capital offense, and he will have to face the consequences. The boy remains silent because he is well aware of the rules and regulations. However, his silence is not out of fear. He is more concerned about the fact that if he does not act, everyone in the real guard will die. Outside, everything seems calm for a moment, but inside, the tension is palpable. Finally, the commander speaks up and, surprisingly, gives in to the boy's wishes, saying that since he insists on proceeding with the original support mission today, he has the green light to go. Now, our guy is quite surprised to hear this, especially coming from this stubborn gorilla of a commander. But then, the commander adds a but to this agreement. With a stern tone and a somewhat cocky face, he makes it clear that, like a true soldier, our man has to deal with the consequences of disobeying orders later. Now we are finally back outside, where the entire area has already fallen victim to this green gas, and the sirens are going absolutely bonkers. There is our guy, doing his best not to inhale the poisonous gas, all while scanning the area with his eyes for his fellow soldiers. He immediately puts on his gas mask, and while he is at it, he is cursing those damn kobolds under his breath. Without missing a beat, he starts to pull out a sword from the enchanted inventory box. Now, this box is no ordinary bag. In it, you can load items from military supplies, and the number of items stored may vary for higher-ups and soldiers. He then pulls out a water bottle and starts to pour the water onto the sword. As he does, a system window pops up, giving all the deets about this sword. Its name is Cloudblade, and its effect is pretty cool. The sword absorbs water and releases a wet fog. And just like that, the sword has started to absorb water, with the absorption rate hitting 25%. Now he is geared up, sword in hand and mask on his face, but he cannot see clearly because of the toxic gas enveloping everything. He wonders if he is too late, silently hoping everyone managed to run to safety. But it seems the kobold creatures have already arrived on the scene, starting to slash at the poor soldiers caught in their path. And right in front of us, this soldier is just getting brutally butchered. As the scene zooms out, we see it is not just one, kobolds are everywhere, and the soldiers are putting up their best fight to beat these beasts back. Then, amidst the chaos, one soldier getting the beating of his life starts to shout for help, calling out to Private Park Junmo. Hearing the pleas for help, one Solider immediately turns around, his resolve hardening. He swings around with his gun ready to take down these kobolds, determined to save his fellow soldiers from this nightmarish assault. With blazing determination, he pulls the trigger, ready to take these kobolds down. But it turns out these creatures are not just mindless beasts, they immediately react to the commotion. and before the bullets can even reach them, they start to scatter from the scene, leaving the injured soldier on the ground. It looks like the soldier is alive, but he is far too injured for comfort. Amidst the smoke and chaos that is engulfing everything, the soldiers are doing their best to hold their ground. In a moment of quick thinking, one of the soldiers instructs the injured man to get inside the box and take an MRE with him. Just a side note, the military box is not just any box, it has basic barrier spells around it for transporting supplies and setting up camp in case of an emergency. Taking the opportunity, one soldier tries to drag the injured soldier out of this harrowing place. As he does, a gruesome trail of blood marks their path, a stark and horrifying reminder of the violence they have just faced. The vice president, witnessing this scene, is terrified out of her mind at the sight of this bloodbath. One of the privates tries to snap her back to reality, but the scene before her is just too gruesome for her to quickly recover from. It is then remembered that she is barely 20 years old, making her reaction all the more understandable. Not to mention this is her first real mission after her appointment, which speaks volume. Private Park finds himself in a bit of a pickle too. He is not in a position to back up the support squad soldiers in this situation, adding another layer of complexity to the already chaotic scenario. Just when it seems like the situation cannot get any worse, one soldier shouts at Private Park, informing him that they are now out of ammo and down to their last rounds before the magazines run dry. The kobolds are swarming the area, and their numbers are multiplying rapidly. Left with no options and surrounded by the encroaching threat, the grim realization hits Private Park. They might not make it out of this alive. In a moment of desperation, he recalls something and starts to think about what Corporal Lee Hyunwook would have done in this situation. As the chaos intensifies, another soldier shouts back, reminding the vice president that Private On Minty needs immediate medical attention. It is a dire moment, with the soldiers grappling not just with the immediate danger but also with the need to prioritize their wounded comrade. Fueled by a bright idea inspired by Corporal Lee, Private Park springs into action. As the soldier announces the grim news that they have run out of ammo, Private Park is still holding onto a weapon he has pulled from his inventory. With a sense of urgency, he shouts for the attention of the support squad. Reminding everyone that kobolds are obsessed with shiny things, he unveils his plan. He proposes to use the shiny objects as a distraction to lure the kobolds away. That will create an opportunity for the support squad and the vice leader to make a run for it. However, the vice president is not vibing with this idea and asks Private Park what he is talking about. Undeterred, Park makes it clear that this is his order as the vice platoon leader. He invokes Corporal Lee Hyunwook's words, mentioning that the Blue Flower Guild is just outside the red zone, ready to unleash hell on these kobold motherfuckers. With determination in his eyes, Park orders everyone to grit their teeth and run for their lives. As we glance at the monstrous creatures, it is evident the kobolds have no clue what's about to go down. Private Park raises his hand, acknowledging that his pathetic electric powers cannot take down a single monster. Yet, in the end, the fact that he will use them to save people brings a genuine smile to his face. With absolute resolve and no fear of death, Private Park charges into the opposite direction, holding his shimmering weapon in hand. Every kobold in the vicinity turns their attention to him, chasing him relentlessly. He becomes the star of this deadly show, drawing all the kobolds away from the platoon. Once he reaches a safe distance, he signals everyone that now is their chance to run. However, the soldiers are struggling to gather the courage to flee. It is a heartbreaking moment as they realize Private Park has willingly put himself in the line of fire to save their lives. At this point, it seems inevitable that Private Park is about to meet his demise. The kobolds are mere inches away, reaching out to grab his limbs. Yet, Private Park is not backing down. He is running full throttle, reminding himself that if Corporal Lee were in his shoes, he would use his so-called pathetic power just like this. He then imagines that if Corporal Lee were present, he might have used him as bait too. Just when it appears that Private Park is done for, a shimmering steel blade suddenly comes hurtling down through the air like a laser and starts cutting down the kobolds like cucumbers, turning the tide of the deadly pursuit. Now, the once fiercely disgusting kobolds have transformed into a juicy feast, while good old Private, completely oblivious to the meaty makeover, is still sprinting like he is being chased by his own shadow. But out of the blue, someone pops up right in front of him. He then takes a direct hit and goes tumbling down like a sack of potatoes. And behold, it is Corporal Lee, all serious, informing Private Park that he has heard every bit of the nonsense he was spouting while on his epic jog. But Corporal Lee is standing there all authoritative and defiant, wielding his sword like he is auditioning for a medieval action movie. The sword starts doing its thing, releasing a wet fog that wraps around the entire area. And voila, this magical fog seems to be neutralizing the toxic gas, casually strolling around like it is on a mission to make everything smell like a fresh morning breeze. So, as Corporal Lee strikes a pose that could rival any action hero, it finally dawns on Private Park that this cool cat is none other than his fellow soldier in action. With a grandiose flourish, Corporal Lee dramatically belts out Private Park's name. Now, poor Private Park is all kinds of terrified. He stammers and mumbles, desperately trying to convince Corporal Lee that it is all a big misunderstanding. He was just doing a spot-on impression of the corporal and things got a tad out of control. But instead of scolding Private Park, Corporal Lee surprisingly praises him. You heard it right. He throws a hearty thanks at him for being alive, all with a grin as wide as the Grand Canyon. Now, tears well up in Private Park's eyes, moved by this unexpected moment of appreciation. Meanwhile, these kobolds clearly did not get the memo about sentimental reunions. They are still marching towards our dynamic duo, fueled by the same energy as if they are on a mission to crash the emotional party. Once again, wearing a grin that could light up the darkest dungeon, Corporal Lee declares his genuine pride in Private Park. He goes on a gratitude spree, commending the guy for his noble courage. Then, with an eager glint in his eyes, Corporal Lee turns his attention to the approaching horde of kobolds. He is practically rubbing his hands together with excitement, ready to unleash a symphony of sword slashes on those little troublemakers. With that same broad grin, he announces that this is exactly the kind of party he was hoping for, a grand buffet of hack and slash. He is all in, ready to devour every last one of those kobolds with everything he has got. And so, the slashing spectacle kicks off. Corporal Lee is dicing and slicing those kobolds left and right, as if he has found the ultimate stress relief therapy. He is just chilling in one spot, twirling his sharp blade like it is a ninja's whip, turning approaching kobolds into a smoothie. It is like they wandered into a blender and did not read the warning label. Now, as we glance at the ground, the fallen kobolds have left behind some shiny stones they were holding onto. My man's eyes light up with excitement, ready to savor the flavor of every single one. Meanwhile, Private Park is standing there, utterly confused, wondering what in the world is delicious about these monster pebbles. He throws a frustrated side-eye towards Private Park because, let us face it, munching on essence stones in the presence of Private Park is a strict no-go. It seems the kobolds have finally hit the brakes, maybe realizing they are on a one-way ticket to Kobold Valhalla. My man shoots them a curious glance, wondering aloud where their big boss is hiding. Suddenly, the enchantment emblem on the kobold's head starts to shimmer as if they are being summoned. The realization finally dawns on Corporal Lee, and now he is in disbelief. The kobolds, as if on cue, start turning around. Corporal Lee is standing there in disbelief, while Private Park is still clueless about what the heck is going on. Then, like they have just remembered they left the oven on, the kobolds start heading back in the opposite direction. Now, Corporal Lee kicks into high gear, sprinting after the retreating kobolds like his life depends on it. He immediately yells at Private Lee to hustle before these little buggers put the entire squad in jeopardy. Meanwhile, back on the rooftop, the lady in charge orders the attack squad to hold their ground and shoot down any kobolds escaping the gas zone, coordinating with the Blue Flower Guild to make their way to Cavilion. A nearby soldier nods in understanding. However, he throws a curveball, asking the lady if she is planning to head somewhere herself. Now, the lady is really suspicious of Corporal Lee's peculiar behavior, because he was giving off vibes as he knew already that this is going to happen. So she casually responds that she has something she needs to confirm. And just like that, she nonchalantly leaps off the 5th floor building, descending with the grace of a cat dropping from a pot, landing amidst a swirl of green smoke. Now, we are back in the chaotic battlefield where the Vice President is losing her cool, and Private Minty is on the brink of joining the unconscious squad if he does not get healed pronto. While other soldiers are busy patching up their injured comrades, suddenly their box formation is getting shredded. The boss monster enters the scene, tearing apart their carefully crafted formation. The ordinary soldiers are putting up a valiant fight to maintain their grip on the formation. But lo and behold, there is this one kobold who is busting out some magical moves, giving the soldiers a run for their money. He seems to be the ferocious type, so no rocket science needed to figure out he is the kobold boss. But seriously, I was picturing their boss to be a hulking giant rat, not some magical wizard pulling tricks out of his non-existent sleeves. Finally, he succeeds in tearing down their box barrier, and like a swarm of cockroaches crashing a party, the other lucky kobolds join the scene. Judging by the hunger in their faces, it is crystal clear these guys are in the mood for some fresh human meat. The soldiers, now partially in panic mode because they are fresh out of ammo and surrounded by these hungry monsters, are practically on the verge of turning their pants into a tactical retreat. Suddenly, the boss monster perks up, noticing something unusual. The scene zooms out, revealing silhouettes emerging from the wet fog my man is producing with his sword, and the other is Private Park, both running side by side. The boss monster's alarm bells start ringing, realizing this is not going to be a walk in the park. Seizing the opportunity, my man hurls down his blade with all the force in his arsenal. The sword hurtles directly toward the boss, but with the reflexes of a caffeinated cat, the boss takes a step back, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Much to the monster boss's surprise, the blade pulls a magical stunt, changing its trajectory like it is auditioning for a wizardry show, chasing its target like an automated missile. However, just before it can land a hit, the nimble kobold takes a swift step down, avoiding the direct impact once again. While evading, it takes a tumble but effortlessly regains its footing as if it is a walk in the park. A little victory dance turns into a frown when the kobold realizes the jar it was holding has been pierced by the blade and is now leaking out. Pissed off to the core, he telepathically commands his lackeys to attack our dynamic duo. And so, they launch themselves toward Corporal Lee in Private Park. Now, Corporal Lee's alarm bells are ringing loudly as he finally grasps the gravity of the situation. The kobolds, plotting a sneaky attack, take a step back and find their footing. Keeping a safe distance, they start blowing poisonous darts like it is a twisted party trick. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of those tiny needles are zooming toward Corporal Lee and Private Park. But fear not, my man takes a superhero stance, hurls down his sword, and not a single needle makes its way to our dynamic duo. But hold your applause because here comes round 2, another batch of the same poison needles heading their way. This time, Private Park is right in the line of fire, ready to take the hits. But Corporal Lee immediately screams at the top of his lungs, telling the guy to get down. Sure enough, Private Park immediately leans downward, narrowly avoiding the incoming needles. Now, the window system pops up, reminding us that Corporal Lee boasts a metal control ability, and the current controllable metal weight is a hefty 2959 grams. However, there is a warning flashing. The metal control transition speed is a tad too fast for our guy's current ability. Anyway, priorities first. Corporal Lee ensures that no needle touches his friend or himself. With a swift motion, he deflects all the needles that came their way, sending them off in different directions. Talk about turning poison darts into a deadly game of dodgeball. But here comes another curveball. A warning blinks, indicating my man has lost control of the M7 greatsword, and now the blade is doing its own whimsical dance in the air. Now suddenly the kobold eyes lands on something unexpected. Here we witness Corporal Lee, now with a gun in hand, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the kobolds. It dawns on him, this particular kobold is not just any ordinary commander, he is literally the puppet master controlling the whole kobold squad. The realization hits hard, scaring them off will not buy any time, and engaging in a full-blown battle with these little troublemakers is way too perilous, especially with Private Park as his sidekick. It is time for some strategic thinking and maybe a tactical retreat. So, with a quick decision to retreat, Corporal Lee leads the way into the safety of the box formation. Private Park, looking a bit clumsy but determined, and Corporal Lee are doing their best to reach the box in record time. However, those pesky kobolds are relentless, throwing their poisonous darts once again. Now, they are just a few feet away from the box, but before they can make it to safety, the darts are closing in, mere inches away from hitting their mark. Quick on his feet, Corporal Lee utilizes his metal manipulation once more, successfully diverting the needles away from their tragic trajectory. With a nimble jump, Private Park finally makes it inside the safety of the formation. Corporal Lee also takes a step behind him, sealing the box and leaving those persistent kobolds out in the cold. At this point, the darts are futilely hitting the force field of the safety formation, unable to penetrate through. The kobolds, clearly displeased by this unexpected setback, are starting to get riled up. To really get under their scaly skin, my man decides to flex his funny grin at the kobolds, as if he is practically trying to provoke them. It is like he is throwing a little insult party just for them. Inside the formation, we see soldiers tending to their injured comrades while the vice president is having a meltdown on the side. The other injured souls start to kick back a bit upon seeing Corporal Lee finally back in action. Immediately, Private Park turns to Corporal Lee and breaks the news. Private Minty has lost consciousness. It is a serious situation amidst the chaos. Corporal Lee shoots them a doubtful glance, wondering what on earth they are talking about. After all, they have got the vice president, who is considered the best healer in town. However, it becomes apparent that the lady is going through a full-blown breakdown and is too terrified to even move or flinch. Corporal Lee, now with a hint of sternness in his tone, asks her what the heck she is doing. Private Minty is on the brink of departing for the heavens, and every second counts. Unfortunately, she is in the midst of a panic attack. And to make matters worse, she is the sole healer in the state, the last hope for their injured comrades. It is a desperate situation, to say the least. Corporal Lee gives her an even more terrifying glance, a silent plea for her to snap out of it. Then, he takes a deep sigh and addresses the vice president by her name. Immediately, the lady seems to come to her senses, likely starting to wonder what is going on. As she lifts her gaze, she sees Corporal Lee towering above her, sternly telling her to come back to her senses. The stakes are high, and everyone's lives are hanging in the balance in the midst of this battle. It is a wake-up call for the healer-in-chief. Now, he urges her to snap back if she does not want to live with the regrets of not helping her comrades throughout her life. Drawing from personal experience, Corporal Lee shares how horrifying life becomes when burdened with lingering regrets. Finally, his words seem to weave a magic spell, gradually sinking into her previously clouded mind. As the magical enchantment unfolds, the kobolds in the distance observe the spectacle with keen eyes. Inside the formation, we see the vice president finally snaps back to reality and starts channeling her magical abilities, ready to perform wonders and heal the wounded soldiers. At last, we see a moment of hope amidst the chaos. The story resumes, and while the vice president is fully engaged in healing, Corporal Lee inquires about the soldier's well-being. She then reveals that he has lost a significant amount of blood due to being late. But she is all determined not to give up on saving him. In response, my man throws her a pleasant thank you with a warm smile. Now, he decides to borrow all the blades from his fellow soldiers and starts manipulating them with his abilities. Private Park, in complete disbelief, questions Corporal Lee, wondering if he is actually planning to face those bastards head-on. grinding his teeth out of frustration. Corporal Lee makes it crystal clear that he is itching to give those creatures a taste of their own medicine. Now, the scene shifts, and we see someone of high authority cruising down the highway in their luxury car. Meanwhile, the lady, after taking a phone call, abruptly cuts it. It becomes evident that she is quite fond of spiders, as we can see one casually chilling around on her shoulder. As we take a full look at her, we see the lady sitting there gracefully, mentioning a plan to pay a visit for some consolation. There is an air of mystery and authority around her, making it clear that she is not one to be taken lightly. On her way, she instructs her driver to head to Itiwan. Now, we are back in the arena where my man is casually strolling through the green smoke, supported by the daggers that seem to dance around him. He stumbles upon the mark he made with the duct tape before the kobold attack. As he stands there, we see the kobolds are gearing up for the impending action against our formidable guy. At this point, the boss monster, in particular, is grinding his teeth at the mere sight of our boy. Telepathically, he commands his lackeys to get ready for the showdown. Meanwhile, he is still standing over the duct tape mark, his daggers floating around him, providing a full-blown cover from every possible angle. With a devilish grin etching on his face, it is apparent that the prey has walked right into the perfect hunting spot, and the night is about to get a whole lot crazier for him. Shifting perspectives, we take a full look from above, revealing that this place is the center mark where he strategically set up boxes and sensors at the desired location. The only margin of error is a section of Area A, commanded by Vice President Choi Seonha, the pink-haired lady. Now, he is all fired up, realizing that it is game over once he gets his hands on the kobold's leader, the puppet master pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Right on cue, he whips out his metal detector and scans the entire area, revealing the whereabouts of every sneaky kobold lurking in the shadows, just waiting to pounce on our unsuspecting hero. And any metal he does not recognize outside of this area must be those pesky kobolds up to no good. Finally, the showdown kicks off, and he readies his daggers, manipulating them with his metallic powers. Then, just as things get intense, the system window pops up again, dropping the deets about the consume effect. Apparently, munching on metal and absorbing it increases the weight he can control. And currently, he is in command of a whopping 2,959 grams of metal mayhem. Finally, he hurls his blades in every direction, aiming at the anticipated lurking kobolds like he is auditioning for a knife-throwing circus act. Meanwhile, the kobold leader has starting to catch wind of our guy's master plan. The blades swing into action, piercing through those kobolds one by one, like they are cutting through a cake at a birthday party. Now, these creatures are groaning in pain, and their green blood, which is surprisingly stylish color for blood, is gushing out with every blade hit. Suddenly, one blade gets a personal vendetta against the kobold leader and turns toward him. It is like the blade has a score to settle, and it is not taking no for an answer. But hold on, the kobold leader is not about to kick back and watch his comrades getting chopped down like vegetables. He kicks into full wizard mode, unleashing his magical prowess. He then tries to snatch the floating sword with his magical energy, and would not you know it, he successfully grabs the blade like it is a mid-air game of catch, magical style. But wait, Corporal Lee was way ahead of the game. It is like he had a crystal ball for situations like these, predicting it with the precision of a ninja fortune teller. Without missing a beat, he hurls a batch of blades towards the poor kobold, who is already tangled up with one blade like a badly wrapped present. These blades are coming from practically every direction, and this kobold is standing there like he is the designated target for a medieval knife-throwing carnival act. Just when you think it is game over for our screeching kobold friend, he lets out a scream that could wake Super Saiyan 4 before Goku even gets a chance. Corporal Lee's eyes widen in disbelief, as if he has just witnessed Superman himself dropping into the scene. As the scene zooms out, shockingly, the kobold has somehow managed to grab all 5 of the blades that were coming at him. Now, this kobold seems to be beyond angry. In a move that is either brave or just plain foolish, my man decides to taunt the already furious creature by flaunting his hand gestures, attempting to manipulate those daggers further. He kicks it up a notch by using his power of steel manipulation, all while trying to sweet-talk the kobold into giving back his precious daggers. But then, out of nowhere, the system window decides to chime in with a reality check, warning him that his daggers are bound by a force even higher than the weight he can control. Now he is startled, like someone who just realized their superpower is not as super as they thought. And the kobold seizes the opportunity to unleash his lackeys. They get the signal from their boss to attack, and without wasting a single moment, these kobolds start launching needles at our poor guy. Before he can even process what is happening, a needle arrives from behind, ready to plant a not-so-friendly kiss on his back. He finally turns around, only to realize that he is in a tight spot. Let us just say things are looking a bit dicey for our hero. Now, he bravely stands there, taking the barrage of needles directly on his body like it is some weird initiation ceremony for the Needle Lovers Club. The air is so thick with tension you could cut it with one of those fallen daggers, and the kobolds are watching with bated breath, wondering if our guy is now officially a human pincushion. As if on cue, the daggers decide to retire early, falling lifelessly to the ground as if our guy suddenly lost control over them. The kobold boss, looking as confused as a cat watching a magic trick, takes a moment to process what just happened. Suddenly, he snaps out of his confusion and immediately directs his lackeys to lunge at our guy. Without missing a beat, all the kobolds start charging toward the dude who just took a rain of poisonous needles like he is the lead in some bizarre, deadly parade. It is safe to say things are about to get wild, and our hero might need more than just luck to get out of this one. As we zoom in, it turns out the needles landed on his hands, but quick thinking saved the day. He transformed his hands into steel right before they could turn him into a human pincushion. Now, he is grinding his teeth, fuming, more determined than ever not to let this life end like his previous one. Standing up, he casually shrugs off all the needles pinned on him like it is just a pesky mosquito bite. Behold, his steel muscles are now on display, the unsung heroes that just saved his behind from an untimely demise. With a triumphant move, he retrieves his daggers, and now they are spinning in the air like he is auditioning for a knife-throwing circus. Our guy is beyond pissed. It is like these kobolds just stomped on his very last nerve. The kobolds launch towards him, ready to take him down, and, on the flip side, the daggers are coming right at him. With a booming voice and a dramatic hand gesture, he screams for everyone to get lost. The daggers respond to his fury, slashing through the air with a vengeance. They move so fast around him that it is like a tornado or maybe a blender, and the kobolds are getting cut left and right like cucumbers in a salad. This spectacle of sheer strength is so intense, you can practically see it from far away. Finally, after an intense showdown with those pesky rats, he stands amidst the settling dust, looking like a warrior straight out of a metal album cover. The kobold leader is having a reality check, wondering what just hit him. He directly calls out to this motherfucker of a kobold mage and, with determination in his eyes, he tells him it is time to settle the score. And so, the kobold decides it is time to get serious, taking an offensive stance while simultaneously unleashing a mysterious green gas from his jar, setting the stage for this impending battle. On the other side stands our guy, surrounded by the swirling green gas. Unfazed, he whips out his sword, conjuring a wet fog that pours out to counter the poisonous effects of the kobold's gas. Amidst the thickening smoke, he reminds the wizard kobold that he has put a lot of effort into ensuring a fair and square match, and he is not vibing with this smoke disguise idea. Now, armed with his trusty metal detector, he starts scanning the surrounding area. Even in this dense fog, it is as clear as day to him where this tricky kobold is standing. It is like he is playing hide and seek, but our guy brought a cheat code in the form of high-tech metal detection. Now, having learned a thing or two from past confrontations, our guy believes it is too reckless to throw the daggers at the kobold like last time. He is aware they will just get trapped, so he has to tread carefully. Taking a closer look at the kobold, he notices something unusual. The wizard is strangely firm on his feet, not making any movements at all. As our boy takes a look down, a shimmering red energy descends towards him, aiming to catch him off guard. On the other side, the kobold is stretching his magical energy as far as possible, attempting to reach our guy. Finally, the energy whips extend and grab Corporal Lee by the leg, causing him to take an unexpected tumble to the ground. Courtesy of the kobold's energy whip. Now fully geared up for revenge, the kobold lifts our guy from the ground and elevates him into the air, going higher and higher into the sky. With a fierce flick, he hurls our guy forcefully from above, sending him crashing into the ground below, creating a cloud of dust in his wake. The kobold starts feeling victorious and starts laughing like a maniac, thinking he just hit the jackpot. The fucker stands confidently, sporting a grin of triumph. But much to his surprise, his joy is cut short when he hears our guy calling out to him from the midst of the chaos. Now, our man's had enough of playing the hero. He is ready to embrace the role of the villain in his own story. Why? Because he simply cannot tolerate a pesky rat of a kobold laughing at him. As we take a peek at his legs, they have transformed into steel before he could even hit the ground. Despite bleeding from his mouth, he is on fire, not just from the fall, but from the sheer determination to end this conniving kobold who keeps dragging him through the depths of hell, reminding him of his previous life again and again. On the other side, the kobold is still spouting mad noises from his mouth, fueled by anger that matches our guy's. He then vanishes from his spot like a flash, but this time, he is not going anywhere unnoticed by our guy's keen eyes. On the flip side, the kobold is tearing through space at lightning speed, rushing down toward our fella. In a blink, he appears behind our boy, readying his dagger to catch him by surprise. However, our man, showcasing his lightning-quick reflexes, effortlessly dodges the attack by taking a step back and firmly planting his feet on the ground. Now, he is even more pissed, not just from the attack, but also from the audacity of this little rat trying to strike from behind. He hurls down his sword right back at him, all the while telling him that getting stabbed from the back is the thing he despises the most. However, this cunning bastard of a kobold counters with his own dagger, but the expression on his face reveals that he is finding himself in a tight spot. Now, Corporal Lee channels his body strength into his legs, turning them as hard as steel, and delivers a devastating blow to this bastard's face. The kobold is sent soaring through the air, crashing and bouncing on the ground like a pebble in a water pool with no brakes. While this sorry excuse for a rat wizard lies on the ground thoroughly beaten, Corporal Lee makes it abundantly clear that he has envisioned this very moment for a long time. Finally, he is having his revenge against kobold backstabbers like him. Leaning over the battered kobold, he states with a mix of triumph and righteous anger that this little rodent is the first one to meet his end at his hands. He even throws in a sarcastic note, telling this creature to feel honored for being the pioneer in this grim lineup. With that mask crushed beneath his boot, my man is grinning like a boss. The battered bastard on the ground can no longer use that crappy magic, and Corporal Lee is ready to cure his past trauma by taking his revenge. He hurls his daggers at the kobold, and like boomerangs, they come back slicing down this rat from every direction. The dagger this creature once held is now on the ground, and his smoke jar has turned into rubble. Despite the 1,000 cuts, the rat motherfucker surprisingly still clings to life. Undeterred, Corporal Lee grabs him by the mouth, preparing his sword like a devil about to strike the final blow to this kobold's head. It is payback time, and it looks like the score is about to be settled in the most satisfying way possible. But just before ending his life, Corporal Lee lets the rat wizard know that because of him, he spent years like a cripple. He reveals that the daggers that just sliced him 1,000 times were once wielded by squad members whom this kobold wizard killed in his previous life. As the rat's life hangs in the balance, the image of Private Park appears in Corporal Lee's mind. Private Park, a kind and happy soul, always admired Corporal Lee. Yet, one day, this bastard had severed Park's head from his body, a haunting memory that still grips Corporal Lee to this very day. It is a moment of reckoning, where past grievances surface, and the weight of revenge takes a toll on both the victor and the vanquished. With a searing determination, Corporal Lee thrusts his sword into the kobold's belly, exacting a brutal payback for what he did to his comrades. As the sword starts to pierce the creature, a window notification pops up, stating that Cloud Balse is absorbing the blood of an elite monster, and the energy being filled is of an unknown nature. The progress bar indicates it is 1% charged. Ignoring the digital prompt, Corporal Lee drives the sword deeper into the kobold's belly, the creature desperately trying to let out screams of agony. Meanwhile, Kobold's own dagger, lying on the ground, starts to shimmer. With his steel manipulation ability, Corporal Lee brings the dagger towards him, stopping it right before the kobold's forehead. Driven by the desire for payback for the scar this kobold left on his face in his previous life, Kobolod's own blade starts to thrust into his own head, slicing the rat wizard's face in half. With this final, vindictive strike, the bastard finally meets his well-deserved demise. The system notification pops up again, declaring that Cloud Blade is being filled with an unknown energy, and 11% has been achieved. The notification further states that the latent powers of Cloud Blade will be unlocked when it is completely filled with this unknown energy. But who cares about what this system window is saying? Corporal Lee is feeling satisfied. Finally, he has reversed the first event of his past that had been haunting him, and the weight of revenge has been lifted, even if it's only a little. Now, back on the streets, the smoke has started to dissipate. Suddenly, the medallion of the kobold pops out of his lifeless body. Corporal Lee is struck with a mixture of amazement and surprise at this unexpected turn of events. Another notification pops up, revealing that it is the Devil Medallion, and he has acquired Inferno. This Hellfire Medallion contains the power of devilish race demons and is the highest ranked item in the medallion series. However, Corporal Lee gives the medallion a doubtful glance, wondering why it is appearing there all of a sudden. Also, this Devil's Medallion, Inferno, is believed to belong to a leader of an undead army. It is believed that the undead army led by this mysterious guy was hell for the surviving humans, making him humanity's worst villain, and this villain is a necromancer. However, there is virtually no intel about this guy, and the mystery surrounding him deepens. My man, though, has one crucial piece of information, specific growth traits that they have in common. He has always kept hidden the fact that he can advance from an F rank because of this specific growth trait. This trait allows one to grow through a specific method, not through normal combat or training. We further learn that in Corporal Lee's previous life, he barely managed to end the battle at his Blue Lava Golem workshop, acquiring a mere replica of Inferno, which was an imitation of the original. Now, he is filled with curiosity. Why is this original Inferno the genuine Hellfire Medallion is appearing out of nowhere? He then starts to lose his brain cells, wondering if there is something else he is not aware of. The poison gas is almost gone, so he decides to eat it before anyone see him eating this thing. But before he could take a bite out of it, the redhead lady appears behind him and calls out a name that leaves the dude sweating buckets. Now she draws her weapon and sternly asks him who the hell he actually is, and she further questions him what is he hiding. At this point, this goofball just does not know how to respond, and one thing he is clear on is that he is royally fucked. Then, the spider lady arrives at the scene and cuts through the thick tension with her resounding voice of claps. She takes off her mask, and with her delicate lips, she lets out that the battle she just saw was impressive. As this spider lady closes in on the vicinity, the red-headed lady introduces herself as the captain of the 1st Battalion Attack Squad of the 3rd Amp Brigade. She sternly informs her that they are inside a military operation area, and civilians are not allowed. However, the spider lady pays no heed to what the redhead is blabbering about and strides straight toward our guy. It seems like she is on a mission of her own and is not easily deterred by military protocols. Without beating around the bush, she greets our guy and introduces herself as Catherine Yu, the head of the Soul Attack unit of the Blue Flower Guild. She also extends her hand with her guild card. The boy is playing hard to get, ignoring the lady's fancy moves as she clings to that card like it is the last slice of pizza at a party. She throws him a curveball, asking if he has been living under a rock and does not recognize her. But, from the expression on his face, it is crystal clear he is not suffering from amnesia. Turns out, she is on his hit list, and revenge is on his mind. Now, let us rewind and peek into his past. There is this feisty redhead with a shield bigger than my weekend plans, trying to play firefighter and stop the flames from toasting her marshmallows. In the midst of the chaos, she is giving the dude a lecture telling him to get his act together, and insists him to survive this hot mess. Corporal Lee tells her to get out of the way, but this lady's playing statue and refuses to budge. And later, she ends up being the tragic victim of these creatures crawling above her. And the reason for her death falls on this lady, Yuhina, a true murderer of Seo Yuna. Now back to the present. The spider lady, not receiving any response from our guy, assumes he probably does not recognize her. Nonetheless, she leaves him with one thing clear: rejecting her offer means losing a huge opportunity laid in front of him. But our dude could not care less about her glorified guild and is probably daydreaming about giving her face a makeover. The tension is thicker than peanut butter on a winter morning. Then, out of the blue, the redhead breaks the tension, reminding Miss Spider that this is not a tea party, it is a military zone, and orders her to skedaddle pronto. Spider Lady, feeling the heat, lets out a frustrated sigh. With a glare that could freeze the sun, she snaps back, reminding the redhead about military decorum. She insists on being addressed by her proper title, the head honcho of the Soul Attack Squad from the Blue Flower Guild. Now, it is like a staring contest on steroids between these two ladies, shooting daggers at each other with just their eyes. My man's caught in the crossfire of this intense glare-off, feeling as uncomfortable as a cat at a dog show. But just when things could not get any more awkward, a military truck makes its dramatic entrance in the scene. The thing screeches to a halt, grabbing everyone's attention. Out steps none other than the big cheese himself, the battalion commander. The commander scans the scene, first left, where he spots the deceased kobolds, then right, where their leader lies sprawled out like a discarded sandwich wrapper. At this point, Corporal Lee is sweating buckets now, envisioning all sorts of doom and gloom scenarios. Then the commander starts shooting him a skeptical look. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee's mind is doing the limbo out of his body, attempting to slip away from his physical self, urging him to handle this shit on his own. So, we are back in action, and the battalion commander slices right through the heavy air of tension when he meets the department head of the Soul Attack Squads. With a grin, he says it has been ages since they last faced off. The lady fires back with the same vibe, wondering how things are holding up. Then, the battalion commander does not miss a beat to show his thanks for the reinforcements sent over by the Blue Flower Guild. But he lays it down straight. This is military ops territory, and sneaking into the action zone without the green light is a no-go, even for the Blue Flower Guild. So, he politely, but firmly, suggests she makes an exit. She then lets out a sigh of disappointment, rolling her eyes at how predictably inflexible typical soldiers can be. Yet, to pique everyone's curiosity, she hints she was just about to get to the best part of the story. But she decides to let it go. Then, out of the blue, she kisses the guild card she has been holding, leaving a delicate mark of her lipstick on it, and slides it into our guy's uniform pocket. With a wink, she tells him to call her later. After that, the lady makes her grand exit from the restricted area, and the battalion commander immediately calls over our boy, the corporal. The corporal snaps to attention and reports in. The commander then drops the bombshell. From this moment on, the corporal himself is being promoted to squad commander for the kobold operation. He orders him to make the rescue of the survivors the top priority, and entrusts him with the task of assigning roles to the squad members. Corporal Lee does not say a word in front of his senior, he just takes it all in stride. But deep down, he is really not feeling the whole spiel the commander has dumped on him. The commander then lays down another order, telling him that once the dust settles and the operation wraps up, Corporal Lee needs to report back to him in person for a debriefing. With the unyielding energy of a soldier, Corporal Lee responds with a crisp yes, sir. But just as they are about to part ways, the redhead lady shoots him a soul-piercing glance. And just like that, Corporal Lee feels a shiver run down his spine, all thanks to her intense gaze. A week has flown by, and we are outside the 3rd Armored Brigade, 1st Battalion, where everything seems peaceful. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing that the absorption of Devil's Medallion metal is complete, and the controllable metal weight has increased by 499 grams. Now, Corporal Lee can manipulate a total weight of 3458 grams with his powers. Shifting the scene, we find ourselves outside the boys' bathroom, where it sounds like someone's really going through it, puking their guts out. Then, another notification pops up, warning that a breath room is forming in our guy's stomach, currently at 1%. This could lead to excruciating pain for the time being. When we finally see Corporal Lee, it is clear the Devil's Medallion he devoured is wreaking havoc on him. Flames seem to be escaping his mouth, and because his body is weak, the toll it is taking on him is much more painful than it should be. Private Park makes his entrance into the toilet, his playful nature on full display. Leaning towards the door of the cubicle Corporal Lee is in, he flashes a mischievous grin and teasingly asks if the corporal is enjoying some nice alone time. But inside that toilet room, it is clear that what is happening is far from what Private Park imagines. It is not a pleasant experience by any means. Corporal Lee's entire body is steaming, with light trying to burst from the corners of his eyes and mouth, as if a heater has been cranked up inside him. The reaction intensifies, heating up the entire toilet room, and now Private Park is the one feeling chills running down his spine, wondering what in the hell this guy is up to. Rewinding the clock to when the whole cobbled gate scenario unfolded, everyone had underestimated the creature's infiltration, leading to a high number of casualties among the soldiers. But, fortunately, the vice president, with her healing powers, managed to pull Private Mantique back from the brink of death. He was then safely transported to the military hospital. After that nightmarish day, Corporal Lee had a change of heart. He realized he could not shoulder the burden of protection all by himself. So, he began training the support squad members, aiming for them to at least be able to defend themselves. This shift in strategy was not just a learning curve, it also brought its own set of challenges. However, this change sparked an unexpected development. The vice president started paying more attention to Corporal Lee, something he found more than a little unsettling. It was not just the occasional glance or casual check-in, it felt like he was under a microscope, and frankly, he was not here for it. Now, we catch a glimpse of the vice platoon president nagging Corporal Lee yet again. Our guy, clearly not on the same wavelength, asks in a dejected tone, "What do you want now?" It is like he is running out of patience for these encounters. On the flip side, we have got this orange-headed motherfucker steaming with anger. He is a second problem Corporal Lee finds himself dealing with. Ever since the battalion commander started showing our boy some extra attention, suggesting he quit his current role to become a non-commissioned officer, this orange-haired individual has been on edge. But honestly, Corporal Lee is not feeling all this spotlight. It is not his scene. Yet, he is not the type to outright defy orders or suggestions from his seniors. The commander harbors a firm belief in shaping an ideal military culture, one where ranks do not dictate every interaction, aiming for a more unified, team-oriented approach. He sees Corporal Lee as a crucial piece of this puzzle, someone who could help realize this vision. And there is Corporal Lee, scratching his head, wondering why on earth he has been chosen to help this guerrilla achieve his ambitious dreams. Despite his reservations and not being fully on board with this whole setup, he ends up telling the commander he will think it over during his vacation. And just like that, 3 weeks whisked away, bringing us to the much-awaited vacation day. Day 1 kicks in, and we find ourselves outside Seoul Station, where we see someone is holding down the fort outside the toilet room. Meanwhile, our corporal is dealing with the same stomach issues that have become a regular feature lately. But wait, a system window pops up out of the blue, congratulating our guy for meeting some special conditions. As a reward, he has been granted a shiny new skill, introducing the latest addition to Corporal Lee's repertoire, Breath Room Fire. It is a grade D skill, boasting the power to turbocharge his metal absorption by 50 to 250%. But there is a downside of it. The more efficient the furnace, the higher the inflicted pain. Now, here comes the second act of this skill named Fire Breath. Corporal Lee can store some of his metal in a breath chamber and unleash it as, you guessed it, fiery breath. The weight limit is a cool 3 kilograms per breath, and interestingly, fulfilling some hidden conditions can actually level up this skill. Corporal Lee emerges from the bathroom, looking like he just wrestled a dragon and won. Finally over with his stomach issues, there will not be any rumors circulating about him engaging in bizarre bathroom antics. As he stands before the dressing mirror, he cannot help but reflect on the harsh reality. He is not sure if his current powers and abilities are up to the task of handling the next gate. In a somber moment, we are transported back to a grim episode in his past. The battalion commander, facing an angry mob of people, questioned about his commitment to helping and the potential abandonment of Seoul Station. The crowd demands clarification, wondering if the commander plans to forsake the citizens inside the station. Inside the station building, innocent civilians are trapped, screaming for help, their bodies covered in blood from head to toe. These haunting memories continue to plague Corporal Lee, and he is determined not to let history repeat itself. The thought of innocent lives at stake fuels his resolve, pushing him to do whatever it takes to change the gruesome future, even if it costs him his own life. It is a heavy burden he carries, but Corporal Lee is dead set on rewriting the narrative and preventing the horrors he witnessed from playing out once again. As Corporal Lee strides down the familiar halls of Seoul Station, he is determined to use this vacation to gear up for the looming threat, dead set on changing the future of the city. Meanwhile, the vice president, looking like she is ready to unwind, is about to light up a cigarette. She casually remarks about how it has been ages since her last vacation, and also throws in a colorful comment about military life which are actually not that colorful. But her plans are thwarted as her lighter decides to play hard to get, leaving her cigarette unlit and probably her mood a little darker. Just as frustration sets in, the universe decides to intervene. Their paths cross, and, in a serendipitous moment, Corporal Lee and the vice president lock eyes. She, in her slightly vexed state, asks him the burning question, "Do you have a lighter?" An awkward tension starts to descend between them, mainly because the vice president has never revealed her casual and real personality to anyone before. The sun, meanwhile, is cranking up the heat. and beneath the blazing sun, we see a train barrels along its tracks. Inside, the Vice President and Corporal Lee find themselves sharing a seat, plunging into an uncomfortable silence that hangs heavy in the air. Breaking the awkward tension, she finally looks towards him and decides to initiate a casual conversation. She asks if this is his first vacation in a while, assuming his parents must be thrilled to see him. But with an unfazed expression, he calmly reveals that neither of his parents is alive. They passed away when he was young. The unexpected response sends a chill down the Vice President's spine, and she is left pouting, realizing she might have inadvertently made things even more awkward than before. Noticing the Vice President sulking, Corporal Lee decides to take the initiative. Flashing a pleasant smile, he reassures her that it is all good. While his younger years were tough and lonely after losing his parents, he found a second family among people he met as an adult. The Vice President, intrigued, is keen to learn more about who he considers as family. Corporal Lee starts recalling memories where people close to him stand, calling out his name. With nonchalance, he mentions friends and coworkers, and then, with a subtle emphasis, he adds comrades in arms, of course. It is a casual way of encapsulating the unique bond formed in the military, a camaraderie that goes beyond mere friendship. Now that he has finally touched down in Yongyungpo, there is only one thing playing on Corporal Lee's mind. With just 4 days and 3 nights for this whirlwind vacation, he has got to prep himself for the future. With a broad grin, he spills the beans that topping his prep list is the timeless classic, getting his hands on some cold, hard cash. Now, he finds himself squinting at a guild advertisement billboard like it is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Turns out, the bigwig behind the company, Blue Tree, is swimming in a pool of trillions. Meet Gordon Precy, the dude casually sipping his vine while raindrops of dollar bills fall around him. His black money swims underwater. Mr. Moneybag here has not only purchased high-ranking powerful folks but also some serious players and valuable items. Slowly but surely, he has taken the reins and turned everything into his own personal playground. According to our hero's insider scoop, they lost to the villain for a variety of reasons. But at the heart of it all was the green stuff. Yes, you heard it right, it's all money. So, our hero spills the beans that reaching Gordon Precy's level of wealth is like trying to catch a unicorn and it's impossible. But he is not aiming for unicorn status, just enough cash to sidestep troubles and avoid getting caught up in Gordon's web. Lucky for my man, being a time-traveling wizard means he has got the lowdown on all the future money-making events and exactly where and when the cash will pile up. In a nutshell, he has figured out that if he throws some coins into the investment fountain before everyone else, even pocket change can turn into a money avalanche. But, and there is always a but, he needs a partner in crime who will not bail on him during the investment roller coaster, no matter what. So, our hero sets out on a quest to find someone faithful and loyal, a sidekick who'd keep their promise even if it is written in invisible ink. As he ascends the stairs, he catches wind of a commotion. Someone's dishing out the dumbass label like it is going out of style. The situation's heating up, and it looks like whoever's quarreling is ready to throw down. Now, we see a silver-haired dude gripping a boy, clearly on a mission. This silver fox is practically demanding the poor kid to hook him up with a job. But the boy is just laying it out straight. Not many clients around these parts lately. Silverhead is not having it and insists the lad grab whatever job comes his way. In the midst of this workplace drama, cue our hero making a grand entrance, better late than never. Now, the silver-haired screamer does a 180, locks eyes with our guy, and there is a collective gasp. Suddenly, the silver hothead has transformed from an angry bird into a cool cat. With a wide grin, he struts over to our guy as if they are old buddies. Let us rewind to a time when Silverhead was not looking so intimidating. This was their first encounter, and he is also awakened just like Corporal Lee. We also get to see Corporal Lee, young and sprightly, returning Silverhead's introduction with an equally pleasant smile and greeting. Back in the present, as Silverhead starts getting cozy with Corporal Lee, the Corporal throws some ice on the party with a stern reminder that they are not exactly buddies enough to be exchanging pleasantries. So, giving the cold shoulder to Silverhead, our hero strides toward the other boy like it is no big deal. Meanwhile, Chubby Fella pipes up and asks Corporal Lee why he is even here, stirring the pot a bit. But Silverhead is not ready to let the drama die down just yet. He turns back to Corporal Lee and throws out a zinger, wondering if the Corporal had his own brain for lunch. With a flicker of defiance, Corporal Lee shoots back with an equally frosty glare. But Silverhead is not backing down, oh no. He fires off another question, taunting Corporal Lee about forgetting all the good old memories and offering to refresh his memory with some real talk. Now we take a flashback into the past once again where we see the Corporal Lee, the budding superhero, is levitating objects with his superpowers, putting on a show for a crowd of students. But instead of applause, they are throwing shade, questioning if that is the best he has got and mocking him for not living up to the Awakened One hype. Amidst the doubters, Silverhead, ever the voice of brutal honesty, lets loose with some colorful language, straight up calling Corporal Lee a loser and a dipshit. The objects Corporal Lee was levitating hit the ground unceremoniously, their once majestic dance cut short. Silverhead's patience evaporates, and he delivers a resounding slap to Corporal Lee's mouth. It is so fierce that it triggers a blood fountain. My guy sprawls on the ground, and Silverhead stands there triumphantly, raging because he is not about the whole Corporal Lee, the awakened vibe. He goes off, dissing Corporal Lee's powers as dumb and flat out calling him a dumbass. The threat is crystal clear, one more boast about being awakened, and Corporal Lee might as well start finding a perfect spot for his grave. Now, back in the present, Silverhead is serving the same cocky tone and energy to our guy. F and ally, we get to know that this guy is Lee Wunchul, a C-rank player with the fighter trait, proudly repping the Hope Guild. Silverhead takes it up a notch, threatening to throw it back to the good old school days and beat our guy to a pulp, making him beg for mercy just like in the good old times. In a classic power move, Silverhead orders the chubby dude to scram unless he wants a front row seat to our impending brawl. But our man, the epitome of casual coolness, fires back with a nonchalant give it a shot. Unfazed, our hero stares down Silverhead with the icy calm of a seasoned poker player, inviting him to go ahead and try his luck at murder. Corporal Lee must have hit the last nerve because Silverhead loses it. He winds up for a punch, aiming straight for Corporal Lee, who stands there like a statue, completely unimpressed. But the fierce punch freezes midair as a pen hovers menacingly in front of Silverhead's eye, ready to ink him a new one. Blades appear at his feet, forming a deadly dance floor of impending doom. The scene zooms out, revealing Silverhead surrounded by a battalion of blades, each one poised to strike with just a flick of Corporal Lee's wrist. Corporal Lee throws down some heavyweight words, admitting he cannot guarantee victory over Silverhead, but he can darn well make sure Silverhead ends up looking like he got bulldozed by a whole army unit. Translation: our man here can turn him into a half-dead, regret-filled shadow of his former self, especially in close-range combat. The realization hits Silverhead like a ton of bricks. He is outclassed by our guy. But hold the drama, another character bursts into the room, announcing it is time to skedaddle if they want to make it to the event on time. However, the newcomer is left wide-eyed and probably wondering if he walked into the Twilight Zone after seeing the chaos unfolding before him. Abruptly, Corporal Lee pulls a 180, playing the victim card and issuing apologies left and right to Silverhead. Out of nowhere, he wraps Silverhead in an embrace, leaving Silverhead utterly bewildered. Now, here comes the masterstroke of mind games. Corporal Lee starts spewing some great bull, claiming he heard rumors that Silverhead got the boot from the White Tiger Guild for, wait for it, peeing his pants and bolting during his first raid. Cue a vivid mental image of Silverhead sprinting for dear life, courtesy of some unexpected bodily functions. Silverhead, visibly tensed, demands to know how Corporal Lee got wind of this embarrassing tidbit. Our man leans in, whispering a reminder that he has got a big mouth and advises Silverhead to shape up if he wants to avoid a public shaming by an F-rank player. Corporal Lee, not one to mince words, gives Silverhead the final boot, emphasizing the urgency to leave before things escalate any further. Outside the Hope Guild, everything appears calm and collected, blissfully unaware of the internal drama. Back inside, our man lays out the 3 guild cards he received from various seniors, spilling all the details about what is about to go down in these companies. The boy, still in disbelief, asks once more if it is legit. Are these stocks really about to shoot through the roof by those mind-boggling numbers? A simple nod from our man is the only reply needed. The boy's jaw practically hits the floor as the realization sinks in. If this intel is legit, we are talking about a life-changing turn of events. Outside the Blue Tree headquarters, a squadron of black-clad guards stands on guard duty, questioning how long they will be stuck on duty. One of them suggests spicing things up with a good old gate raid. But among these order-barking guards, Silverhead grinds his teeth, displaying an unusual level of agitation. His friend, clearly picking up on the vibes, asks about the sudden change in behavior. Just in the nick of time, their manager arrives on the scene, shooting daggers at the guards and labeling them as fucking servants, questioning why they are causing a ruckus in this supposedly reserved place. The spotlight shifts to a bulky dude, who turns to Silverhead with a stern expression, questioning if he is the leader of this rowdy guard gang. The dude, clearly unimpressed with Silverhead, casually places a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that it is Zone C. And in case he forgot, he throws some serious shade, questioning if Silverhead even knows the damn alphabet, specifically Zone C. The humiliation train is rolling full steam. It seems like Silverhead has had enough of this verbal assault. In a moment of frustration, he unleashes a swift punch, shutting up the relentless trash talker. Giant dude takes an unexpected leap into the air, leaving the other guard on the sidelines in absolute bewilderment. But Silverhead is not hitting the brakes. Instead, he unleashes a barrage of punches on the airborne guy, and blood starts splattering like a gruesome paint job. The force of each punch is so intense that the ground beneath them begins to shatter. Silverhead is not showing any mercy. With every punch, blood rains down, creating a gruesome spectacle. The other guards, standing by like helpless witnesses, cannot believe their eyes. The relentless assault continues until Silverhead screeches to a halt. With a face oozing malice and vibes that would make a devil blush, he orders his lackey to go find Corporal Lee because he has got a burning desire to end that dipshit once and for. Inside the Hope Guild, the chubby boy, still reeling from the bombshell about the stocks, just cannot wrap his head around the possibility of them skyrocketing. This guy goes by the name Park Chalsu, the leader of Hope Guild and an analyst class player. He is the one who later leads the charge in rediscovering Rank F and finds a way to enhance his abilities. He is straight up skeptical, admitting he just cannot believe it. It is a reasonable reaction, after all. Anyone claiming they can magically turn your life around with money would raise some eyebrows. Park Chiaosu throws Corporal Lee a curveball, entertaining the possibility that they fed him this stock information to set him up for a fall. Our man, determined to win this guy over, goes all in, asking if he really thinks he is untrustworthy. The boy responds swiftly and expresses his complete trust in Corporal Lee. With a genuine smile plastered across his face, Corporal Lee assures him to believe it all because it's the truth. To seal the deal and win over chubby Park Chiaosu, Corporal Lee pulls out the big guns. He reveals the chat between him and the battalion commander. It is crystal clear evidence that he has been offered a proposal to join as an officer in the commission. With the undeniable proof laid out in front of him, the chubby dude finally accepts the truth. Now, Corporal Lee, wearing a pleasant smile, reveals his ace in the hole. He is now offering all the savings his parents left him. He discloses that it is a modest 20 million won, admitting it is not a fortune, but it is what he has got. As we resume the story, the first thing we spot is Corporal Lee finally trusting this boy with all his savings, putting genuine faith in him. Now, we flash back to a memory where Corporal is crying his eyes out alone. Then, this chubby boy comes along, trying to console him and reassures him that nobody in this world is without talents. It is just that talent is given the name of one's superpower in this day and age. He tells Corporal not to beat himself up and to live a little longer until his talent is recognized as a superpower. Fast forward to the present, and Corporal Lee's treating this boy like the human sunshine who warmed his chilly nights back when he was a nobody. Now, we are getting the lowdown that in the near future, humanity is about to bump into some otherworldly beings who are pretty chatty. The tech goodies we snag from rubbing elbows with them are gonna be a game changer in the Gate War. These beings have skills that are downright essential in putting the brakes on the gates and waves heading our way. So, my guy needs an expert who can shoot the breeze with these intergalactic buddies and pass on their tech wizardry to him. Fast forward to Yongyungpo Blacksmith Alley, and we see the Corporal wandering around, hitting up a merchant for the price of a mana stone. Looks like he is gearing up for the future, and with 7 swarven artisans by his side, he is on a mission to craft his first master-grade item. He is trying to gather blacksmiths whose status has gone beyond artisan to master, all before the villains catch wind of the plan. So, he strolls into this workshop, and the smith's there, doing his usual thing. But this old grandpa, he just straight up tells the Corporal that he is only selling what is on these shelves. So he further tells Corporal to do not bother looking elsewhere, just focus on these items if you want something. And let me tell you, this blacksmith is no run-of-the-mill guy. He is artisan Kang Jeongdu, the dude who got the boot from the blacksmith's guild for his eccentricities. And trust me, you are about to find out why. In response, the Corporal just gives the old man a confused smile and casually says, I see. Now, the smith is knee-deep in his work, too busy to spare any attention. Classic. Turns out, this old guy is crafting something special, a javelin made of orichalcon. It might look crude, but guess it is the Dragon Slayer spear that is gonna be plunged right into the heart of the dragon. Terex. The Corporal finally clicks and realizes why the groundwork for the first master-grade items was laid in this ramshackle workshop. Now, a lady comes marching into the shop, straight up calling the Corporal a crusty. But the blacksmith spins around and gives her a stern scolding, telling her not to label customers like that. But the lady snaps back, accusing the grandpa of hypocrisy. She points out that he calls customers the same names, so why cannot she dish it out too? Despite being thrown off with weird nicknames, the Corporal sports a pleasant smile. It turns out, this lady is someone from his past life, none other than Kang Bixiol. 4 years later, after the old artisan Kang Jeongdu kicked the bucket, she inherited all his skills. This gal did not just stop at becoming a master smith, she surpassed even her master. Now, she starts scanning him with her keen eyes and immediately recognizes the branded long trench coat and Laurent boots. She swiftly transitions from a cocky brat to a graceful lady, reassuring the Corporal that he is not a crusty but a customer. She asks him what he is looking for and tells him to just spill the beans. My man puts on a crooked smile, realizing that her blind money craze suits a dwarf perfectly. With her attention hooked, he decides to dish out all the ingredients he wants. For that, he forks over a total of 18 million won, leaving the lady over the moon with excitement. However, the old smith is clearly baffled, noticing that this young gun is not a mage. So why is he buying poisonous magical metal and mystical tungsten alloy beads that he cannot even handle? Eventually, this guy's money is bound to be wasted. But the lady immediately chimes in, telling the smith to pipe it down and reminding him that he must have a place to use the items. The Corporal also responds, saying he just needs them and will be back to trade often. The old coot lets out a defeated sigh and mumbles a half-hearted sure. Now that he has snagged all the items he needed, he strides back, throwing a casual goodbye at the lady who is sparkling with enthusiasm. She tells him to visit often since, after all, she is all about the money and that is the only thing she is interested in. As he takes a flashback, remembering her painful demise in his previous life, he is now fully fired up to protect her at all costs this time around. It is the middle of the night, but the bustling city streets are lit up like it is a clear day. Amidst the lively scene, there is a guy in a hoodie lurking in the shadows, seemingly keeping a watchful eye on someone. Here's our man, with a bag full of poisonous items. He is casually picking them up one by one, treating them like marshmallows and chomping them down like it is no big deal. He is dead set on significantly increasing his poison resistance and the amount of metal weight he can manipulate before the vacation ends. I mean, who needs a midnight snack when you can have a poisonous power-up session? Out of nowhere, a system window pops up again, reminding us that the absorption of metal is in progress and it is enchanted with poison. The major thing to note is that the notification says Corporal has ingested a poison enchanted metal, and after absorption, his tolerance to poison will increase by a small amount. It is mentioned that this process would usually take the same time, but since he has unlocked a breathing room, it is happening faster than ever. Let us sneak a peek into his body and see how things are getting torn into his stomach. As soon as the poison enters his belly, the breathing room kicks in, working its wonders and producing fire. Now, this fire immediately starts to melt down the poison. Due to his internal furnace activation, his metal absorption efficiency skyrockets by 250%. However, nothing comes without a cost, and this furnace activation inflicts severe pain on him. Consequently, his face starts to pale due to the intense pain inflicted. The system goes bonkers, bombarding him with relentless notifications about upcoming severe pain. Despite the intense pain he is enduring, he is dead set on chowing down on that poison. Time's ticking, and the Seoul Station Gate incident is not waiting around. 2 days pass, and a lackey draped in a hoodie finally spills the beans to his boss about Corporal Lee's mysterious whereabouts. The lackey confesses he has no clue what Corporal Lee is up to, but he has been locked in for 2 days and shows no sign of coming out. The moonglow is sneaking into the room through the window, and the entire stash of poison items lies empty. Finally, the window notification pops up again, revealing that Corporal has unlocked Tier 2 resistance to poison at a whopping 81%. Not only that, he has absorbed all the metals he chomped down, and his controllable metal weight has hit 17,499 grams. And his metal detection ability got a major boost. Now he can sense up to 500 grams of metal up to 135 meters away. So, now our guy is taking a moment to reflect on the progress he has made so far. He realizes that Tier 2 poison resistance is not quite as good as he expected, but he is relieved that at least he has enough controllable weight to carry about 60 daggers. And then, the window notification chimes in again, congratulating the dude for successfully passing the first latent breakthrough, and he has gained a new skill trait. The skill is called Metal Smash. It is a rank D, and its effect involves consuming mana to crush a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana consumed varies depending on the metal's quantity, making it a powerful skill that destroys metal. A wide grin stretches across his face because with this skill, he can disarm almost any piece of equipment in one fell swoop. The fact that he acquired this skill is good enough for the amount of skill grinding he did. He suddenly senses something fishy and starts scanning the area with his magical metal detector. Suddenly, an unexpected party crasher makes a grand entrance, and as it turns out it's Silverhead again. But my dude isn't too surprised to see him. In response, he casually reminds him that he's a soldier now, with all these rules and regulations governing his moves. So, he politely suggests that it's best for him to head back. However, a sly grin creeps onto Silverhead's face, making it clear he's not here for a friendly chat. Without wasting a moment, he lunges at our guy with lightning speed, fists ready to unleash a beating. Corporal Lee stands his ground, cool as a cucumber, and casually blocks the incoming attack with his silver hand, leaving Silverhead scratching his head in bewilderment. Silverhead isn't backing down, but Corporal Lee suggests taking the fight outside before the civilians get caught up in the chaos. But Silverhead is adamant and itching to teach our guy a lesson. With determination, he throws his feet into the air, preparing for another kick. Yet, our man effortlessly leans down, gracefully dodging the attack. He retaliates by preparing his own steel fist, delivering a devastating blow to Silverhead's belly. The dude groans in pain, collapsing to the ground. Despite the brutal hit, Silverhead refuses to drop his cocky tough guy act. Gathering himself, he then whips out his enchantment, unleashing a beefed-up leg hit on our guy. Corporal Lee goes flying through the air, breaking through walls like he is auditioning for a superhero role, and eventually takes a nosedive out of the building, leaving a giant hole in its wake. The silver-headed troublemaker is not ready to call it a day. He is determined to end our guy. As our falling hero takes a mid-air breather, he activates his strengthening body transformation skill. His feet start morphing into steel, and right on cue, Mr. Silverhead reappears, swinging with all his godly strength. But like a ninja in a high-stakes ballet, our man pulls off a mid-air stunt, changing direction as if it is a walk in the park. He lands gracefully on the ground, revealing that while he might not be able to fly freely like he used to in his past life, a clever mix of strengthening body transformation and metal control skills lets him control his descent like a boss. This relentless troublemaker comes hurling down again, ready to crush our guy like a tomato with his enchanted leg. But once more, our man, with lightning-quick reflexes, casually takes a step back, leaving Mr. Silverhead crashing into the ground. Now, the whole building's buzzing with excitement as residents peek out from their apartments to catch a glimpse of the impromptu showdown between two players. Silverhead, not one to be deterred, gears up for another attack while throwing insults our guy's way, questioning if he is just gonna keep dodging like a ninja rat. He screams at the top of his lungs, challenging our hero to come at him like before. Ignoring the verbal barrage, he takes a leap into the air, unleashing a barrage of kicks. But it seems none of them are finding their mark. After all, our man is not just any ninja, he is a seasoned military ninja. The surroundings start descending into chaos, and the pressure generated by their moves makes everything heavier. It is so intense that cars are literally floating above ground. Alright, so here we are, back in the building, and the crowd is losing their bananas. One person gives a quick heads up to the neighbors, avoid the first floor like it is haunted because there is a bunch of rowdy players down there causing a ruckus. Now, we see Corporal Lee is gracefully dodging kicks like he is dancing at a ninja ballet. But here's the catch, he is in a bit of a pickle. There is a gallery of civilians watching, and being the military officer he is, he cannot unleash his inner warrior too aggressively, afraid that if he does, it will mess up his grand plans for the Seoul Station Gate. After a dazzling display of 100 kicks in the air, our silver-headed hero finally plants his feet on solid ground. He then takes a peek at the peanut gallery staring down from the windows, some even recording this epic showdown. It is like they stumbled upon the weirdest street performance ever. To avoid landing on the wanted list, Silverhead decides to end this spectacle before it turns into the hottest viral video on the internet. Now, brace yourselves, because his legs start shimmering even more ferociously, like he is pushing the limits of some cosmic leg day workout. Corporal Lee, however, stands there, staring at this guy like he is asking if he is planning to turn the whole building into a pile of rubble. He reminds Mr. Shiny Hair that there are freaking civilians in the mix. With some serious authority, he yells at the dude, explaining that these innocent folks have zero business being dragged into their brawl. But Silverhead over here is on a whole new level of ticked off, claiming the public is just a bunch of trash bags sticking their noses where they should not. Undeterred, Silver Buddy takes another gravity-defying leap, ready to put an end to Corporal Lee. But Lee is not flinching, not even trying any fancy spins or acrobatics. At this point, Corporal Lee decides enough is enough. His eyes start shimmering with this cool blue energy, and it is like he is manipulating iron particles or something. Out of nowhere, he forges two rings and, with a magician's flair, grabs Silverhead's leg. The poor guy's fancy footwork equipment starts shattering into a million pieces. But Silverhead, however, seems to have missed the memo on stopping, still twirling in the air like some out-of-control gymnast, ready to lay the smackdown on Corporal Lee. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee is over there doing his shiny thing. Just when you think it could not get more interesting, a notification window pops up like we are in some cosmic RPG, and we find out Corporal Lee's trick is called Metal Smash. It is a rank D skill, and get this, it consumes mana to crush a certain amount of metal. Mana consumption varies depending on the metal applied. In the blink of an eye, Silverhead's leg goes from high-tech to plain old ordinary. But, just as it is about to make contact with Corporal Lee, there is a sudden splatter of blood, and screams of course echoing through vicinity. Now, once confident, Silverhead is groaning in pain and clutching his shattered leg. Life comes at you fast, especially when Corporal Lee is dealing the cards. Even though he is sprawled on the ground like a badly beaten up action figure, this guy is still keeping up the tough guy act. He is questioning our man, wondering why the heck he did this to him. But our hero is not in the mood for games. With a cold glare that could freeze time, he shoots back at the guy, asking why he is taking things to the extreme. The poor sod on the ground mumbles something about killing mosquitoes if they dare annoy him, no doubt about it. Corporal Lee, not one to mince words, reminds him of his less than stellar past. He digs into the guy's sorry history, pointing out that there must be a reason a lowlife like him, kicked out of a pack of wolves, is snarling like a wounded hyena. According to Corporal Lee, these superiority complex drunks do not deserve to be players. It is because, in his book, they always end up being the villains. But hold on to your seats, because it turns out Silverhead is not quite finished with the verbal bullshit. He starts laying it on thick again, testing Corporal Lee's patience. Our man, having zero interest in playing games, casually makes a finger gesture, and a sharp metal object appears right behind Silverhead's throat. With all the authority of a drill sergeant and a voice that could give you chills, Corporal Lee warns him never to show his face in front of him again. And just to drive the point home, he throws in a chilling promise that if Silverhead did, it would not just be a leg missing next time. Finally, Silverhead seems to have reached his breaking point. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee is still fuming, grinding his teeth, all while reminding Silverhead to thank his lucky stars that he is a military officer. If not, this silver dude would be in a world of hurt right about now. Finally, the cavalry in blue arrives at the scene. We find ourselves now outside the awakened task force headquarters. Inside, Corporal Lee finds himself in the hot seat, facing interrogation. The officer in charge remarks that witness statements are aligning, painting Silverhead as a problematic and vicious character. Now, if we zoom in on this officer, it is his first rodeo dealing with someone like Corporal Lee, a low-rank player walking away from a fight without so much as a scratch. Corporal Lee, master of spin, casually attributes his survival to the greave, a shin and calf armor. With the green signal to go, Corporal Lee starts strolling out of the office, contemplating how he spent his whole life despising the F-rank player label. Little did he know, it would come in handy, helping him avoid suspicions and walk away from a brawl looking as fresh as a daisy. After Corporal Lee's departure, a newcomer rushes toward the officer with an urgent file in hand. Panicking, the newcomer insists the officer take a look at the profile. According to the report, the Silverhead got a serious beatdown from Corporal Lee. The officer, mouth hanging wide open, finds the idea of an F-rank player crushing a C-rank player's armor and taking him down without a scratch utterly unbelievable. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, Corporal Lee is picking up momentum. In the blink of an eye, he dashes out like it is no big deal. Even the civilians in the vicinity cannot see what is coming. They just feel a breeze as something zips by them. As he runs, the only thing swirling in his mind is the Seoul Station incident. In his past life, he recalls the death toll starting at the gates of Seoul Station around 1524 today. So far, 745 confirmed casualties, and aside from the first, second, and third waves, this is shaping up to be a monster disaster unlike anything humanity has ever seen before. As Corporal Lee continues his journey, he takes a moment to glance at the news. The reports are pouring in about the Seoul Station tragedy, sparking criticism from player experts and civil society organizations. Questions are being raised about the fundamental limitations and problems with the current gate response system. In the present, while soaring into the air, there is a lingering tension that grips his mind. He reflects on his experiences with the first two gates, but this upcoming one is an unknown. So with limited information, he realizes he might need to adjust his plans. He is determined to prevent this disaster, especially considering this one is worst among all of the Seoul City incidents, and he is ready to take any action. The clock is ticking, time slipping away. The only thought echoing in his head, will he be able to handle it with his current progress? Inside the station, Corporal Lee is surrounded by ordinary citizens. A part of him urges him to go on a rampage, evacuate the general population. But he knows better. Somewhere among these ordinary folks, a villain might be lurking in the shadows. If he goes into hiding during chaos, he will miss the turning point that could change the future. So, he stands in the crowd, searching for any anomaly. The clock is ticking, and there are only 2 minutes left. Suddenly, a voice catches him off guard. The scene shifts, revealing the platoon vice president running toward him. She looks exhausted, as if she just ran a marathon, and confesses she has been looking for him for so long. With her big assets on full display, the lady goes into full scolding mode, giving Corporal Lee an earful. Apparently, news has spread like wildfire through the unit that Corporal visited the police station last night, and everyone's going crazy. Corporal Lee is left scratching his head, wondering how she knew he would be here. The lady, not missing a beat, reminds him that he mentioned having plans at Seoul Station. As the lady continues her scolding, she throws a curveball, asking why Corporal Lee has not been picking up his phone. The dude is left in thought, scratching his head, wondering why the vice president is even at Seoul Station in the first place. It is like a plot twist he did not see coming, and he is starting to ponder if he has accidentally become the master of altering the future. With 1 minute left on the digital clock, signaling the impending arrival of the worst gate in the world, the lady demands an explanation for his visit to the police station. She wants to know everything right here. However, Corporal Lee is not vibing with the arguing and questions. Time is of the essence, and the gate is about to pop out any second. There is no room for dilly-dallying. He has got a plan to stick to. As the crucial moment arrives, Corporal Lee wastes no time and casually tosses some marble-like objects onto the ground, leaving the lady bewildered, wondering what the heck he is up to. The crowd also loses its collective mind, throwing shade at him for this unexpected toss of balls. They are not exactly convinced he should be playing marbles in the middle of station. Meanwhile, the vice president is on the same wavelength, shouting at him and demanding answers. She is all about the "why are not you answering me" drama, completely missing the fact that Corporal Lee is not in the mood for pleasantries. Our man in charge is not here for chit-chat. He instructs the vice president that when he gives the signal, she better run to where the gas masks are. Once again, the lady is left bewildered because this is definitely not what she was expecting to hear from Corporal Lee. Meanwhile, a mysterious smoke begins to envelop the surroundings, and the pressure intensifies as a thick purple aura starts to surround the area. Suddenly, a rift appears out of nowhere, and a purple portal materializes in the middle of the station. All eyes are drawn upward to the portal, leaving the lady scratching her head, wondering what in the hell is going on. And out of the portal, a giant monster starts to emerge, and Corporal Lee immediately turns around urgently. He shouts and signals for everyone to run towards where the gas masks are. Now, this spider-like beast finally decides to grace the ground, kicking off the chaos and doom party. It then passionately lunges towards the poor civilians who are attempting a marathon to outrun this monstrous sprinter. We spot Corporal Hero lending a hand to the evacuating civilians. He then orders the platoon leader to hit the safety zone pronto and, of course, snag a stylish gas mask from the passenger aid station. Finally, it seems the platoon leader is not exactly vibing with this brilliant plan. She snaps back, reminding him that she is not planning on being a solo survivor. After all, she is a soldier, not combat personnel. and her mission is evacuating the civilians and playing nurse to the wounded. She drops the bomb that she is not entirely sure what on earth he is up to, but she is putting her faith in him. As the platoon leader, she throws down the command for him to stay alive at all costs. Our man is feeling this energy, vibing on the same frequency, and with equal gusto, he reciprocates, "Yes, madam." Now, the scene shifts, and we catch the battalion commander facing off with his senior, who seems less thrilled about the idea of promoting Corporal Lee, given his humble F-rank status. However, the battalion commander drops a truth bomb, claiming that assessing someone's potential as an outstanding officer goes beyond the mere mechanical grading of ranks. At this point, the senior starts to feel a bit challenged, and lets out a frustrated wet escape from his lips. This is where the battalion commander spills the tea, revealing that the whole rank system is not just about checking boxes on a player's profile. It is not like picking your character level in a game. These ranks are handed out at the player training center based on expected outcomes of traits and aptitude in raid fights. It is all about real-life battle effectiveness. And as the players level up, the department is tweaking the ranks to keep it real. He further mentions that undervalued skills are getting squashed on the field. By the way, the player training center is the boot camp of South Korea. Everyone who is anyone gets admitted, gets schooled for about 2 months, and then gets their initial rank after a basic test. Now we are back in the thick of it, where the battalion commander is laying it all out, trying to get his boss to see the light about Corporal Lee's much-deserved promotion. But then, his senior is not having any of it, almost like he is asking if the battalion commander is trying to school him on military affairs. And let us not forget, this is not just any senior officer. We are talking about the one and only Brigadier General Choi Yun-cheol of the 3rd Amp Brigade, ranked 32nd in South Korea. A rank player whose magic spells are so epic, they could give any tactical weapon a run for its money. But the battalion commander, bless his heart, quickly backpedals with a "No, sir," not wanting to ruffle any feathers. General Choi is not letting it slide, though. He hits back, pondering why any self-respecting veteran would ditch their cushy civil guild gigs to join the AMP if they start handing out officer titles to, as he sees it, a lowly F-ranker like Corporal Lee. Then, with a tone as sharp as a freshly honed blade, he digs in, challenging the battalion commander on what exactly he finds so flawed with the military system as it stands. It is all a bit of a mess, but you have got to admit, military politics never sounded so entertaining. He makes his stance crystal clear, suggesting the battalion commander might see Corporal Lee as the next big thing. But to the general, Lee's about as intimidating as a bug. Just as the tension could be cut with a knife, the telephone rings, slicing through the standoff. The general picks up, and on the other end, the news drops like a bomb. A gate has popped up within the 1st Battalion's turf, smack dab in the middle of Seoul Station. And just to spice things up, it is not your garden variety gate, it is an unlucky event one. Both the battalion commander and General Choi are floored by the news. These unlucky events are like the universe's own brand of natural disasters, hitting specific areas with debuffs that could hobble a player or pile on extra rules that make missions a headache and a half. Now, back at Seoul Station, we are smack in the middle of this giant anomaly. There is a cloud-like barrier has swallowed the whole place up. Inside, players are doing their darndest to torch these spider-like monsters to a crisp. But here's the kicker, the fire is almost like a gentle breeze to these critters. Amidst the chaos, one soldier, probably with his adrenaline through the roof, yells out to his team leader, asking what in the world this spider monster is. It is not like anything they have seen in their field guide before. And just as he is pondering this new existential threat, one of the monster's legs, sharp as a spear, darts towards him. It is inches away from turning his head into a shish kebab. But there is a twist. Another soldier dashes in, moving with the kind of speed that would make a cheetah jealous, and he saves his comrade in the nick of time, leaving the spider's sharp leg to only meet the ground, which it punctures, sending debris and rubble flying. Meanwhile, another soldier is laying on the heat, trying to distract the spider with flames, while the other 2 soldiers are still catching their breath after that narrow escape from becoming spider kebabs. The hero who made the save is not just any player, he is Jeon Amnu, a Class C veteran player with the Gladiator trait, rocking it in Seoul Station's Guard Team 2. Jeon, with lungs of steel, yells to his crew to switch to a frost rune and tie down this beast's legs. His team does not miss a beat, quickly shifting gears to the frost rune, as the monster bellows like it is the end of the world. Jeon gives the green light to blast this beast, and they unleash a cold fury on the spider. Before you know it, the spiders turn into a giant frost popsicle. The soldiers take a moment to catch their breath, relieved that the spider is temporarily out of commission. But Jeon knows better than to celebrate too early. Given the size of this behemoth, he figures it will not stay frozen for long. They need to do some damage while they can. With that in mind, he charges at the frozen spider, ready to take it down a notch. He leaps into the air, aiming to strike the icy giant. But then, a closer look into the spider's eyes reveals a chilling fact: this creature's eyes are moving. It is fully aware of what is about to come its way. Immediately, the monster breaks free from its frosty shackles, shattering the ice as if it were mere glass. Jian, still midair with his sword poised for a decisive blow, suddenly finds himself in a precarious position, looking more like an appetizer about to dive straight into the monster's gaping maw. But just before the spider can turn him into a snack, Jian whips out his shield guard technique. And as if the gods decided to add a little more drama to the scene, lightning balls start zapping towards the spider, giving it a taste of electric fury. While Jian is up there doing his aerial ballet, the spider shifts its menacing gaze towards a new challenger on the battlefield. Now Corporal Lee enters into the scene. With all the authority of a seasoned hero, Lee strides towards the spider, exuding the kind of confidence that would make Superman tip his cape in respect. Corporal Lee does not waste a moment on small talk and dives straight into action with his metal manipulation powers. With a flourish of his hands, he conjures metal chains, snaring the spider in a metallic grip that tightens by the second. The process intensifies, and the spider writhes in agony as the chains constrict. Lee is employing a technique known as Metal Smash, a rank D skill that crushes metal using mana. The more metal he manipulates, the more mana it consumes. As he is ramping up the pressure, the system sends him a warning that his mana is rapidly depleting, now at 84%. But Lee is on a mission. He is not here to play around. Ignoring the warnings, he intensifies the process further, and another alert pops up. His mana has now dropped to 76%. With a final push, his metal chains constrict with such force that the spider is smashed into hundreds of pieces, reminiscent of a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. Jian watches in awe, his jaws practically hitting the floor at the display of raw power. It seems he is not only one whose jaw is hitting the floor, but everyone else in the vicinity is also left dumbfounded to see the spectacle. Greenish blood and limbs scatter in every direction. But amidst the chaos, Corporal Lee stands defiantly, basking in the success of his powers. With a newfound confidence surging through him, he is convinced he can take down this gate, and whatever else comes his way. A wider grin spreads across Corporal Lee's face, not just because he is about to save the civilians by stopping this monster, but also because he is eyeing the reward, all of it, for himself. As the beast struggles to regain its footing and emits a terrifying scream that echoes throughout the area, Corporal Lee stands before it, utterly unfazed. At this moment, he feels invincible, a maniac reveling in his power against the colossal behemoth. He begins to manipulate the metal balls scattered around, launching a barrage at the creature to squash it completely, intending to drain every last bit of temper from the monster. The balls aim straight for the spider's vulnerable spots, attempting to penetrate its thick skin. However, the monster's hide proves too resilient, refusing to let the balls through. But Corporal Lee, ever resourceful, is not deterred. He makes the balls spin, adding a devastating twist to his attack. Realizing its predicament, the monster seems to understand he is fucked. Meanwhile, the fucker is laughing like a maniac, taunts the creature, asking how it feels to be churned up inside like ingredients in a blender. But the monster is too overwhelmed by pain to respond, can do nothing but groan. Finally, it collapses to the ground, lifeless, as blood gushes out, marking the end of the beast and the triumph of Corporal Lee, who stands victorious, a testament to his formidable powers and strategic mind. At this point, Jian is still reeling from shock. He cannot wrap his head around the fact that the entire garrison of guards could not even scratch that monster. Yet here's this guy, Corporal Lee, capturing it single-handedly. Jian has been through countless raids and encountered many high-ranking players, but he has never seen anyone as laid back as Corporal Lee. He starts to entertain the idea that maybe Lee is from some mythical S-rank or class, the kind you only hear about in legends. But now, there seems to be someone else as well grinding his teeth and seething with frustration. And this mysterious guy is afraid that Corporal Lee is about to steal all the glory and potentially ruin his quest by popping up out of nowhere. Finally, Jian turns to Lee, introducing himself as Jian Manhwa from the Seoul Station Guard Team 2, and bluntly asks if Lee is an S-rank player. But Lee, cool as a cucumber, tells him not to jump to conclusions so quickly, leaving Jian bewildered by the unexpected response. Lee then casually mentions that the first wave is not over yet. Right on cue, more spider monsters start pouring out of the portal, leaving Jian dumbfounded. But Corporal Lee is grinning like a maniac, over the moon to see more of these creatures emerging. At this point, Lee has one thing crystal clear: he is going to solo these suckers. And with that determination gleaming in his eyes, he is ready to take on whatever the gate throws his way. Now we are outside the chaos, where a colossal black blob dominates the scene, and the military has descended upon the area. It is not just one or two platoons, it is a full-blown army, with the 1st Battalion and the 3rd Battalion both on the ground. Adding to the mix, the Blue Flower Guild arrives at the scene, and one member remarks that the sight of military troops brings back memories. Another guild member suggests gathering all the mage players to unleash some battering magic on the ominous dome. However, someone opposes the idea, explaining that it is not just magic, it is a rule created by the system. Breaking through is not possible unless there is a way to override the system. So, for now, all they can do is wait for time to pass. Military choppers start descending onto the scene. We also get to see a red system alert that provides crucial information about the ongoing event. It is an unlucky event unfolding in the area, and once someone enters, there is no leaving. There is also an entry-level limit set at level 15, and the main goal is to survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape the red area. The clock is ticking, with only 39 minutes passed in 5 hours and 21 minutes still ahead on the countdown. As the choppers finally touch down, figures of authority emerge, ready to take action. Among them are the lady president of the Flower Guild and everyone's favorite battalion commander, who wastes no time inquiring about the Blue Flower Guild's situation with players under level 15. With a touch of sass, the lady president fires back, questioning whether the battalion commander truly believes the Blue Flower Guild would have players like that. She further challenges the notion of sending a rescue team inside, emphasizing that entering the area is tantamount to walking into certain death. Undeterred, the commander emphasizes the 800 innocent lives at stake and questions how they can prioritize soldier lives over civilians. He then reveals their trump card, Corporal Lee, who's been on a relentless rampage, slashing through monsters like there is no tomorrow. Suddenly, a sharp leg hurtles towards Corporal Lee, but he is quick to react, activating his strengthening body transformation skill and making a swift exit, leaving the spider's attack to meet only the unforgiving ground. As Corporal Lee gracefully glides through the air, the relentless monster is hot on his trail, giving him no respite. Thinking on his feet, he turns to the Soul Station guard and instructs them to freeze the pursuing creature, just as they did before. Jian immediately responds with a crisp understood, and the team goes into action, unleashing another barrage of frost rune blasts. The beast finds itself getting a literal case of cold feet as it turns into a frozen popsicle. Amidst the icy chaos, a new player arrives on the scene, eyeing a lady who seems to be deeply involved in freezing the monster. Out of nowhere, this interloper lunges at her with monstrous energy, attempting to knock her off guard. However, Corporal Lee, ever vigilant, jumps into the fray, utilizing his metal control powers to manipulate ball-like objects. With precision, he hurls them toward the spider, landing direct hits on the monster's belly. Employing his metal spin technique, Lee ensures the balls spin to pierce through the thick spider skin. The monster, now with balls inside, screams in agony before collapsing lifeless on the ground. With one threat neutralized, attention turns to the other monster, chilling in the icy aftermath. But unexpectedly, it breaks free from the icy mess, intensifying its roar, signaling that the fight is far from over. Corporal Lee, far from slowing down, is even more fired up and ready to send the monster to the same place his friend went. However, a warning pops up, cautioning him about his rapidly depleting mana. Nevertheless, he continues his relentless assault on the monster, delivering a beating of a lifetime. Undeterred, Corporal Lee once again unleashes his Metal Smash ability, squashing the monster like a watermelon. Yet, this victory comes at a cost, as his mana now stands at a meager 39%. Exhaustion begins to set in, and Lee starts to feel the toll of his intense efforts. On the sidelines, this mysterious guy observes Corporal Lee, utterly baffled. He is convinced that a player of Lee's caliber would not bother with subways or trains, and he cannot comprehend why someone like him is hanging around Soul Station. Fuming, he realizes that Corporal Lee has thrown a wrench into the plan, and he never anticipated failing his first mission like this. A notification window pops up, revealing that the guy has failed to achieve the following goals for his quest: to bide his time until the venomous ironclad spider at Gate 1 nests inside Soul Station. As for the reward, he stands at the villain candidate rank, and completing the quest is crucial to increase his ranks. The window warns that if he does not complete the quest properly after accepting it, it will be game over with death. Devastated, this dude is determined to wipe Corporal Lee out of the equation. Meanwhile, we see civilians gathered in certain parts of Soul Station, while other areas are eerily deserted. The monstrous creatures are on the receiving end of a thorough beating, and with this monster demise, the first wave comes to an end. Corporal Lee, victorious, shouts at the guards to gather around. Jian appears, expressing gratitude to Corporal Lee for his assistance, acknowledging that the guards could not have stopped the first wave on their own. Seizing the opportunity, Jian once again takes the liberty to inquire about Corporal Lee's name and expresses curiosity about his player rank. Instead of responding, Corporal Lee starts scanning the other soldiers standing around. The male soldiers are puzzled, wondering why this guy is giving them a cold stare, while the female guards find it charming and start blushing. Jian notices the peculiar behavior and asks Corporal Lee if something is wrong. However, Corporal Lee seems lost in thought, trying to figure out if the guy who triggered the event is present. He recalls hearing that the culprit was supposed to be one of the guards, but the individual is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the platoon vice president enters the scene, and Corporal Lee reports to her, inquiring if all the civilians have been evacuated. Jian is visibly losing his composure, questioning how an S-rank player is involved in military service, as S-rank players are supposed to be exempt, given their uncontrollable abilities. The vice president takes charge, providing details about the situation. She explains that the spiders were enormous, so they divided the citizens into small groups and evacuated them by placing them in rooms with narrow passageways. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. She instructs Corporal Lee to report everything that happened during the first wave. So, Corporal Lee is basically playing detective, scanning the surroundings in a quest to nab the culprit. He is already pressed for time, and the sneaky suspect seems to be playing hide and seek somewhere else. In an attempt to break the tension, Corporal Lee throws in the idea that there might be a double gate. The Plotto lady and Jian both react like they just got hit by a surprise train. Corporal Lee's mind is on overdrive, thinking about the possibility that if he starts searching among the 800 civilians here, the culprit could easily slip away. And if things go south and the second wave kicks in, he is determined to stay one step ahead of that guy, or he is pretty much toast. Now, we are back outside, witnessing the battalion commander barking orders at Lieutenant Lee H. Women. He appoints him as the field commanding officer for the Seoul Station rescue operation. So, Lieutenant Lee promptly reports back, assuring everyone he's got it under control. Now, his platoon members are gossiping among themselves, wondering how the lieutenant is not a C-rank player when he is not even level 15 yet. The redhead, not exactly thrilled with the comments, is definitely not vibing with the chit-chat behind his back. The battalion commander steps in with a commanding voice, expressing that it is with a heavy heart he is sending in his low-level troops. However, he emphasizes that the lives of the citizens are at stake and instructs them to protect them as soldiers. The energetic soldiers respond with a resounding yes, sir in unison. Then, the battalion commander singles out the lieutenant, who turns around curiously. The commander makes it clear that when Lieutenant encounters Lee Hyunwook inside the station, he must actively incorporate Corporal Lee's input into the operations. The lieutenant, not exactly a fan of Corporal Lee, cannot quite swallow the idea of following his commands so easily. Now, back inside the station, we see another gate has appeared in the area, and the first thing that greets everyone is a creepy skeleton with even its head fractured. Suddenly, a system window pops up, assuring the culprit that monsters in the area will not attack him. But as the culprit gazes at a bunch of skeletons on the ground, a shiver runs down his spine. He questions the system, exclaiming, "What the heck is this? They are all dead," and wonders if this is what will not attack really means. Then, another notification appears, laying out the quests the user has to complete. The first one is to bide his time until the venomous ironclad spider at Gate 1 has nested inside the Seoul Station. The second task is to slaughter at least 500 civilians by any means necessary. The third quest involves delivering the time received from the elite monster, the Evil Seeker 11, at Gate 2 to the Villain Alliance. Now, the culprit decides to go along with this bizarre idea. After all, completing this quest could elevate him to the esteemed rank of a regular villain. Despite the downright weirdness of the quests, he figures he has no option but to roll with it. It is not every day you get handed such an unusual mission. Just as the culprit is soaking in the strange quest menu, out of nowhere, steel balls come flying at him from behind. But wait, before these metallic projectiles could turn him into a human pin cushion, Mother Nature decides to make an entrance. A bunch of roots bursts out of the ground like they have been waiting for their cue in a magical garden play. In a blink of an eye, the roots wrap around the culprit, providing him with a full-blown cover from the impending steel ball barrage. Now, the culprit is grinding after realizing that he is no longer standing out like a sore thumb and does not have to skulk in the shadows to complete his missions anymore. On the flip side, there stands Corporal Lee, armed with his trusty steel balls and ready for action. He starts spilling the beans about the culprit's master plan. Apparently, the sneaky guy was plotting to hide among the citizens, waiting for the guards to become instant sushi during the first wave. And just in case there were other players among the civilians, he planned to cosplay as a guard to avoid suspicion. Giving credit where credit is due, Corporal Lee acknowledges the sheer brilliance of this guy's elaborate scheme. Then, in a classic dramatic twist, Corporal Lee drops Tang Jusip's real name like a bombshell. The guy behind the roots practically jumps out of his skin at the sound of his own name. Now this dude finds himself visibly shaken and shoots Corporal Lee a curious glance, probably wondering if they attended villain school together or something. This is where we come to know that Tang Jusip is more than just a regular player. He is a B-rank player villain candidate with the ability of a cannibal tree, and he has aspirations to climb the ranks and earn the prestigious title of the Black Tentacle Villain, and in future he will be the one. Now, my man flashes him a cheeky grin, letting him know he is well aware of villainous types like him. But Scarface is left utterly dumbfounded. The fact that Corporal Lee knows all about him, while Scarface does not know jack shit about Corporal Lee, is scaring the bejesus out of this guy. He then quickly hushes Corporal Lee and insists him to keep the villain talk on the down low. Without skipping a beat, Scarface launches his roots towards our guy, assuming Corporal Lee must be some high-ranking player. But with a sly grin, Scarface makes it crystal clear that no matter Corporal Lee's rank, his abilities pale in comparison to Scarface's own compatible powers. He scoffs at the idea of Corporal Lee's metal balls doing any damage. This is the moment when fire starts to dance around Corporal Lee's face, his grin widening as if he has already cracked the code. Taking a deep breath, fire swirls into his mouth as he casually asks Scarface the million-dollar question: what exactly is his ability compatible with? Now, let us take a stroll down Corporal Lee's memory lane, where this Scar-faced guy wreaked havoc with his root manipulation. Even the innocent civilians were in his grasp, getting utterly humiliated and torn apart by him. Back then, he shouted at the top of his lungs for the Great Steel Emperor to come out of hiding. With no regard for human life, he asks the Steel Emperor if he is gonna hide and watch his cannibal tree slaughter and devour every human in their grasp. And this guy, Black Tentacle Young Jusep, has abilities that consist of a cannibal tree, a rank player. Finally, we catch a glimpse of the Steel Emperor standing amidst these swirling roots. As the camera zooms in, we see him bleeding his lungs out. Just a small warning before we head into the next 2 episodes, I have made a mistake with a certain person's pronouns. They were sometimes being referred to as a female inside the comic, but that was just a translator error, because that person is clearly a male character, and I unfortunately decided to refer them as a female because of the mistranslation. Please ignore this mistake as you listen ahead, as it will not be repeated after episodes 11 and 12. Thank you. Here we are again, back at the scene where Scarface is gearing up to throw down on our guy. But our hero not even flinching. In fact, there is this quirky smirk playing on his lips, a dead giveaway he has got everything figured out. As Scarface's tree roots start lunging at Corporal Lee, our boy is sidestepping them with such flair, you would think he is working through his morning workout routine. Meanwhile, Scarface is steaming, utterly bamboozled by Corporal Lee's near-divine agility. Just when you think you have seen it all, Corporal Lee decides to kick it up a notch. With a sudden leap, he is off, vanishing into thin air, only to reappear moving faster than a speeding bullet, his trusty metal balls at the ready. With a flick of his wrist, those balls are soaring towards Scarface like heat-seeking missiles. But let us not sell Scarface short, the man's got moves too. He is weaving through those metal threats, dodging left and right with his tree roots, making sure not a single one lands a hit. Once more, Scarface flings his roots towards our guy, aiming to trap him in a corner. But Corporal Lee is not the type to be easily subdued. With a swift leap, he takes to the air, leaving Scarface's attempts grounded. The frustration on Scarface's face is palpable, each second adding to his disbelief. He cannot fathom that Corporal Lee's simple tactics are outmaneuvering him, and the sight of Lee advancing fearlessly is what unnerves him the most. Mid-leap, Lee employs his signature finger gesture again, sending metal balls raining down towards Scarface. Yet, Scarface, ever the quick thinker, shields himself with his roots, creating a makeshift fortress. Encased within his rooty bastion, he shouts down to Corporal Lee, calling him a moron. He taunts Lee, proclaiming he can launch all the attacks he wants, but it is all in vain. None will breach his vegetative defense. At this point, Corporal Lee lands deftly atop the root shield that Scarface has conjured, a wide grin spreading across his face. He states that looks like I have found enough firewood for the day, a comment that flies right over Scarface's head. Unperturbed, Scarface retorts, insisting that despite Lee's proximity, he is powerless against him, mocking Lee's ignorance of his true capabilities. In a bold move, Scarface reaches out to grab Corporal Lee's hand, intending to fully deploy his cannibal tree powers by attempting to consume Lee's arm. However, instead of panic, a broad grin remains plastered on Lee's face, and fire starts flickering at the corners of his mouth. Just as Scarface thinks he is about to digest his foe, Corporal Lee showcases his resilience by activating his body's strengthening ability, transforming his arm into steel. Scarface, baffled by his inability to digest Lee's arm, scratches his head in confusion, completely taken aback by Lee's unexpected prowess. Meanwhile, Lee, undeterred and as confident as ever, opens his mouth wide. As he inhales deeply, fire begins to amass within, signaling the unleashing of yet another formidable ability. At this critical point, Scarface starts to grasp the severity of his predicament. The thought racing through his mind is sheer bewilderment. Initially, he was only dodging metal balls, and now, out of nowhere, Corporal Lee is unleashing fire powers. Where in the world did this fire ability come from? He wonders, panic setting in. Realizing his imminent defeat, Scarface begins to plead for his life, claiming he is on a crucial quest. He offers Corporal Lee all the rewards meant for the quest's completion in exchange for mercy. Scarface, now with a grin, thinks he has played his best card, confident no one could refuse such a lucrative offer. However, as the fire in Corporal Lee's mouth grows more intense, Scarface, desperate, tries to renegotiate, promising to dedicate everything once the quest is completed. But Corporal Lee is not buying it. He dismisses Scarface's plea as utter nonsense, revealing that Scarface had tried the same deceit in Lee's previous life. Determined not to be fooled again, Lee stands firm against Scarface's manipulation. Scarface is utterly confused by the mention of a previous life, blurting out a bewildered what. But before he can grasp the situation, Corporal Lee, with no room for further discussion, commands, "Just die already." He unleashes a ferocious blast of fire from his mouth, engulfing everything in the vicinity. Inside his root shelter, Scarface can only scream as he is consumed by the flames, his pleas for mercy lost in the roar of the fire that reduces him to ashes. Now, we find ourselves outside, where we see the lower-ranking soldiers about to make their entrance into Seoul Station. The platoon commander, in a moment of fatherly concern mixed with military sternness, tells his soldiers there is no predicting what kind of gate has swung open inside. So, he urges everyone to pull themselves together in the most polite way possible, of course. As we zoom in on the soldiers in line, it is clear they are psyching themselves up, trying to mentally prepare before they dive into this proverbial hellhole. Just as they inch closer to the danger zone, a system alert pops up like an unwanted ad, blaring that this is a dangerous area. But our soldiers are not the type to click the back button. With courage cranked up to the max, they are determined to step inside. However, the system, in a voice that probably reminds them of every doomsayer they have ever ignored, announces that once they are in this nightmare, there is no stepping outside unless they tick off some pretty specific conditions. But these soldiers are on a mission all their own. As soon as they cross into the station, they spring into action, each taking on their role with a mix of dread and determination. Suddenly, Private Park lets out a yell that could wake the dead, absolutely petrified. Because right in front of him lies a gigantic spider, sprawled out on the ground, lifeless. The platoon leader, without missing a beat, whispers to Private Park with the urgency of a parent in a library, telling him to dude shut the fuck up. As they proceed with all the caution they can muster, someone calls out, "Who goes there?" The platoon leader quickly pipes up, "We are the amped rescue team, at your service." On the other end of the call-out stands Jian, the ever-vigilant Seoul Station guard. So, the guard spills the beans about the portal and all the thrilling bits and pieces. The lieutenant, ever so curious, inquires about the civilian casualties and what exactly went down. The guard, proud as can be, explains that thanks to an amped operation, everyone was evacuated, and every guard is following their orders to the letter. Now, the lieutenant starts to get a tad heated, immediately asking about a female soldier, bombarding the guard with questions about her well-being. The guard, taken aback by the lieutenant's relentless inquiry, finally mentions that the female soldier is managing the situation at the temporary shelter. But then the guard casually mentions that the guy he is talking about is Corporal Lee Hyunwook. Apparently, everyone here is dancing to his tune, and of course, the lieutenant is grinding his teeth because he has never been a fan of our boy. But immediately, Private Park jumps into the conversation, asking if the dude in question has spiky hair and sometimes sports a sinister smile. The guard confirms with a quick yes, and Private Park chimes in, suggesting to the platoon leader that it seems to be Corporal Lee Hyunwook after all. However, it looks like the platoon leader is not thrilled about the topic of our guy. In a burst of frustration, he snaps at Private Park, telling him to shut the fuck up and remember his place. Poor Private Park just turns around and apologizes. After all, you cannot talk back to the platoon leader. The platoon leader then raises his voice at the officer, reminding him that Corporal Lee is just a lowly F ranker, while he himself is a C ranker and therefore the one in charge now. But then, the officer throws a curveball, questioning platoon leader on how he managed to enter the place. He points out that there is a restriction at level 15 that bars anyone above level 15 from entering the station and emphasizes the question of how the platoon leader got in if he is such a high ranker. Now, the platoon leader is at a loss for words, just staring blankly at the officer, unsure of what to say. With a weighty tone, the officer makes it clear that he is aware of Corporal Lee's rank because he has heard it earlier. But he lays it out plainly that he is following Lee's orders because he believes Corporal Lee is fit for command. Besides, the officer reveals that he is a C ranker too, so there is no obligation for him to follow the orders of a mere platoon leader. He continues to throw truth bombs at the platoon leader, humiliating him by stating that although he calls himself the rescue squad, all he is doing is flaunting his arrogance. He challenges the platoon leader, questioning what his plan is to rescue the trapped civilians and whether he even has a plan or a way out amidst this unfortunate event. Caught off guard, the platoon leader starts to panic, suggesting that for now, their best bet is to build a barricade at the entrance with a narrow passageway and bide their time. But then, the vice president arrives, announcing they are in big trouble. The platoon leader rushes towards her, concerned about her well-being and asking if she is hurt. Instead of exchanging pleasantries or high fives, she questions why he came here. He reveals his intention to rescue her. She cuts him off, telling him to drop the act because there is a double gate spotted, and civilians has found it. Now we see the civilians going absolutely bonkers, demanding to speak to whoever's in charge. The crowd is furious, itching to know why they kept it a secret that there was a double gate. Then, one of the guards tries to calm the civilians, saying they wanted to avoid causing chaos. But there is this one guy in the crowd, really making a scene, questioning how they can trust the guards. He goes on to challenge their duty, asking if they even understand what it means to be a guard. He throws out a zinger, suggesting they are just using civilians as human shields to buy time. Then, the lady who was totally called out retorts, asking where in the world he heard such nonsense. But then, someone from the crowd pipes up, saying it was the guard with the scar on his nose who spilled the beans. Back in the fray, and surprisingly, Scarface is still kicking despite being half charred. His cockiness has not taken a hit, though. He claims he was fully prepared for this moment, the opportunity too good to miss, and he cannot believe he is about to lose everything. But my guy, cool as a cucumber, armed with his metal spheres, tells this charred dude to quit his moaning and just die already because he has got a schedule to keep. With a flick of his wrist, the steel balls whiz towards him, and just like that, Scarface meets his demise. My guy stands there, wondering why all these villains seem to have the same old spiel, and honestly, he is sick to death of it. Then, out of nowhere, a light begins to shimmer before him, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. A pathway appears out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, there is a massive gateway before us, with two birds gliding towards it. As these creatures draw nearer, it becomes clear they are not just birds but girls with wings, dressed in white, like angels descending from the heavens. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, revealing that Mana is recovering at a rapid pace. We then see these two angels hovering around our guy like bees around a flower, and in the blink of an eye, his health has also recovered. These ladies keep hovering around him, carefree as can be, while my guy stands there, unfazed, because he is a Sigma male, after all. Another system notification arrives, announcing that a new quest has been initiated. A devilish grin starts to etch across his face as the system window pops up, spilling all the juicy details about this quest. It is called Lightbearer, Become the Dawn of the World. The quest narrative reveals that Corporal Lee had stopped the conspiracy of the betrayer of mankind, the villain, and now he has the chance to become the protector of humanity, the Guardian. While these two ladies are still hovering around him, the system reveals that this quest will guide him to become the light of the world and asks if he is willing to accept the quest. With unfazed confidence, my man responds, absolutely not. Now, the once diligent ladies, brimming with enthusiasm, are left utterly bewildered by the unexpected choice he made. Then, the system window pops up again, asking if he is sure he wants to decline. Staring at the system window, he is mulling over the fact that the Guardian quests, with their pretext of protecting humanity, sound noble, but in the end, it is just another group. While the rewards would be guaranteed, his actions would be restricted periodically. Above all, his main concern is that a quest is merely a quest. But humans are not so simple. He reflects on the possibility that if this quest is misused, a Guardian could turn into a villain at any time. It could be the same as humanity's worst betrayal by Gordon Precy, who, after all, was a Guardian as well. So, seething in frustration, he straightforwardly states decline once again. But now, when he takes a casual glance to his right, it is clear that the blonde angel is not exactly on board with his life choices. And when he looks to his left, the situation is similar with the redhead angel, who appears even more visibly upset, bordering on angry. After rejecting the quest, the portal that had once opened now begins to close. In a blink, it vanishes, leaving him just standing there. Then, with swift gestures of his hands, he extends his arm and conjures a key from a pile of skeletons. The system window pops up again, announcing that he has won the first reward of the lucky event, Akashic Armory Key number 2. Apparently, this is the item that the scar-faced, root-manipulating villain was searching for, and he was dead set on acquiring it, even if it meant slaughtering innocent citizens. If it is the main quest reward, then there is no doubt it is an object the villains need. A devilish grin cracks across his face. Given that every villain is eyeing this key, he decides to keep it for himself. At this point, he is dead set on screwing over those villainous suckers big time in this life. Now, Scarface Guard makes a grand entrance into the scene, making it crystal clear to the fuming civilians that he is the only guard with a scar. So, they start confronting him, and as it turns out, he is not the one who fed the civilians bogus info to stir up chaos. But the civilians are still not having any of it. One of them points out that, either way, the guards hid the info about the double gate from everyone, so there is no guarantee they will not be used as human shields. Enter Corporal Lee, marching towards the angry crowd, absolutely livid at the sight. He cannot believe that Scarface, the root-manipulating motherfucker, is causing inconveniences from beyond the grave. The platoon leader steps in, trying to calm down this overly agitated guy who is really losing his cool. She tells him that even if they cannot trust the guards, they should at least have faith in the amped rescue team and urges him to listen to her. Meanwhile, my guy is actually amused by the situation. He is happy to see Battalion Commander Major Kim Kangseok contributing to the chaos at Seoul Station, just like in his previous life. Only this time, Major Kim has sent the platoon leader, who arrived just when she was needed most, back to the riled up crowd, where the skeptical guy is throwing doubts at the platoon leader, questioning why they should trust her. He mocks the idea of a rescue team of just 6 people, calling it the joke of the year, and questions their rescue plan. But before things can escalate further, Corporal Lee storms into the scene, radiating authority. He yells at the top of his lungs, with all the energy of a soldier, reminding them that if the second wave hits, they are all going to be in serious trouble. But it appears that these two particular individuals in the crowd are still not satisfied and raise their voices, stating they just cannot trust any of them and blaming them for the current predicament of the civilians. Corporal Lee counters this with a glare so intense it could pierce through souls, challenging the guy by asking, since they do not trust the military, what alternative they propose. This leaves everyone momentarily stunned, and a heavy silence descends as they all confront the harsh reality of their situation. Even the platoon commander is left agape. Then, Corporal Lee begins to speak, revealing that the rail guards fought with their lives on the line. He questions if their sacrifice is not enough to earn the civilians' trust. He then asks if there is anyone among them who would be willing to put their lives on the line for others. Now, those two loudmouths who were the most vocal are left utterly speechless, confronted with the reality of the sacrifices made on their behalf. In a bid to win over the crowd's sympathy, the platoon commander takes a moment to criticize Corporal Lee for his intimidating approach towards the civilians and questions his audacity for giving them cold glares and treating them poorly. She demands to know where he has been hiding all this time, questioning why he is only showing up now. Corporal Lee then reveals that he has just secured the double gate. At this moment, Private Park is filled with joy to see his friend accomplishing such a feat, while the vice president standing beside him is left in amazement. Meanwhile, the rail guard acknowledges that such a feat is expected of an S-ranker. However, as usual, the platoon leader tries to downplay his efforts, accusing him of lying. She claims there is no way he could have secured the double gate all by himself and accuses him of blatantly lying to everyone's face. But our guy does not care about her accusations. He remains focused on the bigger picture, reminding everyone that the second wave is imminent. He urges all the civilians to find the best possible hiding spots, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate action. The scar-faced officer immediately springs into action, responding to the command by leading all the civilians to barricade the entrance with chairs and desks, urging them to hide as best as they can. Observing this, the platoon commander is left with what can only be described as a lost puppy face. Seething with frustration, she is utterly baffled by the commanding authority Corporal Lee is radiating, which leaves her no room to interject or get a word in edgewise. This leads her to question herself, wondering if this man is really the Lee Hyun-wook she thought she knew. Back where the portal popped up, and we are ticking down to the second wave like it is the premiere of the worst movie sequel ever. In this crucial moment, Private Park steps forward, handing Corporal Lee his precious blade and the vice president her book, items he thought they might need. They are both quick to thank him, appreciating the gesture. Now, Corporal Lee, chilling on the ground like he is about to start a campfire story, signals everyone to huddle up because he has got some tea to spill. He reveals that the spider monsters from the first wave were not mentioned in the monster manual. However, thanks to his own metal manipulation abilities and the efforts of the guard force, they managed to stop them. However, he cannot shake off the feeling that for a surprise monster attack, it was a bit on the light side. The scar-faced officer agrees, acknowledging that while the spider monsters were certainly formidable, there was something off about them, making their threat seem less than expected. Corporal Lee then drops his theory. Maybe the reason these creepy crawlies did not live up to the nightmare hype is that they were just the opening act. It is the first wave, after all, hinting that the real show is yet to start. So, Corporal Lee, getting a bit more casual, throws out a thought that, since an unlucky event is still an event, it probably has its own stages. He is betting that during the second wave, we might see monsters that use some kind of spider characteristic venom. He suggests, with a nod to everyone, that it might be smart to don gas masks beforehand, just in case. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of the platoon leader in the background, and she is practically fuming. Steam could be coming out of her ears at the sight of not just the vice president, but even the guards hanging on to every word our guy says. It is clear she is not thrilled about the attention he is commanding, and it is driving her up the wall to see everyone so intently listening to him. Corporal Lee further explains that, given the vastness of Seoul Station, if poison gas starts spreading, the civilians could be at risk. So, they must lure the monsters to the outside platform at all costs. He then decides to lay out the details of this operation for everyone. He says that when the second wave starts, they must draw the monsters' attention and lure them outside. Lee volunteers for the luring task, while the rescue team and guards will wait outside in units, ready to attack the monsters from covered positions, much like they did during the first wave. The key is to hold their ground and bide their time. He stresses to everyone the importance of keeping their distance from the monsters at all costs. As predicted, the second wave of monsters begins to emerge from the portal, and the first thing they do is spray deadly poison across the area. Following the plan, Lee lures the monsters behind him, drawing them into the open. Following this, the soldiers and guards spring into action, unleashing a barrage of bullets on the creatures. They then start freezing them to ensure they cannot get any closer, executing the plan with precision and teamwork. And then, the boss of the monsters makes its grand entrance, changing the game entirely. Corporal Lee starts to lose his cool because this is not how things were supposed to go down. As the camera zooms out, we see the monster in all its terrifying glory, making the 6 feet tall Corporal Lee look like an ant by comparison. Now, Corporal Lee is terrified out of his wits and yells at the top of his lungs for everyone to run. Meanwhile, the platoon leader is completely baffled, wondering what on earth is going on. But then, in a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, he yells to everyone below, telling them to stay put and hold their positions. He insists that there is no change to their raid plan. They must lure the behemoth away from the civilians. The behemoth of a monster starts to survey its surroundings, noticing its fallen comrades sprawled on the ground like yesterday's trash, which makes it groan in frustration at the sight of its comrades' blood spilled everywhere. Then, it lets out a massive roar, with our guy standing defiantly in front of it, still trying to wrap his head around the situation. In his previous life, he remembers that the boss monster was supposed to appear after the second wave, not during it. So, he is left pondering how the future could have changed so drastically. Now we are at the scene where the soldiers and officers are on standby, waiting for orders. Even they can hear the monstrous roars echoing through the air, so loud and piercing it is like needles drilling into their eardrums. There stands Corporal Lee, defiantly facing the monstrous behemoth. In a fit of rage, the monster decides to throw a temper tantrum and attempts to strike down Corporal Lee. But with quick reflexes, Lee takes 2 steps back, dodging the blow. The giant's hand crashes into the ground with such force that it shatters the concrete like it is nothing. At this moment, one thing becomes crystal clear to the utterly terrified Corporal Lee. If he does not get his act together and stop this monster, it will mean annihilation for everyone present. The stakes could not be higher, and it is all on him to prevent a catastrophe. We are back in action, and Corporal Lee is gearing up to take down this beast. He is pretty convinced that if he does not put an end to this monstrosity here and now, it is going to be curtains for everyone at the Soul Station. Flexing his metal manipulation powers, he launches a metal smash, and a light begins to flicker ominously above the monster's head. But pulling off this smash move is not exactly free of charge. His mana has taken a hit and has plummeted to 72%. And, would you believe it, despite the flashy entrance, the monster does not even have a scratch on it. Instead of the intended smash effect ramping up, it starts fizzling out on this particular adversary. Then, the system window pops up with another cheerful warning that the metal smash was a no-go because the strength of the steel is apparently more hardcore than the force of the metal smash. And just like that, Corporal Lee is left scratching his head, probably feeling like he just got slapped in the face without warning. Meanwhile, the monster is not just standing around waiting for an invitation, it swiftly lashes out with its giant metallic sharp leg, aiming straight for Corporal Lee, who is now only a hair's breadth away from becoming shish kebab. But wait, Corporal Lee's not out of tricks yet. He whips out his metal skill combo, manipulating metal in such a way that he is able to pull off a mid-air acrobatic move, dodging the leg as it whooshes past him. As the camera pans out, we are hit with the jaw-dropping reality of just how massive this behemoth really is. It is clear now why Corporal Lee's metal smash was about as effective as a mosquito bite on this giant. Finding himself in a real pickle, Corporal Lee realizes that his usual go-to moves will not cut it, literally. After all, if a pillar can get sliced like a cucumber by this creature, what chance does his body's strengthening transformation stand? There he is, in midair, witnessing another deadly strike headed his way. But Corporal Lee is not one to give up easily. With grace that would put a gymnast to shame, he pulls off some more of his signature mid-air acrobatics, regaining his balance with the finesse of a cat. Then, in a move that screams "hold my beer," he starts running up the monster's leg. It is clear that a light bulb has gone off in Corporal Lee's head. He is cooking up something risky, something so out of the box that it just might work. Because when you are the equivalent of an ant to a giant, what have you got to lose? Meanwhile, the cavalry arrives in the form of the platoon leader and the vice president. But they are not exactly the cheerleading squad Corporal Lee might have hoped for. Without missing a beat, the platoon leader starts laying into Corporal Lee for not sticking to the original plan of luring the monster outside to take it down. Taking a trip down memory lane, we find ourselves with Corporal Lee reflecting on his interactions with platoon leader Lee Min-hee. In these recollections, we see a younger Corporal Lee addressing her with her full rank, Tactical Action Officer Lee Min-hee. However, Lee Min-hee, ever the tomboy, does not seem too pleased with the formality. She challenges him, half-jokingly asking if he is trying to butter her up or make excuses by being so formal. As Corporal Lee steps out from the shadows, he acknowledges how he made it out alive this time, attributing his survival to Lieutenant Lee. But the lieutenant, ever humble, tries to brush off the praise, insisting that doing her job is nothing extraordinary. Corporal Lee, however, goes further, expressing his gratitude for having her as his partner. He recalls a time when she claimed to have memorized all the tactical manuals required for an officer, questioning if she was serious about her claim. But she retorts, challenging the notion that battle tactics can be reduced to mere memorization. She clarifies that while she does absorb the information, it is more about letting the knowledge mature in her mind. This, she explains, is crucial for overcoming the limitations of her warp abilities, which require a deep tactical understanding to utilize effectively and at the right moments. Lee Min-hee proudly asserts that every tactic she employs is a testament to her relentless struggle for survival. It is not just about memorizing manuals, it is about applying that knowledge practically and creatively on the battlefield, something she has mastered over the years. Back in the present, the scene is intense. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee is practically screaming her lungs out at Corporal Lee, who is engaging the behemoth single-handedly in a daring display of bravery, or recklessness, depending on how one sees it. But Corporal Lee is far too entangled in his dance of survival against the monster to heed the vice president or the platoon leader's concerns. With every acrobatic maneuver and twist in the air, powered by his metal manipulation abilities, Corporal Lee's mana is plummeting at an alarming rate. From a concerning 45%, it rapidly depletes further down to just 32%. Despite the dire situation, he is fully committed to executing his unconventional plan, believing in Lieutenant Lee Min-hee's tactical acumen to decipher his strategy. As another of the monster's legs comes hurtling towards him, he dodges it with the same mid-air finesse. The collateral damage is becoming increasingly apparent, with pillars tumbling down amidst the chaos. It is then that a realization dawns on platoon leader Lee Min-hee. Corporal Lee is not just evading the monster's attacks, he is intentionally directing them towards the pillars. This revelation brings a new layer of concern to platoon leader Lee Min-hee. Even if Corporal Lee's strategy leads to the monster taking down all the pillars, she is acutely aware that the collapsing roof poses a significant risk. There is a high chance that their plan could backfire, potentially bringing both the monster and Corporal Lee down under the rubble. In a critical moment, platoon leader Lee Min-hee turns to the vice president, urgently requesting her to channel all the mana she can spare. The vice president, puzzled by this sudden demand, questions the rationale behind it. Without hesitation, Lee Min-hee reveals her intention to create the largest warp zone possible right at that crucial juncture. Meanwhile, with only one pillar left standing, Corporal Lee is pushing his limits. He is sprinting towards the final pillar, desperately coaxing his body to endure just a minute or two longer. His mana is depleting rapidly, now dangerously low at 27%. But as if mocking his efforts, the monster raises its hands skyward, then slams them down with such ferocity that the ground beneath them erupts into debris and rubble. It seems as though Corporal Lee has hit his breaking point. Yet, he has not thrown in the towel. Clinging to the last pillar, another monstrous strike descends upon him. In a bid for a few more seconds of resilience, he activates his body's strengthening transformation, turning his body to steel to withstand the impending hit. A system notification flashes a dire warning. Using the body's strengthening transformation beyond its threshold could wreak havoc on the caster's body. To make matters worse, his mana has now plummeted to a mere 3%. The monster's blow connects with the pillar, sending Corporal Lee hurtling backward. Miraculously, he manages to make the monster demolish the last pillar in the process. However, the cost is clear from Corporal Lee's expression. He is in no shape to continue the fight. He crashes into a wall with such force that it shatters upon impact, a testament to the brutal confrontation. As the building starts shaking like it is part of a mega-physicola candy experiment, cracks begin to spider web across its structure. It is a sight more nerve-wracking than watching your phone fall face down on concrete. Back to Corporal Lee, who is still partially embedded in the wall from his recent high-velocity encounter. It is clear to him that the building's seconds from pulling a dramatic exit, and he is hell-bent on not letting the monster waltz out of this catastrophe. So, with a determination that is half admirable and half what is this shit, he starts to peel himself off the wall, dagger in hand, ready for one last stand. But before Corporal Lee can dive headfirst into another possibly regrettable decision, Platoon leader Lee Min-hee, armed with her enchantment and the volume of someone trying to talk over a metal concert, yells for the daredevil to hustle his way out of danger. Despite Lee Min-hee's vocal fireworks begging Corporal Lee to escape the collapsing nightmare, he stands his ground. Face bloodied and battered, he argues that activating the warp right now is their only shot at survival, even if it risks turning him into a permanent fixture of the rubble. Caught in a dilemma that is eating away at her, platoon leader Lee Min-hee is torn between the mission and her partner's safety. But in a moment of do or die, she triggers the warp beneath the monster, sending it tumbling down a level just as the building decides it is time to renovate, starting with the floor. The monster, looking as baffled as a cat in a bathtub, has barely a moment to register what just happened before the ceiling decides to introduce itself personally. Through the chaos, Corporal Lee, despite looking like he has been through a blender set on high, wears a grin of victory, thrilled to be in the thick of it with his old partner once more. As the building embraces its dramatic finale, collapsing around them, the vice president and platoon leader are left in the aftermath, the former's voice a mix of terror and awe at Corporal Lee's audacity. Now, let us take a peek back once again, where the Steel Emperor stands above the body of a dead monster, telling his partner that they have lost way too many comrades in arms in this operation. It is making him doubt whether he actually deserves to be the leader. But the red-headed lady stays silent. She then turns to him and utters his name, sternly scolding him, calling him a pathetic brat. She asks if he is going to keep up with this weak talk. Then she questions him, who decides who deserves what, and asks if he still does not trust himself. But the Steel Emperor stays silent, probably reflecting on her words. Now, back to the chaos that is unfolding in the Soul Station. We see Corporal Lee in his battered state, trying to walk out. But his mana level is at 3%, and he is beyond exhausted. He is apologizing to everyone and then starts falling down with the crumbling building. Then he flashes back to the past, where we see the lady holding onto his coat. A pleasant smile is etched on her face as she tells him not to bear it alone. If he gets uneasy, she tells him to look into the eyes of the people around him who trust him and follow him. Now, in the present moment, we catch a glimpse of the vice president and the platoon leader, both fully prepped and ready to catch Corporal Lee before he hits the ground. With his battered face, he manages to open one eye, just in time to see his friends and comrades standing by, ready to catch him. And there he goes, into the safe arms of the vice president, who snags him midair as he pops out of the warp. Meanwhile, the platoon leader is pushing her limits to keep the warp gate open, sweating bullets. But then, Corporal Lee lands safely on the ground, and just like that, the warp gate snaps shut. The entire station collapses, with debris and rubble flying in every direction. It is like a blockbuster movie scene, but with worse special effects. Cut to outside the Seoul station, where the system alert blares, announcing that the boss monster has appeared. It is time to eliminate the boss monster, with almost 5 hours on the clock until the anomaly finally wraps up. Next up, we catch a soldier in a full sprint, desperate to update the commander. He bursts out with, "The media is having a meltdown. They are all over the story of boss monsters popping up and what we are doing about it." The battalion commander, upon hearing this, is practically stewing in frustration. It is like watching a teapot about to scream its lid off. Meanwhile, the Flower Guild president is soaking up all the gossip from her manager, who whispers the juicy bit that the director and the vice president hinted pretty loudly that if she keeps up her current tactics, her reign as the head of the attack squad might be as short-lived as a snowball in a sauna. Hearing this, the lady's about to blow a gasket. She rants about how these so-called brothers are ambushing her like a pack of wild dogs, orchestrating a takedown that is tearing her apart. It is as if they have been lying in wait, just for this moment. But then, we witness a pause in the chaos as the battalion commander and the Flower Guild president's eyes meet. It is an awkward moment charged with tension, like two cats on a hot roof eyeing the last piece of fish. The commander's glare could practically drill holes, and she is having none of it. She snaps out and tells Commander to cut the creepy stare off, deciding it is high time to break the ice. All she has to do is make that call. Seems easy enough. She nervously pulls out her phone, nibbling on her nails with tension thick in the air. She mutters under her breath, "Why him of all people?" But, trapped in the web of circumstances, she goes ahead and dials his number. And in a twist that could make anyone chuckle, she has got him saved as Crazy Dog in her contacts. Now, we are back inside the ominous black blob. The Soul Station is now nothing but dust and debris. Miraculously, Corporal Lee has survived. Alongside him, safe and sound, are his companions, with the vice president busily tending to Lee's injuries with her magic. As she works her healing spells, she confesses she was almost certain Lee was a goner. Now, we zoom in on Corporal Lee, whose eyes are a mirror of despair. The future has shifted beneath his feet, leaving him doubting the value of the knowledge from his previous life. He starts to wonder if is it all worthless now. He is now teetering on the brink of frustration, trying to piece together everything. In the midst of chaos, we see the ever-diligent vice president working her magic, quite literally, to heal Corporal Lee. The atmosphere is tense, a stark contrast to her focused calm. Cut to the platoon leader, who has clearly reached her boiling point. She is grinding her teeth in frustration, a tempest brewing within. Suddenly, she grabs Corporal Lee by the collar, unleashing a torrent of questions and expletives. She demands him, "Why the hell are you going rogue and making reckless decisions?" She makes it crystal clear that without her intervention, everyone inside would have been wiped out. She continues her fiery lecture, emphasizing that tactics are built on promises, on the trust that team members will execute the agreed-upon actions at the designated time. This, she asserts, is the bedrock of all strategy. As her words wash over him, Corporal Lee is hit with a flashback of a friend echoing similar sentiments about the importance of trust. Then, as if ignited by her words or perhaps the memory of his friend, a sly, almost devilish grin begins to play across Corporal Lee's face. He makes a sharp comeback, cutting off the platoon commander's rant to remind her that now is hardly the time for such discussions. Yet, in a twist, he expresses his gratitude to her. It seems her fiery words have somehow cleared the fog for him, and now he knows exactly what he must do. However, it seemed like the platoon leader was not quite on board with Corporal Lee's plan. She suspected him of trying to go solo yet again, pointing out that not everyone is blessed with a hide as tough as nails. They needed a game plan that did not rely on superhero skin. The platoon commander was just as shocked as anyone when he saw Corporal Lee springing back to his feet like a cat with 9 lives. He spilled the beans that the boss monster was about to make a dramatic entrance from the rubble, and he had a trick up his sleeve to welcome it. But Corporal Lee, with a grin that could sell ice to penguins, assured everyone that they were going to bring the thunder, literally. He rallied the troops, saying it was time to band together and shock the monster into submission. With the enthusiasm of a cheerleader on game day, he declared that the linchpin of their monster-mashing strategy would be none other than Private Park Junmo. Poor Park was left scratching his head, wondering why he was always the chosen one. And now, we are back outside where an angry crowd has gathered around, grilling the battalion commander with questions. It seems word has gotten out that a monster has shown up at Soul Station, and everyone is shouting the same question. What is going to happen to the citizens of Soul Station? They are demanding that the military and authorities make a statement. Then, the commander, feeling the heat from the public, finds himself teetering on the brink. He reveals that, with the additional details considered at this time, they are planning a briefing. For now, he lets slip that the secondary rescue team for this unlucky event has been deployed. But this just gets the crowd even more worked up. With a boss monster having appeared, and the military sending yet another rescue team that is even less impressive than a level 15 group, the crowd is baffled. They are asking, in disbelief, if the military really plans to defeat the boss monster by throwing a bunch of low-level personnel at it. Now we are zipping back inside Soul Station, and it looks like the monster's decided to wake up again. He is tossing debris around like confetti at a parade, making a grand entrance. This time, the monster seems madder than ever, grinding its teeth at the thought that these humans managed to outsmart it. It unleashes a massive roar, the force of which is so intense that it sends the corporal and vice president stumbling backwards. And just when you thought things could not get weirder, the monster starts levitating, legs spinning like a cartoon character. But then, something else catches its eye, a gigantic water bubble just floating there above it. The officer gives the signal, and the guards spring into action, dropping the water ball right on target. The monster finds itself taking an unexpected bath, completely drenched. But the monster shrugs the water off like it is no biggie, and it seems ready to move on to the next round of this bizarre showdown. Meanwhile, the guards are ramping up for the ultimate face-off. The guards fires up the amplification rune. Corporal Lee then yells over to Private Park, "Let us light this up." Private Park gets into action, funneling his lightning into the amplification rune, sending shockwaves towards the monster. The monster is not just standing there taking it, it is writhing in a mix of anger and pain. Private Park, not letting up, pushes his limits, pouring out as much lightning as he can muster. To push him even further, Corporal Lee shouts words of encouragement, urging him to keep the pressure up until they are ready to deploy the big guns, a massive frost rune. But then, in a dramatic twist, someone new bursts onto the scene, commanding everyone to halt in a voice that brooks no argument. Suddenly, an overwhelming force presses down on everyone, bending them to their knees as if the very air around them has turned heavy. Private Park, caught in this unseen grip, struggles alongside the monster, which also feels the pressure. We are back outside once more, where the battalion commander is standing his ground against an agitated crowd, all eager to know the game plan for neutralizing the looming threat. Then, the commander drops a bombshell. This time, the backup is not just any ordinary squad. They have got an S-class player with no level restrictions, the Fist King, Han Tieson himself. And there he is, Han Tieson, the authority figure, the S-rank player who is not just a big deal in Korea, being ranked number 1, but also holds the 9th spot globally. As he strides towards the monster, he assures everyone, "I have got this. Leave it to me and clear out." Corporal Lee cannot help but sport a massive grin, witnessing firsthand the kind of presence an S-ranker brings to the table. Han Tieson, matching Lee's grin with his own, gears up, his fists engulfed in flames, ready to show this beast why he is the top dog. Now, Corporal Lee finds himself in a whirlwind of confusion. The future he thought he had figured out is shifting before his eyes, leaving him unsure about the information he once trusted. Initially, his plan was to sacrifice the reward and just hang tight for 5 hours, hoping the monster would vanish on its own. The arrival of Han Tieson, however, was a twist he had not anticipated. He reflects on his past life, where, as an S-ranked player with no level restrictions, S-rankers were capable of soloing dungeons. The sudden appearance of Han Tieson at the station, clinching the clearing reward for this unlucky event, had previously cemented his reputation as the undefeatable fighter. In that past life, Han Tieson had managed to obtain the secret item, Manon and Maklar's secret armor, a feat that significantly contributed to his legend. This time around, Corporal Lee is feeling a mixture of vindication and anticipation. With a broad smirk spreading across his face, he is quietly thankful for Han Tieson's timely appearance. It is not just about avoiding the loss of the reward anymore. Lee is eyeing the chance to claim it all for himself. The monster, not one to sit idly by, launches an attack at the Fist King. But Han Tieson, with a mere flick of his palm, halts the beast's formidable assault as if swatting away a fly. Standing there defiantly, it is clear he is in a league of his own. With a sly smirk, Han Tieson readies himself for his counterattack. The armor on his hand begins to glow brilliantly, signaling the unleashing of a devastating blow. The monster is sent flying, crashing into the ground with such force that the onlookers are practically eating dust, witnessing the raw power of the Fist King firsthand. However, the dust settles to reveal an unexpected turn. The monster, this giant beast, does not have a single scratch on it. Han Tieson quickly realizes this opponent might be tougher than he initially thought. Yet, undeterred and with a determination that speaks volumes of his confidence, the Fist King does not see this as a setback. With lightning speed, Han Tieson launches into the air, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. He zips past the monster, breaks mid-air to change his trajectory, and then comes hurling down, targeting the monster's face with a thunderous punch. As he lands the blow, Han Tieson remains suspended in the air, his fist still shimmering with power, while the monster is forced back onto its feet, reeling from the impact. As the monstrous beast takes a devastating punch from the First King, it goes down like a sack of potatoes, sending shockwaves that scatter nearby soldiers like bowling pins. Amidst the settling dust, there stands Corporal Lee, clutching the Vice President, making sure she does not go flying off into the stratosphere from the pressure. Taking a closer look, we see the Vice President informing Corporal Lee that she has blessed him with mana, but she cannot afford to expend more since she believes the other teammates are more crucial. Corporal Lee, with a pleasant smile, reassures her that he will be fine and tells her not to worry about him since he is not planning to use his body anyway. But then, he abruptly snaps his hand out of her grasp and leaps down to the ground, heading towards the monster. Meanwhile, the platoon leader, as always, is throwing shade at him, asking what the heck he is trying to pull off this time. Now, here comes the Fist King again, grinning like a maniac with that gaping mouth of his, clearly having the time of his life. He starts throwing punches at the monster like it is a punching bag at the gym. The poor monster, after taking a beating of its life, starts crumbling into pieces. And just as the monster begins to disintegrate, Corporal Lee whips out his metal smashing technique. That is when the Fist King smells something fishy in the air, realizing a shady move is about to go down. Suddenly, the monster's chest explodes into a million bits, raining its insides down on the battlefield. The Fist King lands swiftly on the ground, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. It is like someone snatched his kill right from under his nose before he could claim it. Then, a notification window pops up, spilling all the juicy details about the metal smashing ability. It is a rank D skill, and it seems to consume mana to crush metal, with the mana consumption varying based on the amount of metal targeted. Right now, Corporal Lee's mana is sitting at a measly 13%. Now, Corporal Lee stands tall beside the Fist King, both watching as the monster teeters on the brink of oblivion. With a stern tone, the Fist King turns to our guy, demanding to know what the heck he wants. He reminds Lee that he would already warned everyone not to mess with his kills, yet here Lee is, snatching victory right out of his jaws. But Corporal Lee is not about to take any guff. He snaps back, calling out the Fist King for his questionable ethics, even for an S ranker. The Fist King, now boiling with rage, demands to know what Lee is blabbering about, denying any wrongdoing. That is when Lee hits him with a reality check, reminding the Fist King that he was the one who interrupted Lee's raid in the first place, so ultimately, Corporal Lee deserves this kill. The Fist King scoffs, questioning whether a mere corporal like Lee could have taken down the monster solo. But Lee, cool as a cucumber, tells the Fist King to buzz off. And that is when things really heat up. The Fist King, completely losing his cool, threatens to squash Lee's head with a single fist. Out of nowhere, they both start sprinting toward the monster, each determined to land the killing blow and claim the glory for themselves. As Corporal Lee hurls his knife towards the monster, he is bellowing at the top of his lungs, letting the Fist King know that they are the ones who held the line until the bitter end. He is not about to let this so-called Fist King swoop in at the last moment and snatch his reward. Meanwhile, the Fist King is hot on Corporal Lee's tail, his eyes locked on Lee's sword. He is just as dead set on nabbing the kill before Corporal Lee can get his hands on it. And amidst this chaotic showdown, the poor monster is probably wondering what the heck these guys find so fascinating about him. It is like being the unwitting star of a very strange and violent reality show. So, they both reach the monster, and Corporal Lee's sword starts slicing its way into the monster's belly while the Fist King launches his fist straight at the monster as well. The monster reels from the onslaught, crackling with lightning and fire as it takes a serious beating. Then, the Fist King gears up for another devastating blow, unleashing it with full force. The monster crashes to the ground, engulfing the entire vicinity in blazing flames. The shockwaves are so intense that even Lee struggles to keep his footing. Finally, we are outside, and the blob that once swallowed Soul Station begins to vanish as the monster lies defeated. The area is now free from its grip. As the blob dissipates, Soul Station is revealed once again against the sky. Among the civilians, word spreads that the monster was taken down in less than 5 minutes after the Fist King entered the fray. Finally, the survivors trapped in the station for hours start emerging. In the crowd, a concerned lady rushes towards her mother, immediately asking if she is okay or if she got hurt anywhere else. The mother warmly embraces her daughter, reassuring her not to worry, that she is alright. But then tears start welling up in the lady's eyes after the heartfelt hug, emotions running high after the intense catastrophe. Finally, relief washes over everyone as they realize they are safe after the harrowing ordeal. The news spreads across TVs, with reporters announcing a miracle. All the people in Soul Station survived once again. A notification pops up, confirming that the monster, the venomous ironclad Spider Queen, has been finally slain. It also congratulates survivors for enduring the unlucky event, hinting at lucky rewards for those who weathered the storm. Now, we see the Fist King looking at the system window, but he does not seem too thrilled with the outcome. Maybe he was hoping for a bit more recognition, or perhaps the rewards did not meet his expectations. As we glance at the system window, it reveals that a lucky reward will be given to the Fist King for assisting in the defeat of the boss monster. Now it is clear why he is seething with anger. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee is busy performing some wizardry while still lodged in the corpse of the monster queen, a clear indication of why our guy got the kill. Then, a notification pops up, indicating that an unknown energy is imbuing the Cloud Blade, reaching 24%. Finally, we see our guy casually snagging the reward the system threw his way. The bracelet he yearned for in his previous life is finally in his possession, and he gazes at it with wide eyes. Suddenly, another system window chimes in, stating that the user has obtained a manhwa secret armor. It is a hero-grade relic with the trait that the user can level up the armor through battles. When infused with mana, it creates a thin layer of transparent armor over the user's skin, making it perfect for carrying and storing special features. It even contains a subspace that allows the user to secretly store items. And so, in the grand saga of Soul Station's chaos, our dude emerges as the hero, grinning like a devil who just got the last slice of pizza. Meanwhile, the Fist King is more disappointed than a kid who opened socks for Christmas, calling our guy a cheeky bastard and demanding answers. But as steam starts rising from our guy, he is not about to let the Fist King rain on his parade. He munches down on the bracelet reward like it is his last meal, while the Fist King throws a tantrum louder than a toddler denied candy at the checkout line. Our man turns around, giving the Fist King a look that could curdle milk, and sets him straight. He asks what reward is he talking about, and makes it clear that they are the ones who saved the day. He should be thanking Corporal and his team for letting this party crasher tag along like a lost puppy. And just like that, he drops the mic, leaving the Fist King fuming like a kettle about to explode. But hey, you gotta hand it to the Fist King for his persistence, even if he is more stubborn than a mule with a headache. He keeps going on about how the system works, like he is the guru of game mechanics. He then mentions that the boss monster's contribution is 7%, so his share is still bigger than Corporal's ego. As we glance at the fuming Fist King, his eyes shimmering with frustration and anger, he reveals that he endured 6 months of isolated training, only to be dragged into this mess out of nowhere. He firmly believes he deserves a hero-grade item at the very least to balance things out. With a terrifying tone and demeanor, he demands once again how Corporal Lee plans to make up for it. But our man could not care less about the Fist King's cocky attitude. A sly grin dances on Corporal Lee's lips as he thinks, "This dude must be kidding," arguing about time and compensation in front of a soldier who had to return to military duty for all this bullcrap self-labor. Suddenly, the entire area crackles with energy, fire intensifying around the Fist King like he is about to explode. He demands if Lee knows who he has dared to mess with, but Lee just shrugs it off, daring him to bring it on. Because Corporal Lee is not scared one bit. The Fist King can spout all the nonsense about solitary training and his contribution. But in Lee's eyes, it does not freaking matter. Because if the Corporal had to be compensated fairly for all the time he has spent fighting, then no reward could ever make up for it. So, Corporal Lee is ready to take this bastard down. No holds barred. Sure enough, the Fist King lunges at our guy with all his might, ready to land a punch that would make even Superman jealous. But just before impact, it is like someone hit the pause button on life. As the scene transitions, we see the battalion commander and the Flower Guild president bursting onto the scene like unexpected guests at a party. The Fist King's jaw practically hits the floor, while our guy's expression is like a confused emoji come to life. Then, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-seok decides to drop some wisdom bombs, asking why they are all throwing punches when the gates are closed. Talk about raining on their parade. But Corporal Lee, ever the opportunist, seizes the moment like a kid catching the ice cream truck at just the right time. He grabs the Fist King's fist, but instead of a fight, he launches into a barrage of compliments, showering the Fist King with praise like confetti at a parade. With a swift nod and a cheeky wink, Corporal Lee makes his exit, leaving the Fist King standing there like a deer caught in headlights. And as Lee walks away, he salutes his senior like he is in some kind of military sitcom. The commander can only shake his head in disbelief, while Lee, with a grin as wide as the Grand Canyon, assures him that he is perfectly fine. "Thank you very much." But the Fist King is not having any of this nonsense. He screams at Corporal Lee, demanding that he get his ass over here. However, before things escalate further, the Flower Guild lady jumps in like a superhero with a verbal lasso, telling the Fist King to shut his big mouth. She admits she has no clue what is going on, but right now, she just wants him to shut his ass up. As tensions simmer down, our attention shifts to the sky, where TV news choppers capture every juicy moment of the Seoul Station incident, broadcasting live to the entire nation. The Flower Guild president makes a point that if the Fist King causes any more trouble, it will be impossible to contain the fallout, and it will not do any favors for the Blue Flower Guild's reputation. Still fuming, the Fist King realizes he is backed into a corner, with no choice but to face the harsh reality of the situation. Suddenly, a voice booms out, urging everyone to make way because the Brigadier General is on his way. Sure enough, a portal begins to materialize, and with a flourish, the teleport opens, revealing the Brigadier General floating in like he owns the place. Turning towards the Fist King, the Brigadier General cannot help but express his amusement at seeing the Fist King still lingering around. But the Fist King is still sulking, not exactly thrilled with the idea of heading home empty-handed, without any shiny medals or rewards. The general also notices the awkward tension radiating from the Fist King, not to mention the Flower Guild president is also standing there like a lost puppy. Taking a moment, the Brigadier expresses his intrigue once again, noting the presence of even the Blue Flower Guild master's daughter. He then asks if there is any problem here, but the Flower Guild lady tries to play it cool, warmly welcoming the general and brushing off any notion of trouble, stating that the gate is already closed now. The general gives a knowing twinkle in his eye, acknowledging that if they are talking about the Blue Flower Guild, there must be no problems there. The Flower Guild lady catches on to his wavelength, understanding exactly what the old coot is getting at. Meanwhile, the general turns to the lieutenant, who promptly salutes his senior. Back to the Flower Guild lady. She is grilling the Fist King like a master chef, wondering why Seoul Station looks like it got hit by a tornado when the Fist King was supposed to handle it without breaking a sweat. But the Fist King is still stuck on the fact that someone stole his thunder. Then, he drops the bombshell that he did not actually wreck Seoul Station or clinch the top spot in the raid. The president's jaw hits the floor faster than a cartoon character realizing they have run off a cliff, demanding to know what the heck he means he is not the first. But the Fist King is in no mood for further discussion. He reminds the Flower Guild lady that he has fulfilled all his responsibilities and insists that it is time for her to keep her promises as well. With that, he takes flight into the sky, leaving the lady reeling in the shockwave of his departure. She is left baffled by the revelation that the S-ranker who is known as the Fist King did not rank first in a mere level 15 unlucky event. She wonders who the hell could have ranked first then. Meanwhile, back with our guy, he is getting an earful from the general, who is finding it absurd that his military records specify Corporal Lee can only control up to 300 grams of metal, yet his reports now suggest he can control way more than that. Finally realizing that it must be the corporal who snagged the first spot, the general continues his tirade, suggesting that either the records are wrong or there is the possibility that Lee is not truly an F-ranker. The Flower Guild lady, overhearing everything, starts to sweat beads at the realization that this dude might just be a freaking F-ranker. The old coot, with a pleasant smile, finds the whole fiasco quite fascinating and demands a detailed debriefing while they take a walk. Because apparently, even in the midst of chaos, there is always time for a stroll. As the reality sinks in, the Flower Guild lady feels like her head is about to explode as she wonders what is going on. Meanwhile, our guy takes a leisurely stroll with the budget-friendly mob psycho. But at this point, Corporal Lee shoots him a doubtful glance. He is on high alert because he knows that Brigadier General Choi Yun-cheol is not a man to be trifled with. Choi's powers have earned him the reputation of a tactical nuclear weapon, and to top it off, he is remarkably clever. He is the one even the necromancer was most wary of, having attempted several assassination attempts against him. Finally, the general breaks the silence, demanding a report of what happened earlier. Corporal Lee snaps into action with a soldier's energy, but he cannot shake the feeling that the general suspects him of some unusual activity compared to his recorded abilities. He halts his steps and brings them closer together, adopting the stance of a disciplined soldier. It is time to stay sharp, because when the brigadier general starts asking questions, you better have your answers ready. And so the corporal starts spitting out that not long ago, when he caught his second elite monster, his abilities instantly improved with an achievement message saying Dunce Rebellion. Instead of the 300 grams as reported, he is now handling up to 17 kilograms and has gained a few skills during his improvement spree. The general starts to wonder that achievement systems are certainly just as uncommon as quests. But right now, the only thing on the corporal's mind is that he does not want the world to know that F-rankers can progress. With a broad grin, the general buys our guy's story, but deep down, the corporal knows the general is not fully sold on it yet. Then the general explains that given the corporal's fighting strength and abilities, he could not be called an F-ranker, and his combat abilities are perhaps C-rank or above. Now the corporal hits with a realization that it seems the general also wants to scout him as well. So, the general gives a nod of praise to our boy for his fantastic job and asks if there is something he would like as a reward. Maybe some magic armor or anything. He tells him to name it, and he will have it. But Corporal Lee seems relieved that the general does not want to scout him. Seeing an opportunity to snag a shiny item, a grin widens on Lee's face as he reveals that there is actually something he wants. Then, he challenges the general, saying it is just that he does not think even a brigadier general could give it to him so easily. Now, the brigadier is even more curious to hear what this thing is that he cannot grant him. And with a drum roll, Lee bluntly states that it is one of the general's treasured items, a hero rank item called the Fail Knot. Suddenly, a sparkling realization hits the general as if Corporal Lee just found out about the stash of dirty magazines the general was hiding from his wife. It is a moment of pure comedic gold, where the general's poker face crumbles faster than a house of cards in a windstorm. Back at the broken-down Soul Station, the general is laughing so hard he is practically holding onto his belly like he just heard the joke of the year. With a playful twinkle in his eye, the general tells Corporal Lee, "Let us have a chat when you get another badge right on your chest." Corporal Lee, with all the soldierly energy he can muster, replies with a crisp, "Thank you, sir." As the general starts to stride away, still chuckling to himself, Lee cannot help but sulk a little. He saw this coming from a mile away. He knew that old man was going to change the subject faster than a politician dodges a tough question. But despite the disappointment of not getting his hands on the Fail Knot, Lee is still relieved. After all, a special promotion means he will be able to stay hidden for a while longer. And for now, that is victory enough for him. So a few days pass by, and we find ourselves at the 3rd Armored Brigade, 1st Battalion. A notification window pops up, stating that Manon and McClure's secret armor is being digested, and in Vivo Furin efficiency is at 150%, with about 6 minutes left until metal absorption is complete. As he sits on his bed, our guy is just pissed off at how long this is taking. But he reassures himself that hero rank items are harder to digest after all. Suddenly, Private Park appears on the scene, interrupting our guy's sulking. Along with him is Private Choi Mini, whose trade is Chaser and is an E-rank guy, demanding they do something other than PT now. But our man pulls up his shirt, showing his banged up body, and asks them if they cannot see he is totally bruised up. Then we see 3 other goons arrive at the scene. One with a bald head, Private Choi Tae-young, whose trade is Sniper and is also an E-ranker. The one in the middle is Private Park Sungmo, with the trade of a shaman and an E-ranker. And the purple-headed one is Kim Kyunjin, with the trade of a thief and also an E-ranker. As Corporal Lee reflects on the past events, he finds solace in the camaraderie forged through fire and chaos. In the midst of raids and life-threatening situations, he is grateful for the steadfast support of his friends and comrades who stood by his side, unwavering in their faith and trust. Just as he is lost in his thoughts, the door creaks open, and in walks Private On Minty, back from the military hospital after getting roughed up in the last confrontation with the kobolds. Reporting for duty, Minty's return is like a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty of battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Corporal Lee jumps to his feet and wraps Minty in a bear hug, a silent testament to the bond they share. For Lee, future rewards pale in comparison to the simple joy of seeing his friends return safely by his side. As Minty stands bewildered by the unexpected display of affection, Lee chuckles and explains that it is all for him showing up just in time for training. Though Minty might not fully grasp Lee's sentiment, the warmth of their embrace speaks volumes. With cheerful energy, Lee leads the way, surrounded by his comrades and friends. In this moment of shared camaraderie, they form a tight-knit circle of support, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. After all, in the chaos of battle, there is no greater comfort than knowing your friends have got your back. As Corporal Lee leads everyone to the training center, he is determined to ensure their safety through rigorous preparation. But a sudden interruption halts their progress. We see Private Park, looking visibly shaken, comes running down and stammers out that Ka and lower rankers are not permitted to use this training facility. In his eyes, it is a place reserved for the elite, and mere mortals like them have no business treading its hallowed halls. Just as Private Park was dropping the bad news bomb, Corporal Lee swoops in and gives him a little neck grab wake-up call. Now, Park, looking like a deer caught in headlights, starts babbling about restrictions and how they cannot start training. But Corporal Lee's eyes are like two determined laser beams, and he is not having any of it. He pulls a 180, cranks up the volume, and starts yelling at everyone nearby. He is shouting about how everyone here survived an unlucky event, and asks them then why the heck everyone is getting jittery now. Like, seriously, he asks Park if he did not just leveled up or something. Lee's on a motivational rampage, and I cannot help but wonder if he has had one too many energy drinks. Private Park hits Corporal Lee with the reality check, reminding him that they were just backups back then, and now it is every soldier for themselves. Surprisingly, Corporal Lee decides to have Private Park's back, becoming his backup buddy or something. Private Park's face lights up with happiness, and he asks if it's actually happening. Suddenly, the training hall gate creaks open, giving off major creepy vibes. It feels as if there is a monster about to come out, and that the whole platoon is practically peeing their pants in fear. Corporal Lee, now standing behind them, goes all drill sergeant, pushing them and dropping F-bombs left and right. He sternly asks what the heck they are doing standing there, and sternly instructs them to get the fuck inside. But the soldiers are frozen solid, scared to even twitch. Then, a sly smile creeps onto Corporal Lee's face, like he has just cracked the code. After what feels like forever, everyone's finally herded into the training hall. Corporal Lee slams the shutters closed behind them, trapping those poor souls inside. Now they are banging on the shutters, begging Corporal Lee to let them out. But he is standing there, looking all determined and stuff, not budging an inch. Corporal Lee, still sporting that devilish grin, seems to be enjoying the spectacle of everyone freaking out. He is convinced it is just the beginning of their training, and now it is time for some attribute training, whatever that means. Meanwhile, outside the cafeteria, things appear to be going smoothly. It is like the calm before the storm. Inside, two soldier ladies are gossiping at their desks. The black-haired one spills the beans to her brown-haired buddy about how it was the freaking Frank Corporal who pulled off the blockade operation, and also cleared the unlucky event. The second lady cannot believe it, adding that she imagined him as some super buff dude, which clearly is not the case. Back to Corporal Lee, he is grinning like a Cheshire cat, excited that the trapped bunch will finally get a boost. Suddenly, though, he starts poking his ears, wondering why they are feeling so darn itchy. Now, we also get to see the red head officer busy doling out orders to two soldiers, instructing them to purchase supplies matching the number of workers in each company. Suddenly, her attention shifts to Corporal Lee, and she questions him if he was not supposed to be at his personal training. Corporal Lee, playing it cool like any junior should, fires back with a smooth excuse. He claims he is at the PX for energy supplements for his hardworking subordinates. Meanwhile, we also notice Sanguk, passing by, who cannot help but shoot Corporal Lee an annoyed look. Even the lady soldier on the other side joins in with an icy stare. Anyway, the officer digs deeper, asking if it is true he received the Dunce Rebellion achievement. Corporal Lee owns up to it with a crisp yes. But she is not buying it just yet, and bluntly states that his report about his extraordinary feat seems fishy. She demands to know what he is hiding, but Corporal Lee, with an awkward smile, plays innocent, asking, what could he possibly be hiding? Now, alarms start ringing in Corporal Lee's mind. He is left wondering if she is onto something for asking such pointed questions. Suddenly, their attention is diverted by some commotion nearby. Two soldiers are having a lively chat, but the lady's focus is quickly snatched by something else. Amidst the background noise, a broadcast from the admin room breaks in. The announcement cuts through, summoning Corporal Lee to report to the battalion commander's office immediately. The commander wants him. The broadcast wraps up, leaving the red-headed officer frustrated that just when she thought she was making headway, the broadcast came in right on cue. Corporal Lee, seizing the opportunity, is ready to go. In her parting words, the officer makes it crystal clear that she has got her eyes on him. She does not know what he is up to, but she is watching. With that, she dismisses him, telling him to go now. After narrowly escaping the red-headed officer's interrogation, Corporal Lee is determined to steer clear of her for the time being. With that hurdle cleared, he wonders why the commander is summoning him, especially since the promotion ceremony is still a few days away. As he walks through the corridor, voices echo from the battalion commander's office, sounding agitated. Corporal Lee reaches the door and knocks. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, he steps inside and snaps a salute, announcing his presence. But before he can finish his report, he notices the presence of Brigadier General Choi Young-cheol and the battalion commander, sensing the thick tension between the two of them. It seems like he has walked into quite the heated situation. Finally, the Brigadier General turns toward the Corporal Lee, and as the battalion commander attempts to speak, the Brigadier General intervenes, silencing him with a stern look and deciding to explain the situation to Corporal Lee personally. With a somber and serious tone, he begins to explain the grave circumstances. Just days ago, a red gate opened in the Shinram area, and the Blue Flower Guild had the raid rights for it. However, when the guild members entered to deal with the gate, chaos ensued. The Flower Knights, instead of facing external enemies, turned on each other, resulting in brutal internal conflict. The platoon commander desperately tried to reason with the soldiers, reminding them of their shared guild allegiance, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The knights, consumed by madness, began attacking their own comrades. In the end, he too becomes a victim of the madness, chased down by his own comrades and succumbing to a painful death. The news about the Red Gate being declared a Trouble Rank 3 hits Corporal Lee like a runaway train. Trouble Rank 3 means that after 3 unsuccessful attempts to raid the gate, the organization is considered lacking in capabilities, and 2 or more organizations are required for a joint response. Corporal Lee's mind is racing with questions. He cannot recall any incident like this ever happening in his previous life. The Brigadier General continues to lay out the grim details, explaining that the Red Gate has an energy limit of level 18 or lower, with a maximum of 30 players allowed. The shocking revelation is that it has been reported as a zombie dungeon, implementing an impossible to leave until raid successful after entering policy. The gravity of the situation starts to sink in, and the challenges ahead become increasingly daunting. As the Brigadier General reveals that the Red Gate is the domain of the commander of the dead army, a necromancer, Corporal Lee finds himself terrified, because he does not want to entertain the idea that the necromancer has arrived. The Brigadier General goes on, mentioning that even the proud Blue Flower Guild sacrificed talented rookies and still failed at the raid. He emphasizes that dungeon raiding is typically a guild affair, but then his expression takes a creepy turn, and he points out that Corporal Lee is the best candidate for this dungeon raid. But then, Battalion Commander intervenes, sporting a disappointed look that clearly conveys his disagreement with the plan. Turning to Corporal Lee, the Battalion Commander questions whether he can actually pull it off. Now, Corporal Lee is left contemplating the situation. It is something he has not encountered in his previous life, and the potential connection to the necromancer raises concerns. Despite this, he becomes resolute and agrees to give the raid a shot. A pleased smile spreads across the Brigadier's face, while the gorilla of disbelief stands in the corner, gawking at the unexpected turn of events. Before diving into the nitty-gritty, our corporal figures he better snag whatever advantage he can for the upcoming Red Gate raid. So, he nonchalantly drops the bomb that his current weapon would not even dent a tin can, let alone take on the challenges of the mission. Throwing in a friendly grin, he casually nudges the general to spill the beans on that fail knot they chatted about last time. He makes it clear that with the fail knot in his possession, he guarantees success in the raid. The fail knot, a legendary weapon, is described as a one-shot arrow that never misses. It is associated with Sir Tristan, a character from the legends of King Arthur. Despite its incredible accuracy and magical effects, its difficulty to retrieve means it can only be used as a weapon once. So even in the Brigadier General hands, it's a treasured weapon that is like a last resort. But in the hands of someone who can practically control metal, our corporal's turning this legend into a whole new bedtime story. After Corporal Lee boldly demands the fail knot, a wide smirk appears on the Brigadier's face. With a sly grin, the old guy makes it crystal clear that it is not a favor, it is a deal. Corporal's got to bear the full brunt of the risk if he botches this mission. No free lunches here. But our man, undeterred, flashes a devilish grin of his own. He figures the bigger the risk, the sweeter the payoff. It is a gamble, and he loves it that way. Now, he is all geared up for this raid. But here is some juicy insides. Despite the norm of sending executives as leaders for dungeon raids, the Brigadier is sending him, a regular soldier, as the raid leader. He figures it is likely due to his rivalry with the Blue Flower Guildmaster, Yu Heck. Corporal Lee sees this as an opportunity. If he succeeds, it is a significant victory for a common soldier against an elite player from the Blue Flower Guild. Even if he fails, it will not necessarily be their failure, as they are only participating in the raid as backup for Blue Flower. If Corporal Lee succeeds, the Brigadier will put to rest claims of his uselessness and win the psychological war against the Blue Flower Guild. It is a win-win situation for Brigadier Choi Incheol, and that is why he is willing to hand over that precious fail-knot. The Brigadier, being the shifty character he is, drops the bomb that Corporal's promotion to Sergeant will have to wait until after the raid. Now, our boy's no fool. He knows this old dude can switch gears like a chameleon, but he is not about to let himself be taken advantage of. So, with that same devilish grin firmly in place, Corporal turns to the Brigadier General and lays it out. The fail-knot was the promised reward for this gig, but if he pulls off the raid, he is looking for a little extra something. It is a bold move, and he is not playing games. The old man, not one to beat around the bush, assures Corporal that as long as he does not flop the raid, he will entertain whatever wishes he's got up his sleeve. Corporal, losing soldier energy, hits him with a casual thank you, sir, and throws in a solid reassurance that come hell or high water, he is making sure that raid is a success. Now, we are back with the goons who have just kicked monster butt and are huddled behind the shutter, inspecting their handiwork. Faces smeared with monster blood. They turn around to greet their fearless corporal. In the mix, there is Private Park, all pumped up after breezing through the C-rank training grounds. He has got this newfound confidence, thinking he is the king of the world. With that same devilish grin making a comeback, Corporal Lee casually drops the bomb. Everyone's gotta suit up. The squad's left scratching their heads, wondering what on earth he is babbling about. Then, at the top of his lungs, Corporal belts out the news. They are diving into their first solo deployment. But the once happy face of Private Park is now looking like a scared kitten. Questions when he signed up for this roller coaster ride. A new day unfolds, and the military truck barrels its way to the destination. Inside, Corporal Lee takes center stage, dishing out crucial intel about the impending Red Gate mission. Given that it is a zombie dungeon, they are packing bullets infused with holy power, adding a little kick to the recoil. With a stern demeanor, he orders his comrades to exercise caution when firing these bad boys and emphasizes the need to stay on high alert at all times. Curiosity sparks among the troops as one soldier, unable to contain his inquisitiveness, queries Corporal about the fail-knot. Cool as a cucumber, Corporal reassures him he has got it covered. Sneakily, we catch a glimpse of him concealing the legendary arrow beneath his sleeves. As the military juggernaut arrives at the Silumdong Red Gate, the Blue Flower Guild's base camp, Corporal takes charge. He commands his platoon to disembark from the truck, gearing up for the mission ahead. Just as they start prepping, a native soldier saunters in, declaring a detour to an operations meeting before entering the fray. Corporal, ever the leader, follows suit, leaving the platoon in the capable hands of Park Junmo with a nod and a charge to handle everything in his absence. As the platoon soldiers gear up, their eyes unintentionally wander over to the members of the Blue Flower Guild. Let us just say the soldiers are not feeling the love from the Blue Flower Guild members, who seem to be less than thrilled about the support squad presence. Inside the Blue Flower Guild, a guy starts throwing shade, spilling the tea that these soldiers in front of them are part of the Ant support squad, regular soldiers, the lowest rung of the ladder. He questions whether they are not shouldering too much of a burden, hinting at some covert operation called Operation Retrieval, and then dropping the name Achilles like it is hot. But before he can dive deeper, the boss shuts him down with a resounding "shut your goddamn mouth." Apologies follow promptly, and the loudmouth is left zipping his lips. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee's ears have perked up, catching wind of the whole Operation Retrieval drama. Now, his mind's doing somersaults, trying to decode what this soldier meant by that cryptic phrase. The plot thickens, my friend. The big shot from the Blue Flower Guild hatches a plan to ditch the Ant as soon as they enter the dungeon. But a cautious voice beside him warns that going solo might not be the brightest idea. Survival's no guarantee. Unfazed, the big shot reveals that, in the grand scheme of raids, everyone's life is on the line, and each person must protect themselves. It is a harsh reality, and they have no choice in the matter. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee waltzes into the meeting room, expecting a crowd. But surprisingly, it is just the guild president, flying solo. Red flags start waving in Corporal's mind as he wonders if there was supposed to be a full-blown meeting. The lady, making a beeline toward our guy, spills the beans that she had a hunch Corporal would show up. She reminisces about the time he, without hesitation, pocketed her business card as an F-ranker. Corporal cuts to the chase, admitting he never asked for it. It dawns on him that she is frustrated realizing she handed her card to a lowly F-ranker, and it is clearly bothering her. She then decides to ditch the past, and bluntly reminds Corporal that he is nothing more than a sidekick for this raid. She lays it out straight, instructing him not to pull any funny business that interferes with the Blue Flower Guild's plans. His role, stay in a corner. That is the sole reason she bothered calling him in. Corporal, now catching on to the Flower Guild's scheme, realizes they signed up for the support squad of regular soldiers just to boss them around. But no way in heck is Corporal Lee going to bow down and play by their rules. Asserting himself, he declares that both sets of troops have equal rights and are no less than the Blue Flower Guild. The lady, unimpressed, throws a casual "so what?" His attempt to level the playing field is met with a scoff, and she questions if he is suggesting they are going to take on a boss monster. She admits Copperl's got skill and guts for an F ranker, but she finds the idea laughable. Not one to back down, Copperl, to stir the pot, asks why they cannot take on a boss monster. He provocatively questions if she is worried the support squad might outshine the Blue Flower Guild in the raid. The lady then starts to chuckle and then she bursts into laughter that fills the room, echoing off the walls as she scoffs at Copperl's claims. Once she regains her composure, she questions if Copperl actually believes he will get lucky like he did at the Ciel station. But Copperl, undeterred, takes a few steps toward her, towering over her as he asserts that she should not dismiss his efforts as mere luck. The lady, seemingly unimpressed, throws shade, suggesting Copperl might have a death wish. She challenges him to enter the dungeon before the Blue Flower Guild does, but in the next breath, she rescinds the offer, making it clear he cannot. She drops a bombshell, revealing that 3 of this year's top 100 prospects are part of this raid. Condescendingly, she tells Copperl not to be a bother and orders him to stay out of the way. As Lady Yuhina, or rather Catherine, walks away, Copperl Lee is left scratching his head, bewildered by her lack of response to his provocations. His mind drifts to the mysterious Operation Retrieval, wondering if there is something he is not privy to. Unable to contain his curiosity, he calls her out with her title, but she insists on being addressed by her name, Catherine. Seizing the opportunity, Copperl proposes a bet. If the support squad manages to nab the boss monster before the Blue Flower Guild, Catherine has to grant him a favor. With a nonchalant tone and a peculiar grin, she questions if he has any idea who he is dealing with but agrees to the bet. However, she makes it clear that if Copperl loses, he will have to forfeit his life to her. The stakes are high, but Copperl, undeterred, accepts the challenge. The scene shifts outside the Red Gate, where the Blue Flower Guild confidently strides into the portal, leaving the fully geared support squad standing tall behind them. As the Blue Flower Guild activates their shields, the platoon commander swiftly issues instructions to his squad. They are planning to exit the entry zone before the other soldiers catch up, prompting the leader to command everyone to get ready to run. With a decisive order to enter, the entire Flower Guild squad steps into the portal, leaving the support squad on standby until they receive the green signal to enter in 3 minutes. During this tense wait, Copperl Lee checks in with Private Min, who reports back that he is okay. As the clock ticks down, the support squad prepares to make their move. Copperl advises everyone to stay focused, harking back to their training drills, reminding them to watch their breaths. With the command to enter, the support squad steps through the portal, emerging on the other side. However, the scene that greets them is far from what they expected. Instead of a relatively peaceful environment, they find themselves surrounded by madness. Flower Guild soldiers are tearing each other apart, a gruesome sight that shocks the newly arrived squad. Copperl Lee, thinking on his feet, places his hand over a soldier's mouth, preventing any screams of fear that could attract the attention of the frenzied zombies. The whole area is a chaotic battleground, with Flower Guild soldiers, some dead, others still fighting, and scattered limbs strewn across the ground like discarded toys. Even their team leader has succumbed to the monstrosity, now a part of the zombie horde. The support squad is thrust into a dire situation from the moment they set foot on the other side of the portal. In the midst of the chaos, there is one person who has managed to avoid succumbing to the monstrous fate that has befallen his comrades. However, even he is gripped with terror, watching helplessly as his fellow soldiers are torn apart, their blood splattering in all directions. Copperl Lee, with a swift hand gesture and military language unfamiliar to outsiders, signals to his soldiers to stand tight behind the zombies. As the colossal monster turns around, its empty eye sockets locking onto the support squad, a hushed tension fills the air. The soldier, unable to contain his fear, unleashes a piercing scream that could wake the dead. In response, the undead commander swiftly throws its hands towards the soldiers, attempting to grab them. In the face of impending danger, Copperl Lee reacts decisively. With a commanding voice, he orders the support squad to open fire. The soldiers, following their leader's lead, unleash a barrage of holy bullets from their guns. Copperl Lee, with precision, joins the onslaught, shooting holy bullets that cut through the air. Despite the relentless barrage of bullets, none of them seem to land on the colossal undead creature. A mysterious barrier appears to shield the monster, pissing Copperl Lee to the point of grinding his teeth in frustration. In an attempt to turn the tide, Copperl commands one of the soldiers, Choi Taeyong, to execute a plan. With precision, Choi Taeyong takes aim at the monster. Just as he is about to act, the scene shifts to a flashback where Copperl Lee is teaching the soldiers about shooting. During the training, a soldier raises a concern. He points out that modern firearms lack the destructive power needed to harm monsters effectively. Copperl agrees, acknowledging that the support squad will not be dealing critical damage. Even using holy bullets will not cut it against dungeon executive level monsters. Copperl explains that they are using rifles for the assault because of the noise they make, not their destructive power. As the soldiers absorb Copperl Lee's unconventional wisdom about noise, they start to wonder about the role it plays in this madness. Copperl reveals the intriguing fact that generally, zombies may have desensitized senses, but their hearing remains intact. So, while their firearms may not kill the zombies, they can disorient them. The squad is left in amazement at their wise and nerdy corporal. Expanding on the strategy, Corporal explains that by disorienting the zombies, they will not be able to perceive the squad. However, Baldy raises another question, asking if the zombies in this dungeon have senses other than hearing. Corporal drops a truth bomb, revealing that if that is the case, their chances of success are slim. Most of the squad would become zombies, and chaos would ensue as they kill each other. Returning to the battlefield, the narrative shifts to Choi Tae-young, who possesses the sniper trait. He is targeting the monster's ear, a crucial weak point. After locking onto the target, he pulls the trigger, bombarding the colossal undead creature with bullets in a strategic move to exploit its vulnerability. Moving on, the moment Choi pulls the trigger, bullets start flying everywhere, hammering the undead king. But honestly, it is kind of pointless because not a single bullet gets past his beefy shield. But here's the silver lining, the plan to get the undead king all disoriented is actually working. He is stumbling around, unable to hit back, which is their cue. Seizing the moment, Private Minty lobs a grenade towards the big bad. But get this, these are not your run-of-the-mill grenades, they are juiced up with some magic. In the blink of an eye, the grenade goes off. Looks like it did ruffle the big guy's feathers, but let us be real, it is more of an annoyance to him than a proper smackdown. Meanwhile, Minty is out here playing the hero, shielding everyone from the blast's backlash with his tanky self, always ready to take one for the team. But then, out of nowhere, the undead king starts to fizz out like soda pop, turning into mist and completely vanishing, leaving the squad scratching their heads in total confusion. Just when they spin around to check their six, that mist gets all cozy and starts gathering up again, and bam, the undead king pops up right behind them. Only this time, he is not throwing a solo act, he has brought a whole crew of his creepy pals. And these zombie minions from the Blue Flower Guild are diving straight at the support squad. And as we pull back for a wider look, it is clear we are not just dealing with a handful of baddies. There is a whole army of these freaks storming towards our squad. Immediately, Private Choi, Private Park, and Private Kim get the signal to change their magazines. As soon as they do, their guns suddenly go off and start to float. The corporal, with his metal manipulation ability, is ready with his 4 trusty guns. He takes a pause for a moment, waiting for the best timing. Then, with a simple gesture of his fingers, he triggers all of the gun's triggers, and the guns start bombarding the monsters with bullets, causing the mindless knights to crumble down. But these zombies are relentless. They are closing in with every tick of the clock, and it is just a matter of time before those guns run out of ammo. Just when it seems like we are in a tight spot, one of the smart cookies from the support squad, probably Private Kim, spots something shiny on the zombie. And would not you know it, he's got that thief trait, so he instantly recognizes it as a rare grade item. Meanwhile, as the undead king is busy playing catch-up, notices a giant blast on the horizon. Now, we see the corporal with his metal manipulation mojo just casually making grenades float around and go kaboom wherever and whenever he damn well pleases. Because why not add a touch of fireworks to the undead party? At this point, the undead king's had it up to here with these pesky soldiers, and he just wants to swat them away like annoying flies. He unleashes a roar of frustration, sending out some dark energy vibes. Now, if we shift our gaze to the support squad, it looks like all the undead buddies have bitten the dust, and the only one left standing is the corporal with his floating guns. The squad finally gets a moment to catch their breath, and one private, probably nursing some aching legs, thinks the crisis has passed. Another soldier nods in agreement, feeling the same relief. But our corporal, he is not quite ready to pop the celebration champagne just yet. He's got this nagging feeling that something's off. They dodged the threat according to plan, sure, but there is a lingering question. Why were not there as many zombies as they expected? And what is the deal with the boss monster's name getting all distorted in the notification window? The corporal huddles the squad together, telling them to stay sharp because the threat has not been completely neutralized. So, the corporal decides it is high time to skedaddle from there. Meanwhile, up on the mountain peak, there is this authoritative figure keeping an eye on the support squad. As the scene zooms out, you can see this big snake slithering around his body like he owns the joint. It turns out this giant snake and the vampire dude are buddies, having a good laugh at the support squad's futile efforts. But hey, even though they are having a chuckle, the vampire dude acknowledges the squad's efforts and mentions to his snake pal that it seems they have got some interesting ones coming in. As the support squad explores the surroundings, they feel like they have stumbled into a ghost town. Not matter where they look, there is nothing near the dungeon, no facilities, no zombies, nada. It is just an open and empty sandbox. The corporal, who has raided countless dungeons, finds himself on edge. He has never seen a place this strange before. While they are on surveillance duty, the corporal notices some metal moving in the surroundings. Quick as a cat, he readies himself, and with a swift finger gesture, he hurls down a blade using his metal manipulation, and it materializes right before the suspect's throat. But this guy starts screaming his lungs out, swearing he is just a regular human. The suspect immediately stands up, throwing his hands up in surrender. He spills the beans, saying he was hiding because he thought a zombie parade was heading his way. He quickly reveals himself as a survivor from the 3rd raid squad, a guy named Kim Tsip affiliated with the Blue Flower Guild. This hoodie-draped wannabe magician is a D-ranker with a sniper trait and a main skill in stealth. I mean, no doubt about it, this guy managed to hold his ground solo in this hellhole. But the corporal, he is not completely buying it. Doubts start creeping in, a lone survivor on top of everything. The suspect starts huffing and puffing, asking the boys for some water or a snack. Classic move, trying to win them over with the basic human needs. The scene transitions, and we find ourselves back outside in the Blue Flower Guild's swanky temporary ops room. The manager is spilling all the deets to the guild's vice president. Gugwang Group just sent out a secret cooperation letter to all the big guilds. The lady, biting her nails in nervousness, immediately asks, what does it say? The manager reveals that the player who retrieves his grandson's body and the hero-grade Spear of Achilles in the 2nd joint raid will be rewarded with a whopping 80 billion and a massive sponsorship from the Blue Flower Guild to the Players Guild. And of course, the news hits the lady like train. Now, back inside, we see the newcomer finally getting his hands on the support squad's supplies to munch on. While he is at it, he spills the beans that Flower Guild's top priority in this mission was to retrieve the spear. But as they entered the gate, everyone got sent straight to hell. Hearing this news, the corporal starts grinning like a devil. After connecting all the dots, he realizes that this was the reason the Flower Guild president was being so damn cautious. The famous Spear of Achilles is here. The newcomer drops another bombshell, revealing that the chairman's second grandson, Guding Hoon, bit the dust in the 1st raid, and he was rocking the Spear of Achilles. That spear was like the symbol of Gugwang Group. Now it all makes sense why they are dangling 80 billion as a reward for anyone who brings back the chairman's grandson's dead body and the Spear of Achilles. It also clicks for the corporal why the Flower Guild was giving them the cold shoulder during the joint raid. At this point, the support squad is left mulling over what they just heard. Private Minty, in particular, seems to be on the edge, looking like he has seen a ghost. Private Park, noticing Minty's distress, asks if something's up. Minty, hiding his face, mumbles that it is nothing, but it is clear he is spooked by all the creepy stuff going on. Meanwhile, our mysterious guy is back, perched on the hill, keeping a watchful eye on everyone. He does not seem too thrilled to see the support squad just standing around chatting. He wants to stir things up a bit for his own amusement. In the next moment, the giant, burly undead appears right behind him, and it looks like he is itching to dive into the action to have the time of his undead life. Trouble's brewing, and it is about to get real interesting. At this point, the corporal senses a bunch of different metals on the move. But it is not a dozen, not 39, not 70, but a whopping 120 of them. As the scene zooms out, we see the entire undead army ready to tear the support squad into shreds. Leading this gruesome parade is our snake-loving friend, complete with sharp fangs popping out of his mouth. On the other hand, Corporal Lee is on the edge of his roller coaster seat. The numbers are rapidly increasing, and he knows that is not a good sign. Without wasting a moment, he orders the support squad to go with Plan C. The entire squad is left utterly bewildered to hear this, and it seems like Plan C is no joke, a do-or-die kind of thing. In a flash, he orders Private Minty and Choi Mini to set up the equipment. As they open their backpacks, we see them filled with metal balls. Immediately, the corporal commands them to execute potion doping. Following his orders, they bring out drinks, crack them open, and start chugging as instructed. The newcomer in the hoodie is left confused, trying to figure out what is happening. Then, cue the system notifications. After drinking the Mana Star, regular Mana stats will continuously replenish for 5 minutes, and with the HP Star, regular Stamina stats will continuously replenish for 6 minutes. Now, there is an energy surge through the corporal's body, a much-needed boost before heading into the fight. It is about to go down, and the squad is gearing up for a showdown with the undead army. Now, the corporal pulls Private Park aside and shares some secret plan that they are keeping hush-hush. Private Park's initial reaction is a loud what? But then he nods, showing he is on board with whatever the secret mission is. Meanwhile, the newcomer is losing his mind, screeching and demanding answers about what the heck Plan C is. One of the privates spills the beans, telling him they are planning to run for it and advises him to stick close unless he wants to join the zombie parade. While the hoodie-draped guy is still bombarding them with questions, it becomes evident that the zombies are closing in. The scene shifts, and we see the beasts running at full tilt. Right on cue, the hoodie guy turns around only to be faced with a horde of mindless zombies heading his way. But then, Corporal Lee's trusty metal balls start hovering in the air. These are no ordinary balls, they are enchanted ones. Corporal Lee stands amidst the hovering balls like Magneto straight out of the X-Men, ready to save the day. Immediately, he commands the entire squad to withdraw from the current zone. It is all happening in the blink of an eye, and the race against the undead is on. Now we are back with this maniac, grinning at the thought of the soldiers sacrificing one of their comrades as bait. He chuckles, thinking it is the best they can come up with to save their lives. He is convinced his enormous undead army will wipe everyone out in the blink of an eye, making their efforts futile. Little does this goon know about Corporal Lee, standing resolute on the ground with his trusty enchanted metal balls. It is about time he unleashes a bombardment on the entire army, and he is fully prepared for it. Meanwhile, the soldiers are sprinting in the opposite direction, while the newcomer is once again doing his usual complaining routine. He raises concerns, questioning if Plan C involves abandoning Corporal Lee to face death recklessly. But Private reassures him that Corporal Lee Hyunwook planned this tactic himself, emphasizing that the corporal is not someone reckless who would just fail. Finally, the army is right in front of Corporal Lee, and immediately, he starts dashing towards them with his metal balls following his trail. Passing through them like it is no big deal, the monsters turn towards him, and they get smacked in the face by these enchanted balls. As soon as the metal balls hit the monsters, Corporal Lee, pushing his limits, unleashes his metal smash. The energy around the ball intensifies, shimmering in red, and in the blink of an eye, it blasts right in front of the monsters' faces, leaving a splash of blood in its wake. It is a moment of sheer badassery, and the tide of the battle may be turning. Corporal Lee, playing his own version of metal ping pong with those enchanted balls, and he is just going ham. It is like he is orchestrating a fireworks display for the undead, but instead of pretty lights, it is explosive metal balls raining down. Meanwhile, the snake-loving friend is once again perched above the mountain and is witnessing this shiny bombardment with his own eyes. Finally, he realizes that these folks are not here for a casual Sunday stroll. It was a deliberate plan to use iron beads infused with divine power, creating explosions. With all the noise from the beads, the monsters start going crazy. As soon as the sound echoes in the vicinity, the giant undead king turns around, shouting at the top of his lungs in a fit of frustration because this is not the kind of music his ears prefer to listen to. So here's Corporal Lee, chilling among the dead bodies of creatures, enjoying the aftermath of his metal ball extravaganza. Suddenly, amidst the roars of the undead king, he senses something different, a metal presence of a completely different rank. His eyes lock onto someone standing afar, and he wonders if it is a person. Out of the blue, the two bulky undead standing by the person take a leap into the air, shocking Corporal Lee. He is left wondering if this is the necromancer himself. The two monsters are now inches away from Corporal Lee, and upon contact, the ground beneath them shatters into a million pieces. Corporal Lee's helmet also takes a beating, but he is not one to break easily. He takes a leap and starts running out of the mess using some skill combo. However, it becomes apparent that he did not escape unharmed. A bleeding forehead is a clear sign that these seemingly ordinary-looking undead are anything but ordinary. There he goes, Corporal Lee, extending his hand like he is about to unleash a kind of whoop-ass on these mad undeads coming his way. Meanwhile, the snake lover is grinning, thinking he has got Corporal Lee cornered because those divine-powered iron beads he prepared have already run out, and the corporal's energy level is in shambles. But hold up, his face does a complete 180 when he sees the shards of the metals raining down from the sky. He realizes these are the same shards of the iron beads Corporal Lee shammed earlier, and the corporal is controlling them with his metal manipulation. In the blink of an eye, he pulls off a move called Steel Rain Free Fall, and blades start raining down on those monsters. Hell breaks loose, and an entire platoon of monsters crumbles into the ground, biting the dust. Just when we thought Corporal Lee might catch a break, the entire army of undead starts marching down his way, and the undead king is all fired up to take everyone down. But hold on, the undead king shifts his gaze once again, witnessing another explosion nearby. These are the enchanted grenades doing their magic. The entire horde of zombies and even the undead king himself is momentarily stunned in their tracks. The newcomer is utterly terrified, questioning why they are grabbing the undead's attention when the plan was just to sacrifice one guy and make a run for it. Private Park is having none of it, asking what the heck he is talking about and why he would think they would have such a ridiculous plan. Private Park spills the beans that this was a decoy operation meant to lure the zombies away from Corporal Lee Hyunwook from the very start. Looking at the Undead King, it seems their plan is successful so far. The Undead King changes his tracks, heading towards the explosions. Meanwhile, the snake lover is also watching the chaos unfold. Finally, it sinks into his mind that Corporal Lee was not the bait after all. They were planning a raid from the beginning. He is pissed that he never saw it coming, but being the maniac he is, completely drenched in his superiority, he starts laughing at the prospect that the opponent is strong, and he is going to have so much fun mingling with these ants. Now, Corporal Lee is looking around, trying to figure out what the deal is with this maniac who is laughing like there is no tomorrow. He is genuinely wondering what this guy's objective is in entering the raid gate, and to top it off, this dude seems to blend right in with the zombies. A window notification pops up, cautioning that less than 50% of the potion effect duration is left, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds of mana star effect remaining and 2 minutes and 58 seconds of HP star effect remaining. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee is scratching his head, contemplating if this is the guy he suspected. It appears that this guy has decided to take matters into his own hands, and his snake companion starts spewing out a fully fledged weapon like it is no big deal. Holding the snake's saliva-filled spear, his tongue is just dangling in the area, and the idea of poking a hole into Corporal Lee's head with this spear seems to be turning him on. So, the guy takes his stance, and his snake friend gears up for some poisonous action. At this point, Corporal Lee's curiosity gets the best of him, and he bluntly asks the guy if he is the necromancer. Just the mention of the word necromancer triggers something in the snake lover's mind. Corporal Lee, looking at his face, wonders if he is not the necromancer. The snake guy decides to break his silence and makes it clear that if Corporal values his life, he better start talking and spill the beans on how he knows about the necromancer. Corporal Lee, taking glances at his surroundings, figures out that these dead zombies are not resurrecting. Considering the guy's reaction, he concludes that he is definitely not a necromancer. But then, he throws another question at him, asking how he is connected to the necromancer. At this point, the snake lover starts fuming, grinding his teeth because instead of laying it out straight, Corporal Lee is further questioning him bluntly. In a fit of frustration, the snake guy shouts at the corporal, calling him a rascal. Unable to get the answer he was seeking, he lunges at Corporal Lee in frustration. No sweat for Corporal Lee. With a swift move, he deflects the direct hit. However, the power behind the snake guy's shot is no joke. The sheer pressure of the weapon hitting creates ripples in the surroundings, showcasing the force behind the attack. The snake guy is fuming even more, realizing how Corporal Lee effortlessly deflected his mighty attack. What the snake guy does not know is that Corporal Lee is rocking an indomitable steel body. He is using the ability of the hero rank weapon, Manhwa Recap's secret armor, which he snagged in the Soul Station incident. This weapon grants him 2 new skills, Mana Shield and Secret Tattoo. Consuming a certain amount of high hardness magic metal boosts the rank of the skill. Corporal Lee is fully aware that if it were not for the fusion of Manhwa Recap's secret armor with the steel alloy in his arm, it would have been game over. His arm would have been cut off. But then, the snake guy throws Corporal Lee back with sheer force. Undeterred, Corporal Lee gains his momentum, employing his skill combo technique. A blade comes hurling toward the snake guy from the back, but he casually deflects it with a flick of his spear, treating it like it was just a joke. He taunts Corporal Lee, asking if he actually thought these petty tricks would work. Unfazed, Corporal Lee takes another determined stance, still getting pushed back. Our corporal does not back down. He is still holding his ground, getting pushed back but not giving up the fight. Meanwhile, the shards of those metal balls in the zombie corpses start to shine like disco lights. Corporal Lee, with the grace of a seasoned dancer, hurls down a barrage of sharp shards at the snake guy. But hold up, here comes the snake buddy to the rescue, playing the ultimate bodyguard and shielding his master from every shard. Corporal Lee's left there, scratching his head, wondering what kind of snake has such VIP protection. In the end, the snake duo seems okay, but here's the twist, the snake buddy is now rocking a cool new look, pierced with hundreds of shards. It is like a metal fashion statement gone wild. Now, the snake guy finds himself scratching his head. After witnessing Corporal Lee's slick moves, he is forced to believe that this corporal is not just your ordinary Joe or Alex. His attack patterns go way beyond the level 18 player, and Corporal Lee must have surpassed the level restrictions of the Red Gates. On the flip side, Corporal Lee has a similar sentiment about this snake guy. He is also forced to believe that this snake lover must have passed some serious level restrictions. So, in perfect unison, they both throw the question out there, how the hell did they manage to get inside this gate? The snake guy is getting even more pissed, seeing that Corporal Lee is now pushing all the right buttons, really getting on his last nerve. Now, as we take a look at this guy's hand, we see the divine bead shards are burning his skin. That revelation hits Corporal Lee hard, and his eyes widen in disbelief because a player who can get harmed by divine power is none other than the notorious vampire players. They are the evil tribe that annihilated the AMT. This is when it was found out that the soul wave was coming. Meanwhile, the snake guy on the other hand is losing his temper with each passing second. He asks Corporal Lee if he has got a knack for pissing people off. With a swift move, he shrugs off all the shards that pierced him and his snake buddy. In the blink of an eye, their wounds miraculously heal themselves. Now, the snake guy is taking his game up a notch. He readies his spear, and a black energy starts swirling around it, threatening Corporal Lee once again. The question lingers, is he ready to have his limbs chopped off by the infamous spear, or will he spill the beans and reveal who the corporal really is? Even Corporal Lee is having second thoughts at this point. Observing the ominous energy emanating from the weapon, there is no denying it. It is the Spear of Achilles that the Gugwang group was desperately searching for. Corporal Lee is well aware of the grim reality. If the spear's true powers are unleashed, nothing could stop it. Not even his fusion of secret armor and steel body stands a chance against its might. So, after Corporal Lee realizes the gravity of the situation, he is not ready to throw in the towel just yet. He is dead set on decoding Snake Guy's upcoming attack because, let us face it, otherwise, his story might get wrapped up right there. Out of nowhere, the system window chimes in with a cautionary note, announcing that less than 60% of potion time remains. There is 1 minute and 43 seconds of mana star time left and 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the HP start time. Corporal Lee finds himself in a bit of a pickle because the potion effect will only last a little over 2 minutes, and he has got to play for the win within that time. It is crunch time and the pressure is on. On the flip side, the snake lover is fully prepared, ominous energy swirling around him, and he is dead set on tearing Corporal Lee apart into shreds. The showdown begins, and the vampire takes the liberty to strike first with his Achilles spear. In the blink of an eye, Corporal Lee immediately ducks down, leaving the attack to sail above his head. The blade he was holding is still suspended in the air. As the scene zooms out, it becomes clear that this attack is not just any attack, it is turning everything in its path into smithereens. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee, using his metal control prowess, prepares his dagger for a sneaky attack. He swiftly hurls the sword down, but within a split second, the snake fella chimes in and stops the spear from piercing his vampire friend, taking the full brunt on his head. Corporal Lee is fuming at this point, seeing this snake interfering in his attacks. So, this blood-sucking dude gears up for another attack, spouting more threats at Corporal Lee, reminding him that these petty tricks will not work. He hurls another attack down, unleashing the same dark energy once again. Now, Corporal Lee is genuinely feeling cornered because that sneaky snake keeps defending against all long-distance attacks. He cannot hit him with the bead shards at all. To make matters worse, this vampire is relentlessly whipping out dark energy attacks without giving Corporal Lee a chance for proper retaliation. It has made close-range combat nearly impossible. The snake guy is not even taking a breath, repeatedly sending down waves of dark energy. He is also utterly pissed, probably because Corporal spilled the beans about the necromancer, and this dude is not happy that Corporal is treating the necromancer's name like it is just another item on the menu. Finally, a grin starts to etch on his face, one that has been missing for a while now. He is about to play his ace up his sleeve, quite literally. The divine arrow is in his sleeves after all. Then, Corporal Lee turns to the annoyed vampire and casually asks him if he is really that eager to know who Corporal is. He nonchalantly reveals that he is just a soldier. To add a sprinkle of confusion, Corporal throws another question at the vampire, asking if he was already discharged. The vampire, not catching on to what Corporal is talking about, demands a straightforward answer. Suddenly, the vampire's gaze falls on a box right in front of him. With the same devilish grin etched on Corporal's face, he explains that this is precisely what he meant. Corporal Lee had already figured out that this vampire never set foot in the military. Now we find ourselves back where the zombies are on the chase, and the amped squad is doing their best to evade them. Private Park got a grenade, and he is all set to throw it into the mix. However, the newcomer tries to intervene, suggesting that they should use this opportunity to escape while the boss monster is nowhere in sight. He is convinced the raid squad would not stand a chance, especially with the zombie parade going on. Plus, he is pretty sure Hyunwook is zombie chow by now. He urges them to hide, emphasizing the importance of staying safe. Private Park, on the other hand, firmly believes in Corporal Lee's capabilities and insists that he is not someone who would easily fail. But this newcomer continues to question their certainty, asking about this mysterious signal they keep mentioning. Now, let us rewind a bit, where we see Corporal turns to Private Park and drops a bombshell. Before they bail out of this zone, he casually tells Private Park to slap a claymore mine on his back. Private Park, quick on the uptake, asks if he mean the KM-1A1. Corporal gives a nod, confirming it is precisely the one. He throws in a heads up that if that claymore decides to go boom, it is like waving the white flag for everyone to know he has played his last trump card and failed. Corporal lays down the plan when that explosive spectacle goes down. Private Park's mission is to ninja hide with the whole squad. Now, back to Corporal Lee. Armed with his metal crush abilities, he decides it is time to give that bomb a one-way ticket to Detonation City. The entire vicinity lights up like a 4th of July display on steroids. The flames are dancing wild, and this intense inferno and these metal balls are charging straight towards the snake guy. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Corporal is trying his best not to get swept away by the bomb's pressure. On the flip side, the snake guy and his slithery sidekick are turning into crispy critters, courtesy of the fiery chaos. By the way, a little background on our explosive star, the Claymore. Its official name is KM-1A1. It is not your average mine. It is a horizontal fragmentation directional mine, or simply put, a claymore. This bad boy is a directional anti-personnel shrapnel mine, a weapon of mass destruction with C4 explosive, unleashing over 700 metal beads, each one by 8 inches in diameter and about 3 millimeters in length. After the flames die down, we find our snake and his vampire buddies standing tall in the settling haze. The snake is howling like a banshee after that fiery ordeal, and suddenly, with a resounding thud, he collapses onto the ground. The guy with the spear just stands there, probably contemplating his life choices. Now, he is extra ticked off. He starts questioning Corporal Lee's audacity to try and blow him to smithereens. He is throwing shade at Corporal Lee, asking if he seriously thought he could kill the Chosen One with a mere bomb. But Corporal Lee could not care less about this dude's ramblings. He gears up for round 2, preparing for another attack. In a plot twist, Corporal unveils his trump card and smacks the guy square in the chest with his arrow. The dude goes crashing backward, courtesy of the arrow's sheer force. In the midst of the chaos, he is screeching in pain, wondering how on earth that arrow could be so fast that he did not see it coming. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee stands defiantly after unleashing his final hit on this troublesome foe. A notification window pops up, treating us to the juicy details. It is a Sir Tristan's Failnaught, boasting the remarkable ability to track down and attack a locked target with a 100% success rate. Not just that, it also nullifies any magical resistance the locked target may have. Corporal Lee takes a moment to school the struggling vampire, making it crystal clear that the annoying snake was just a warm-up act. The real ace up his sleeve was this arrow. Vampire, attempting to pull the arrow out of his chest, soon realizes it is a futile endeavor. Right now, Corporal Lee is the one steering this arrow ship, and it is not coming out easily. With a broad grin etched on his face, he reassures this poor soul that he will not meet his maker just yet. Corporal's got some burning questions to throw at this guy, and he is in no rush. Back at the Ant Squad, where the newcomer is clueless about the signal they were discussing when, right on cue, a blast echoes through the entire area. One of the privates turns to Private Park, announcing that it is a claymore explosion. Private Park, now caught in disbelief, wonders how this could be happening. To him, the explosion signals that it is time for the entire platoon to hightail it out of there. On the flip side, the newcomer is grinning from ear to ear, ecstatic that they finally got the signal they were waiting for. He confidently states that he was right. Being alone out here would have meant a lousy death. Now, with the corporal meeting the same fate, they can go into hiding. The newcomer suggests they dig into their combat rations and wait for the rear raid squad to arrive, ensuring their survival in this chaotic mess. However, Private Park, with a stern tone and a gaze that could pierce souls, looks at the newcomer. Unaware of the reason for the cold treatment, the newcomer asks what is up. That is when Private Park drops the bombshell, revealing that the signal just confirmed that one of their comrades might be dead. He questions how he can dare to feel happy and grin in such a dire situation. So, the tension hangs heavy in the air after Private Park's reality check. The newcomer quickly backpedals, assuring everyone he did not mean to be callous. He apologizes for the loss and throws in the classic "we got alive" on line. Time to move, he says. But just as they are gearing up to hit the road, this thick force in the area starts cranking up a notch. The newcomer is scratching his head, wondering what the heck is going on. The soldiers are on high alert, feeling the intensity. Everything in the atmosphere seems to be reshaping, and out of nowhere, a whole castle appears. The notification chimes in, dropping the bomb that it is the Zombie King's castle, Endako, being manifested. Apparently, the Zombie King does not take kindly to anyone messing with his digs. Everyone's jaws hit the floor at the sight of a building popping up out of thin air. One soldier admits they have never seen anything like this before. Just when you thought things could not get crazier, a Zombie King's castle decides to join the party. Now, one of the privates spots that the zombies are also popping up along with the castle. The Blue Flower Guild member is practically peeing his pants at this point. But Private Park takes charge, raising his hand and signaling everyone to keep it down. As the scene unfolds, it is a full-blown zombie convention, a horde materializing out of thin air. Out of the blue, our Blue Flower buddy freaks out and bolts in the opposite direction, leaving everyone bewildered. The zombies catch wind of him, and it is game on. They start chasing the poor guy. Private Park, cool as a cucumber, orders the platoon to open fire. But there is a sea of zombies, and it is clear they are outnumbered. Park quickly shifts gears, barking orders to find the best hiding spot. It is survival mode, and things just went from bad to worse. Back with Corporal Lee, he has got the vampire pinned against the wall, and the bloodsucker is trying to yank that arrow out. But Corporal Lee is not playing. He makes it crystal clear that arrow is under his command, and it is not coming out easily. Now, there is this cocky grin on the vampire's face. He wants to know if Corporal Lee seriously thinks he can kill him with a measly arrow. Lee admits he cannot outright kill him without divine power, but he drops the bomb. If this bloodsucker keeps bleeding at this rate, he is in for a world of pain beyond death. Vampire's teeth are practically grinding in frustration. The bloodsucker decides to go all Hulk mode, exerting even more force to free himself from that arrow. But Corporal Lee, with a smug smirk, is not having it. He tosses the question back at him, how exactly is he connected to the Great Gugwang Group's second grandson? And further asked, is he the financial backer? The vampire's eyes widen in shock, and he retaliates, hurling insults at our guy, calling him a vermin and a lowly dog. But Corporal Lee is not having any of it. He thrusts the arrow even further, and the vampire screams his lungs out. After all the futile struggling, the bloodsucker is now utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee, with a twisted grin, seems to be having fun with the interrogation. He is not done yet. Lee dives into the next question, asking if the vampire knows who the necromancer actually is. The vampire, despite being in shambles, shoots back with a sassy tone, claiming he does not know anything. He is a being who can be anyone, a comrade by the corporal's side, or even a family member. But then, Corporal Lee, dagger in hand, makes it crystal clear, crossing the line and bringing up his family is way too far. It is crystal clear to Corporal Lee that this vampire thrives on acknowledgement from others, but he is not getting a straight answer. Lee fires back with another question, asking if the vampire has ever actually seen a necromancer in person. The bloodsucker, proving to be a tough nut to crack, remains elusive. Corporal Lee, undeterred, starts thrusting his dagger into the vampire's neck even further, determined to get to the bottom of this cryptic situation. To rile the vampire up, Corporal Lee starts feeding him a bunch of bullshit about his supposed necromancer boss. Lee spins a yarn, claiming the necromancer is nothing but a coward, lurking in the shadows while his lackeys do all the dirty work. According to Lee, this elusive boss does not even show his face to his own lackeys, let alone talk to them face to face. Corporal Lee, with a sly grin, circles back to the burning question. What is the deal between this vampire And the necromancer, is he just some obsessive stalker? At this critical moment, the snake regains consciousness and silently slithers up right behind Corporal Lee. The vampire, alarmed by the sudden appearance of the snake, remains silent. However, the snake, with its giant jaws wide open, attempts to swallow Corporal Lee whole. Sensing the tide turning in his favor, the vampire seizes the opportunity and shouts at Corporal Lee, questioning how he dares to keep rambling when he does not even know who the necromancer truly is. Corporal Lee remains unfazed and makes it clear that he knows way more than the vampire does. He reveals that, for a long time, both of them used to look out for each other. The vampire dismisses it as nonsense, claiming the necromancer has not even awakened yet. Right on cue, as if Corporal Lee had it all figured out, he slams the giant snake on the head with the Achilles spear with all his might. After slamming the snake, Corporal Lee expresses gratitude to the vampire for providing him with a rare item. A system notification promptly appears, announcing that he has acquired Achilles' spear. The spear's unique trait is that wounds inflicted by it do not heal easily. Corporal Lee, now deep in thought, wonders about the awakening of the necromancer's powers. He then almost blurted out that he was going to eat it but quickly corrected himself, saying he is going to use it. If the necromancer had started acting, why would not he inform Lee? On the flip side, if the necromancer has not awakened yet, why is this vampire so fiercely loyal? The pieces of the puzzle are not adding up for Lee, and suspicions are brewing. Turning his attention to the snake guy, Corporal Lee interrogates him about how he managed to infiltrate the place. The Blue Flower Guild is supposed to be guarding the gate from the outside, so how did this snake guy barge in here all alone? So, the vampire gives Corporal Lee the look like he has just cracked the Da Vinci Code. He spills the beans, admitting he is the gatekeeper who opened the raid gate. And then, like a plot twist in a B-movie, he casually throws the question back at Lee, asking how the heck he sneaked through the gate, dropping the bomb that no one over level 18 is supposed to waltz in. Lee's left scratching his head, wondering if individuals can play gatekeeper DJ. The vampire, grinning like the Cheshire Cat, mocks Lee's flustered expression, claiming he is clueless. To make matters more interesting, he hints at a second phase about to roll in. And just like that, the surroundings begin to transform. Corporal Lee is utterly baffled as the terrain undergoes a drastic change. It becomes clear that he is not only at risk of losing himself but also the fail knot. Without wasting any time, Corporal Lee retrieves his fail knot by piercing a hole in the vampire's chest, swiftly reclaiming it. A system warning then slaps him with the news that the Zombie King's castle Andako has completely manifested, and the entry restriction for the gate has increased from level 18 to level 30. Corporal Lee is left utterly puzzled by this Zombie King castle scenario, and starts questioning if this is the second phase the vampire was talking about. In the midst of this chaos, the vampire spills the beans that after this phase, his raid gate will be all said and done. He lets out a maniacal laugh, inviting Corporal Lee to experience the true horror of this world, all by his design. Now, back with the amped squad, they are doing their best to play hide and seek with the sudden influx of zombies. However, the undead's attention is suddenly drawn to something nearby. As the scene shifts, the undead emperor makes his grand entrance into existence. Something else materializes before his eye sockets, and it appears to be his eyes, now floating in the air as if it is the most natural thing in the world. Taking a closer look, we see his eye sockets are empty, and then a mesmerizing purple hue begins to shimmer in the eyes of the other zombies in the vicinity. Every zombie starts screeching at the top of their lungs. It finally revealed to the terrified soldiers that the undead king is the puppet master, the one who controls life and death, reigning over light and darkness. Another notification pops up, announcing the beginning of the descent of Zombie King Baron Samedi. The message describes Baron Samedi as a symbolic shaman and holy spirit of voodooism, controlling life, death, and resurrection. The figure before them is declared the true form of the Zombie King. To intensify Corporal Lee's fear, the vampire reveals that his comrades, now turned into bait, will be offered as sacrifices. The zombies will then exit the gate, swarming into the outside world. With a challenging tone, the vampire invites Corporal Lee to try and stop the descent of the true Zombie King, Baron Samedi. Back with the squad, they are playing a high-stakes game of hide and seek with the rampaging zombies. Suddenly, the zombies zero in on Private Park, who is desperately trying to stay hidden behind a wall. Panic sets in as it becomes apparent that these zombies can see them. Out of the blue, someone starts blasting the zombies with a gun, providing a momentary relief. But as the scene zooms out, it reveals an entire squad of zombies ready to tear everyone apart, making the amped squad seem like a mere speck in an endless sea. Determined, Private Park takes command of the situation. He instructs the raid squad that the zombies have developed visions, and he is going to provide cover to buy them enough time to escape. However, the Zombie King has different plans and is not about to sit idly. He then extends his hand, and a chain-like thing hovers around his fist. With a flick of his whip, he hurls the chain down, shattering the ground into a million pieces. A soldier is sent flying behind, and now, these roots are mere inches away from tearing Private Park into a million pieces. Suddenly, a trusty grenade makes its grand entrance, landing right at the zombie's feet. It explodes, unleashing a fiery cloud that devours everything in its vicinity. The hero behind this tactical move, none other than Private Minty, brandishing his trusty shield. Private Park goes into a fit, demanding to know what the heck Minty thinks he is accomplishing, given clear commands to hightail it out of there. In response, Private Minty explains that Private Park would not last long flying solo in this zombie nightmare, so they are here to lend a hand. Little did they know, things look pretty darn futile when faced with the freaking zombie king. Unfazed, one of the soldiers, unafraid of these undead abominations, starts bombarding them with bullets. But the undead king casually extends his hands, deflecting all attacks with what seems like a defensive barrier. It is like trying to bring down a fortress with a water gun. Despite the soldiers raising concerns about staying there and the risk of turning into zombies if anyone gets killed, the squad takes a bold stand. They hurl even more enchanted grenades at the zombies, creating yet another fiery spectacle. The squad members make it crystal clear that if one person goes down, everyone will go down with them. They suggest to Private Park that he runs with them, or they will all be stuck in this perilous situation. Private Park, deeply moved by this unexpected gesture, finally commands the entire squad, including himself, to retreat. Before leaving, they ensure a fiery exit by tossing out all the grenades they have got. Meanwhile, the vampire guy continues to threaten Corporal Lee, making it clear that the zombies will attempt to exit the gate and swarm into the outside world. He gives a challenge to Corporal Lee to try stopping them if he has the guts to do so. So, here's Corporal Lee, full speed ahead, armed with his trusty divine weapons, and all he cares about is reaching the castle where his comrades are holed up. As he dashes through the mayhem, the distant sound of grenades exploding catches his attention. He cannot help but wonder if it is coming from the castle. Now, let us flash back to the moment Corporal Lee was having a heart-to-heart with his squad. He is laying down the serious talk about the Claymore mine. If that thing blows up, it means he has played his final card. He tells everyone to hide like their lives depend on it. And then, in that dramatic pause, he drops the bomb that if he does not make it back, squad leadership will be passed on. But just as he is wrapping up his speech, Private Park, ever the optimist, chips in. Showing some serious faith in Corporal Lee, he declares that he will be waiting for him. With a reassuring smile, he makes it crystal clear that the whole squad will be holding their breath until Corporal Lee makes it back. Corporal Lee, not one to let the mood get heavy, reassures everyone with that same infectious grin. He promises to come back for each and every one of them and tells them to keep the welcome party ready. In the present, Corporal Lee's mind is a swirling mix of determination and memories of the promise he made to his comrades. He spots a group of zombies blocking his path, almost like they have organized a welcoming committee just for him. However, he is not one to let a little undead gathering ruin his plans. He reaches for one of his trusty weapons, the Achilles Spear, unlocking its true potential. As he does so, a pesky system notification chimes in, warning him about the sky-high mana consumption. The zombies, on the other hand, have started their slow descent toward him. Ignoring the persistent system warnings, Corporal Lee dismisses it with a terse shut the heck up. He is well aware of the mana situation, but he is resolute in keeping his promise to come back to his comrades, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on Team Zombie, the Undead King and his buddies are having a moment of reflection, staring at their fallen comrades. Just as they are about to go full-on mournful, a notification rudely interrupts, announcing that Zombie King Baron Sambi's descent has hit a snag. Needless to say, the Zombie King is not thrilled. He is grinding his teeth like he just bit into a rock and realizes one of his precious artifacts is missing. He spins around, sees a soldier holding the artifact, and you can practically see the steam coming out of his ears. Private Park, being his usual blunt self, demands to know why on earth the soldier picked up Zombie King memorabilia. But good old Private Kim, always thinking 2 steps ahead, just shrugs and says he figured the Zombie King would not miss it. But, surprise surprise, it is not exactly a cakewalk. A horde of relentless zombies is hot on their heels, and Private Kim is dangerously close to becoming a zombie snack. Just when things look dire, the heavens send down a barrage of fire, bombarding those relentless stalkers. The entire squad kicks into action, realizing they are trapped behind a wall. One quick thinking private plants a bomb on the wall, with a status update that the C4 setup is good to go. Private Park immediately commands Private Minty to shield the front line. With bombs in place and shields up, the zombies closing in, Private Park yells the magic word, blast. The bomb is detonated, and in the blink of an eye, there is a grand explosion. The light turns red, and every monster that dared to approach is now scattered into oblivion. On the outside, fellow squad members watch the spectacle unfold. The castle wall crumbles down in the aftermath of the explosion. The echoes of the blast reverberate through the entire area, and as the fiery light subsides, the once threatening zombies are now nothing but trash, scattered in bits and pieces amidst the rubble and debris. Soldiers, trying to gather themselves after blasting the shit out of the wall and zombies as well. So, amidst the chaos and rubble, one soldier bravely stands up, checking in on everyone's survival status. Slowly but surely, each soldier crawls out from the wreckage, reporting back to Private Park. As they gather themselves, one soldier remarks on the successful blockage of the zombie entrance, but another voices concern about being trapped inside with dwindling oxygen. Private Park, always cool under pressure, reassures them that they have handled the immediate threats and need to focus on finding an exit. Just when they think they are in the clear, the walls start to crumble once more. Out pops the zombie king's silver whip, like a grim reminder that their troubles are far from over. Private Park takes command, urgently instructing everyone to duck as the zombie king unleashes his deadly whips. The once relatively stable situation descends into chaos, and soldiers scramble to avoid any contact with those ferocious whips. It is a dance of survival, where a wrong move could mean a one-way ticket to the afterlife without any appointment with the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, the zombie king stands resolute, both hands extended, flaunting his whips with a nonchalant air, and he is here to take what belongs to him. As the artifact stolen by Private Kim floats into the air, a sinister grin creeps across the zombie king's face. It is the look of someone who has just found exactly what they have been searching for, and that alone sends shivers down every soldier's spine. Before the zombie king can unleash chaos upon the trembling soldiers, the corporal arrives on the scene, commanding the giant to halt his movements. The unexpected turn of events catches everyone off guard, and a pleasant smile spreads across Private Park's face as he quips to the corporal about being fashionably late. Finally, standing tall and armed with unwavering determination, the corporal demands to know the audacious motherfucker who dared to mess with his squad. The corporal is back in action, and he is giving the undead king a piece of his mind, treating him like a naughty toddler. He is demanding to know why the fuck this empty skull was messing with his platoon, because he is the only one who gets to give these rascals a hard time. Of course, the whole squad is completely bewildered hearing such colorful remarks coming out of the corporal's mouth. Then a system notification pops up, stating that the corporal has already used a large amount of mana in a very short time, and it has now plummeted to 32%. The corporal knows it too well, despite his big talk. His legs feel like they are hanging in hell, and he has zero clue how to take down that monster. But it seems the undead king is not here to be bossed around. He extends his hand, and his metallic chains start to swirl around once again. That is when the corporal realizes this guy is a ranged type attacker. But he is just standing firm on his feet, while the dead king gives him a glare that could cut through galaxies. The undead king just stands there, like he has hit the pause button, leaving the corporal bewildered as to why this bitch is not attacking him. Meanwhile, the Private Park shouts out some orders to Private Kim and Private Choi, telling them to crack open the gear. They both respond with a firm yes sir, and immediately start rifling through the bags filled with supplies. But then the corporal's eyes land on this artifact sitting on one of the pillars. He wonders if the king's not attacking because of it. Suddenly, the dead king decides to make a move. He disregards all his minions on the ground and starts stomping around, furious. It is like he is on a mission to squash the corporal like a bug. The corporal's eyes nearly pop out of his sockets as he sees those feet just inches away from turning him into a pancake. In a desperate move to save his butt, he leaps back, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the king's mighty foot, which crashes into the empty ground instead. But the king is not done yet. He decides to throw his metallic chains at the corporal, while Corporal is doing his best to dodge and weave, trying to outmaneuver the incoming attack. But just when the corporal thought he was toast, he sees his comrades ready with the supplies, including his trusty metal beads and some energy-boosting Red Bull cans. I mean, who would not want wings when facing off against some mighty undead? Anyway, the undead king also spots the corporal's squad members in the distance and prepares to unleash his metallic chains at them. As multiple chains lunge towards the platoon, the corporal, standing right beside the king, is not about to sit back and watch. He unlocks the power of Achilles' spear once again, and according to the system notification window, the wounds inflicted by this spear do not heal easily. But it comes with a cost. A large amount of mana gets drained, plummeting from 21% to 11% after using the ability. Corporal finally got his spear all decked out in this ominous black energy, and gears up to hurl it, but before he lets it tear everything apart, he tells Private Minty to shield the front. After the signal, he quickly slams his dark energy-infused spear into those chains, sending them flying off course. Some of them still come at the squad, but thanks to the corporal's quick move, nobody takes a lethal hit. Private Minty just bounces the already clumsy chains away from the squad. Then we see the corporal snagging one of those energy drinks from the air like a pro. Meanwhile, the soldiers sprawled on the ground are picking themselves up, asking Minty if he is alright. But poor Minty, his shield got all wrecked, mumbles out that he is okay with his shaky voice. The corporal immediately chugs down the energy drink like there is no tomorrow, and boom, system notification time. It announces that this mana starve can continuously recovers a certain amount of mana for 5 minutes. After getting refreshed amid the chaos, he calls out to the empty-head motherfucker to get his sorry ass over here, telling him his opponent's right in front of him. Then, he takes control of those metal beads with his metal manipulation skills, pointing his finger at the undead king's direction and sending those metal balls flying at him like lightning. But guess what? The empty head just stands there like a rock, not a single metal ball passing through his defensive barrier. But our corporal's got a little surprise up his sleeve for this bastard. He immediately uses his smash ability to make those balls explode mid-air. Amidst the shards of metal, we also see a blade coming down the dead king's way, smashing right into his barrier. But the king remains confident, chilling behind his barrier like it is no big deal. He then grabs the blade midair like a toothpick that left Corporal Lee shedding his skin. At this point, he is well aware that if he kept firing his weapons carelessly, he would just end up losing all of his weapons. He is still scratching his head, trying to figure out what to do. Then, bam, the undead king hurls his metal chains down toward our guy once again. But Lee quickly transforms his hand into steel to deflect those chains, because there is no retreat and definitely no time to search for weaknesses, especially with the rest of the squad in the mix. He is doing his damnedest to keep those giant chains from reaching his squad because one swipe from those chains is enough to squash soldiers like stinky bugs. While he struggles against this behemoth, trying to dodge its relentless attacks, he realizes that since his descent is not complete yet, there must be some visible flaws he can potentially exploit. The undead king is going all out crazy while Lee tries to piece together where he could find any weakness. Suddenly, Private Kim tosses down a jar he stole from the castle, shattering it into a million pieces. Private Park is bewildered, asking what the heck he is doing. But hold on, that is not the end of it. Private Kim then pulls out that shiny, high-level sword he swiped from one of the zombies and gets ready to thrust it into the lungs that came out of the broken jar. Meanwhile, Private Park's laying it all out, telling him not to mess with any object that belongs inside the dungeon because they are not sure how they will react. But Private Kim, gripping that shiny sword like he is ready for a showdown, makes it crystal clear that they are all going to get annihilated at this rate. After all, even Corporal Lee Hyunwook cannot retreat because of the squad, so he figures they gotta do something out of the box now. Private Park, now realizing how screwed they are, cannot help but grit his teeth in silence. But then, the undead king is not just gonna sit around watching his body parts get stabbed. He extends his hand, preparing to hurl down his metal chains. Private Park signals to Private Kim to stab the motherfucker's lungs. The king is also doing his best to reach out to the platoon before they all get stabby. But do not forget about Corporal Lee, who is always there to throw this bastard's chains off the track, giving enough time for Private Park to stab this fucker's lungs. As soon as that blade sinks into the lungs, the undead king's left staring in terror like a toddler who just lost his favorite toy. He drops to his knees, looking as vulnerable as ever. His metal chains go haywire, causing chaos all around, while the squad's still trying to process the whole scene. After the dust settles, Corporal Lee shouts at his squad, demanding to know if anyone's still kicking. Slowly but surely, the squad members pull themselves together. Then, they report back to the corporal, assuring him that they are all okay. Crisis averted, at least for now. The Corporal Lee is grinding his teeth in frustration, trying to make sense of what the fuck going on. He watches the undead king, moaning and groaning in pain, and then King's eyes land on the nearby jar, which supposedly holds the king's heart. Corporal Lee's shocked to see the heart out in the open. He then turns to see the king's lungs lying there, pierced with a blade, and the scene hits him like a punch to the gut. But then, things start getting crazy. The undead king starts going berserk, and this purple energy starts swirling around him. Corporal Lee's doing his darndest to withstand the intense pressure, his eyes shimmering with the same purple hue, as if he is going through some kind of transformation. The king screaming at such a high pitch it feels like it is drilling holes into the squad's ears. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, reminding them of the forced restart of the descent of the zombie king, Baron Samedi, and it is 66% completed. The king's screams are ramping up with each passing moment, accompanied by this intense purple hue. Then, a warning starts flashing, stating that the spirit of incomplete death is starting to course through the zombie king, and the level restoration of the red gate has skyrocketed from level 30 to level 53. Finally, we see Corporal Lee's face lighting up with a grin that has been missing for quite a while. After all, he has just figured it out. These jars serve a similar purpose to those two other jars he saw earlier. Here's the lowdown. These are canopic jars of Egypt, which stored a mummy's organs in ancient times. If the king is like a mummy, then his heart would contain his spirit. Now, that little purple ball the king has between his chest is definitely where his heart resides. With a sneaky grin, Corporal Lee raises his hand, fail not in tow. With the king's defenses down, he is not about to let this opportunity slip by. He takes aim, launching his divine arrow straight at the king's heart. But then, as soon as the arrow hits the king's barrier, bam, a system notification pops up, spilling the beans on how this arrow tracks down its target and cuts through anything. Magic resistance be damned. So, there is no way Corporal Lee's missing his shot. The arrow slices through the barrier, through the weird blue blob thing, and finally, it nails the king right in the heart. But wait, there is more. Another system window pops up, blabbering about the zombie king's body healing up fast thanks to the descent effect. And now, the Devil King's just grinning like a madman as if he just found out the cheat code of life. So, the king, all confident-like, hurls his metal chains toward Corporal Lee. But despite getting pushed around by this dude, the corporal's not backing down. He tells the king to quit his laughing because he is about to get a serious beatdown from his Achilles spear. A system window pops up, spilling the beans that the effects of Achilles' spear are no joke. Wounds inflicted by this bad boy do not heal easily, and the corporal knows this spear is gonna put a stop to that annoying healing ability of the king's in no time. So, he hurls the spear down and immediately unleashes his ability and yells unlock. Then, he pierces the king's heart right out, leaving the guy groaning in pain. The spear's dark energy ramps up, intensifying the agony, and the arrow finally pierces through the heart, leaving the guy in absolute agony. Meanwhile, the corporal's still standing there, frozen in place as those chains inch closer and closer. But he's got a trick up his sleeve and activates his ability, Metal Calm. The system shoots out a warning, saying he has burned through a ton of mana real quick, leaving him at a big fat 0%. The message hits the corporal hard, and it is at that moment he knew he is fucked up. But hey, who needs mana when you have got trusty legs? He bolts, making a run for it, dodging those giant metal chains like a pro. But those pesky chains seem to have a mind of their own, homing in on him like heat-seeking missiles. Just when it looks like game over for the corporal, the legend himself, Private Minty, jumps into the scene. Minty, with his broken yet trusty shield, jumps in to protect the corporal from the direct hit. The corporal, being the concerned soul he is, yells at Private Minty, asking what the heck he is doing. But there is no time for catching up because another chain is coming their way. But Minty is not one to mess around. He throws up a shield, taking the hit for both of them. And let me tell you, having a tough shield's one thing, but you gotta have some solid ground under your feet to handle those chain smacks. Somehow, Minty pulls it off, soaking up the shock and keeping both of them safe, at least for now. Then, he spins around, making sure the corporal's alright. Meanwhile, Corporal Lee's standing there, jaws on the floor, witnessing Minty's new skill firsthand. Talk about pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Then, we take a glimpse back into the past, where we see Private Minty standing in the first row, taking all those blows. It was at that moment that he got leveled up after entering the dungeon, leveling up at a ridiculously high speed. The last time he blocked the Zombie King's attack, he leveled up, reaching level 20, which granted him a new skill, Magic Shield. He can deploy a magic shield that boosts physical defense using mana, and that is how he finally got his new skill, Shield. But the corporal yells at him, asking how the heck he put his trust into a skill he had never even used before. It could have killed him, but Private Minty lays it down straight, mentioning that he just wanted to protect the corporal. The corporal pats his brave soldier on the back, acknowledging his sentiment. However, he does not shy away from saying that it is his responsibility to protect his squad. So, he tells Minty not to go too crazy. After getting a pat on his head, Private Minty starts blushing and all, thanking his corporal. But the corporal tells him to save his thanks for later because they have got bigger fish to fry first. Now, back to this dude, screaming his lungs out in agony and frustration. And then, boom, a system notification appears, stating that due to constant damage being inflicted, the forceful resuming of the descent has been cancelled. I mean, can you blame it? There are 2 top-notch divine weapons stuck in his chest. Then, another system notification pops up, saying that the incomplete spirit of death is encroaching over the body, and the body will soon break down and return to death. The undead king shrieking at the top of his lungs, and the roars he is unleashing are so fierce that they are even pushing Private Minty back. The undead king's just going bonkers, desperately hurling his chains toward Minty. When they realize they just cannot withstand these chains anymore, they both start running in opposite directions. The chains are just crashing down everywhere, turning everything into a hot mess of dust and rubble. It is Chaos City out here. This is when the corporal realizes that the monster does not have control over his own body with it breaking down, yet he is still attacking. He wonders if this is meant to be a last-ditch effort, where this bitch is just trying to take everyone down with him. But hey, the squad's not about to let that happen. Private Park takes charge, and commands Private Choi to block the monster's vision as much as he can. Choi gets down to business and starts bombarding the undead king. Private Park makes it crystal clear that until Corporal Lee Hyunwook recovers his mana, he tells the raid squad to execute disturbance tactics. Everyone starts bombarding the undead with bullets, but the king's not letting them slide either. He is trying his best to take these bugs down, but the squad's just way too stubborn. It is like watching a bunch of bulls refusing to back down in the ring. But then, out of the blue, the corporal jumps in, yelling his lungs out at Private Park Genmo for pulling off such a wild move. But Park's like, chill, dude, we are just trying to buy you some breathing room. He urges the corporal to land that final blow. And let me tell you, the corporal's just standing there, wondering from where the heck his pussy squad mates got all turned into brave lions. Meanwhile, according to the system, the corporal's mana levels are at a measly 6%, while the undead king's just shrugging off the hits like they are tickles. He is flinging those metal chains around like a kid throwing a tantrum. Then, to add to the madness, Private Park is caught in a bit of a jam, and the corporal watching his buddies struggle while they are trying to buy him some time to recharge. And hey, his mana levels are at a cool 19% right now. Then, just when it seems like things could not get any worse from this point onward, Private Choi screams that he is out of bullets, and as the king's chain comes his way, he is left defenseless, just like any other Joe. But then, here comes the corporal, strutting down like he owns the place. He calls out this dude to turn around because his old man's standing right before him, ready to give him a beatdown. With a leap into the air using his skill combo, the corporal's now jumping above those metal chains like it is a walk in the park. Then, with some fancy metal manipulation, that divine arrow in the undead's chest starts to shimmer. With his sword ready, he has got a plan. He knows the key to taking down this zombie king is to hit him where it hurts, his organs. And there are 3 jars holding the goods: liver, heart, and eyes. The corporal is not holding back. He is going full throttle, ready to end this showdown once and for all. While he is pulling off his mid-air acrobatics, he hurls his arrow down. And that is when the system window pops up, reminding us that this arrow nullifies all the magic resistance of the target shot. So, bam, the arrow pierces straight into the empty head's skull, right through his eye socket. After securing one eye, he gears up to take down the other one. But not before giving the undead king a piece of his mind, telling him if he is actually a king, at least act like one instead of throwing tantrums like a 12-year-old kid. With that, he thrusts his blade into the second eye, telling him to scram. Now, another system notification chimes in, giving info about his cloud blade. Apparently, this bad boy absorbs water and unleashes wet fog. And guess what? It is already charged up to 49%, soaking up some unknown energy. After snagging both of the king's eyes, the corporal takes a leap back into the air, leaving the giant monster tumbling backward. He crashes down on the ground with a mighty thud, sending nearby soldiers recoiling from the impact. Finally, the moment everyone's been waiting for arrives. The system window congratulates them on slaying the zombie king Baron Samedi. The squad is in utter disbelief, wondering if it is really true. But when it sinks in, they explode with happiness, riding the wave of victory. Meanwhile, we see the corporal, battered and bruised from head to toe, claiming his prize, the king's crown. The system window promptly appears, congratulating him on acquiring the crown of light and darkness. It is a mythical rank with main features that rapidly boost resistance against undead properties. But for now, it seems the special features are just unlocked. It is a big win, but the journey's not over yet. Anyway, the corporal's just gripping onto this crown, staring at it like it owes him money. He is wondering what the heck this item is. He has never come across anything like it in his previous life. And on top of that, it has got special features. But just when he is trying to make sense of it all, chaos erupts. Debris starts raining down from the sky. And it is like the whole place is coming apart at the seams. The system's chirping about the destruction of Endako, the fortress now without an owner. Private Park's looking around like he has seen a ghost, calling out to Corporal Lee for answers. And Corporal Lee is also as clueless as the rest of them. But he is not one to dilly-dally. He barks orders for everyone to get the heck out of there before it all comes crashing down. The soldiers do not need to be told twice. They are scattering like ants as debris rains down, as if they are dodging raindrops on a lazy afternoon. So, as the scene zooms out, we see this entire castle is crumbling like a house of cards, and here come the brave soldiers of the so-called trash platoon, emerging from the chaos. Finally out of harm's way, everyone just flops onto the ground, completely spent. They are sucking in air like it is going out of style, trying to catch their breath after all that madness. Then, bam, another system window pops up, announcing their raid success and that the raid gate's about to close shop. Talk about a tight spot for the corporal. He is eyeballing that gate, knowing it could disappear any moment now. So, he shouts at his squad to hustle because time's running out. And the whole gang, including the corporal, is sprinting towards that gate like their lives depend on it. Finally outside, we spot these Blue Guild Flower platoon armed to the teeth, standing by for action. Meanwhile, we see the manager spilling the juicy details to the lady, explaining that the whole party needs to be filled with players level 53 and above. He is wondering how the raid will be successful with these restrictions, not to mention the independent deployment by the Blue Flowers could become an issue later on. But this lady's got sass for days. She fires back, asking him what he is gonna do if the big boss group spots the supporting Blue Flower Guild. She asks him when does he think the party will be complete if they do not start now. Suddenly, their eyes land on the gate, which is on the verge of closing. Everyone in the Blue Flower Guild is utterly bewildered to see the gate shutting down. That can only mean one thing. The trashy raid squad and the vanguard actually succeeded at the raid. Finally, the soldiers has started to pour out of the portal like they have got a pack of naked dudes chasing after them. And just when the whole squad's out, barely making it in the nick of time, Corporal Lee makes his grand exit too. Now, the manager and the Blue Flower Guild president. They are standing there, mouths wide open, utterly dumbfounded that these low-rank soldiers actually pulled it off. Meanwhile, the squad's feeling like they just hit the jackpot, getting out of that hellhole alive. Before they can pop the champagne and throw confetti to celebrate, Corporal Lee crashes the party, commanding the whole raid squad to listen up. He starts shouting out praises, saying everyone did an amazing job, and that the Red Gate raid mission is a total success. Hearing this, Private Park cannot help but smirk, and before you know it, they are all bursting into happiness and excitement, finally pulling off that raid like champs. We also see the guild president once again, and at this point, she is practically grinding her teeth out of frustration. She just cannot wrap her head around the fact that these second-rate, pesky military folks managed to clear the Red Gate. And now, she has got a major crush on our boy, which is definitely not good news. So, we are back inside the gate, and there is this Blue Guild Flower soldier still running around like a chicken with its head cut off, sweating bullets because he bolted here as soon as the gate clear message popped up. Now he is looking around and wondering as to where the heck did the exit portal go. He is starting to lose his marbles, wondering why he cannot see it anywhere. Then, out of the blue, he spots someone trying to hide behind a wall. And guess who it is? That vampire dude who got a serious beatdown from our boy Corporal Lee. The newcomer turns around to bolt, but the vampire guy tells the newcomer to halt his movements. The soldier then realizes that this guy standing beside the wall is just a regular human, not some blood-sucking monster. So, he breathes a sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars for sending him an angel. He was freaking out, thinking he was stuck in there for good. In this tense moment, the blue guild flower guy is now asking about the way out, mentioning that the entrance was supposed to be right there. But before he can finish his sentence, he sees the vampire guy vanishing into thin air, only to reappear right behind him. Next thing you know, the vampire's got the soldier's head in his grip, and opened his mouth like he is about to chug down on some human soup. It is like a horror movie scene, with screams echoing through the dungeon as this poor guy gets his blood sucked dry. After all that, the poor soldier is left lying there, just a shell of his former self, drained of life and completely motionless. Now, the vampire is just standing there, thinking about our boy Corporal with that devilish grin of his burned into his mind. He is absolutely going bonkers, fueled by rage. He is now biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his vengeance. He is fixated on tearing everything dear to the Corporal to shreds, drenching it all in blood. It is as if he has a one-track mind set on revenge, and there is no stopping him now. This episode starts with our favorite dungeon raid party, who are having the time of their lives after conquering one of the troublesome rank 3 gates. However, it is quite clear that not everyone is truly enjoying their sweet victory, particularly the guild's flower president, Catherine. She is gritting her teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend how those third-class military dregs managed to clear the red gate. Corporal Lee commands his platoon to line up in a double file while he is descending down from the stairs. The raid squad immediately complies with the command, while the corporal eagerly stands before Catherine to face whatever expression of defeat she is wearing. The lady wastes no time before inquiring about her team. Also, I am not really sure if it is a mere coincidence or if the author intended for us to notice her cleavage. Anyway, my man got his eyes locked on her face, no peeking at her chest whatsoever. It is at this moment he reveals the grim truth that by the time he arrived at the scene, the Blue Guild was already a goner. Once again, she wants to confirm if he actually means that he defeated this red gate on his own, to which the soldier immediately says yes. However, it seems that she is not convinced yet, so the corporal clearly tells her to wait until the gate analysis results come out. Instead of refraining from further comments, this Persimmon princess continues to throw shade, questioning whether he is truly an F-ranker as he portrays himself to be. Our boy confidently asks her if she still believes he has any skill issues, to which the lady responds that they will find out soon enough after seeing the dungeon completion results. She then leans in close, while her hooter's making quite the impression, and casually asks if he happened to come across a spear during his adventure. She suggests maybe a zombified Blue Flower Guild member was wielding it, or perhaps it was stashed away in the dungeon's treasure hoard. I mean, the fucker definitely knows about the spear, since he used it to rip apart the undead king's heart. But still, let us rewind a bit to the past, where the castle was crumbling and the corporal was shouting for everyone to hightail it out of there. That is when we catch a glimpse of the spear, lodged inside the undead king's core. After retrieving it back with his metal manipulation, he commands the system to activate his tattoo skill. The system window pops up right on cue. This skill is actually called Indomitable Steel Body, which is a C-rank skill. It lets the user stash an item away secretly in one of 2 compartments. And the first compartment happened to be his left hand, where he discreetly hid his prized Achilles spear away from prying eyes. But even with the spear tucked snugly in his arm, my man denies ever seeing anything like it, even though we can clearly see the spear tattoo sneakily peeking through his torn uniform. However, this grumpy lady still does not seem convinced, and just as she is gearing up for another tirade, the corporal cuts her off, questioning if she is trying to wiggle out of the consequences of their bet by changing the subject every 2 seconds. He presses her once more, wondering aloud if the esteemed department head of the Soul Attack Squad's Blue Flower Guild is going to honor her word. Naturally, this grumpy and arrogant lady is hesitant to admit defeat, so she bites her tongue. But it seems the corporal is not letting her off the hook that easily, at least not without leaving her pride behind. Just as she summons up some courage to speak after swallowing her pride, the corporal decides to call it a day. However, before he heads out, he reminds her to take a breather for now, but he will be back to claim what he desires. In case you forgot their bet, let me jog your memory. If our boy lost, his life would belong to this grumpy lady. But if he succeeded in clearing the dungeon first, he would ask her for whatever he wanted. Suddenly, she grabs his hand and pleads with him to join the Blue Flower Guild immediately, promising him the royal treatment in the industry. However, my guy can see right through her tempting offer. It is clear she wants to squeeze him dry under her command, and he is not too keen on the idea. Just then, a crisp voice cuts through the air, announcing the arrival of the 3rd Amp Brigadier General. The portal opens, and out steps the big cheese himself. Corporal Lee does not miss a beat, quickly saluting his senior to acknowledge his presence. The man seems to be chuckling for some reason, and it does not take him long to pick up on the thick tension between the corporal and Catherine. Catherine quickly lets go of his hand, while the brigadier, still chuckling, does not hesitate to ask if she is trying to snatch away their key soldier who has not even been discharged yet. But the lady immediately denies any such intentions, and with a bit of wordplay, she mentions that she was simply offering him new opportunities. It seems the brigadier is not finished with her yet, pressing on about whether the Blue Flower Guild disobeyed the rules and prepared for a separate raid. Catherine's clearly walking on eggshells now, knowing that if she tries to defend herself any further, she is in trouble. Taking her silence as confirmation, the brigadier steps closer to her before informing her that there is also the matter with the Gugwang group. He emphasizes that, in many ways, both Blue Flower and Gugwang have crossed lines here at the Red Gate. He is left with no choice but to file an official complaint about this to the Blue Flower Guild Master. Additionally, he suggests that it would be wise to draft an official document regarding this incident and discuss it with all other guilds as well. Catherine's palm is bleeding from her nails digging in tightly due to the stress. This situation has spiraled out of her control, and she knows it is going to deal a fatal blow to the Blue Flower Guild's reputation. Unable to do anything else, she stands in silence, bracing herself to face the consequences of her foolish decision. The scene cuts to the brigadier's office, where he appears quite amazed to learn that Corporal Lee and his party single-handedly contributed to 100 in the raid. The man is having the time of his life, relishing the prospect of seeing the shattered pride of the Blue Flower Guild Master. Meanwhile, the boy is really creeped out to see this unusual side of his general. After that, the general returns to his usual self and remarks that it is his first time encountering someone like Lee Hyun-wook in his entire military career. However, Corporal Lee downplays the situation and deflects some credit to his squad members who helped him achieve these results through their collective efforts. The boy then proceeds to remind the brigadier about the promise he made. But the old man dodges the bullet by showering praise on his achievements. He mentions that he will ensure the entire raid squad gets promoted by 1 rank and that Corporal Lee will have a chance for a rank re-evaluation. Of course, Lee Hyun-wook can clearly see through the deviousness of the old man's conversation tactics. Nevertheless, he remembers he is in the presence of his senior and promptly raises his voice, thanking the brigadier and expressing his gratitude for the generosity shown. With just that one line alone, the old man realizes there is more behind Corporal Lee's praises. He puts on a dejected face, after figuring out that this bastard is after his divine pantheon, and this bitch is not leaving until he claims it. Hyun-wook also requests the general to provide his whole squad with weapons imbued with divine powers. For a moment, when it seemed like everything was settling down, we see the brigadier's bewildered face upon hearing that Corporal Lee wants weapons with divine power even though the zombie gate is already over. For now, this part of the story ends here, and we transition outside the 3rd Amp Brigade 1st Battalion Military Operation Headquarters, where the entire building is buzzing with only one sizzling news. The support squad cleared the level 53 Red Gate single-handedly. But then, we hear a familiar voice calling the whole thing nonsense. Of course, it is Sergeant Sanguk standing among his fellow soldiers. One soldier comments if these achievements do not make Corporal Lee superior to Sergeant Choi Young-gun. Another adds that when Sergeant Choi Young-gun returns from his deployment, they are going to need a match to decide who the ace is. I think they are talking about the guy who is on vacation for quite a while, although they have not made their entrance in the story so far, but let us hope to find out soon. Sergeant Sanguk, listening to all the gossip, is beyond pissed to see everyone talking about the corporal. In the park, we see the soldiers from our favorite squad hanging around, while other soldiers present cannot help but notice those F-rankers who used to be nobodies before clearing the Red Gate. As we zoom in on one of the 2 soldiers from the raid squad, we hear the redhead mentioning how people always ignored them, but now that they are receiving all this attention, he just cannot get used to it. Then the baldy comments that Private Park General seems to be doing well, and it seems that Park is actually enjoying the attention he is getting. He is regaling the ladies with tales of all the heroic deeds they have done to assist Corporal Lee. The ladies are clearly enjoying his stories too, genuinely interested in learning how the support squad got buffed up. That is when Private Park leans closer and, under his breath, attributes all of the credit to Corporal Lee's special training. In the following scene, we see the Steel Emperor about to devour the king's crown he earned in the dungeon. Just as he is about to take a sweet bite out of it, a familiar face barges into the room. The man salutes Corporal Lee and reports back as Private Lee Wonsek, here on business with the support squad. I clearly remember this is the same guy who had a showdown with our boy but ended up losing his pride in Chapter 5. Anyway, the man immediately drops down on his knees and begs for forgiveness for his past behavior. The boy shoots a glance over his shoulder, muttering curses under his breath at the lousy timing of this guy's arrival. Meanwhile, the pig remains on his knees, admitting it would not be shocking if Corporal wants nothing to do with him. Still, he is eager to do whatever it takes to convince our boy to take him under his wing. But the boy does not even spare a glance at the guy, making sure to devour the crown first. Just as the crown drops down into his belly, a notification window pops up, indicating that Corporal Lee is digesting the crown of light and darkness. The Vivo furnace in his belly is ensuring to absorb the crown with 150% efficiency, and there is about 25 hours left until the metal is fully absorbed. After that, he just stares blankly at the notification, his mind wandering off. It seems he is finally starting to consider the guy behind him, but we know he still does not like Lee Won-suk. However, despite his reluctance, he realizes he has no choice but to make peace with him. The soul wave is coming, and he cannot afford to be picky. He needs all the help he can get to survive and save as many soldiers as possible. So, even if it means begrudgingly accepting one more person, he is willing to do it. With that in mind, Corporal Lee agrees to Lee Won-suk's pleas, and the big guy's face lights up like a kid in a candy store after getting acknowledgement from our boy. But before they part ways, Hyunwook makes it clear that Lee Won-suk better be ready to put his life on the line too, and he is dead serious about it. He then grabs this pig by his collar and starts to drag him. Lee Won-suk is bewildered by this unexpected development, so he dumbfoundedly asks, "What is wrong?" But Corporal Lee keeps it simple, letting him know that whether he heard him or not, he does not care because he will make sure himself to teach this guy a thing or two. We are back in this Red Gate dungeon once again, where we can clearly see that vampire guy standing, probably waiting for someone's arrival. Suddenly, a portal starts to appear out of nowhere. Just as the vampire guy takes a look over his right shoulder, we find this humongous bearded guy who looks like the second coming of Bigfoot, appearing and taking his first step with his plus-sized feet. And it seems this guy is really ticked off about the outcome. He is on a tirade, accusing the dude before him of screwing things up and causing them to lose a bunch of priceless items. He even throws in a dumbass for good measure, saying the guy could not even finish a simple gate test. The guy, owning up to his mistake, simply says sorry. Then, another one of their teammates strolls in. She makes it clear that usually, they would have left this loser to starve to death. But today's his lucky day because everyone's been summoned. She then does this little gesture with her tongue around her lips, looking all hyped about the blood that is gonna flow in Seoul. She is totally stoked to start the Soul Wave. In the following scene, we meet this all-silver gorilla, watching over the entire city from his apartment while taking a phone call. It seems we are in one of the guilds, as we can clearly see the name tag on the window screen of the guild master's office. The guy is chatting away on his iPhone knockoff, recounting the Seoul Station incident to the caller. It appears he is talking about our boy who single-handedly took care of the incident. The guy informs the caller that he is going to take follow-up action against our boy. And this big bearded behemoth is the guild master of Great Mountain, ranked 3rd among South Korean guilds. He then mentions that he is keeping an eye out by fully sending his goons into the black market. It seems he is looking for some kind of key and assures his caller that he will definitely find it. He then takes a peek at the photo he is holding and tells the caller that it looks like these soldiers are wielding fire as their weapon. Probably AMP personnel. He throws in calling the soldier a petty thief for some reason. Not entirely sure what he is getting at yet, but hopefully, we will figure it out soon. While he is yapping away on the phone, we can hear some pretty gnarly screams coming from behind the door. This big, bearded dude adds that during the upcoming Soul Wave, he is planning to open 4 gates simultaneously and split his forces. Then, a few of his goons will wipe out the 1st AMP battalion. And we all know that the 1st battalion includes our boy and his support squad. The man starts to chuckle, assuring his phone friend not to worry about a thing. Before ending the call, he assures the man one last time that he will take care of the entire Korea. And it seems the man he is talking with is the chairman. After that, he just crushes his phone with his bare hand and tosses it on the ground. Then, he proceeds to open the door. We finally see the view on the other side of the door, which seems pretty gloomy at first glance, with some corpses casually lying on the ground. Then the scene cuts to reveal these blood-sucking vampires who probably infiltrated the entire guild and wiped them out in one swoop. The bearded behemoth calls his minions slaughterers and informs them that they have got a new job. Everyone immediately diverts their attention towards their boss. One of the blood-sucking ladies tells her master to just give them orders. That is when the bearded behemoth tells them that all slaughterers are going to invade the 1st battalion of Namsan Amped when this soul wave starts, and they have orders to kill everything that is breathing. The lady, with a doubtful look, meekly asks if there are any specific orders, and it seems the others want to hear it as well. So, the bearded behemoth just tells her to do whatever she wants, as long as she starts from the army unit and wipes out everything until Seoul is vanished from the map of South Korea. The look on the lady's face clearly indicates that this was all the confirmation she wanted. Finally, we are back at the 3rd AMP Brigade 1st Battalion, where we hear the familiar voice of the battalion commander saluting Corporal Lee and the 6 members of his platoon. He informs the platoon that he has received orders from higher-ups to promote the platoon by 1 rank. Corporal Lee immediately reports back with a salute to the battalion commander. As they stand before the commander, he does not forget to praise their efforts and congratulate them for their achievement. It seems that Lee Hyunwook has finally been promoted to the position of sergeant, because this time, he makes sure to report back as Sergeant Lee Hyunwook instead of his corporal title. Up next, the battalion commander clears his throat before getting into it. He has always had this idea that if everyone in the military does their part right, they can build a solid barracks culture. After hearing just that much, Hyunwook knows he is in for yet another long speech. And as expected, the commander keeps on going, saying how their strong military spirit has proved this belief of his true, and he is genuinely thrilled about it. But before he could continue yamming, his phone's call interrupts the moment and he informed the squad to be on standby for a minute. Suddenly, the commander blurts out Kaido in shock and tells the caller he will be there in a moment. For a second, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook perks up at the commander's reaction. But before dashing off, he quickly delegates the duty of conducting the promotion ceremony to the second platoon leader. Needless to say, the second platoon leader is taken aback by the sudden change. But he rolls with it and agrees to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, the name Kaido keeps swirling around in Sergeant Lee Hyunwook's mind. Apparently, it is Akita Kaido, the infamous Sword Saint assassin who took down Sword Saint Guxiangpeo. In Lee Hyunwook's previous life, Battalion Commander King Kangseok left the battalion to chase down this guy after getting word that Kaido had slipped into the country through Busan port, causing quite a stir. Unfortunately, on that fateful day, just 2 vampires managed to annihilate the entire 1st Battalion of the Amt. It seems the incident Sergeant Lee knew about had now started to take place. Naturally, the second platoon leader kicks off the ceremony by announcing the results of the rank re-evaluation. Ahan Minty and Choi Minnie have been promoted to the corporal rank, while Cho Tae-young, Park Sungmo, and Kim Kyunjin remain privates. But hey, everyone has advanced from rank E to rank D. After that, the platoon commander instructs them to check their weapons, which they have been rearmed with, and register them at the branch office. Everyone responds with a crisp yes sir in unison, marking the end of the ceremony. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook eagerly awaits to see whether the future that he knows from his past life will unfold as it did before, or if everyone will be able to make it out of that future alive. Everything seems calm and peaceful, just like another day. But our support squad is all smiles and cheerful, making the already peaceful day even more pleasant. Everyone seems to be enjoying their new promotions, while Corporal Park seems to be in a bit of a sulking mode. It did not take long for one of the soldiers to notice that Park Junno seemed to be on edge. Curiously, they ask Park Junno if he is doing okay. After that unexpected call, Junno snaps out of his sulking. He tries to brush off the concerns by saying he is alright. He adds that he kinda saw this result coming anyway, so it is not a big deal if it actually happened. Plus, he could not level up like the others. Even so, he happily raises his new weapon and boasts that he scored a reward, and a top-notch weapon at that. Now back to our boy, let us see what he snagged. At first glance, I could not really tell what they are, but the squad standing behind our boy confirms that these are pegs, which clearly are not weapons in any way. So naturally, they are curious as to why that is. It is at this point the sergeant stands up, making these sharp pegs float into the air with his metal manipulation. His mind is still stuck on the soul wave threat that is about to come. He figures he does not have time to stress about it. Right now, all he can do is prepare as much as possible to face whatever comes at him. No matter what it is, he will charge at it, pounce on it, and certainly destroy it and gobble it up, of course. The scene transitions, and we find ourselves in the middle of the night, with Sergeant Lee Hyunwook sporting his sleep-deprived eyes as he stands guard duty. Right now, Lee just wants to take a damn pee. It has been a few days since their promotion, and they have been assigned to the Namsan guard post. As he stands on the watchtower, Corporal Park Junno calls out to Sergeant Lee, but the sergeant does not bother giving a response. Park Junno wonders aloud if they have been on night duties too much lately, feeling like they have become pushovers once again. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook, busy looking at his watch, does not bother concerning himself with what the corporal is saying. As of this moment, he has only got the Soul Wave incident on his mind. He is pondering whether it is lucky that the incident did not happen earlier or if there is some variable at play. Either way, he is sure there is some trouble brewing for Soul, and it will happen today. Suddenly, he shoots a glare at the loud-mouthed corporal with his tired eyes. The corporal quickly catches on that the sergeant is not messing around, so he backtracks, saying he did not mean anything negative by what he said earlier. Sergeant walks over to Junno, while the corporal is stumbling over his words, trying to explain how excited he is about the upcoming vacation and seeing his grandma. He is just a bit scattered, but he is telling the truth. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook uncomfortably leans towards Corporal Park, asking if he trusts him. The corporal manages to muster a few words, stating that Park Junno completely trusts our boy. Suddenly, we see the cat, and it is clear from its reaction that she is sensing some trouble lurking around. Meanwhile, we see our boy Lee is busy intimidating the poor corporal with his gestures and creepy smile, asking if Corporal Park Junno is telling the truth. If he is, they will be leaving their posts once again. I distinctly remember the same scene from the beginning chapters, where Sergeant Lee asks the same questions. Heck, even poor Park Junno cannot help but wonder if he is experiencing deja vu. In the following scene, we hear Sergeant Choi Seon's voice asking the soldiers if they are not going to sleep tonight, to which the soldiers respond with a resounding no. We then take a look at the orange cat once again, but this time it seems she has been killed, a dead giveaway that something's about to go down. Unaware of the danger, Sergeant Choi continues talking to the soldiers, asking if they have been on night duty too often lately, a remark we have heard through Corporal Park's mouth already. Although Private Park Sung-no's eyes look like dead fish, he reports back that he is okay. Corporal On Minty, also giving off zombie vibes, states that according to Sergeant Lee Hyunwook, this is supposed to be part of their training, so they did not have much choice in the matter. After hearing this, the lady supports a smile while mentioning that if it is Sergeant Lee who ordered them, then there is no choice but to adhere to what he said. She also starts sucking up to Minty's achievements, assuring him that he is good enough, which is the only reason Sergeant Lee asked this of him. The soldier could not help but blush embarrassingly after getting acknowledgement from one of the cutest ladies out there in the mix. Suddenly, Corporal Minty notices a silhouette right under the bridge. He immediately raises his gun and points it towards the suspect, instructing them to halt their movements and raise their hands, or else they will face a barrage of bullets. It is clear this is not an ordinary being, as we can see those glowing red eyes even from a distance. Regardless, he tells the figure to freeze once again. Then, Private Minty aims his gun and tells the suspect that if they are a civilian, they better not take a single step closer, and orders them to turn around. After that, we finally see this creature with these purple eyes screaming at the top of his lungs, and after seeing this ugly face, Minty does not waste any time before piercing a hole through the creature's shoulder with a single bullet. The zombie falls flat on the ground, and we can clearly see the terrified Minty huffing after this nerve-wracking encounter with this otherworldly creature. Suddenly, the entire area descends into chaos. The soldiers are on high alert after hearing those footsteps rapidly closing in on them. Private Park Sung-mo, along with Sergeant Choi, is equally shocked to see this unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, Corporal Minty is just stunned in his tracks, his terrified eyes fixed only on the front, seeing this horde of zombies marching down towards them. Corporal Minty immediately gives the green signal to fire at the zombies. But it seems that both of them, with their limited ammo, are not nearly well equipped to face this countless number of zombies. It is like one goes down, but another one behind it keeps marching forward, and no matter how many they hit, there seems to be no end to these creatures. Corporal Minty immediately commands Park Sung-mo to come in front of the door as soon as possible. Almost instantly, Minty closes the door and puts his trusty shield up, making sure to use his magic shield skill firsthand. Minty braces himself for the impact from the zombies, while Park Sung-mo backs him up, determined not to let them push through. The horde of mindless zombies finally crashes into the shield, but thanks to Minty's magic shield skill, they just bounce right off. Still, I highly doubt they will be able to stall these zombies for more than a minute or two because the sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming. We finally see our boy Lee Hyunwook sprinting down towards the guardhouse as fast as he can, with Corporal Park Jun-mo following closely behind. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook is gritting his teeth and running determinedly because the hellish soul wave has finally started. The story resumes, and just as our boy Lee Hyunwook dashes down to rescue his fellow soldiers from the zombie wave, the scene immediately cuts to the official residence's executive lounge. There, we see Lieutenant Seo Yuna, who has been absent from the action for quite some time. It is the middle of the night, and while seated beneath a roof lamp, she appears to be diligently typing on her laptop. Looks like she is drafting up some juicy report, detailing the hierarchy and management within the military, delving into who is who and how they are being handled. Suddenly, she begins to sense a creepy vibe swirling around the room, as if someone is keeping an eye on her. With utmost caution, she peeks outside her apartment, only to find nothing but dead silence and darkness. But it seems this silence and darkness are even more concerning in itself to her. So she takes her steps carefully, while her finger burning brighter in the dark due to her holy night skill. Soon after, she finds herself standing outside one of the apartment's rooms, where she can even see her reflection in the door's window. But when she dares to take a peek inside, what she sees is downright terrifying. It seems all the military big shots have been taken out by venomous snakes with total bloodshot eyes. Not surprisingly, she finds these two sturdy ropes barreling straight toward her, so powerful that they are practically demolishing the walls on impact. Now you can imagine what will happen if these ropes so much as touches her. So, without a moment's hesitation, she narrowly avoids the ropes swinging toward her, barely dodging them by a hair's breadth as they smash into the walls ahead. But her luck runs out as she suddenly finds her face colliding with someone's knees. It turns out this person knows her, since we can clearly hear them referring to her as the third daughter of the Holy Knights Order's captain. And as the scene zooms out, we finally see that this is the same fucker who got his ass beaten up by our boy Lee Hyunwook in the Red Gate. Anyway, as soon as the guy pushes the lady with him out of the window, she prepares to retaliate before she could hit the ground, and starts burning this vampire's leg with divine fire of her hand. Seizing the opportunity, she delivers a kick straight to his face with her rather sturdy military shoes. After sending the guy reeling midair with her kick, she gracefully lands on the ground, unharmed. Meanwhile, it appears this guy is no pushover either, swiftly getting back on his feet before the crash landing. Before facing off once more, Lieutenant Seo takes the liberty of asking who her opponent might be, wondering if he is perhaps a player. But before hearing his response, let us take a closer look at the burn she inflicted on his chop. And when the next panel arrives, we see that the wound has disappeared, leaving no trace behind. After seeing the wound healing which was inflicted by her holy light, it is now pretty clear that she is not jumping in joy. In fact, she is now even more curious to know who this fucker actually is. As they stand face to face, the arrogant vampire speaks up again, taunting her that she does not need to know who he is since she is about to meet her end soon enough. He begrudgingly admits that it will be hard for him to kill someone as pretty as her, but he claims he has no other choice. Just then, a commotion erupts around them, catching the lady off guard as she gazes skyward with her dumbfounded expression. As the scene zooms out, we see a purple portal opening in the air above, and there is also an entire army of undead standing ready to march through. At first, she is stunned in her tracks, her mind and body frozen for a moment as she takes in the enormity of this army. Soon after, when she notices that there is a gate hovering there, and the presence of an entire army that should not be there can only mean one thing, which is that a wave has started. Just as she is lost in her thoughts, the vampire seizes the opportunity and attacks her immediately, reminding her that she should not be thinking about anything else while he is right in front of her. This time, it seems she will not be able to get herself out of this mess as the ropes are mere inches away from her. And unfortunately, he grabs her by the throat and drags her humiliatingly across the ground. As he pulls her closer, he reveals that he has heard about her grumpy and arrogant nature, but he insists she should learn to behave herself, especially in the presence of someone better than her. Meanwhile, the poor lady is totally helpless against this guy without her weapons, so she could do nothing other than to watch herself being dragged there like a dog. As the distance between them closes, the vampire guy informs her that he would have gladly toyed with her a little more, but fortunately for her, he has no time to spare, so he is about to kill her right away. Meanwhile, the lady is starting to lose consciousness due to suffocation, and if she does not fight back, she is pretty sure she is doomed. Just as she is thinking that, the vampire's rope gets shot right before his shocked face. And whoever this hero might be, they do not forget to go insane over the trigger, sending a barrage of bullets right at this arrogant guy who swiftly does backflips, dodging all of the attacks with ease. Despite dodging all the bullets with ease, the guy is pretty pissed to find himself interrupted, especially just when the scene was reaching its climax, so he demands to know who this sneaky bastard is. While the guy is flipping out, we see Lieutenant Seo finally catching her breath once again, after nearly getting choked to death. It seems the hero has arrived at the scene, and whoever this guy is, he sure knows Lieutenant Seo pretty well. And at this point, it is no surprise to us that the hero is none other than our boy Lee Hyunwook, who is asking his senior if she is alright. But instead of responding to his query, she dumbfoundedly asks why he is here. But the Sergeant Lee stays simple with his words, simply letting her know that he is just here to rescue his senior. Well, the lady is not buying what he is selling. She has got a feeling this guy is hiding something. She has always been suspicious of our hero's moves, and it is fishy how this dude always ends up in the thick of danger. But before Lieutenant Seo Yuna can grill our boy, Mr. Vampire over there gets antsy and starts yelling, wondering if they are deliberately ignoring him. Then he goes off on a tangent about military ranks, like he's got a bone to pick, just like the one guy he met at the Red Gate. Now, you probably guessed it, the vampire is actually talking about our hero, who is standing there with a smirk on his face. After finally coming face to face with his enemy once again, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook wastes no time before calling this trash vampire out. Also, it does not take long for the vampire to realize who this guy is standing before him. And when he does, frustration spills over and he starts hurling insults at our hero, calling him a damn trench monkey. But before we dive into the showdown between those two, we are zooming back to our Corporal Minty's holding down the fort against those bloodthirsty zombies. Poor Minty's hanging on by a thread in that formation. But it looks like they will not have to hold out much longer because the rapid response unit is on its way. Yet Minty's footing is slipping, even shoving Private Park Sungmo to keep him from being pushed back. But before the door could tear apart, Sergeant Choi Seona jumps in with her limited mana stash, urging them to grit their teeth and hold the gate a little longer. But let us face it, they are up against a horde of zombies that just keeps growing by the minute. I seriously doubt they stand a chance. Just when those two boys are pushed to their limits, their ears perk up at the arrival of the rapid response unit. The whole squad is quickly ordered into a Z positions, and as soon as they are in place, the platoon leader gives the command to execute. With his word, these massive enchantment circles appear above the zombies, and almost instantly, fire starts raining down from them. Before we could see these zombies getting burned to a crisp, we witness one of the vampire ladies swooping right behind the rapid response unit. She immediately grabs her daggers and swiftly slaughters every soldier, zipping down through those poor souls. Terror washes over Sergeant Choi's eyes as she finds her subordinates dead on the ground, who were alive just a minute ago, and the one who just killed them all gracefully lands above the guard room. Private Park, Corporal Minty, and Sergeant Choi turn around to finally see this hottie fully suited up from head to toe, asking our poor soldiers with a sinister grin if they enjoyed her little massacre. Poor Minty's heart pounds as he realizes the rapid response unit did not even see it coming. He knows if things keep up like this, he might just meet his maker as well. As this woman glares at the terrified Minty, who is practically shaking in his boots. She finds herself annoyed by his lack of response to her question. So naturally, she gears up once more to take down what she sees as a bunch of boring trash bags. But then, her attention is suddenly diverted by someone casually singing like they own the place. The scene then shifts to a soldier, bottle in hand, seeming completely drunk, not caring a bit about the zombies around him. After seeing this bizarre sight, it makes no sense to the vampire woman, who wonders who this new lunatic is. Then, one of the zombies finally dares to attack, shattering the bottle the guy was holding. The guy lets out a scream at the top of his lungs, staring in disbelief at his empty rum bottle. He is completely beside himself, demanding to know who the hell drank his precious rum. Then, his enraged eyes turn towards the nearest zombie, accusing it of being the culprit. But the poor zombie just looks back cluelessly, innocent as can be. In response, the guy bolts forward, slicing through zombies with his shiny broken bottle at lightning speed. His movements are so quick, you can barely see him in action. Even the vampire woman, who was feeling pretty full of herself a moment ago, is stunned by this incredible display of speed. The boy then raises his hand towards the vampire woman, and points out if she is the leader of these zombies, and if she is, she gotta do something about the rum that just got spilled. With her cocky attitude full on display, the lady dismisses this serious drunkard's words and remarks about how full of himself he seems with his speed. She lets him know that with his speed, she might be able to have some fun for the first time in a while. Her confidence is about to take a hit, though, as the booze-loving bastard appears right behind her, asking if she is up for a good time, or rather, if she is ready to pay for the damn rum he lost. The moment she realizes he is behind her, her cocky expression melts into one of terror. She whirls around to strike the speedy boy, only to find her own hand cleanly severed from her body before she even registers what is happening. As the pain hits her, the lady lets out a grunt of agony, leaving the entire area echoing with her screams of torment. Her screams may be filled with agony, but for our poor boys, they are like a sweet lullaby. They erupt into happiness at the sight of the drunken soldier's return. And as it turns out, this guy is none other than Sergeant Choi In-jun, the legendary figure we have been hearing about for so long. Despite his flushed face and hiccuping, he is here on serious business. He demands the lady pay the price for his rum, or he will make sure to settle the score by cutting something else. Upon learning of this new hero's identity, the vampire woman starts to panic, insisting that In-jun is deployed according to her sources. But the guy, hiccuping and all, clarifies that the military called him back for some duty, so he is here to serve as instructed. And he does not let her off the hook for his rum, reminding her not to stray from the conversation. This arrogant lady, feeling mocked by this brat, screams in frustration and starts attacking him right away. Her first swing immediately shatters the bottle In-jun was holding and starts swinging her dagger further with such speed that you could barely see her moving. But the boy just keeps dodging the attacks like a ninja on drugs. Just when the lady thought she had the upper hand, the man simply vanished from sight, reappearing next to Private Park and Corporal Minty. And all the lady could do was watch in frustration as the hero moved with godly speed. After reaching the private, In-jun grabs his own head in frustration, clearly annoyed and muttering about what a drag this is. Then, he swiftly pulls the bayonet out of the private's pocket, declaring that he will be holding onto it for a while. But Private Park quickly informs Sergeant Choi In-jun that fighting the lady with a regular bayonet will be tough because she is apparently a vampire. Seems like this idiot did not even bother to notice or care whether he was fighting a zombie or a vampire. Corporal Minty quickly reminds the idiot that zombies sure as hell do not talk. It seems that In-jun has finally started to get under the lady's skin by not taking her seriously enough. So she takes her stance, pumping her muscles with some blood, causing veins to pop out all over her body. With every last ounce of power awakened inside her, she is ready to take on this guy. It is no surprise to her why everyone calls him the monstrous candidate to become the next Sword Saint. And now, she is about to give it all she has got. As Sergeant Choi is left terrified by the sight of the enraged vampire, she is unable to warn the boys before the vampire vanishes from the scene almost instantly. The scene unfolds like slow motion. We see Choi's terrified face, the first letter of careful slipping from her lips. Before her voice can reach In-jun, the vampire is almost upon them. Another letter slips from Choi's lips, and the vampire draws even closer. Just as the third letter of careful leaves Choi's mouth, In-jun turns around as if he already knew the vampire was approaching from behind. He whirls around with his bayonet in hand, deflecting her attack instantly. Everything happens so fast that Sergeant Choi still has not finished saying the word careful, and the vampire is already suspended in the air. It is like time freezes for the soldiers standing near In-jun. They are utterly clueless about what is happening. Meanwhile, In-jun effortlessly flings the lady backward, sending her crashing into the nearby wall, obliterating it entirely. The soldiers reel from the impact, feeling the pressure of the force. Even Sergeant Choi, standing at a distance, can sense the intensity. After the crazy impact on the wall, the vampire lies on the ground, coughing up a horrifying amount of blood from her mouth. Despite the brutal impact, the lady refuses to give up. She staggers to her feet, her head spinning, while Yungjun informs her that he was being cautious with his metabolic rate before. Whenever he acts too fast, the effects of the rum wear off, leaving him sober, which is an experience he does not particularly enjoy. Turning to the terrified lady, he asks if she is willing to take full responsibility for disrupting his chill session. At this point, the woman is pretty sure that if she kept on fighting alone she is about to get fucked. So naturally, the only wiser decision she comes up with is running desperately out of the place with her tail tucked between her legs. She is putting every ounce of energy into her sprint, hoping to reach the other slaughterers as soon as possible to avoid this guy wreaking havoc on her plans. But, of course, my man still has so many questions to ask and things to settle. He effortlessly chases her down, arriving near her right shoulder, casually asking where she is heading off to. The lady cranks her speed even more and vanishes from the place, but our hero also blurs from sight. The next thing we see is her being cut down from several places, and our hero's movements are so swift that the vampire's nervous system cannot even register the pain. Eventually, after her limbs are injured, she tumbles down and crashes onto a nearby street pole. After finally neutralizing her, the guy takes a look around his surroundings. On one side, he sees his fellow soldiers slaughtered like lambs, while on the other side, zombies are still trying to rip the gate off. He turns to the lady once again, who is just grunting in pain, her entire body shaking like a fizzy cola. He is naturally curious, so he wants to know how she is controlling these mindless ghouls if she is not even a zombie herself. But, as expected, the lady does not bother to answer and instead screams at the top of her lungs. Not one for whining and whimpering. He shuts her up real quick with a solid kick to her gut, sending her crashing further. Knowing he will not get any answers easily, he decides to clean up the other mess she scattered before returning to negotiations. He then vanishes from the place once again, landing back above the gate holding off those mindless zombies. As he is perched above, he commands the soldiers standing below to tie that vampire woman up. He also loops in the vice platoon leader, letting her know he will swing by again after he is done cleaning up. The lady seems a bit thrown by this out of the blue plan, but she is all for it, telling him to go ahead and slash those monsters up and give a report later. Before Yungjun gets down to slicing and dicing, Private Park offers up his newly acquired holy power-infused weapon, urging our rum-loving hero to give it a go. But Yungjun just shakes his head, saying no thanks, to which the Private Park reminds this drunkard that these guys will not go down easy with a regular bayonet. But when you look at this guy's face, there is this creepy, devilish grin spread across it. He is all about making these bitches suffer with every strike, and he is not shy about it. Naturally, the poor soldiers get a shiver down their spines after hearing this craziness from him. And with that final exchange of words, the man vanishes from sight once again, and before you know it, the whole horde of zombies is chopped up like veggies before they even realize what is happening. Gotta say, this dude's probably the coolest side character I have seen in ages. Heck, I might even go as far as to say he is even better than our boy Lee Hyun-wook. The boys find it weird how Sergeant Yungjun's personality has changed so much. Minty even remarks that this drunkard now looks similar to our boy, Lee Hyun-wook. Private Park nervously agrees, saying he gets chills whenever he sees the two of them grinning like that. And speaking of our boy, you can see the devilish grin spread across his face, and there is no denying he looks scary as hell when he smirks. But it is not just us who find his smug smirk unsettling. His enemies do not like it either. As soon as the vampire guy sees that same grin again, he explodes in frustration. Without a moment's delay, he swings his whip toward our boy in an attempt to grab Lee Hyun-wook. But my man has tricks of his own. He deftly deflects the whip with his dagger before it can hit anyone. While he is busy keeping those whips at bay, Sergeant Lee shouts at the platoon leader, reminding her that skeletons are pouring out of the gate and heading for the barracks. He urges her to secure the weapons and save the soldiers. But the lady raises a concern of her own, reminding him that the guy they are dealing with is a vampire. So basically, Sergeant Lee could not do much without his holy powers. Gripping his sword tightly, he makes it clear that fighting while protecting her would be even more of a hassle. The lady probably frowns, likely because of how tough this guy is acting. Another strike comes hurtling down at them, but Hyun-wook effortlessly deflects the attack once again. To get the lady out of the scene, our hero reminds her that they urgently need a holy weapon to fight this monster back. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Seo Yuna is growing more and more suspicious of our hero, wondering how he always seems to be one step ahead. But right now, she is probably relieved that he can handle things on his own for now, and there is no need to be afraid. With that in mind, she proceeds to leave, but before she goes, she instructs him not to die here, and it is her order. And with that short sentence, she dashes off towards the weapon inventory, leaving our boy finally alone. Even the vampire is confused by the sergeant's decision, so he asks why he sent her away instead of fighting together. But instead of replying to the query, our hero calls out the asshole, mentioning that he is feeling pretty glad to see that this blood-sucking Snarlula is still alive. Naturally, this remark bewilders the grumpire, so he asks Hyun-wook what the fuck he is talking about. With that same sassy grin, our hero remarks that if this vampire guy is still alive and standing before him, it only means that this blood-sucking bastard has not reported to his leader that someone like Sergeant Lee kicked his butt. This remark definitely rattles the guy out of his mind, and he is beyond ticked at this point over our hero. But Lee Hyunwook just keeps needling the guy with his silly remarks, mentioning that getting his butt kicked in the red gate must have been bothering him. This grumpire could only take so much humiliation from our hero, and right now, he is absolutely fuming. His hands start to transform, and these metallic dark matter relics pop out of his limbs. He is basically saying our hero must have been thinking too highly of himself. But once he is fully transformed, he lets Lee Hyunwook know that with his gear on, there is no stopping him from causing chaos. And he is pretty blunt about it, saying our hero's holy power-fused metal beads will not stand a chance against him. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widen in realization upon seeing this guy's new look, as if he has just hit the jackpot. He wonders exactly how many of those 1,000,000,001 each mana tanks are in there. I am not entirely sure what he just said, but let us hope it makes sense going forward. If I missed the memo, let me know in the comments. Anyway, when we take a look back at this fuming grumpire, he confidently lays it out that today our hero will not be able to lay a single finger on him, and he will make sure to tear him into pieces single-handedly. But just then, the sergeant's sword starts to shimmer, and a system window appears, mentioning the name of the item, the Crown of Light and Darkness. This item basically has effects to rapidly boost resistance against undead property. This crown can hook up any weapon our hero wants with an aura attribute, and he gets to choose whether it is holy power or black magic that he wants to fuse. Also, our hero can't use both the holy power attribute and black magic at the same time. And there's a note about the penalty that comes after using the skill. With his crown item activated, a holy light ring appears above his head, and his weapons start to exude pure holy energy. Another notification pops up, giving the lowdown on the skill granted by the crown. Apparently, it can hook up any gear he picks with a 10% boost of holy power. And as for the penalty, his mana is going to take a hit of 10%. Naturally, the vampire is utterly bewildered to see our hero transform that shoddy weapon of his into a holy power-fused weapon out of nowhere. And right at that moment, Sergeant immediately asks that what made this snarlula think that our hero is still going to use those beads. Because this time, he plans to divinely tear this bastard apart into pieces. After activating his Saint Aura and infusing his weapons with holy energy, Sergeant Lee gets all cocky, leaving the Grampire frustrated and terrified. But this guy still holds onto his bravado and challenges our hero, convinced that Lee Hyunwook cannot even scratch him with his divine powers. Yet, Sergeant Lee remains Sergeant Lee. He throws yet another verbal jab, asking this blood-sucking fiend if he is shitting his pants at the sight of these divine powers, because that is the only explanation for his frantic threats and talk. Well, that is the last straw. The Grampire explodes out of frustration and hurls his whips toward our hero to shut his loud mouth for good. But just as those whips are mere inches away from Sergeant, the man starts zipping away, leaving the whips crashing down on the empty ground behind him. The angry bastard keeps stirring those whips around to chase down our hero, but my man is just ducking and dodging them nonetheless. It appears our hero actually recognizes the threat these whips pose, and they are not definitely something to scoff at, especially with their long range. He admits that even if one whip cracks over his body, he is going to fucking die. But still, he has this grin etched across his face as if he has figured everything out. He keeps dodging them left and right without a care in the world, and with each maneuver in the air, he is closing his distance towards the vampire. The fiend is fuming at this point, utterly flabbergasted as to how to deal with this slippery opponent. It appears our hero has completely changed his strategy, which will leave his enemy at a disadvantage with his whip, because at close range, all the positives of this weapon turn into negatives. With that knowledge in mind, he soars toward that bastard with his sword pointed directly at him, and there is also a dagger coming from behind. However, it seems this is not going to turn into Sergeant Lee's favor, because there is a cocky grin on the Grampire's face, as if he has already figured everything out. And as you can imagine, those metallic, sharp chain-like things start to pop out of his massive shoulder, soaring into every direction, leaving literally no room for our hero to avoid them. His dagger, which was coming from behind, also gets stuck in this mess of wires. To save himself, Sergeant Lee immediately uses his indomitable steel body to shield himself from deadly wounds. Somehow, he manages to get out of that wiry mess in the nick of time using his skill combo. Afterwards, he starts running down to make a safe distance, while those whips just keep on chasing him, crashing down on the ground and breaking it with every impact. The fiend is relentlessly chasing our hero with his whips, leaving him no choice but to desperately run out of harm's way. Meanwhile, this bitch is having a good laugh, watching this once cocky dude, who is talking big, now sprinting off like a scared kid. To make matters worse, the fiend has snagged both our hero's dagger and sword. He had not factored in these armored tentacles when he marched toward the bastard, and now not only does he lack his weapons, but he cannot even get close. Looks like our hero also had his fail not ready to go for the final blow. But seeing all those tentacles swinging around, he is worried his trump card will just get swatted aside. So, instead of wasting another weapon, he goes for his Achilles spear, even though it is going to cost him a ton of mana. But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. The Grumpire keeps getting cockier, relishing in seeing his opponent running around like an annoying mosquito out of fear. He throws threats, saying he would love to watch our boy run until he is completely dead. Sergeant Lee immediately takes his stance with his spear in hand. As soon as he activates the spear's ability, he destroys the tentacle with a single strike. And right on cue, a system window pops up, mentioning that he has unlocked the power of the Achilles spear. As for its effects, wounds inflicted by this spear do not heal under normal circumstances, but it is going to take a hefty toll on the user's mana once activated. Currently, his mana consumption is at 21%. As he jumps back after cutting one of the wires to save himself, the system also notifies him that he has 63% remaining after using the spear. After watching his mana plummet like crazy just from cutting down one tentacle, Sergeant Lee finally grits his teeth in frustration. It is clear this bastard is using a huge mana tank embedded in his armor to keep those whips swinging until our hero runs dry. It dawns on him that this piece of crap came fully prepared this time. Not only that, he has caught onto our hero's weakness and is exploiting it for all it is worth. But Sergeant Lee cannot just blow his entire mana reserve on this guy, especially with more vampires to fight. On the other hand, the bastard just gets even cockier seeing our hero feeling desperate and helpless. He mocks him, asking if he finally understands his situation and tells him to try yapping once again like he was doing before. Just as those whips are coming towards our hero, he pulls out his walkie-talkie from his pocket and urgently calls Choi Tae-young. With a voice full of urgency, he shouts into the device. Suddenly, a flash of light starts to shimmer right behind this crazy dickhead, who is totally bewildered by what is happening with all this yelling. Before the vampire can even make sense of anything, a beam of light pierces the man right over his chest and passes through his body, leaving the voice of fire echoing through the jungle. It appears that the other boys from the raid squad have been on standby, waiting for commands. As soon as they got the green signal, Private Choi Tae-young did not waste a moment before firing a holy bullet with clear precision. After the successful shot, Corporal Choi Min-yi reports back to Sergeant, telling him that since there is a chance their location has been exposed because of the gunshot, they are moving to a different location as an extra precaution. As the Grampire hits the ground, he is clearly not having a good time with that massive hole in his chest. This sneaky move really gets under his skin, and in a fit of frustration, he is all set to unleash some ultimate energy beam of his own. But before he can even think about it, Failnaught crashes through his chest again, making matters worse. And just when he is screaming his lungs out, our hero swoops in, spear in hand, and with a look that is screaming "go fuck yourself," he jams that spear right into the Grampire's chest, probably putting a stop to his healing abilities as well. The blast is so intense that the energy of holy light pours out of his body after making a big hole through it. He finds himself in a sorry state, burned, bruised, and with both the spear and Failnaught lodged in his chest. Despite his condition, he stubbornly clings to the belief that as a chosen one, he could not possibly fail so miserably. But then, out of sheer curiosity, he throws his pride aside to ask our hero who the heck he is, wondering if he is an O ranker or perhaps even an S ranker. Sergeant Lee remains nonchalant, casually picking up those shiny crimson stones. He mentions how this guy is on the verge of death, yet he is still so curious about him. Regardless, the boy decides to comply with the command as a final wish for this bastard before he dies. As he leans over to his ear, he tells him that he is an F ranker. To wrap up this guy's story, he unleashes the holy power of the crown, taking a 10% hit on his mana reserves as a penalty. But as you can see, that 10% sacrifice is totally worth it because the Grampire starts sizzling like bacon on a hot skillet, screaming and writhing in pain. Even as he is getting roasted alive, the Grampire cannot believe he is going down so easily, especially at the hands of an F ranker. As the flames dance around him and his shiny crystals fizzle out, the system chimes in to let us know that he has tapped into some rank 3 mana tanks, and that mana is getting supercharged. Now it all makes sense. Remember when our hero was grinning like a Cheshire cat about hitting the jackpot in the previous episodes? Those red gems were actually mana tanks. And after finally getting those stones in his hands, he decides to chow down on half of them now and save the rest for later. Suddenly, an announcement starts to ring, directed to our boy. The announcer informs our hero that the skeleton army is attacking the barracks number 2, and this familiar voice seems to belong to Corporal Choi Min-yi. As the idiot is running down, trying to chow down those gems, he mumbles out, asking about the current progress. After seeing that horde of zombies, the both boys report back to our hero, mentioning that the skeleton head count cannot be measured, and the way things are looking, Private Choi is pretty sure that not everyone can make it out alive. On the other hand, our hero just keeps on running down with full determination, while his weapons follow closely behind him. Before our hero can reach there, let us focus our camera on this disgusting, brainless zombie just chilling around. But his chilling session is rudely interrupted when a high-speed car crashes into the skeletons, knocking them down like pins in a bowling alley. Inside the car, the driver looks absolutely terrified, with the airbag deployed and everything. But before he can catch his breath, the zombies swarm in from all sides, surrounding him in a gruesome circle of death. The next thing we hear are his screams of agony as blood spills everywhere. Honestly, I was not a fan of his wimpy face anyway, so props to the zombies for taking out this waste of oxygen. The zombies gather around the car like it is the hottest ticket in town, and one of them finally gets a hold of the man's head, after chopping it off with a satisfying crunch. Even the skeletons seem to find his terrified expression amusing, chuckling in his bone-chilling way. Meanwhile, in the lady soldiers' dormitories, one of the sexy ladies in her night suit peeks out to witness the gruesome scene unfolding outside. And when she takes a further closer look, she finds that the platoon leader has also died. Other sexy ladies are there too, using their fire powers to try and fend off the creatures. But they are screaming for Sergeant Kim Se, explaining that without the noble phantasms, they do not have enough mana to keep the zombies at bay. If they do not do something fast, it will not be long before the monsters push their way inside. The short-haired woman we saw earlier comes running into the corridor, telling everyone to hang in there. She instructs the ladies to avoid shooting randomly, as it would be better if they focus their firepower at one point and blast them. I guess this shorty is Sergeant Kim Se. Anyway, she then twirls around and demands to know why the armory has not arrived yet. Another soldier reveals that the platoon leader had the key to the armory, but the shorty yells once again, telling them to just destroy it or melt it down because she does not care. All she wants is the armory here because apparently it is probably the only way they can make it out alive from the barracks. Another soldier chimes in with a concerned face, reporting to Sergeant Kim that the skeletons have started to climb up the walls and are trying to get inside through the windows. Sergeant Kim immediately commands the soldier to get away from the window. It seems that this shorty is in quite a bit of trouble because we can clearly see a skeleton behind her through the window. Finally, Sergeant Lee has made it to the barracks. After looking at the sheer number of skeletons, he finds himself bewildered. He is especially worried about Sergeant Kim Se because he cannot afford to lose her. He is just praying that she is alive. The scene then cuts back to the shorty, who is about to get her head chopped off by a menacing skeleton. I guess she should have listened to her own advice about keeping a safe distance from the window. The lady turns around, only to see a sword hovering above her head, ready to blow her away. The next scene transitions to the mountains. There we see one of two vampires perched above the high hill. The bulky one suggests to the lady that if they all rush in at once and open all of the gates, there is a chance they could finish everything quickly. The woman with the blonde hair says something cryptically about hope to survive, and this short sentence flies over the bearded behemoth's empty head, who asks in confusion what the hell she is talking about. The woman then clarifies that she likes humans when they are seasoned with some shattered hope. Just then, a man in a summer hat joins the scene with a somber expression, commenting on how her preferences have not changed over the years. He then delivers the grim news that the members of the infiltration team have been wiped out. The bearded behemoth immediately perks up upon hearing the news and does not waste a moment before asking if both of them kicked the bucket. I guess he is talking about that grampire, who just got burned to crisp, and that cocky speedy woman, who got knocked out by the Sword Saint candidate. Anyway, the guy in the hat reports back that they have scrubbed all communication devices and working cameras using mono waves, and they had planned to hit the rendezvous point for the common infiltration. But neither of them showed up. The big fuck then asks about their previous reports, where they had been told that the Mountain Army and the Sword Saint candidate will not going to be in this battle. The man with the hat confirms, mentioning that this is exactly what they had been told before the infiltration. So, naturally, the elephant is curious to know that if the Sword Saint is not in the mix, then who killed those two goons? He asks if that girl Seo Yunha, the daughter of the Holy Knight Order captain, is the one who did it. The reporter then mentions that they cannot be so sure about that either, but they have no choice but to assume that Seo Yunha is the one who did it, which makes her stronger than they had expected. By the way, this woman with horns is known as Carol, and she commands this big elephant to go down there and make sure to wipe out the military command himself. I can feel that this guy does not like being bossed around, and he throws down his gigantic weird-ass weapon on the ground out of frustration while steaming off about how he has to deal with all this crap. As soon as this man throws down this pillar, a portal appears in the area. There, a system notification also arrives with a warning, mentioning that the assembly zone of evil has been declared in the area and dark attribute stats are increased by 50%. Undead attribute healing power is also increased by 50%, and the number of monsters coming out of the gate also increases by 100%. While cracking his fingers like a big boss, this baldy McBeardface suggests taking the strongest one down first. But Carol reminds him once again, strictly telling him that his target is the military command, not Seo Yunha. The frustrated Baldy turns around, asking if she thinks of him as a clown or something. He makes it clear that he can take them out in one strike. But still, the lady persists, telling him that the others will take care of Seo Yunha, so he better do as he is told. Suddenly, heavy footsteps, likely made of metal, echo on the ground as a figure with a face ablaze with reddish energy marches forth. These huge, menacing giants pour out of the portal, their edgy appearance sending chills down my spine at first glance. Carol's face immediately lights up with a cocky smile as she anticipates the moment when Seo Yuna will fall into despair. On the other side of the mountain, as our hero is sprinting down to reach the barracks, he reveals to us that in his past life, 2 vampires made an appearance. But considering the fanatic he just fought, he is pretty sure that there must be many more vampires to fight, since he cannot recall seeing that guy in his past life. He is giving it his all to reach the barracks before it is too late because he cannot bear to lose someone as important as Sergeant Kim Se-hee. As he enters the vicinity, he unleashes the pegs he received as a reward from the military after that Red Gate incident. After gearing up for the battle ahead, he charges straight at the mindless creatures with his weapons floating around him. As soon as a skeleton notices someone behind it, it turns around. But before it can react, the holy energy-infused peg pierces through it, then another zombie takes hit as well. But this is not cutting it. Corporal Lee targets each and every zombie in the vicinity, smashing them down with the pegs like it is no big deal. There is not just 1 or 2 or 10, but a sheer number of these pegs, all aimed at the same thing. With a final roar of determination to save Sergeant Kim Se-hee, he launches all the pegs towards the creatures, clearing his path by smashing those abominations down. The scene transitions back inside the dormitories, where Sergeant Kim is about to be smashed by the sword. But before the sword could land on her, a green aura starts pouring out of her body, grabbing the sword immediately. This aura takes the shape of a woman that dominates over the pile of bones, and the lady sternly demands to know who gave this sucker permission to infiltrate the women's barracks completely naked. As you can imagine, her aura punches the skeleton, sending him hurtling back outside through the window. It appears that Sergeant Lee Hyunwook has also arrived at the scene, witnessing the skeleton flying out of the window. He immediately calls out to everyone, asking if they are okay. Rushing inside, he tells them he has come to rescue them, but his words practically get stuck in his throat when he sees the lady beating the living daylights out of the skeleton single-handedly. The lady turns to him, asking who is rescuing whom, because she does not seem to feel the need to be rescued by anyone. Well, I guess our hero underestimated her big time. On the other hand, the lady who does not know what this guy's deal is wonders why this bastard is trying to act cool after popping out of nowhere. Although she does not know him, our hero knows her pretty well. Apparently, Kim Se-hee, despite being a spirit sorcerer, has a history of specializing in assassination. 5 years after the second wave, she was deployed on a special mission to assassinate the king of the Orc Kingdom founded in Shanghai and left a mark in history in a match to the death against the Orc King, Stonox. This is precisely why when our hero officially started his duty, he was not with her. Not sure about her, but the other ladies have started to catch on to see who this man actually is. The ladies start snickering while they are in their night suits, leaving our idiot thoroughly embarrassed. He immediately turns his head around, while the ladies continue to whisper to each other. One tells the other that this man was supposed to be handsome, and the other responds that she did not see him up close that time. The guy immediately starts stuttering out, his voice all shaky, asking who is calling the shots right now. The lady, looking a bit hesitant and adjusting her gear, kind of reluctantly admits she is the one in charge. Out of the blue, another woman shows up, urgency dripping from her voice as she announces the armory is now open. Still avoiding eye contact with the ladies, our guy says he will hold down the fort here while they gear up. Sergeant Kim Se-hee questions if he can handle it solo, and he just shrugs, urging them to hustle because his mana is not unlimited. Suddenly, his walkie-talkie rings, where Corporal Park Jun-no can be heard reporting. Park Jun-no reports that most personnel from Barracks 1 have been evacuated as instructed, and the platoon leader has moved to Barracks 2. Upon hearing the report, our hero gives him a verbal thumbs up for his job. I'm guessing that the guy who came in the car and died a while ago was just the platoon leader. Just as the zombies are swarming the entire area, a light starts to shimmer brightly behind them, and seeing this, even our hero's jaw practically hangs in the air wide open. And as the scene shifts, we see Seo Yuna totally geared up, burning down those monsters with just a flick of her sword. As she swoops toward our hero, she is utterly shocked to see Lee Hyunwook here once again. With graceful steps and feathers floating around her, she asks our hero if he defeated that vampire, to which our hero nonchalantly says yes. Sergeant Kim Se-hee immediately salutes her senior and reports back that the personnel in Barracks 2 will be armed soon enough. I guess our hero is not exactly thrilled about the glare he is getting from Seo Yuna. She is totally thrown off to realize that this guy just evacuated Barracks 1 and is even supporting Barracks 2 like he has got the whole situation under control. Since our hero cannot speak before his senior, he just rolls his eyes over to the other side. Just then, another system window pops up, which we have seen before at the start, so feel free to pause to read the contents. And with that notification, the zombies have started to emanate an even fiercer aura. It does not take the ladies long to catch on that there is some kind of totem in action. Basically, a totem is an installation type item that influences the area with magical effects. Well, this might seem like bad news to the ladies, but our hero is just grinning like a greedy bastard upon learning about that item. It is embedded with several devil's medallions, and he is itching to get his hands on it. He has got to move fast before someone else snatches it. Sergeant Lee then spills the beans to the platoon leader that the vampire he fought earlier is not flying solo. The redhead just shrugs, saying she already figured that out. But what is really frying her circuits is how they are controlling these mindless zombies like puppets on strings. She is pretty sure this is not no coincidence, that these monsters are wandering around here. It is more like a coordinated terror attack. The redhead then orders everyone to gear up and hunker down until reinforcements roll in. After that, she uncomfortably leans over to our hero, basically telling him he is tagging along to the command control room. The order catches the man off guard, and he just kind of echoes it back in disbelief. Guess he does not have much wiggle room to refuse since it is coming straight from his senior. Anyway, the scene then flips to the underground bunker command control room. There we see this chunky dude with a massive axe, and standing beside him is the familiar orange head. It is chaos down there. All the communication gear and surveillance cameras are all fried. And someone is seemingly pounding on the front door like they own the place. Probably that bearded behemoth, trying to crash the military command party without an invite. Both of the goons are literally freaking out because, according to them, only someone above the level of an orc could break through a double barrier door. And if that mysterious guy barges in, fighting in such a cramped space is gonna be a nightmare. Fatty's face is all bulging veins, probably from sheer stress. He tells the platoon leader that once that door goes down and Mr. Mystery enters, he has got the green light to blast him along with that guy to Kingdom Come. After making that much clear, the dude starts howling like a banshee to unleash his berserker powers. Instead of his usual fat ass, he bulks up with some serious muscle. After his transformation, he warns the platoon leader that if someone busts through that door, it is game over for both of them. But he is dead set on taking down that bastard, even if it means kicking the bucket himself. Then, the big moment comes, and the bearded behemoth smashes the door with a punch, sending both soldiers stumbling back from the force. This second coming of Bigfoot saunters through the rather normal-sized door, accompanied by those undead creatures. As he enters, he mocks these military guys for their futile attempts to guard this place. But as he stands before the fatty, the baldy is a bit moved to see this weakling before him, because he did not expect to meet some trash guarding this place. The once gigantic fatty now looks like a toddler compared to this big motherfucker with a beard. The soldier is literally shaking in his boots to see such a huge guy with such sheer size. The man before him looks way bigger than him, even though he is in his berserker mode. He is scared, but still, he knows what he has got to do. So, while he swings his giant axe in an attempt to strike this bastard, the bearded behemoth just laughs menacingly while cracking his fingers, asking if he is seriously going to fight this puny punk. Just as the soldier is ready to deliver the blow and the bearded man laughs in his face, everything freezes, and the chapter ends right there, leaving us on a cliffhanger. Before we dive into the epic showdown between Bigfoot and our hefty friend, let us take a step back to a time when our hero was putting in the hard yards training this big guy. After numerous failed attempts, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook finally tells the hefty one not to recklessly squander his mana, delivering a gentle bonk on his head to emphasize the point. It seems our hero is attempting to instill some control over mana in this fella because every time he goes berserk, it fizzles out instantly. This guy just cannot seem to rein in his mana and ends up blasting it at our hero. But Sergeant does not give up on him, keeping him on the grind until evening falls, leaving the hefty one completely exhausted, gasping for air. Just as our hero calls it a day, Lee Won-suk pipes up with a question from behind. Hearing the fatty's call, the sergeant turns around, asking what is on his mind. That is when the hefty one asks what to do if he faces a stronger opponent in a real battle. Hearing this, Sergeant Lee cockily clicks his tongue, reminding the hefty one that he will probably just run away, given his lousy character. The poor guy tries to defend himself, but the corporal remains crude in his words. He further intimidates him with a light punch to his hand, questioning if he dares to talk back before his seniors. Before leaving, the sergeant emphasizes one last time for him not to run away. He encourages him to always face his challenges head-on, to act like a soldier, to protect his comrades behind him, and in return, his comrades will protect him as well. And now, the moment has finally come for Lee Won-suk to put all of our hero's teachings into action. Even though he's scared like a cat facing this behemoth, he swings his sword nonetheless. Seeing his resolve, Lieutenant Lee Min follows suit. He raises his hand and conjures up a portal right behind the behemoth, giving the green signal for the hefty one to take that bastard down. Sure enough, the fatty manages to push the behemoth out of the command room, and the portal immediately shuts down behind them. The big bearded behemoth just flashes a devilish grin, clearly enjoying the moment, thinking he's about to have an easy time squashing this puny guy. It seems that it is not going to be that simple, because Lee Won-suk has started his transformation, and almost instantly, his size triples, and muscles just bulge so fast they tear his uniform apart. Still, the behemoth just chuckles, asking Won-suk if he seriously thinks he is a fighter. Meanwhile, his own hands start morphing into these bizarre, claw-like things with mana storage stones embedded in them. On the flip side, the fatty's doing his best not to let his mana scatter. And luckily, he nails his transformation, which really makes his heart jump out of joy. Looks like Lee Hyunwook's lessons really paid off after all, as Won-suk is confident he can handle this level 2 berserker body. Without skipping a beat, he charges at the behemoth, swinging his axe like lightning, all fueled by the urge to protect those behind him. The one who is about to take that hit just stands tall while grinding cockily as if he has everything figured out. But surprisingly enough, the fatty manages to land a devastating hit on that arrogant bastard. Before we get too deep into the action and spoil the fun, the scene cuts to the underground bunker of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's 1st Battalion. Inside, we find our hero along with Lieutenant Seo Yoon-ha sprinting down the path at full speed. As they run, Sergeant Lee reveals that their first priority was supposed to be dealing with the totem, some kind of tool boosting the undead creature's powers. But our hero has not got a clue why they are sprinting towards the control room. I guess he is about to find out soon, because out of nowhere, someone busts through the tunnel's wall like it is no big deal, sending both soldiers staggering back from the force of the blow. And not surprisingly, the culprit behind this wall-busting action is none other than Baldy McShine, holding poor Won-suk by the throat after pounding the poor guy to a bloody mess. It is pretty funny how the author chose one of the most disliked characters from the manhwa to use as a punching bag, just to give us a clear idea of how powerful this guy really is. As soon as Sergeant Lee spots his nearly dead subordinate in that bastard's hand, Hyunwook just goes absolutely nuts. Meanwhile, poor Won-suk, with his last bit of strength, reminds our hero that he has finally proven his point that he is not the kind of person who runs away from danger. Just as he says this, poor Won-suk gets another devastating blow to his face, blood splattering everywhere as the ground beneath him shatters from the force, and all the while, the baldy bastard asks if that is enough to keep his mouth shut from yapping. Lady Seo also loses at this time, straight up demanding that this bastard get the hell away from her soldiers. Out of the blue, Sergeant Lee surprises her by flat out telling her to scram. He orders her to hit the control room immediately, where she has got to rally the troops to hunt down that totem and get it out of there as soon as possible. Well, the next thing he says is just a blank bubble, but judging by our hero's expression, he is probably plotting some serious payback on this jerk. Whatever the sergeant whispered, it sure left her jaw hanging. Meanwhile, the big behemoth just chuckles, realizing he has got the daughter of the Holy Knight Order's captain right where he wants. Before taking off, she gives him one last order as his senior, basically telling him not to die, and she means it. And off she goes, sprinting away, leaving our hero alone with this behemoth. Before getting into the thick of it, the boy tells the baldy that he never really liked the fatty, especially seeing him as just a musclehead with no brains. But Won-suk changed his mind by fighting to the end just because he was told to do so. And now, in Won-suk's honor, he is ready to risk it all to take revenge for his sacrifice. As soon as he finishes speaking, he takes one of the mana stones and gulps down all that sweet juice, which triggers a notification known as Mana Tank Rank 3. Apparently, it is supposed to boost his mana to a solid 100%, but there is also a little warning about the possible side effects of overdoing it. With his mana topped up to brim, he dashes forward full throttle. Meanwhile, this idiotic dickhead has no clue what the hell this dude is on about, and just laughs at our hero's face for charging recklessly like that, but invites him to come at him nonetheless. As you can imagine, my guy catches this beast off guard by slipping right through his wide open legs. After a smooth slide and a quick touchdown on the ground, he points his finger straight at the clueless man. Just as the bearded behemoth is trying to figure out what is going on, something shiny comes flying at him from the front. Zoom out, and you see these pegs smashing into the behemoth from behind, giving him a good wallop. And just when you think that is it, the divine arrow swoops in, aimed straight for his bald head. Right at that moment, our hero unleashes his divine spear without a second thought. After swinging his spear, something unexpected catches his attention, and it appears that this big guy just managed to grab all of those pegs in nick of time and also stop the spear, along with that arrow. Once he is completely transformed into this alien-like thing, he proceeds to taunt our hero, asking if he intends to defeat him with these toys. With that little verbal jab, he slams Sergeant Lee with his gigantic feet, sending him flying in the opposite direction, which leaves his spear hanging midair. But my guy is not without his tricks, because he had already activated his indomitable steel body just before the hit landed, saving him from that deadly blow. After regaining his balance, Lee glances to his left, only to see his poor fellow soldier lying there like a deflated balloon, which is just pissing the hell out of him. In a flash, the big guy swoops back into attack, telling our hero not to get distracted while fighting. Not surprisingly, the boy leaps out from there, leaving the behemoth swinging at thin air and crashing into the ground. Sergeant Lee takes a moment to glance back, only to find this jerk menacingly hovering right above his face. Without wasting a beat, the behemoth keeps on chasing our hero in an attempt to land a deadly blow. My guy's like a slippery fish, dodging every move with such finesse you would not believe. After that little game of cat and mouse, the beast is almost caught up to Sergeant Lee. Just before he strikes once again, our hero activates his indomitable steel body, and after taking the blow right above him, he crashes into the wall with such force that the concrete shatters on impact. Even with his steel body activated, he still lets out a grunt that could wake up the neighbors. Once he busts a giant hole in the wall with a single swing, he laughs at our hero for thinking those few measly holy power weapons would do anything, all while talking big about revenge. As he is saying that, some weird metal rambling voice catches his attention. As you might have already guessed, it is our hero, making those weapons dance with his metal manipulation abilities. He agrees with the bastard's earlier talk, admitting that a few weapons will not scratch this guy's butt. And now, he is pretty confident that a whole room filled with armory might do the trick. And as it turns out, we are in the restricted area of the 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade's 1st Battalion Armory. I guess now it actually makes kinda sense as to why this guy took that hit just to reach this side of the tunnels. While the bearded behemoth is scratching his head, clueless about what to do next, my man just busts open another mana tank, pushing his mana reserves back to a whopping 100% once again. But let us not forget about that warning about excessive use of mana tanks. Judging by the look on our hero's face, it is pretty clear that his mana stone abuse has finally started to take a toll on his body. But before we dive into the final showdown, the scene cuts back to the control room where Orange Head can be seen using his rap abilities to lure out some of the zombies. However, he is not sure how much longer he can keep it up because he is already pushing his limits. Before he completely exhausts himself, he orders the operator officer to restore the communication channel, and also instructs the other soldiers to prepare to fire as they are about to come under attack. Shortly after, once the lieutenant is finally exhausted, the portal closes immediately, leaving the undead creatures a clear path to march forward. With no place to run, the guy just tumbles down, recoiling in fear. As a zombie hovers over his head with a dagger, the terrified lieutenant commands his troops to shoot. But before anyone can open fire, Lieutenant Seo slices the skeleton in half. After cutting that bastard in two, she asks the terrified Lee Min-hee if he is doing alright. Judging by his scared face, we can tell he's not exactly okay, but seeing Seo Yunha in front of him definitely perks his spirit up. Once the whole horde of zombies is burned to a crisp with divine fire, Seo Yunha reassures her fellow soldiers that the threat is neutralized for now. Orange Head could not be more relieved, because if the command room had been overrun, they would have been toast. While they are catching their breath, a private comes up with some good news, saying they have finally connected to the emergency communication network, giving them a chance to contact the 3rd Battalion. As soon as Orange Head tells his soldier to request reinforcements, the soldier gets hit with shocking news. With a terrified look, he turns around, only to reveal that a gate has opened there too. Checking out the 3rd Battalion, those intruders look way scarier than those undead creatures, and the news hits both lieutenants like a ton of bricks, leaving them frozen in shock. Even the Blue Flower Guild is in chaos, with gates wreaking havoc there too. When Orange Head orders them to connect with the 6th Battalion or the 5th, it is the same story. Nearby units and major guilds confirm gates are popping up everywhere. The soldier looks absolutely terrified while mentioning that everyone's asking for backup from each other, and things are starting to look like a scene straight out of hell. The lieutenants' faces are back to shocked mode, while the soldiers just casually dropping one bad news after another like it is no big deal. Thankfully, the battalion commander connects with the control room. Before they dive into the conversation, the junior gives a salute to his senior. The commander tells them he is rushing back to base, but it might take a bit, so they have gotta hang tight. As his chopper zooms down to its destination, the commander asks about the current situation. Seo Yunha mentions that multiple gates have popped up simultaneously in the camp and major guilds, causing a crisis likely due to external players or villain groups. And on top of that, most of the higher-ups, including executives, are missing in action, probably already taken out. The senior then asks if they have got any more bad news to report, to which the lady just shakes her head with no. Before finally cutting the transmission, the commander puts his faith in both of the lieutenants to clean up the mess. With such a huge responsibility left on their shoulders, the girl gathers up her courage and proceeds to inquire of the commander about something. The gorilla gives her the green light to ask. Before speaking up, she admits that she might sound unreasonable, but she still suggests giving temporary command to Sergeant Lee Hyunwook. Needless to say, the Orange Head finds himself frustrated at her absurd suggestion. I guess his shock at this news is understandable since he despises our hero with every fiber of his being. Though the captain did not react that strongly, he is still curious to know the reason behind her suggestion, especially since she has always been cautious and suspicious about Sergeant Lee's recent actions. To this question, the lady agrees, mentioning that his irrational behavior naturally warrants caution. But that was the case until now. While she is talking about him, the scene immediately cuts back to him at the moment where he is smashing those mana stones right on his chest. With his mana tank topped up, he goes ahead and hijacks the entire arsenal of weapons. Before unleashing chaos on the behemoth, our hero drops the name which goes as the indestructible Okemok, leaving the big guy scratching his head wondering how our hero knows him. Instead of just shooting the breeze, my man decides to rain down all those weapons right on the beast, throwing them like it is no big deal. Surprisingly, the baldy does not even flinch, taking all those weapons like a pro. And as the weapons rain down, they are getting wrecked as soon as they hit the behemoth's tough build. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee has already burned through 13% of his mana reserves. Yet, this guy does not even bat an eye and mocks our hero's feeble attempt to take him down. The monster even gives our hero props for his cleverness from the get-go, and invites him to give it his all. Despite Sergeant Lee's mana dropping with each passing moment, the behemoth keeps on trucking despite the weapon onslaught. Seeing this, Sergeant Lee grits his teeth before unleashing all he has got towards the beast, dropping his mana down to 66%. But even after all that, the behemoth stands tall. He is pushed back by the relentless barrage, and eventually, his shield starts falling apart. Still, the bastard finds it hilarious, laughing his head off because he knows anyone relying solely on strength ends up biting the dust. As the mana drops below 40%, the relentless barrage comes to a halt, while the monster gets deadly close to our hero. With a swing of his hand, the Bigfoot destroys the ground beneath him. Once the dust settles, we see our hero's legendary spear sprinting towards the beast. Just in time, my guy jumps out and leaps into the air, landing right behind the behemoth's head effortlessly. Close to the bastard's ear, Sergeant Lee gives him a piece of his mind, before piercing him with his divine spear. Once the spear enters the game, Sergeant wastes no time before unleashing its divine powers, which takes his remaining mana down to only 2%. Before he finishes the dude off for good, he reminds him of his own words about how he is gonna end up just like all those other fools who acted tough. With those final words, he sets the bastard on fire, burning him down just like he did with his comrade, while the guy screams his lungs out for the last time. And all the while Sergeant Lee was duking it out with this dude, Lieutenant Seo spills about how she suspected him of being a spy, infiltrating and aiming to wreck everything. But after seeing him in action, she is now sure he is not a spy. In fact, he is just always one step ahead in dealing with the crisis. Plus, every time there has been trouble in Seoul lately, our hero's been right there, holding the key to fixing things and making sure everyone stays safe. With just 1% mana left, our hero heads over to his fallen comrade, apologizing for not being able to save him. He promises to recover his body even if the bunker comes crashing down. After the brawl, we cut back to the control room, where the lieutenant is done explaining everything about our hero, and as for her final say, she believes he is the only one fit for the job. With a little grin, the guerrilla commander nods along, agreeing that the right person has shown up at just the right time. Right on cue, Sergeant Lee arrives at the scene, and the commander wastes no breath before giving our hero temporary command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade 1st Battalion. Our hero asks if command authority includes access to the armory, to which the guerrilla says yes. He further asks if he has anything in mind to turn this situation around. Before he takes his next breath, Lee Hyun-wook clenches his fist and confidently says yes, which makes it clear he has got a plan and is more than ready to make his move. As soon as our hero steps into the command room, the battalion commander hands him temporary command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion. Sergeant Hyun-wook then asks if this command authority includes access to the armory. The commander replies positively, and when he asks if our hero can turn the situation around, our guy confidently responds with a yes. He's more than ready to finally fight back and beat those bastards to the punch. Back outside, we see the soldiers trying their hardest to shoot down zombies before they can infiltrate barracks number 1. The platoon leader quickly orders his troops to deploy the magic circles. Almost instantly, the magic circles appear in the sky, ready to burn these zombies to a crisp. And burn they do. As soon as the fire starts raining down on these monsters, they begin to incinerate. But despite taking out a big chunk of these zombies, there seems to be no end to them, and this dickhead knows it all too well. Just as those zombies charge through the fire straight towards the barracks, the scene cuts to barracks number 2. The situation there is worse than ever, with a shitload of zombies ravaging the entire place. They've already made it into the dormitory building, and the poor ladies inside are struggling against these undead creatures. One of them even gets brutally stabbed by a zombie. Immediately, the platoon leader orders everyone to retreat before any more soldiers fall dead. He also commands the ladies to get to the upper floor, but a soldier responds that they couldn't save the people on the 2nd floor since there are just too many monsters to handle. While the ladies are retreating to the rooftop, the sergeant is left behind, gritting her teeth, unsure how to deal with the mess. The next scene takes us to our drunken hero, who is slashing down zombies with a simple dagger with such speed we can barely see him moving. And in an instant, he clears out the entire guard post, leaving the soldiers there utterly astounded by his display of power. One of the soldiers even asks Sergeant Choi In-jun if he is alright. Well, it looks like he's apparently not doing really well. Despite his fast speed and raw strength, these zombies are proving to be really tough to deal with, especially because of the activated totems which are giving these critters a boost in strength and defense, and to top it off, they just keep popping up. Despite thinking these zombies were tough, this guy is just getting pumped up seeing the challenge coming at him. You see, individually, the skeletons and zombies in the barracks aren't too scary, but with the crazy numbers pouring out of the gate, this army becomes unbeatable, and they are estimated to be at least the size of a division, ranging from 12,000 to 20,000. And who is giving us all these details? Well, none other than Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. He is making it clear that with this many critters, it will not be long before our main camp bites the dust. That is when the orange head raises his hand and suggests establishing a base in the bunker and responding from there. Our hero simply states that they cannot do that, which totally startles both of the soldiers present there. He explains that if they hide, the monsters will just become a roaming army of doom controlled by whoever is behind those totems. And if those suckers make it to Namsen City, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of people biting the dust for no good reason. Naturally, the orange head asks some obvious question, wondering what the hell they are supposed to be doing. Well, my dude's got it all figured out and tells Lieutenant Seo to round up the guard post personnel and search for the totems. The girl then asks what they are going to do about the zombies until they find those totems. Our hero just shrugs and says they will corral the skeletons and zombies into one spot by opening up the guard post. Of course, Orange Head thinks it is crazy. It is like playing with death, because if those two types of monsters team up, everyone is going to fucking die. But our hero's got another trick up his sleeve, and with a cocky grin, he says if he and Orange Head teams up with him, they have got this. It will be the monsters who end up screwed, not them. Not surprisingly, the second platoon leader is totally lost hearing how he could help our hero so much. Before we can hear any response from our boy, the scene cuts to the tired face of Sergeant Choi In-jun, gasping for air. When he hears our hero telling him to find the totems, he immediately refuses, mentioning how he's supposed to search all of Namsen. Hyunwook's inner Steel Emperor facepalms himself in disappointment, and tells this drunkard that the squad members are already scouting specific points in Namsen, so he should not have much to do. While In-jun is busy on his walkie-talkie, another wave of zombies arrives, and the soldiers standing there are just freaking out. On the other hand, Lee Hyunwook makes it clear that he has command authority as of right now, so In-jun must follow as he is told. Of course, the drunkard starts pretending to have weak communication and cannot hear our hero. I guess the sergeant is not too disappointed to see this kind of behavior, since he already knows what a pain in the ass this dude can be. So, he bends his finger to get the honey out, and simply utters the magical word which goes as, Ballantine's 21-year-old whiskey, and that does it. This fucker is more than enough to comply our hero's command. But he also does not shy away, saying that he would like to crank the number up to the 30. Well, Lee Hyunwook just sighs in utter hopelessness, seeing how this dude never takes things seriously in the slightest. Through the walkie-talkie, the maniac asks our hero once again if he actually wants him to go look out for the totems, to which the boy just agrees to comply with his wishes and gives him the green light to head forward. With an eager face, exploding with happiness, the maniac immediately decides to get down to business. With that settled, Lieutenant Seo also decides to move to the rendezvous point to meet the drunken maniac. Before she leaves, the sergeant reassures her that he will join them soon enough, so he tells her to take care of her squad members in the meantime. The lady surely reassures the boy back, letting him know that she is not planning to lose any more her soldiers either. In this chaotic battlefield, a drone arrives with the command center broadcast blaring. It is a clear instruction: cease attacks and get indoors. Everyone scrambles to obey, hustling back as fast as they can. Then comes the order for the mages to throw up barriers and brace for the zombies' impending arrival. They are already breaching the guard post, closing in on barracks number 2 at lightning speed. In a flash, they are halfway there. Next thing you know, the broadcast telling us they have hit the spot. The zombies flood the area like there is a Black Friday sale about to hit the final hour. From her vantage point above the rooftop, the sergeant can only watch this horrifying sight, and scoffs at the futility of trying to stop these monsters with just a barrier. That is when she receives an order from the command room, instructing her to manipulate the wind inside the barracks, and maintain a wind speed below 3 meters per second. Of course, the lady immediately starts doing her assigned job, even though she has no clue what the heck our hero is cooking up. The scene finally cuts back to our hero inside the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade Armory Hall, where he's broadcasting those instructions to everyone through the Red Head's spatial magic. Meanwhile, Orange Head is pretty blown away. He never imagined he would be able to link his warp zone to a specific object to send things far away. Even though he can only summon his warp portals as far as 80 meters away, the drone has passed 800 meters already, which is astonishing. What is creeping the hell out of him is the realization that our hero knows how to utilize these powers better than he ever knew. Once the drone hits a kilometer up in the sky, they lock it in at that height. With the platoon leader all set with his warp stretched out to the max, our hero whips out one of the swords and fires it straight down, a sight visible from miles away. Even Dracula over there cannot miss the blue light streaking through the sky, smashing that skeleton into 1,000 pieces. Not only does it wreck that one undead, but the impact also scatters nearby zombies and skeletons as well. It is such a big hit you can see it for miles around. Once the two soldiers give the thumbs up that the attack hit its mark with zero margin for error, the sergeant wastes no time chugging those mana tanks, filling his own mana right up to the max. Once he is finally feeling surge of energy, he starts manipulating all of these swords, and every kind of weaponry, and rains down a steel rain for above the sky. As soon as those swords hit the ground, they incinerate everything in their path. Even the ground beneath shatters into pieces, sending those mindless creatures scattering. Lieutenant Seo and the other soldiers are absolutely floored by this unexpected move our hero pulled off. Even Sergeant Kim Sehi and that arrogant dude who always has it out for our hero are astonished to see this. The Steel Emperor finally reveals its full glory, and as the steel rains down from above, he reminds himself that he will not let a single person die in this battle. Seeing that incredible sight, even the Dracula lady finds it unbelievable. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it in the first place. The boy just pushes himself to its last bit of strength. Even blood from his nose and mouth starts to leak out, probably because he has been abusing those mana stones over and over at this point, which is probably taking a negative effect on his body. And in the blink of an eye, the entire place is now just littered with the dead bodies of the zombies, scattered across like confetti. Of course, seeing this sight absolutely makes the lady jump in joy, who is certain that it is impossible to take down this amount of monsters, and now she is praising our hero for his mad skills and strength. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook then broadcasts to evacuate the injured and eliminate all remaining monsters. He repeats his command once again, and while this dickhead is nursing the injured, he totally cannot believe his eyes at how powerful our hero is. Meanwhile, Yingjun appears to be totally clueless who is behind this attack, and wonders aloud that he did not know they also had a ranked player in their battalion. To which the lady simply states that his strength just cannot explain his true potential. Back at our hero, he's just beat, taking deep breaths to catch a break. Meanwhile, the platoon leader next to him is just blown away, realizing that Hyunwook used his warp ability like a boss, unleashing an attack that is way beyond what even a ranked player could do. Sergeant collapses on his knees from exhaustion and the toll this ability took on him. The platoon leader quickly asks if he's okay. Instead of worrying about himself, the sergeant insists the battle is not over yet, so he better keep his focus to maintain that warp open. The orange head admits he's also exhausted himself as well, and cannot keep the warp open much longer. But our hero just tells him to hang on tight for a bit more. Back on the ground with this crazy Dracula lady, while she is eating her nails out of confusion and anxiety, her other member arrives and drops some bad news that the big bearded behemoth, who is deployed to the command control room, is not responding, while all of the undead army has been wiped out as well. He asks her if they should wait until the last gate is opened. Initially, he gets a cold response from her, telling him to shut the heck up and let her think through this mess. She is sure that this was not the power of the Sword Saint, nor was it a holy knight. She did not get any info about this guy, and with an area-wide attack of this scale, she is almost betting that there must be a high-ranking military executive in the mix. The shady guy speaks up again, telling the lady that there is a scout here, and as she looks behind her, she finds a soldier standing there behind the tree trunk. Once the cat's out of the bag, the Shadow Man immediately springs into action and starts following the soldier, who is running down at the speed of light. The dude then starts yelling, reporting back that Totem has been spotted and gives a precise location. Of course, everyone is startled to hear this unexpectedly good news, but right now the poor soldier is sweating profusely because he's about to get caught by these maniacs. Before he can report how deep in shit he is, the poor guy is immediately grabbed by that monster, and his walkie-talkie falls to the ground. On the other end of the transmission, Lee Hyunwook screams his lungs out and immediately reports back to the command center, telling them to move the drones to the reported location immediately. Lieutenant Seo tells Choi and Jun to reach the reported location right away. My guy confidently states that all he needs is 1 second, and off he goes, disappearing immediately. The scene transitions back to the woman perched above the mountain, looking rather displeased that they were only able to grab a single soldier. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Seo also charges forward with utmost caution with her soldiers. In the next moment, her eyes fall upon this giant menacing monster. Before they know it, they find themselves surrounded by these towering giants, and they immediately start swinging. But the corporal quickly pulls up his trusty shield, saving himself and his companion from being crushed. Unfortunately, my guy's shield is not nearly enough to stop this bastard. It shatters with a single blow like it is no big deal, busting the corporal's hand along the way. He screams his lungs out in utter pain. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Seo is also trying her hardest to keep up with those monsters, struggling to maintain her footing. To make things worse, her armor starts to melt away just from the mere touch of that monster. She puts all her effort into flinging the monster back. She immediately shouts at the soldiers, informing them that these monsters are rocking haunted armor. If they touch them, the affected parts will start to rot away immediately. The lady then asks Corporal Minty if he is okay, to which he responds that his shoulder has been dislocated. Meanwhile, everyone finds themselves totally surrounded by these creatures, and they ask the platoon leader what they should do now. Lieutenant Seo immediately commands her troops to stand behind her. Right away, her shield grows wings, which are so huge they can be seen from afar. With those angel wings, she creates a barrier surrounding them. Once these cursed vile creatures step forward towards the barrier, they start to burn. Apparently, this barrier is made of some holy light she calls the Holy Dome. The lieutenant then tells the soldiers that for about 7 minutes, they will be able to receive the holy power inside the dome. If soldiers get a chance to run during the battle, she tells them to prioritize finding the totems. The soldier then points out that these things are so strong, and they would need an entire platoon just to fight one, so they ask if she will be able to handle them alone. The lady gives them all the confirmation they need. Without hesitation, she takes off from the ground, immediately reaches one of the monsters, and with her holy light activated, she thrusts her sword right into the bastard's skull. With a little extra force, she blows away that monster's head. But another monster raises its giant sword and comes crashing down. Seo Yuna jumps out of the way and takes her perch on yet another monster's shoulder. She starts thrusting her sword again, and the holy light shines brightly, leaving the soldiers stunned at the sight of a holy knight in action. Now it makes sense why they call Lieutenant Seo a berserker when she has her sword in hand, because this Giga Chad lady is just smashing down those monsters with a single flick of her sword. Suddenly, her sword loses its holy light, and the monsters come charging at her from the front. Without hesitation, she steps onto the tip of that monster's sword and finds herself crashing into a tree behind, because she cannot afford to touch these monsters without her holy powers. The holy dome surrounding the soldiers also starts to disappear. As the lady struggles to stand up after her crash landing, a system notification pops up, indicating that the curse of Grigori Azazel is spreading and all holy power in the area is being suppressed. Grigori is an organization of fallen angels, and Azazel is their leader. The relic of the fallen angel used by Azazel is an anti-holy power item. Looks like we finally have our answers as to why Lieutenant Seo lost her touch of holy powers. This Dracula lady is exuding an anti-holy power mist, and it seems Seo is really in deep trouble. This Dracula woman is really pissed off, and it is clear she is here to humiliate Lieutenant Seo by making her eat dirt. The scene cuts back to the moment when our scouting soldier was caught red-handed by the vampire. Lady Seo immediately orders Choi and Jun to rush to the reported location. With a nod, he bolts away like a flash of lightning and promises that it would only take him a second to reach there. As soon as he clears the woods, he finally spots the robed vampire. Well, a big smile spreads across his face at the sight of the fiend standing there. Without hesitation, he aims to slice through the filthy hand of the vampire holding the soldier. His blade cuts through, but the hand unexpectedly turns into mist and vanishes, leaving the soldier to fall back to the ground. And Jun rushes to catch the soldier before he hits the floor, and the vampire turns into that mist form. After seeing this fiend turn into smoke, it all makes sense to our drunkard hero as to why he did not even feel like he cut through anything. But then, the vampire further surprises Jun again by vanishing into the dark. He then starts yelling to Kim Kyunjin, telling him to wake the hell up because Sergeant Lee Hyunwook will not give him the whiskey he promised if there are any casualties. Suddenly, that shadowy fiend tries to ambush Jun, but my guy is way too fast to get stabbed by these sneaky attempts and lets the fiend know he's just too slow. The fiend then chases Jun while he's holding onto the soldier. Once again, the Misty Man tries to attack from behind, and Jun is amazed to see that this creature has started to match his speed, and immediately leaps off into the air and makes a safe distance right away. By now, the robed guy seems really agitated, or probably his face is just like that. In any case, this grumpy man now has no doubts why this bespectacled dude is a candidate for Sword Saint and how he wiped out the infiltration team alone in seconds. But he makes it clear that Jun's abilities are useless against him because he cannot be stabbed by mere swords. Surprisingly, Jun has sustained a cut on his body, and the robed figure suggests he join the League of Vampires, saying it would be a waste if a talent like our tipsy hero died needlessly here. He tries to allure him by promising that gaining the power of a vampire could make him stand at the top of the world. Hearing this, something strikes Jun's mind while the old coot keeps yammering about joining the vampires to become a chosen one. But enough is enough. Jun shouts back at this blabbermouth, telling him to shut his load of nonsense, and asks him how he intends to compensate for the high-rank uniform he just tore. Hearing this, the bad guy has no clue what Jun is talking about and becomes infuriated. He knows trying to reason with this idiot guy is the stupidest thing to do. He immediately unleashes one of his techniques known as the Soil of Akron. Apparently, the Soil of Akron has the power to drag the living down using corrupted soil from Akron, a river that crosses into the afterlife. As soon as the Soil of Akron hits our drunkard hero, he can feel a mushy sensation beneath his feet. He warns the soldier to wake up or else he will sink. The grumpy guy reminds Jun that his feet are already trapped, and the more he struggles, the deeper he will sink into the ground. Jun does not seem scared or freaking out about this Soil of Akron stuff. He is more annoyed about the unconscious soldier he's lugging around. Fighting this guy while carrying a dead weight is seriously getting on his nerves. Out of nowhere, the vampire jumps back again, and Jun's feet are already sinking into the ground. Despite trying hard to avoid it, he still gets a nasty cut on his hand. Quick as lightning, he switches the dagger from one hand to the other and slashes at the vampire's hand. But the guy just turns into mist, reminding Jun that stabbing him is useless. The assassin attacks again, and from then on, it is a game of cat and mouse. The assassin's relentless, stabbing at Jun every chance he gets, and eventually, he gives another nasty cut at the back of our drunkard hero. He even starts trash-talking our boy, calling him a disgrace and questioning why he's a Sword Saint candidate if he cannot even protect his own back. Jun gets annoyed again, reminding the assassin that a swordsman should never get hit from behind. He puffs out his chest and stretches his hand out, telling the assassin he would rather proudly take those cuts head on. The poor villain has no idea what is up with this guy and feels stupid for even considering bringing him to the Vampire Association. Seems like Enjun was keeping his distance from the soldier to keep him from sinking into the ground. He sarcastically thanks the assassin for being so easily fooled. Meanwhile, the villain guy gets cocky again, saying Enjun was just unlucky to pick a fight since his speed means nothing against someone who cannot be stabbed. Enjun sassily asks him how he can be so sure and if he's ever faced someone who moves at the speed of light. The assassin is not up for casual banter and prepares to strike. But Enjun does not even flinch and smirks cockily. But then Enjun gets serious. A yellow glow starts to shine around his body, signaling his new power. He readies himself for a punch, and the swamp that was grabbing his leg dries up and shatters into debris, freeing his feet completely. He lunges at the assassin with such speed that the assassin has no idea what is happening. Even the leaves seem suspended in the air, as if time has slowed down for our hero. Enjun starts slashing at the assassin's limbs, and within milliseconds, the assassin is cut in places he did not even realize. Finally, Enjun goes straight for the head, and in the blink of an eye, the poor guy is shredded into pieces. All now that is left is a cloud of smoke and dust. As it clears, there is Enjun standing there. He delivers the news to the defeated villain that he used a sword without divine power, so it hurt even more. But he admits it is still not enough to finish him off, and crushing the totem seems to be the only way. The bald guy on the ground yells at the sword saint, accusing him of cheating, and uses some indecent remarks for our hero. With a smirk, Enjun brushes it off, saying he just used the speed of light, nothing fancy. He also adds he's not a fan of the villain's foul language, so he decides to shut him up for good. His hand and dagger glow again with that speed of light power. In a flash, he slices the bad guy into a zillion pieces. Afterward, there is literally nothing left of him. All that speedy action burned through all the calories Enjun had, and now he's feeling pretty hungry. He realizes if he pushes his speed any further, he might just keel over. We are back to when that vampire woman shows up with her dark power, a suffocating mist known as Grigori Azael, which suppresses holy powers in the area, catching everyone by surprise. The bitch laughs maniacally, clearly thrilled to finally meet Lady Sio and eager to see the face the holy knight makes when dying. Meanwhile, Lady Sio is already struggling against the monstrous creatures without her saint powers, and she is practically defenseless at this moment. As a monster lunges at her with a sword, a barrage of steel rods takes it down immediately. And there he is, our Steel Emperor, jumping down from the portal and landing heroically on the ground like a pro. His entrance shocks the vampire lady, Lady Sio, and even startles the soldiers around who witness him crashing the party at this critical moment. My guy seems totally pissed and annoyed, demanding to know where the squad member she was chasing after. On the other hand, this blondie lady has no freaking clue who this guy even is because she has never seen him fight. Looks like she is still in the dark that our hero was the one who took down that entire army and the bearded behemoth as well. Meanwhile, the Steel Emperor is absolutely livid. The image of his dead friend immediately pops into his mind, fueling his anger even more. With a terrifying voice, he demands to know where the hell his squad member is. Well, our hero might not already know, but this drunken fool has already saved its soldier. The lady snaps back with her own sass, telling him he should focus on understanding how deep of a mess he's really in instead of worrying about someone who might already be dead and gone. The divine aura surrounding the soldiers starts to fade, and the monsters waste no time lunging at the ordinary soldiers. The Steel Emperor jumps ahead and launches steel rods at the monsters. He signals Lady Sio, who jumps into action and strikes the monster's head right away. Meanwhile, another monster immediately charges towards the soldiers. As its sword comes crashing down, the Steel Emperor intervenes once again and saves the day. In a surprising twist, the monster starts attacking its fellow monsters. Before we can start scratching our heads about why this is happening, a system window pops up saying that a new controlling power stronger than the death magic controlling the haunted armor has been activated, Metal Control. It turns out even our hero Lee Hyunwook was not aware of this ability until now. The system notification reveals that activating the new controlling power will disarm the existing control and grant him master authority over the regular living armor. The system asks if he wants to secure this authority and control. Not surprisingly, Lee Hyunwook opts in to control it. The monster growls, and in the next moment, the menacing red aura around it turns into a friendly blue glow. A system window confirms he has secured master authority over the two living armors, but warns that the level of his control power may limit their functions and operational range. The monster immediately strikes, slashing down the head of its own kind, leaving everyone utterly confused. Even the vampire woman is startled by this turn of events. Now she finally realizes this guy's the one who ruined all her fun. But the sergeant's pissed again and makes it clear he's not here to have fun. If she does not give him his soldier back, he will wreck her so hard she will not know what hit her. Meanwhile, Lady Sio accidentally gets too close to the monster and her leg starts to burn. She jumps back immediately. On the other hand, the cocky blonde just chuckles at the sight of our hero, amazed at how full of himself one guy can be. The guy looks around and sees more monsters emerging, surrounding everyone. The lady laughs, reminding him that his fancy area of effect attack earlier was impressive. She was hoping for something exciting, but now she teases him, saying all he did was steal some haunted armor. She goes further, mocking him for not being able to use holy power and wondering what he can really do with just 2 pieces of haunted armor under his control. Did you see that blue energy heading into the woods? That is exactly where my guy is headed next. I guess you noticed it. Even the sergeant admits she is right. He cannot do much to keep her entertained, so he makes it clear he's going to end this as soon as possible. With those words, an arrow emerges out of nowhere, ready to slam into her face. Lee Hyunwook puts every ounce of energy into it. If you do not remember this arrow, let me jog your memory. It is Sir Tristan's fail knot. It always tracks the target and never misses, ignoring magic resistance or any shields the target has. With no choice left, the lady immediately tries to dash out of there while fail knot continues chasing her. The green mist she used to suppress divine powers starts fading away, and Lady Sio's holy power starts returning. Sergeant Lee immediately tells her to handle all those giant haunted armors, and orders the soldiers to find and destroy the totems as soon as possible. The lady tells Lee Hyunwook to team up with our speedy drunkard hero to take down this woman. But my guy is certain he cannot let her slip up for even a second because Kim Kyunjin's life hangs in the balance. It is starting to bug me that they keep bringing up this soldier when In-jun already saved him. Not sure why they keep mentioning him. Anyway, arrows keep flying after the lady, and by now she is pretty sure this arrow is not your ordinary wooden stick. She is terrified to admit if this thing is actually the fail knot. Sergeant Lee keeps up the chase, but he's falling behind. He busts out his metal detector and pinpoints where fail knot is headed. He also pulls out his other weapons from his arsenal. Looks like it is really getting tough for her to keep running. The arrow's just inches away from her now. When it hits her metal thingy on her neck, blood sprays out from her back for some odd reason. Lee Hyunwook does not waste time either, and unleashes the power of his spear and goes in for the attack. But her blood grabs onto his weapons as it pours out, and she starts transforming. Her horns get even hornier with this new form, startling Sergeant Lee with this unexpected twist in his plan. She grabs the arrow with her hand and gives Lee Hyunwook a disappointed look. She is pissed that she had to reveal her second transformation just to fight this puny bastard. Though she transformed for more power, I am still not sure why her newly bigger hooters help her fight better. The blood hits Sergeant right in the back, but he manages to save himself by using his indomitable steel body before crashing down. It looks like fail knot did hit the lady, but she grabbed the arrow before it could pierce her throat. Now she is teasing our hero, disappointed that he does not know how to use fail knot better. The impact seems to have taken a toll on our hero. He's coughing up blood. Seeing him in this sorry state, the lady asks if he's the same guy who launched that high-level AoE attack against those zombies. Sergeant grits his teeth, asking if that even matters right now. He demands to know where his squad members are, promising to unleash his powers again if she cooperates. The lady is fired up and is not letting our hero go without seeing despair on the face of the guy who ruined her plans. With her red circle thing activated, blood-soaked spider webs suddenly erupt from the ground. The web spreads out, covering an area way beyond just battle range, and it seems to be blanketing the entire zone. Though I am not quite sure what that means, but Sergeant is convinced these guys came fully prepared from the start, although he's still clueless about their endgame. Well, looks like we have got our answer. Her nets are indeed covering everything, even reaching the executive quarters. Dead soldiers inside are getting tangled up in these webs and starting to move like zombies. I guess this solves another mystery, which was how those zombies and undead creatures were following the vampire's command. And it seems like these poor soldiers have become her puppets too. Back in the thick of it, the lady reassures our hero that he will definitely meet his friends he's been desperately looking for. Right on cue, her web stretches into the underground bunkers, where we see the fatty lying on the ground, and he is about to join her puppet army as well. With a devilish grin, she taunts that since her subordinates already killed his friends, our hero might not be too happy to see them once again. Sergeant loses it hearing this vile woman and demands she stop using his fallen soldiers as puppets. Meanwhile, the chubby guy has fully turned into a vampire, his long teeth a dead giveaway. She gleefully announces that since she is letting him meet his friends once again, he will now have to personally kill them again, and she cannot wait to see our hero's desperate face when it happens. Back at the quarters, the zombified officers are causing chaos in the building. And at the bunker entrance, things are going from bad to worse as Lee Won-suk emerges from underground after becoming undead. Meanwhile, our hero unleashes the power of his spear again, but this woman just scoffs, asking if that is all he's got. She retaliates with her nets, but Lee Hyunwook tries to dodge the attack and gets pushed back by the webs, injuring his back in the process. The lady tells him not to die just yet because his friends are on their way, and she cannot wait to see our hero's despairing face when they arrive. Lee grits his teeth again, realizing she is a tougher opponent than he expected. He reveals he neutralized Grigori Azazel's curse with fail knot, allowing him to use his holy powers once more, but he still seems to be in hot water. Well, now we all know that the metal thingy on her neck was actually a relic suppressing her holy powers, which is why our hero targeted it first. Suddenly, an unpleasant notification pops up, announcing the Devil's Assembly Zone in the area. Dark attributes are boosted by 50%. Undead attributes heal faster by 50%. and the number of monsters coming through the gate doubles. Seeing this, Sergeant Lee realizes there must be an active totem boosting her powers. Using his holy powers would just waste his mana, so he is left with only one daring option. With his life on the line, he takes the risk, replenishing his mana to 100% with those mana tanks. He is determined she has crossed the line, and he vows to put this witch back in her place, even if it costs him his life. Once his mana is filled to the brim, he activates the black magic of the Crown of Light and Darkness. This rapidly boosts his resistance against undead attributes and grants him either a holy power aura or a black magic aura to his specified equipment. This time, he opts for black magic. There is a warning that there is a corresponding penalty for each aura granted, and he cannot use both black magic and holy powers simultaneously. With the dark aura skill activated, our hero gains a 30% boost from the crown's black magic, but as a penalty, his health drops by 30%. Once he has the much-needed black magic, his spear and the crown over his head turn into a deep gloomy purple color. And let us not forget why our hero chose to use dark magic. It is because with the totem activated in the area, his dark aura powers have also rapidly increased. The lady is absolutely shocked to see this guy pull dark powers out of nowhere, but my guy just tells her to prepare herself. He vows to swallow all her darkness with an even deeper darkness. After hearing his bold declaration, the lady immediately attacks him, but the boy uses his indomitable steel body, and his shirt tears down like he's some hero from a Hollywood movie. With those thick muscles, he swings his spear again, but the lady dodges the attack effortlessly. She is annoyed and amazed to see this guy deliberately give himself a dark attribute to use totem buffs. She is not sure if it is an act of bravery or just plain stupidity. On the other hand, Lee Hyun-wook is finally feeling pumped as he starts to match this woman's power. Suddenly, his vision starts to blur, and a system warning flashes, revealing that the amplified dark power has pushed him to his limit, and he will be entering into a berserk state. It seems the totem buffs are much stronger than our hero thought, and if he does not snap out of it, he's in serious trouble. Meanwhile, our drunkard hero is bewildered to see these creepy nets hovering above his head. Out of nowhere, the zombified soldiers appear right in front of him, and he's thrown for a loop seeing all the platoon leaders at once. This time, he does not seem thrilled about fighting these guys, because he does not want to risk the top-shelf liquor promised by Sergeant Lee. Nonetheless, he takes his stance and lunges at the platoon leaders to secure his promise. Before cutting them down for good, he apologizes for what is about to happen and offers them rest in peace. Back with our hero, he's going absolutely bonkers trying his hardest to take down this lady for good. This time, it looks like he's starting to lose his sanity, his shimmering eyes giving it away. The lady throws another sassy remark, pointing out that he cannot even control these dark powers, yet he's bold enough to challenge her. Meanwhile, our Steel Emperor is becoming more engulfed in dark powers, charging at the lady once more with his spear ready. She is caught off guard by the attack but manages to tilt backward to avoid the blow. Unexpectedly, the transformed fatty enters the scene and lunges at our hero with his giant axe, aiming to obliterate him for good. The impact is colossal, crushing even the ground beneath their feet like a meteor. The fatty persistently presses our hero under his massive axe, but our boy immediately overpowers this muscle-bound warrior, giving him a hard blow with his steel head. The lady gets totally pissed off and decides to take our hero down along with his comrade in one go. She unleashes her webs once again, but Sergeant Lee quickly leaps into the air, charges straight at the fatty, grabs him by the throat, and thrusts his spear right into his friend's chest. It seems like this isn't our hero fighting his friend. Lee Hyun-wook is just trapped inside his own mind, unable to take control back over his body. He starts imagining his other friends, desperately begging him for help. An entire pile of bodies tries to climb our hero, dragging the once Steel Emperor he was right into the river of the underworld. It sounds like the Steel Emperor is regaining control over his own body in the middle of the intense battle. His energy begins to stabilize, indicating his struggle to overcome the dark power's influence. As he manages to release his hand from his friend's throat, a system warning flashes, indicating that his despair and anger have surpassed their limits due to the overwhelming dark power. With a fierce roar, he asserts his dominance, reclaiming control over his body. The system notification congratulates him for meeting special conditions to unlock the hidden attribute of the item. He then unleashes a surge of blue arcane energy, akin to tapping into his own version of Ultra Instinct, which exerts such pressure that it flings the fatty aside. It looks like Lee Hyun-wook has unlocked a new superpower, and a system notification pops up to inform him that he has activated a hidden attribute known as Hellfire Mode. This mode kicks in when the user's dark power exceeds its limit, granting the power of Hellfire that craves darkness. The Hellfire will burn endlessly until the dark power is exhausted. Sure, this sounds like thick plot armor, but who's complaining? This new form of our hero is something entirely new and outclass, something we have not seen before in this comic. Even the vampire lady is seeing it for the first time and she knows she is in trouble. She tries to make a run for it, realizing she is about to get screwed over. However, her escape is abruptly halted when Lee Hyun-wook's spear slices her leg clean off. He does not even move from his place to pull off that stunt. His spear returns to his hand like a boomerang, while the vampire woman screams in agony, her leg pouring out a terrifying amount of blood. On the other hand, Lee Hyun-wook, in his new form, looks downright amazing and terrifying enough to give any fiend the chills of their life. After Lee Hyun-wook slices her leg clean off, he stands like a total giga-chad, while that vile woman screeches at the top of her lungs after losing her limb. Even though he looks like he's on another level with all that power radiating from him, he still appears to be struggling. His regrets and despair from his past life are dragging him down into the depths of darkness. I am not sure if he is on autopilot or if he's fully conscious of his actions, but I am pretty sure he's ready to fight this woman, who seems to be preparing something bigger and more powerful this time. She is so furious that she starts foul-mouthing our hero, saying she is going to rip him to shreds. She summons webs through that weird portal above her and throws them down at him. But Lee Hyun-wook slides backward, while the girl starts picking up giant rocks with her webs and starts throwing them at him. And as you can imagine, he just grabs those piles of rocks with his bare hands like it is no big deal. She keeps piling up those rocks above him, but the sergeant just bursts through them, obliterating her webs. The lady is shocked to realize he burned her spider webs like they were nothing. Instantly, he uses his weapons against her, striking her and making her fall, and her portal-like enchantment shatters with a single push of his spear. As he keeps swinging his spear left and right, his eyes are totally fixated on her up above. By now, she's pretty sure she's royally screwed because she's already played her best cards. Meanwhile, we catch up with the other soldiers, who are terrified by the explosions in the forest. They're on the hunt to find the totem. One soldier rallies his friends, reminding them that everyone is busting their butts to save lives, so they should do their best too. After some searching, they finally find one of the totems, which is a giant pillar-like thing. The corporal tells his buddies to whip out their holy weapons and get the C4 ready. He also asks on Minty to get his shield ready because they are gonna need it. Minty immediately agrees, saying everyone's putting their lives on the line, so he's not holding back either. With that, Minty deploys his holy shield, and the corporal urges everyone to give it their all to break through that totem. Another soldier enhances the holy sword with extra power, confident that the C4 explosion attached to the shield will help push the holy sword against the shield, helping them to break the totem. But they are all worried about the shockwave from the explosion messing them up. Before they can make any meaningful progress, a monster emerges from the portal. Its mere swing of the hand startles the soldiers and breaks their formation. The monster emerging from the portal is so huge that the soldiers look like puny ants beside it. As it stands tall, we learn it is a boss monster, the Gigant Haunted Armor. Its massive roar pierces through the air, audible even to Sergeant Lee from a distance. Seeing this monster appear, the woman finds a little bit of hope in herself. She has no choice but to destroy her own totem, because it is the only way she can deal with our hero since the totem is the reason he's in this berserker mode. She is confident the Gigant Haunted Armor will handle everything in one sweep. She immediately flies toward the monster where the totem is located and commands her haunted armor to destroy the totem right away. The monster acknowledges the command with a growl and raises its sword to turn the totem into dust, while the soldiers await their impending doom. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook is hot on her trail as the lady charges Failnaught. Within moments, she quickly throws it down towards him. As the energy-charged arrow descends, Sergeant Lee prepares himself and deflects it with his spear. However, the arrow immediately changes trajectory and starts coming back towards him, as Failnaught always finds its mark without fail. Seeing this, she turns around only to find the arrow heading straight for her. The reason the arrow is coming at her is because Sergeant Lee is blocking her path from the front, leaving her trapped between him and the oncoming Failnaught. With no way out, she braces herself for what is coming. Just as Failnaught is about to hit, Lee Hyun-wook grabs her and thrusts his spear into her belly. The arrow, meanwhile, strikes Sergeant Lee in the shoulder. Both of them tumble backward, crashing into the forest with such force that even the soldiers are reeling from the shockwave it creates. Shortly after, we see her with a gaping fourth hole in her belly, which is so massive it would put the entire adult industry to shame. The one responsible for this hole is our hero, who stands once again, casually removing Failnaught from his chest like it is no big deal. She chuckles at him, calling him a fool and reminding him he should have let her destroy the totem, as he's just thrown away his chance to end his berserker state. But my guy is not here to listen to her yammering. He is focused on the task at hand, grabbing that necklace-like thing and ripping it from her chest, which is the item that was apparently blocking everyone's holy powers. She calls him a monster who is going to crave death endlessly, warning that the comrades he fought for will turn against him and try to kill him, and she is wondering what kind of expression he will wear when that happens. Well, Sergeant is not about to take any crap from anyone, especially someone like her. So, he does what needs to be done and thrusts Failnaught right into her chest. She starts burning immediately from the effects of the holy power. Even as she dies, she laughs maniacally, saying she will watch him from hell and eagerly await the hopeless look on his face. It is ironic how her obsession with others' despair led to her own death, and she remains stubborn like a brat, showing no hint of despair even as she dies. Once the soldiers destroy the totem, purple energy begins to spread throughout the jungle. The Steel Emperor feels himself being pulled out of darkness. blue energy emanates from him, and as the totem is completely obliterated, a red system window flashes, confirming the destruction of the totem and lifting the effects it had around in the area. As Sergeant Lee returns to his original form, free from the effects of his berserker mode, he flashes his familiar grin, causing her to swallow her own words about his friends turning against him, and makes it clear that they would risk their lives to save him, just as he would for them. With her finally out of the way, Sergeant Lee gazes at the necklace-like thing he snatched from her, and immediately swallows it. While doing so, he checks in with the soldiers about their situation. Corporal Park Junmo reports back promptly, saying Park Sungo is alive, On Minty is injured, and he does not forget to inquire about Sergeant Lee's own condition. In response, Lee flashes that same old lizard-like grin at his comrades. As the relic he swallowed reaches his belly, a system window pops up, indicating he has consumed the relic of the fallen angel known as Grigori Azazel, and it has an unknown effect which has not been told to us yet. Sergeant announces that the core target elimination is complete and orders everyone to regroup with the platoon leader quickly, warning that the boss monster has already been awakened. As he speaks, he suddenly coughs up a copious amount of blood. It seems that he is suffering from the side effects of abusing those mana stones repeatedly. While he struggles with coughing, the monster appears from behind. Without hesitation, he summons his spear back and grabs it, commanding the support squad to evacuate the area immediately. The monster prepares to strike and throws its giant axe at our hero. On the other side, Corporal Park Junmo rushes to save his friend. Meanwhile, Lee Hyunwook attempts to use his indomitable steel body to save himself from the strike, but his system flashes a warning that his caster's body cannot withstand the indomitable steel body, and rejects it. The axe is just inches away, and he braces himself for the worst. It seems Corporal is too far to reach his friend in time, and as the axe slams into the ground, it shatters the earth into dust and rubble, the shockwave visible for miles around. Surprisingly enough, it seems the monster somehow missed its aim. The reason becomes clear when we see a giant tiger leaping in, biting the monster's head clean off. The wild beast clenches its jaws tightly, severing the monster's head from its body, leaving everyone stunned at this sudden intrusion of this massive cat. Once the threat is out of the way, the white tiger lets out a massive roar of dominance in the area. Right on cue, a military helicopter appears in the sky, and someone jumps from it, crashing down to the ground as if it is nothing. And the man in question turns out to be none other than our battalion commander himself. First things first, he raises his voice, asking if everyone is safe. The corporal lights up with happiness at seeing the battalion commander and forgets momentarily to report back to his senior. Another system window flashes, announcing their victory over the undead boss monster, Gigant Haunted Armor, in the Assembly Zone of Evil event. We also get an introduction to the wild beast, Druid, an underling of Battalion Commander Kim Kangseok's. Meanwhile, the battalion command is relieved to see that he was not late for the party. In the background, the sergeant does not forget to snag the relics from the totem. Once he's got them in hand, he starts chowing down right away, and right on cue, the system tells us he's consumed Devil's Metals, known as Legion, with its effects still a mystery. After that, Sergeant Lee gives a salute to his senior. The commander states that he knew Lee had been granted permission to use the battalion's arsenal, but he did not expect him to blow up all of the weapons. He is relieved the battalion terror mess is sorted for now, and asks for a quick rundown of things. In response, Lee Hyunwook promptly narrates that the terror incident involving the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade's 1st Battalion was a planned attack by 5 players, with 4 eliminated and 1 captured. During the process, most military executives died, and they are still assessing casualties among the regular soldiers. However, all remaining monsters were cleared out by Sergeant Seo, and their anti-terror defense held strong during the 7-hour ordeal. As the sun finally rises, casting its glow over the city, the gorilla tries to crack a smile. He jokingly mentions that Lee's reports always seem to have good news. Down below, the poor corporal stumbles over his words, asking if everything is cleaned up. If it is, he wonders why it is still dark, pointing up at the sky, puzzled by the lingering darkness. Just then, our hero flags down his battalion commander and reluctantly drops some news that might not be so great. The gorilla perks up, and the sergeant spills the beans that there were already a bunch of gates open when he took charge. He grimly reveals that the terror incident and evil assembly zone event were just the start, and the true goal of the enemy is to initiate the 4th wave that humanity has always feared, and the starting point of that wave is right here. Here is the rundown on these waves if you do not know about them. Apparently, they are like the worst disaster in this game. Monsters flood in like a tsunami, taking over human turf and transforming the whole place into some freaky, alien environment. Unlike the unlucky events, this one's completely isolated. No one can enter, nor they can leave. Everyone nearby starts freaking out hearing this. Even the battalion commander clenches his teeth, realizing their enemy has been chasing a totally different goal from the get-go. While Sergeant Lee is practically shaking from exhaustion, the commander instructs everyone to head back to base and prepare to regroup. Lee Hyunwook is supposed to oversee the assembly, but he looks too worn out to be giving orders right now. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, indicating that he's in the midst of absorbing the Devil's Metal Legion. A signal core is forming in his central nervous system, currently standing at 1%. The process may bring extreme pain, and his current physical state makes it difficult to endure. As the notification disappears, Sergeant Lee starts collapsing to the ground. Blood everywhere, shocking everyone present. As he begins to lose consciousness, voices around him fade, and his mind flashes to a moment from his past life. In his memory, Injun asks him if he's sure the fifth wave will start in Singapore. As everyone eagerly awaits his response, he confidently agrees, saying it is pretty simple to figure out. He reveals that the first wave hit California, the second wave struck Shanghai, the third was in Berlin, and even the fourth wave hit Seoul. He explains that the common factor in these wave areas is the frequent appearance of high-level gates 3 months before the wave, as if they were gathering power to erupt all at once. Orange Head chimes in, questioning what they will do next even if they know the origin of the waves in advance. He points out the villains blocking their path, and everyone here is also almost out of equipment and supplies. The Steel Emperor acknowledges their strength and weapons they have. He also remembers that during the last fourth wave, humans managed to stop the mythical grade item Mistletoe used by enemies, thanks to sacrifices from heroes like Lee Sun-jun, Han Tison, Choi Yun-cheol, Kim Kang-seok, and Steve Marin. These villains pose a threat because they can trigger waves to wipe out humanity to gain experience and collect stronger items. But the Steel Emperor stresses that it is a different story now. They know what their target is, so instead of playing into the villains' hands, they need to prepare to fight back. This alone gives them a reason to take action to protect humanity from the villains. The next scene takes us to Lee Hyun-wook's other memory in the past, at the base of the last resistance army of humanity. There, a guy in a hoodie crashes into our hero's turf, and 2 players immediately take their stance to fend off the intruder. But the guy just gives a menacing smirk, saying he's a friend. That is when Lady Seo comes rushing in, sternly demanding to know how the Emperor could bring in an outsider at such a crucial time, and reminds him that they have already agreed they absolutely cannot take any risks. Well, in response, Lee tells her to simmer down and vouches for the guy, reminding her that they need him. He points out that if this guy had not risked his life to fund them, they would not have survived, so he's a comrade just like everyone else here. Still, Lady Seo does not seem convinced, and the Emperor perks up in happiness right away, after seeing the newcomer. Apparently, the guy in question is Gordon Precy, the doom of everyone, though they have not realized it yet. Nevertheless, he's greeted warmly by the Emperor, and later, the man has been offered some fine wine. The orange-haired woman laughs with him, mentioning that the orichalcum he sent them must have been hard to get. She thanks him, saying that because of it, they managed to create something truly insane. Gordon Precy expresses his happiness for everyone but asks her what exactly they made this time. She playfully responds, asking why he wants to know, and points out that she cannot just reveal classified information. By the way, she is known as Snow White, the first elder smith chosen by the 7 dwarf artisans. She then asks if he's a villain, catching him off guard with her unexpected question. But he quickly tries to brush it off, saying he's just curious. In the background, a spider sits proudly in its web, while the girl laughs again, saying she was just messing around. She tells the old man to relax because they cannot possibly think of their major investor as a villain. She hints that even though she is itching to spill the secret herself, she cannot. The old man awkwardly laughs, acknowledging the need for secrecy. He then turns his attention to the others, and spots the Steel Emperor standing alone, deep in thought. That is when Ying-jun calls him a pathetic bastard, which grabs everyone's attention. He complains that while everyone's trying to have a good time, the Emperor is killing the mood by making them walk on eggshells. Lee Hyun-wook does not know how to respond, and silently apologizes. He explains that seeing everyone having fun reminds him of the comrades they have lost. If only he had known how to improve his abilities faster, maybe he could have saved them all. Yeon-jun gives him a friendly fist bump on the shoulder, trying to lift his spirits. He calls him a fool for being so stuck on the past and reminds him that once something happens, it is done. They cannot really do anything to change it, so he tells him to stop acting all dejected since there is no way to go back in the past to make things right. He points to the people around them and reminds him that he saved all of them with his abilities, and if it was not for him, the Warp Team's mages would have been shredded at the front lines. Also, let us not forget the drunk booze lady. She and her team would have become slaves to the villains, producing weapons and stuff day and night. He further stresses that their search team's casualty rate would not have been 9%, and they would all be completely wiped out by now. Still, our boy makes it clear that if he were given one chance to go back, he would gladly take it to save every last person he lost, and he just can't get them out of his mind. Seeing his stubbornness, Ying-jun reminds him again that everyone fought knowing they might die, and it's always been the Steel Emperor who saved them every time. So, he sternly tells him to stop moping around and focus on what he can do as the team leader. That's when Lady Seo starts pinching the poor guy's ear, telling him to stop berating the Emperor because it is time to enjoy some drinks and get drunk. She tells him to stop ruining the mood. Meanwhile, everyone in the crowd, including poor Lee Hyun-wook, is quite scared of how she's handling Ying-jun. They even take a step back as she continues her berating. Thankfully, they manage to take Ying-jun out of there after covering his mouth with their hand, not wanting to escalate the situation. Lady Seo then turns to the crowd and dismisses him as just a loudmouth since birth. She then checks on our hero, asking if he's okay, to which he tells her that what she did was not necessary. Well, here they go again. Unbeknownst to him, he's pushed her last nerve, and she starts her berating once more, emphasizing that they are all here to guard and take care of him. In the background, people chuckle like hyenas, and soon everyone bursts into loud laughter as if she has just delivered the world's funniest punchline. The party is alive with cheer, and even the Goldie seems to be enjoying the gathering. Suddenly, he pulls his hoodie back and quietly heads towards the exit. Before disappearing into the night, he casually mentions how he enjoys being here, despite not quite fitting in from the start. Meanwhile, in the middle of the echoing laughter inside the building, two soldiers are feeling sorry for themselves while standing outside. While everyone else is having a blast, they are stuck with their mundane guard duty. Frustrated, one of them reveals to the other about the instant noodles tucked inside in the latest supply shipment, so he suggests grabbing a few cups to help themselves. But before they can make their move, the same guy with the hoodie appears out of nowhere. One of the guards asks him where he's headed, to which the man cryptically responds that his role ends here and lets the soldiers know they can rest as well. The guard has no clue what the hell he's talking about, but soon both of them find themselves swiftly taken down by these monsters who slit their throats with such precision that the poor boys do not even get a chance to scream. Looks like this man has finally dropped his true identity hidden behind his pretty face. The entire place is now filled with these snake-like monsters with fiery eyes. As soon as they enter the headquarters, they start ripping and tearing everyone apart like it is no big deal. One guy hides behind the wall, trying to report the situation with a trembling voice. Surprisingly, he manages to let everyone know about the intruders before a sharp nail-like thing cuts his throat. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the building, leaving everyone terrified out of their minds. After seeing the shit go down, the Emperor wastes no time in telling everyone to take their positions. Simultaneously, a monstrous figure bursts through the gate with such force that it scatters the gathered people like ants. And the one responsible for this chaos is a disgusting goblin-like creature. Lee Hyunwook immediately orders his soldiers to evacuate VIP Gordon Tracy first, but they report that the VIP is already missing, and this revelation momentarily shocks our hero. They swiftly begin to forcefully shut down every entrance within the building, though some monsters still manage to infiltrate and ruthlessly attack everyone inside. The orange-headed guy reports that the monsters are moving as if they know the building's layout, and they cannot hold out for long. It seems like Lee Hyunwook has caught wind of the situation, and he immediately tells everyone to abandon the base as he will hold off the monsters. Meanwhile, outside, a giant monster marches forward, with little undead creatures marching closely at front. One of the members of this army is visibly annoyed by the rumbling of these giant creatures and furious that they have sent an entire army just to wipe out a few puny people instead of sending some executives. Especially that guy sitting atop the largest elephant-like monster, he is giving her the creeps of her life. These goblin-like creatures immediately blow their trumpets, signaling the arrival of their master and her army. It does not take Lee Hyunwook long to recognize the trumpet's ominous sound, and a guy with binoculars confirms the presence of necromancers and 5 high-ranking villains. It is clear they are under a full-scale attack by the villain army. It is saddening how these poor guys were just having fun moments ago, now facing such dire circumstances. Our hero feels frustrated and at a loss for what to do next. As if things are not already going against him, here's his search team moving toward the enemy army, but he immediately tells them to stop acting ridiculous because it is time to run. But nope, they are not listening to anyone, and all of them are headed to take down target number 1, the Necromancer. Yeonjun, while dragging the orange-headed guy with him, informs our hero that there are also villain executives present, emphasizing that they will not get another chance to strike the Necromancer if they lose this one. But Lee Hyunwook reminds him that they are not ready to use their Mogle yet, although we are unsure what that thing is exactly. He emphasizes that if things go wrong, everyone could die needlessly here. Even the orange-headed guy urges Yeonjun to let him go, admitting he's not mentally prepared for this yet. That is when Mr. Glasses reminds his buddy that they signed up for the search and war teams knowing the risks, so bailing now would not make sense. Well, it seems like even the Steel Emperor cannot argue with that. Lady Snow White then tells our hero that the underground workshop can take a meteor hit without a scratch, and assures him not to worry because they have a powerful weapon at their disposal to clean up the mess. With the monstrous army closing in, Mr. Glasses asks our hero once more if he's up for any more regrets from the past. And once the Steel Emperor sees the entire army finally approaching the base, he also realizes that there is no turning back now. So, he orders the production team to set up Mogle and prepare for impact. The search team will be responsible for protecting the warp team, and once the warp circle is set up, they are ordered to evacuate the area as soon as possible. A smile flashes across both of the team leaders' faces, and the Steel Emperor further charges his soldiers by making it clear that today, right here, they will eliminate the number 1 target, the Necromancer. While Yeonjun and Snow White respond with a crisp yes sir, the poor orange head still has doubts about it. Drones emerge right away and cast these creepy, enchanting circles, but the villain of this story just sits all nonchalantly atop his giant elephant like it is no big deal. The entire army comes to a halt for a moment, while the search team clears out point 1 by obliterating those goblin-like monsters. They also occupy points 2, 3, and 4. On the other hand, we finally see this notorious necromancer, who looks clueless about what is about to happen. Back in the basement, one of the men asks the lady if she intentionally withheld information about the incomplete repairs. She admits she did, believing that Lee Hyun-wook would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime chance because of this. Suddenly, a system window flashes before us, warning that metal control has exceeded its limit and mana tanks are maxed out. The skill combo range is also pushed beyond its limit, making casting a powerful spell a life-threatening risk for the caster. Nevertheless, the Steel Emperor proceeds with his plan, mindful that one wrong move could result in him inadvertently wiping out his comrades. And finally, above in the sky, the portal widens, leaving us even more curious what might be coming out of this hole. Witnessing this, the necromancer, who was just nonchalant a moment ago, finally rises to his feet. Not long after, from the portal emerges a gigantic sword, controlled by our hero Lee Hyun-wook. Despite bleeding from his mouth and nose, he vows to execute the task successfully, because it is his only chance to protect his friends. With all his energy, he commands the giant sword, Mogle, to wreak havoc. As the mighty sword crashes down, the necromancer looks up with clueless eyes, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. The sword, on the other hand, obliterates everything in its path upon impact, and our hero names this epic move, Steel Rain, the Meteor Strike. The scene then pans over to the production team working tirelessly to make the secret weapon functional. One member reports that the Mogle Meteor Strike Zone production is complete, while another mentions that fine-tuning is needed before launch. The orange-haired woman apologizes to her team for being an incompetent leader, but they reassure her that it's an honor to work with her. With everything set, she expresses her gratitude to the entire team, fully counting on Lee Hyun-wook to finish the job. As expected, Lee successfully executes the giant sword meteor attack on the necromancer, striking the target directly. When Mogle lands, a massive explosion follows, obliterating hundreds of monsters and undead troops. The entire area is devastated, with mountains now standing where there was once flat ground. The weapon is indeed as powerful as it is destructive, wiping out all buildings and monsters in the vicinity. Unfortunately, the attack also causes casualties within Lee's own battalion. Following the attack, Lee urgently asks for reports on the survival status of each team. Seo is the first to respond, informing him that all members of the guard team are alive and currently engaged in battle with the remaining monsters. Choi then reports that 60% of the search team and warp team have lost contact, and they are assessing the situation. Lee anxiously calls for a report from the production team, and the response comes in: the necromancer is still alive. The villain is standing atop the corpse of a dead elephant, surrounded by flames, and screaming in pain. The search unit reports that the necromancer is severely injured. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled team member informs Lee that the meteor attack has weakened the necromancer, and now is the time to deliver the final blow and finish him once and for all. Without hesitation, Lee charges towards the necromancer with all the power he has left, ordering the guard team to join the battle and wipe out the remaining monsters and villains. Seo, surprised by his sudden departure, calls out, asking where he's going without the guard team. As Lee is already on the move, he informs Seo that it's difficult to handle the monsters infiltrating the hideout with their current manpower, so the guard team needs to assist in the battle. Without hesitation, she turns and orders all her members to join the combat unit. One of the members asks the platoon leader where she's heading, and she replies that she plans to follow the team leader. Meanwhile, Lee is flying toward the necromancer, with hundreds of swords swirling in his mana, thinking that if he kills the necromancer, it will all be over, and humanity's liberation will finally be within reach. As soon as Lee reaches the top of the location, he casts his spell, and all the swords spiraling around him strike the long-haired villain. In the next instant, the remaining swords, still dancing alongside their caster, rain down on the villain buried in the rubble. It's an absolutely cinematic moment as our hero lands, surrounded by swords piercing the ground at every inch. The moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. Lee Hyun-wook stands before the necromancer, who now resembles a porcupine, except with swords instead of spines. Lee is fired up and furious, raising a sword and taunting the necromancer, asking if he thinks this is unfair. He reminds the villain that he has killed billions of people, so he has no right to talk about fairness. The necromancer, in a pitiful state with blood oozing from every inch of his body, gasps, trying to speak. But Lee isn't in the mood to listen. He silences the necromancer with a powerful swing of his blade, decapitating him in one swift motion. The villain's body collapses to the ground as his head flies off like a football. With this display of humanity's last savior's strength, the number one target is eliminated. As soon as the necromancer is killed, all the undead troops collapse like dead mummies, their life force extinguished. The teams begin to celebrate as the undead monsters stop moving, believing they've been saved from another catastrophe. However, the remaining villain executives are still in play, with the spear-wielding villain and the tree-root villain wreaking havoc everywhere. Choi orders everyone to focus their firepower on the remaining villains, declaring that today will mark the liberation of humanity. Fired up and determined, everyone casts their spells and directs their attacks at the masked villainess, who seems unfazed by their efforts. Instead of worrying about the attacks, she's more concerned about what the gloomy guy is up to, realizing they might be in trouble. But just as it seemed like victory was within reach, the unthinkable happens. The gloomy guy still has a trump card up his sleeve. From the sky, dozens of dragons descend, roaring with terrifying power, heading straight for the soldiers. The necromancer's special ability, Soul Download, activates under specific conditions, and it seems those conditions have been met. The most terrifying aspect of this ability is that the caster's mind is transferred into a prepared body. Lee is completely clueless about what's happening as he notices monstrous dragons approaching from the horizon, dragons that were supposed to be dead. The process of the mind transfer begins, and it finally dawns on our hero just how dire the situation is. As soon as the dragons land near the necromancer, the soul download is 100% complete, transferring the mind into the body of a purple-haired girl. They are now one and the same. The girl descends from the dragon, raising both hands and commanding, "Let there be darkness." No, all the undead monsters' systems reboot, and they rise to their feet once again. This is Night of Death, a special ability of the necromancer, allowing the undead to obey him even in death. Panic spreads among the soldiers, as they realize they stand no chance against these resurrected monsters. Lee, panicking himself, curses the necromancer, realizing that he was baited from the start. The purple-haired girl grins wickedly, as if possessed by a devil, while the monsters, including those hit by the meteor attack, begin their rampage once more. Suddenly, a huge blast occurs, courtesy of the gray-haired villain from earlier, killing hundreds of soldiers. Witnessing this, Lee urgently orders everyone to leave the area immediately, advising them to avoid confrontation and simply flee. However, the necromancer has no intention of letting them escape. She activates another unique spell, Devour, allowing her to harness the powers of a devoured player named Fist King. In an instant, she lunges at Lee, aiming a powerful punch. Lee tries to use his body-strengthening technique to block the attack by locking his arms, but it fails. Her punch shatters his defense, sending him flying several feet like a plastic bag. Chaos erupts everywhere, and the hope for humanity's liberation begins to crumble, especially as Lee is brutally smashed by the necromancer. Now, she prepares to harness another devoured player's ability, Inferno, engulfing herself in flames as she charges a massive energy ball of flame magic. She launches the attack directly at Lee, who lies battered in the rubble. Just in time, Seo rushes to protect him with her shield, urging him to get his act together because he must survive. Lee, realizing the severity of their situation, yells at her to leave immediately, admitting that this fight is beyond them and they will be slaughtered if they stay. But Seo, the fierce redhead, gazes at him with a proud smile, refusing to run away. She declares that she is his shield, his first line of defense. The flames refracting off Seo's shield irritate the purple-haired necromancer, who realizes that her inferno attack won't penetrate it. She quickly switches to another devoured ability, Alcide's Hercules. This is her most intense attack yet. The purple lion roars, releasing supersonic waves strong enough to push Seo off balance, causing her to collide with Lee. The necromancer then follows up with another attack, sending both of them flying high into the air. Instantly, the hammer-wielding villain with the weird mask appears, delivering a fierce blow that slams them deep into the ground. Choi, who witnesses this, screams the team leader's name. But before he can react, a red spear pierces his abdomen, blood pouring from the wound. The spear-wielding villain holds him aloft like a trophy, while the Rudy Octopus-like villain kills the orange-haired boy from the Warp Team. These villains are on an entirely different level. As if things couldn't get worse, millions of grotesque insects start flying around, heading straight for Seo, who is still reeling from the necromancer's attack. The redhead, not fully conscious, is quickly overwhelmed by the swarm. This is the power of the creepy lady, who, despite finding the wriggling of the insects disgusting, seems to relish the chaos. The team commander, now coughing up blood, tearfully pleads for everyone to find a way to escape and survive, but the prospects are looking grim. This is exactly the scene we witnessed in Chapter 1, where a villain in a white robe approaches the Steel Emperor, who lies buried in rubble. Lee recognizes him as Gordon, the VIP at today's party, and shouts his name in frustration. Gordon Precy. He yells at him, asking if he's the one who betrayed them. Just then, a large blast occurs, its light illuminating the surroundings and the piled-up bodies of citizens. Gordon observes the aftermath of the explosion with a cynical smile, remarking that the designated safe area for civilians appears to have been completely annihilated. Lee, unable to hold back his tears, cries like a child, lamenting that he was supposed to be their guardian. He questions why Gordon did this, blaming himself for foolishly trusting him and bringing him into the team. Gordon narrows his reptilian eyes and coldly tells Lee that it's not his fault. He simply followed the system's instructions. But this ignorance blinded him, preventing him from realizing that even a guardian can become a villain. A harsh lesson, one for the history books. Upon hearing that, Lee smiles helplessly, mocking Gordon with the thought that it's the players, not the monsters, who would bring about the annihilation of humanity. This remark prompts Gordon to remove his mask. He responds by addressing Lee as the last hero of humanity, the Great Steel Emperor, but then corrects himself, saying those titles no longer suit him, and mockingly dubs him F-rank Lee Hyunwook. Gordon then proudly informs Lee that they, the chosen divine beings, are responsible for bringing judgment upon humanity. Lee hits back, criticizing Gordon for talking like a god and lamenting that if he had only known how to improve a year, or even a day earlier, then someone like Gordon wouldn't have succeeded in this betrayal. Gordon chuckles at Lee's pathetic state, asking if he feels defeated, and reassures him not to be embarrassed, as the outcome would have been the same for an inept F-ranker like him, even if he had known earlier. According to Gordon, this is the perfect conclusion for someone like Lee, dying at the hands of a hammer-wielding enemy while shouting the name of the good-for-nothing guardian one last time. Suddenly, Lee wakes up, tears streaming down his face. He tries to get up despite the pain. His colleagues, who are all present by his bedside, are relieved to see their leader awake, and they notice that he's crying. They gossip among themselves, remarking that if someone as heartless as their leader is crying, then something must be seriously wrong. At the same time, they express their concern, asking him where it hurts and if they can do anything to help. Lee shouts at them to stop making a fuss, explaining that he just saw a tragic future. Everyone is shocked by his mention of tragic and future. Gazing out the window, Lee vows to prevent that tragic future from becoming reality, and is determined to make the necessary changes at all costs. Right now, the city of Seoul under strict lockdown due to a gate alert. All traffic entering the city is stopped, and soldiers take control of the entire area. A woman is seen begging on her knees to be allowed entry into the city because her daughter is there, but a soldier respectfully tells her that no one is allowed in, no matter the circumstances. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place at Jaryongdi, the National Gate Response Committee's Unified Command Center. There is a unanimous agreement among the individuals attending via video call that they must now admit there's nothing they can do. However, the representative in the hall room is concerned about public opinion, even though they reluctantly agree with the assessment. The people on the screen emphasize the need to prepare for the world after the wave, which they argue is more important. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raises their hand, asking for permission to speak. This person is Kang Soyun, a brunette and a member of the Zumanar Guild, representing South Korea's rank 4 player. She questions the committee, asking if they're really suggesting that they abandon over 1 million citizens in the wave zone. The man in the middle of the screen responds to Representative Kang, clarifying that it's not what they meant. He explains that they simply can't go into the wave zone, so they're unsure of what else they're supposed to do. He elaborates that they need to make choices and focus on the survival of the entire country, not just saving Seoul. Kang, clearly offended, retorts in a disappointed tone that this sounds like a long-winded way of saying they'd rather protect their positions than the lives of the people. Her remarks put the committee members in a difficult position as their integrity is challenged. They try to defend themselves, insisting that they all want to save Seoul, but they just don't see a way to do it given the current circumstances. But Kang isn't backing down. She points out that there must be a few guild members inside the wave zone with whom they can still communicate. She suggests that if those guild members work together, they could minimize the damage to the citizens. While her suggestion is a good one, the committee members expressed doubt, uncertain whether the guild members would even listen to them in this situation. Undeterred by their hesitation, Kang boldly offers that the Zumanar Guild will provide hero-grade items to every player who eliminates a corrupt factor inside the wave zone, and a legendary grade item for the most active player. This offer shocks everyone in the room. Kang continues, stating that she can't ask her guild members to hide and do nothing for the sake of survival. The Zumanar Guild is committed to saving as many lives as possible, and she challenges the committee, asking if her offer is satisfactory enough for them. Her words leave the others in shame, and they lower their heads. After making her point, Kang sits down, inwardly lamenting that she has to buy the solution to a national crisis with money, calling it a load of bullcrap. The scene then shifts to the underground bunker of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. In the bunker, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook requests a meeting with the battalion commander to discuss important business. The battalion commander greets him and asks if he's doing all right, to which Lee responds that he's fine. Lee then informs the commander that he has a suggestion, which immediately grabs the commander's attention. Lee continues by mentioning that he's heard the terrorist suspects they captured have escaped. The commander visibly tenses at this, acknowledging that it's a significant problem. Lee points out that the prison is fortified with mana stones and barriers designed to detain players, and unless someone is an S-ranker, there's no way they could escape on their own. This leads him to suspect that a villain is hiding within the military. He adds that Seoul is currently under siege by monster attacks, and many criminal players, including the terrorists, are out of control and roaming the city. Meanwhile, the countless shelters meant to protect citizens from the monsters will be even more dangerous because of these criminals. Lee mentions that, in reality, even their troops, who have suffered the least damage, will need considerable time to deploy. This observation brings a smile to the battalion commander's face, and he curiously asks Lee what his suggestion is. Expecting this reaction, Lee confidently proposes forming a special unit to ensure the safety of the citizens and to stop the waves of corruption. The proposal surprises the commander, who considers it for a moment. After a few seconds, he notes that in this situation, they would need to assign at least a few executives and asks Lee if they will follow his orders. With a smirk, Lee assures him that he doesn't have to worry about that, because they will follow his orders regardless. In the gate, a fierce battle rages between monsters and soldiers. Orders are being issued to prioritize the wounded and stay alert for any remaining monsters. The orange-haired officer, acting a bit cocky, reminds Lee that there's a clear hierarchy in the army, yet Lee is still issuing commands to higher-ranking officers despite being just a soldier. Lee responds by explaining that at first, he also thought it was ridiculous, so he had initially planned to assign only soldiers and no officers to the unit. However, the battalion commander scolded him for trying to build a unit without officers, insisting that he at least take the second platoon leader, whom the commander trusts the most. This revelation surprises the officer, leaving him wondering if the battalion commander really said all of that. Playing mind games, Lee then mentions that even though it was just advice, he couldn't help but be a little greedy about it. This leaves the orange-haired officer puzzled, trying to figure out what exactly Lee is being greedy about. Lee continues by buttering him up, saying that he alone couldn't have executed such a wide-scale attack just by taking down a few pieces of junk, so the officer really played a crucial role in the operation. He adds that if this wide-area attack manages to save the citizens during this crisis, there's a vain hope that the big guilds might compete to recruit the officer. But since Lee isn't interested in that, it's of no use. With that, Lee starts walking away, but the officer stops him, saying that if Lee is acting as an advisor, then it's a different story. Lee, having played his cards well, looks pleased as the officer takes the bait. Meanwhile, the remaining mages are struggling to put out the fire that's spreading to the mountains. The water mages are doing their best to extinguish the flames, with their sergeant leading the effort, though she complains about having to deal with this at the end of her service, wishing she could just take it easy and hide. The blue-haired guy, known for being nosy, approaches her and tells her that she's been assigned to the special unit, but she doesn't hear him amidst the chaos and asks him to repeat it. In typical fashion, he takes his leave without clarifying, thinking he's delivered the message. The guy could easily win the Worst Messenger of All Time award. Sergeant Kim is left wondering what the message was, getting an ominous feeling that her last days of service are about to get messed up. Now the scene shifts to the bunker, where Choi is hiding under a bed, yelling that he doesn't want to hear anything, even though Lee hasn't said a word yet. The glasses-wearing officer is acting like a clown, declaring that he doesn't care what Lee says because his answer will be the same no matter what, leaving Lee momentarily speechless. Choi, almost in tears, complains about all he went through for the Valencian 30 and insists that he's almost done with his service, so whatever Lee is about to offer, he's not going to do it. Lee, sensing his reluctance, pulls out his last trick, blackmail. He reminds Choi that he drank on duty when he was a private and extended the dispatch schedule to a week, sometimes even 2, when 2 days weren't enough. This revelation shocks Choi. Lee taunts him, asking if he's scared, and hints that there's more dirt he could reveal. He suggests that if the battalion commander were to find out, Choi's military service might never end. This tactic works wonders, and Choi gets up immediately, asking what Lee wants, now willing to cooperate. Meanwhile, Lee Won-suk is gazing at his reflection in the water, wondering what's happened to him and why he's in this state. The search operation is ongoing everywhere, with clear orders to kill any surviving monsters on sight. This order makes Won-suk anxious, prompting him to quickly jump to another hideout. Lee, meanwhile, is calling out for the escaped prisoner, thinking that the prisoner kept his sanity until the very end to save Won-suk, but wondering where he might have run off to. He flashes back to Won-suk during training, remembering how he insisted that he wasn't the type to run away. Time proved Lee's judgment correct, but he still wishes the fatty jerk had trusted him a bit more. Back at the base, orders are given for everyone to gather at the special unit's training ground. Soldiers are rushing there with all the supplies they can carry because, once they depart, there will be no additional supplies, so they need to ensure they have everything they might need. Just before departure, Seo arrives, and Lee salutes her, asking if there's an issue. She seems a bit down and confesses that she misunderstood him all this time. However, Lee assures her that it's fine, showing he's not bothered by it. But of course, here comes the but. It always happens when someone's trying to be a tough superior. Seo admits she might have misinterpreted him, but that doesn't mean she fully trusts him yet, which leaves Sergeant Lee confused. Seeking clarification, he asks her to explain, and she yells at him that she's going to keep an eye on him. To do that, she's decided to join the special unit as well, which absolutely shocks Lee. Still, he's looking forward to it, knowing deep down that this was bound to happen. Seo blushes, hinting at a possible crush on him. Lee is genuinely pleased with this recent development. He's finally gathered all the reliable people he needs for the future he's seen. Reflecting on the moment he first went back in time, he recalls how he initially tried not to involve his old comrades or current squad members more than necessary, believing that was the best way to protect them. But this time, he chose 11 members, with an additional 3 drivers, for the special unit. Just as they're about to set off, the battalion commander stops them, disapproving of the name Lee had chosen for the unit, finding it too makeshift. Instead, the commander names the unit Steel Company. Although the members aren't thrilled with the name, they agree like they had any choice. Lee reflects that as the future he remembers changes little by little, he's come to realize that overcoming trials is only possible when everyone works together. To stop the soul wave and prevent a hopeless future, they need everyone, not just one person. The commander then addresses Sergeant Lee Hyunwook, informing him that their mission is to rescue lives and conduct mobile strikes during the soul wave. In response, Lee shouts, "Steel Company reporting in." Inside a dark, cavernous cave, with walls made of jagged rocks, Sergeant Lee panted harshly as she stalked through the area stained with blood and covered by guts and fluid from his fallen foes. The man struggled to catch his breath, and he had looked like he had struggled through a difficult battle, but his opponents were clearly in worse shape, as they had all fallen defeated around him. For all of his trouble, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook had gotten a glowing red rock with blue power threads running from it. The pop-up window then congratulates him on ingesting mana steel. After consuming mana steel, his total mana rose up by 0.7%. As the amount that he consumed increases, then the total increase in mana would decrease. The man huffed as he walked through the blood-splattered cave, pausing when he recognized the familiar sound of an enemy. Spear raised high, the main guy leapt, managing to dodge the huge beast that had emerged from the ground, its huge gaping maw threatening and wide as it tried to swallow him whole. Of course, the sergeant would not easily get on with a monster like this, and the giant creature revealed that the large snapping appendage was actually a claw attached to the end of its grotesque hand. The multi-eyed monster growled at the sergeant, and an event quest opened. A boss monster had appeared, and it was the ruler of the land, the man-scorpion. Any who entered the nest of the ruler of the land was surely to become its prey. The great hulking beast clearly believed that as it searched around for traces of our dude. However, the sergeant just grinned at the beast, asking why it dared to aim for the back of his head when he was already worn out. That was a really cowardly move after all, and the man laughed that the monster was a narv, stupid beast. Not sure if the monster would understand the insult, but it did get mad and insulted, and attacked the grinning sergeant in rage. The man managed to dodge the attack and the debris that fell each time the monster moved. That razor-sharp, deadly claw flew right at the young lad, but the sergeant used the momentum gained from pushing himself up by its knee. The sergeant flew true, and he raised his weapon as it emitted strong dark energy. With his spear, the main character unlocked his powers and was confronted by the gaping maw of the monster's actual mouth. Rows and rows of shark teeth stood before the man who was unafraid, and he dove forward, unfaltering even when those huge jaws slammed closed with him inside the monster. The monster's teeth were firmly closed in triumph as thick saliva trailed down its monstrous mouth. Inside of it, the sergeant fell, sinking lower and lower. To anyone, this would be the end, but the sergeant retained the smile on his face. He had known that the monster would eat him whole, and thanks to that, he would now be able to take care of the beast very quickly. Since the man had used strengthening body transformation to block the digestive acids, then he would now end things with a bang. With an explosive smash, the main character activated his powers and a radiant blue light emitted from his eyes. The Tsar bomb was activated, and the pop-up window warned that it was quite possible for the user's body to suffer damage if fine control over this skill was not managed properly. That being said, the explosion had already begun, and the sergeant's armor had already begun to disintegrate, firing off his body as he became much like a living bomb. The beast paused, only belatedly realizing that it had made a mistake, but it was too late now, and its belly began to bubble and boil, until it finally exploded in a gigantic bang. Its body parts went splashing across the cavern walls, adding to the carnage that was already there, and the sergeant emerged from within in a glowing ball of light. The monster could barely cry out in pain as its life was harshly ended in one big boom, and the sergeant now stood nude before his fallen foe. Our guy had cleared the solo event gate, and he had acquired a gold card. By using a gold card, which was a very special awakening card, ownership of this item was gained upon acquiring it. The man grinned at attaining a gold card, which was really nice. This made it worth smelling that monster's awful breath. The beasts in this world could really do in investing in brushing their teeth, if just to make it easier for the heroes around. Then, the window asked if he would use the gold card. The boy grinned, power burning through his hand as he agreed to do so. He had not fought that hard just not to use it. The hero was then congratulated through trait awakening. He had now acquired the new skill of metal bending rank. By consuming mana, he could not alter the shape of the metal under his control. Of course, the amount of mana consumed would depend on the amount of metal targeted by the skill. It was a pretty cool new skill, and the sergeant considered it for a hot minute as he immediately tried it out. Of course, he received a warning that his skill hardening could not be used if he was using metal binding. Well, the hero tried out his new skill anyway and popped out some really sick looking weaponry right out of his arm. It seemed a very fair exchange. The hero grinned in triumph as he took in the amazing weapons on his arms and realized that with this, his preparations for the seal wave were now complete. Our guy then grinned mischievously as he proceeded to rob the entire area of as much mana steel as he could get. He was able to pull forth a great bunch, and he hoarded them in his hands, laughing like a greedy goblin collector of sorts. The man was way too thrilled about the situation. A week later, the seal wave incident sort of happened, and citizens received an announcement from the National Gate Response Headquarters. They were now issuing a warning for a gate that would be opening the entirety of Seoul. This announcement was not a drill. All citizens were ordered to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. Once again, the warning was repeated, resounding all throughout Seoul. This was not a drill, and citizens had to evacuate immediately. Fortunately, the area looked pretty abandoned, though one boy was crying alone by himself in the middle of the street. All citizens were to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter, as a horde of monsters was already making their way through the large city. They were moving at top speed too, full-on jogging, and they quickly came across that poor abandoned child who was standing all by himself. The poor boy, of course, panicked and cried when the horde stretched out to grab him. But just in the nick of time, a truck appeared with bright lights, driving right at the monster. The vehicle knocked back a bunch of the monsters, driving right into them and throwing them off their feet. Then troops descended from the truck, armed with weapons to fight against the creatures. They formed a barrier between the monsters and the child and immediately unleashed fire on the hell spawn. All forces were focused on blocking the streets where the monsters were coming from. Meanwhile, the little boy stared at them in awe. A nearby soldier told the boy that there was nothing to be scared of anymore. The boy cried in relief at seeing heroes here to save him. Meanwhile, Orange Hair was totally cursing at Park Junmo for disobeying orders after he had specifically told him not to go in too deep. Then he called out to Kim Si-hee, and the girl responded immediately, raising hell with turbine winds that swept through the battleground. The monsters were in shock when that powerful wind rolled its way towards them, and then basically tossed them aside. They were thrown all over the place, and they were not too pleased about it. A large portion of the horde was taken airborne, where they struggled in frustration, unable to do significant harm in the sky. Someone was hidden as he watched this display of power, and he could not believe his eyes. He had to pause a few of the people he was with, gaping and wondering what on earth was going on with the soldiers that had arrived. Then, Kim Si-hee called out to the lieutenant, and the man opened up the warp. The rolling portal window opened up for the quick soldier to then fly at all the airborne targets, taking out the monsters at once in an amazing display of deadly efficiency. Their guts were split in an instant as the bladed warrior moved even faster than the monsters could respond. The beautiful officer sighed as she did her work, noting that the nosy old man had totally scammed her. The blue-haired sergeant had told her earlier that he would be going into the portal alone. This sounded alarming to the girl, and she pointed out that he had said that he would take her for a ride on the level up bus in exchange for being assigned there. However, the sergeant had insisted that he would go in first to E. No, he had an event quest, so it just could not be helped. The officer protested, pointing out that the hero could totally go on his own and get hurt. Anything could happen. Well, the man just smiled and told her that she did not need to worry about that at all. The sergeant was just too trusting that he would come right back, and she should understand that he was quite confident in his abilities. The girl now sulked that the man was a total liar. He said that he would be back quickly, but it had already been quite a while since he had left. All men did was lie. Suddenly, the sergeant paused, her eyes raised in awe, when a giant, ugly beast suddenly descended from the sky. This creature was not at all like the other monsters. For one thing, it was huge. The lady landed before this beast so that she could assess her opponent, and it stood tall before her, a green hulk of muscle. The creature stood before the soldiers and suddenly huffed in a really big breath. The soldiers watched in confusion, not sure what the beast would do. Rookie mistake just standing there because the beast then released a blast of wind so powerful that it rocketed through the town with the force of power blast. Kim Si-hee was horrified to realize that she could not move, and veins covered across the faces of all who heard the demonic sound. Even the soldier who was guarding the child dropped his weapon. Their odis shook from the force of such a monstrous wave, and even the weaker monsters roared back in response. They began to charge in a horde at the soldiers who had just suffered great damage. The troops realized in horror that they were frozen and could do nothing as the hordes of monsters reached out their disgusting hands to them. Suddenly, a familiar voice yelled out, "Metal bending." Instantly, the green monster's head was swept right off, and the reign of its evil controlling noise was ended. The sergeant yelled for his troops to get back to their sense, and all forces were to immediately return fire before the monsters broke their lines. The soldiers snapped back to themselves in shock and alarm, but immediately got busy. They fired at the monsters that had come dangerously close. wiping them out with immediate efficiency. The monsters that had swarmed Little Miss Kim were also very quickly dispatched, and she emerged triumphantly from their midst. The lady grinned at finally seeing her favorite nosy old man, and she yelled at him for coming late. If he had been any later, they surely would be in a terrible fix. However, she had to stall her job when she realized what state his dressing was in. It was a horrifying disaster to catch your hero in the nude like that, and for a moment, she could not process what she was seeing. The other soldiers hurried to him with joy as well, but they also paused when they saw the man they respected in all of his glory. The soldier was shocked, asking the man just what happened to him that he would return to them looking like this. It was an eyesore. The sergeant stood there looking very confident with his metal balls floating around him, and he called out to the steel company. All forces were to maintain their position and to attack. The man would support them. To be honest, the team was not sure how much they wanted that support if he was going to give it while having no clothes. The hero then yelled that questions were absolutely forbidden, or he might be forced to kill them before the monsters got them. Then he reminded all forces to attack. So, the soldiers turned back their enemy into the real monsters. Unfortunately, the kid did not have such a convenient distraction, and he found himself looking at the hero's elephant. It was truly a sight watching all the heroes that had come to save him utilizing their powers in an amazing display of strength, skill and competence, while their leader stood there as the day he was born. At any rate, the night ended quite well given the circumstances, and the streets were littered with the bodies of fallen beasts. The soldiers made sure to inspect the area and make sure that no one was dead, while someone finally found the sergeant some clothes to wear. The man zipped up his clothes while his little disciple stared at him with much judgment in her eyes. She had clearly seen way more of him than she cared to. Her little wind sprite had a few things to say in her ear, and she quickly waved it off in horror. Even if it liked seeing her boss naked, it should really keep those kinds of thoughts to itself. The little thing huffed, and Kim huffed right back at it. Then, she asked the sergeant why he had returned looking so goofy when he had gone on a solo quest. The lieutenant then huffed that there wasn't much to look at anyway. And that got the sergeant rightly offended. From everyone's reaction when he showed up, there was definitely a lot to look at. The hero then protested that it was just because it was cold, while the lady then smiled at how her teasing had affected him. Then one of the soldiers called out to the sergeant, asking if he was all right, and just what had happened to his uniform for him to show up in that state. Then the sergeant suddenly noticed something and stopped his subordinate from speaking. He sensed something in the air and then called for everyone hiding nearby to come out. The people came out with their hands raised, explaining that they were evacuees. They had not been able to enter the shelter, so they had been looking for another room. The hero narrowed his eyes at their words, but the little boy suddenly sprinted to one of the evacuees. It was his dad, and the man quickly embraced his son. The man thanked the soldiers for saving his son. Everything had seemed so hopeless that it was a relief that they were able to come across soldiers like them. However, the hero's eyes remained narrow as he asked the man if he was truly sure that it was a relief. The man asked what he meant by that, but the glowing metal balls had already floated to the evacuees, and they shouted, asking what our guy was doing. See, there was something about this situation that did not sit well with him, and he activated his powers to investigate his suspicions. Lee Hunwook activated Smash, and the little metal balls began to break in front of the people. All at once, their heads erupted in a spray of blood, and the young child fell back in fear and shock. The little boy was horrified. All the watching soldiers were horrified. They asked their leader if he was insane, demanding an explanation for what he was doing. However, the hero suddenly rushed at the young boy, grabbing him by the neck and pinning the child to the ground. He warned him that he absolutely loathed being stabbed in the back. As such, it would be wise to knock it off before he killed the child. Some of the other evacuees retained their heads, and they all lowered themselves to the ground with their hands over their heads in fear, while the sergeant dangled the child in the sky. The men were horrified to see this happen, and the orange-haired demanded that their leader drop the kid. It did not look like the man would be responsive, so he told all forces to take aim at the hero. The men were hesitant, but they could not understand why their leader would threaten a child. It was so unlike him. The men yelled, asking why a soldier would suddenly kill civilians for no apparent reason. They yelled for Lee Hunwook to put down the child immediately, but their plea fell on deaf ears. The man instead kicked the fallen body that had lost its head, and the hero explained that the dead people were not normal civilians. It was obvious that they were players who were approaching them while hiding otherworld weapons. The orange-haired man's eyes widened to hear this. The other evacuees cried out that they had indeed been kidnapped by these players, and that those people had also been killed. This made the soldiers realize what was going on. Then the angry hero told the child to cut the act too. Lee Hyun-wook was furious as he glared at the child with murderous energy, and he clearly recognized assassin Kim Hak-yu. The little boy hesitantly said that he did not remember the man that was now holding him hostage, and he immediately dropped the cute little boy act as he asked the man who he was. Suddenly, the boy able to wiggle in the sergeant's hold, his limbs extending and distorting into something that was not exactly human. The boy's limbs suddenly extended, becoming more and more masculine as his body became that of a man's, much to the horror of those watching. It was a rather disturbing sight. Suddenly, the full-grown man turned and whacked the hero with a punch, his teeth gritted in anger because his evil plan had failed. However, the sergeant was generally unmoved by the man's antics, and the blade that hit his neck did not slice it, his skin hardened by metal to block the attack. Lee Hyun-wook then revealed, with hatred in his eyes, that he was someone that the assassin knew very well. The assassin was very confused, and the man revealed that he had beaten up the assassin in his past life as well. He then hardened his fist into metal and punched the daylights out of that villain. Well, they had finally defeated the poor assassin, but he was not going to be killed yet. Instead, our guy began to feed him metal mana balls. They pressed through his bloody teeth, dancing down his throat and into his gut. The man was chained up to a pillar, and he coughed heavily, stomach bulging from the force feeding. He cursed at the hero, begging him to stop force feeding him that stuff. He had no idea what kind of soldier would torture someone by feeding them steel balls. Meanwhile, the hero was very clearly randomly eating those steel balls as well, and he asked the assassin what he meant by torture. The hero grinned and laughed that he ate these balls pretty often after all. If the ugly assassin kept on eating them, he would soon get hooked on that metallic scent. The sergeant sounded like a drug addict, and the assassin had no idea why he would be eating metal balls at all. The poor guy was then forced to swallow yet another one, and he just could not take it. Begging for mercy, he finally agreed to confess. He would tell the man everything that he wanted to know in exchange for some mercy. The assassin confessed all he knew about Gong Igta, a person of interest to the hero. Gong Igta was a man who slaughtered all the guards at the Dongdaemun shelter and took over it. Then he destroyed the shelter so that nobody would be able to go inside. This information made the hero pause. He had heard of a villain who destroyed a shelter and killed all the survivors inside to perform a magic experiment that caused him to grow immensely. The villain was called the Apostate. In his past life, that villain had been cautious to the point that, despite being a named villain, his face was never known. Now, Lee Hyun-wook wondered if this was the guy. In the end, some of the civilians escaped because they could not bear the man's tyranny. They were ordered to bring the escaped civilians back, so the assassin had taken the form of a child so that they would not get hurt. The poor guy begged for his interrogator to believe him as he could not bear to swallow any more balls. However, the hero called that the assassin was still hiding yet another evil, deceptive and dangerous motive behind his actions. The reason that the assassin had gone out of his way to kidnap those people was for his villain quest. The quest log had demanded that the assassin buy time until the erosion completes, then he was to assassinate 50 civilians and meet with the villain alliance. Lee Hyun-wook knew all about the assassin's evil desires, and he demanded that villain Kim Hak-ju tell him the truth. The assassin was horrified that this man knew so much about him and once again wondered just who the guy was. The hero activated his smash, and the metal balls began to bubble in the terrified man's belly. Of course, there was a terrible and gruesome explosion and the assassin died a pitiful death deserving of scum like him. Then, the hero dared report back to his team that the assassin had committed suicide. The soldiers were shocked and wondered just how terrifying Gong Igta was that his subordinates were committing suicide. If that was the case, then it sounded serious, and the orange-haired wondered if they should wait until First Lieutenant Seo Yuna and Sergeant Choi Youngjoon arrived. However, the hero said that those two were busy. Considering the time that it would take to save the lieutenant colonel and repair the hunter's armor, those two would just not make it. Still, the soldier was very concerned as their boss just said that a single man had destroyed a shelter, so he wondered how they were going to open the door by themselves. The hero then grinned rather wickedly, telling his soldier that there was no reason to worry about that. After all, our guy had his own ways of getting stuff done. The soldier was worried to see the main character make that scary face again. Later in the night, there was a bit of banging as the Republic of Korea Regular Army AMT demanded that the shelter door be opened immediately. It was the Dongdaemun shelter, and the hero yelled that they had received a report regarding the illegal occupation of a shelter. Illegal occupation was a huge felony that could be punished immediately. If they did not open the door, then they would use the master key to open it by force and then enter. The soldier groaned to see their boss just shamelessly banging on the door and realized that their leader's ultimate strategy was to make the unbelievable bluff that he had a master key. The fact that they had locked themselves inside the shelter meant that the refugees did not know anything about the situation outside, That meant that those inside would not know about the fact that the regular army was not operating properly. So, the hero kept yelling that they had been given sufficient time. If he had to report to his superiors, it would be considered a case of illegal occupation, and they would enter. Slowly, the door to the shelter cracked open, much to the shock of the watching soldiers. They could not believe that pathetic plan actually worked. The door opened, and a soldier greeted them at the door. The man asked what they wanted, and the hero stuck his wicked looking face into the door, saying that they had the door shut tight so they could not hear him. Lee Yunwook then took the opportunity to inform that they had received a report regarding the illegal occupation of a shelter. Naturally, they had come to investigate. Now those inside were offended, saying that the accusation did not make sense. According to them, they were following the safety regulations properly, and they asked the soldiers to please come inside and take a look. The shelter was indeed pretty clean as well, and the civilians also seemed to be following orders rather well too. This shelter was a prime example of how to operate a good shelter. The sergeant looked around, noting that it seemed like none of them cared that outsiders were entering the shelter. The people were acting too good to be true, almost as if they were feigning ignorance to hide something. The bald man was confused, and the sergeant just laughed and said that it was a joke. The big bald man that they had found inside looked rather confused, but our guy was not just messing around. He made eye contact with a member of his team, and the bald man asked if these were all the troops that were dispatched. Then he wanted to know if there would be others coming around. The sergeant then grinned and asked why the bald man was so curious about that, and asked if the man really thought that he would be able to take them on with their current numbers. This question surprised the bald man, and he tried again to feign ignorance. The blue-haired boy laughed that it was just a joke, saying that he was just checking if they were criminal players. After all, that could be a possibility. The bald man then growled in anger, demanding what exactly our guy was doing. He was clearly just toying with them, and the bald man did not like it. Then the sergeant said that it seemed that the bald man was the jokester here, judging by the way the place was absolutely filled with armed players. The bald man was shocked to be found out, and the sergeant yelled for all forces to open fire immediately. All forces did indeed open fire, and they took down each enemy one by one with swift immediacy. Blood splattered everywhere, and the players who did not get shot immediately started fighting back. It became carnage, and Lee Hunwook laughed because his enemies were so predictable. He told Gong Egta that if he wanted to fool someone, then he should have started by finding a guard uniform that actually fit him. The bald man growled as he quickly covered his body with rocks to block off all attacks. The man roared, calling our hero a trench monkey, which was not very nice of him. He was determined to crush that loud mouth of his, and a large rocky hand grabbed the sergeant. There was chaos in the hall as the fighting continued and blood splattered the once pristine and neat environment. Our guy was then slammed into the wall, and the rock noticed that the boy had gone quiet. Suddenly, the rock man found himself facing a huge impact to the face, and he screamed in pain as blood splashed out like a spring. Sure, Lee Hunwook had been slammed into the wall, but he was just amused that his opponent had a rock-based ability. This was great news to the manic hero, who laughed and introduced himself as Steel. The fighting continued, and chaos reigned in the building as both forces attacked, sparing no one as each attack brought more blood to the hall. The angry rock guy did not really appreciate our hero's joke, and he called him a trench monkey. The dude had the audacity to ask why a soldier would be attacking normal civilians when he knew there was absolutely nothing normal about the group in that shelter. Lee Hunwook laughed at the man's bold-faced audacity. In the event of an emergency, it was the military's duty to protect normal civilians from people like him. The rock guy glared in anger when the sergeant reminded him that he had even killed all the guards, so there was no point in him putting up a front like this. He asked Gong Igda where he had hidden all the real civilians, and the rock man cursed, hating the question he was being asked. He naturally tried to smash the sergeant to get him to shut up, but the blue-haired hero was very good at dodging. More of the wall caved in, but Hunwook was unharmed. Instead, the military man used the opportunity of the rock head's distraction to activate his unlock power and unleash black and blue fiery magic on the rock beast. Gong Igda visibly struggled with this newfound attack, stumbling backwards as our guy emerged from the hole. Now the sergeant was in serious mode, enraged by the nerve of this villain. He asked the rock man if he had really destroyed the shelter, just so that he could perform experiments on live civilians. The rock man was down to deny all these accusations to the very end, really saying that the sergeant was just spouting nonsense. He pretended that he knew absolutely nothing about the experiments or even about hiding civilians. The rock dude instead complained that the shelter had already reached its maximum occupancy, but the guards kept trying to take in more civilians. The selfish jerk had absolutely hated that. With those many refugees, they would end up starving to death before the first wave even came to an end. The sergeant was a player too, so surely he understood why Gongigda was so selfish and cruel. The horrible rock guy tried to relate to our hero, saying that it would be a huge loss to the nation to lose talented players like them. As if Hanwook would ever sympathize with such nonsense. The hero had already heard another jerk say the exact same thing before. The rock guy was really slow, and he laughed that every day they put their lives on the line to fight, so they ought to be treated more sensibly at times like this. Everything that he had done was based on pure, cold and very selfish and self-serving logic. He was clearly going to go on blabbering rubbish, but the hero immediately put a stop to that, his voice cold and disgusted. The sergeant did not care if the man was an apostate. He would beat the rock idiot first. The hero rushed at the rock jerk, and the man stretched out his fist, hoping to combat power with power. However, it soon became clear who held the most power when that rocky fist shattered. Suddenly, the hero was grabbed as the rock dude had no intentions of going down so easily. He accused the hero of looking down on him, saying that the man ought to know his place. The hero blocked the next rocky attack with his elbow, undeterred by the very inconvenient position that he was in. Sure, it looked like the rocky dude had the upper hand, but Hanwook was still burning with rage. The rocky man told the sergeant to just drop dead and swung him like he was no more than a rag doll, slamming him into the floor, causing it to shatter, creating a hole in the floor. Rocks and debris rose as the rock kept a steady hold on the sergeant, knowing it would be much too dangerous to let him go. He dragged the boy along the floor, giving him a severe beating in the enclosed area. They had broken out of the shelter into a train station, and at that point the blue-haired man then grinned at his attacker, his smile wicked and devilish as he asked if Gongegda was quite done yet. Then, the man activated metal, bending. The rock giant was shocked when the hand that he was holding suddenly erupted in deadly metal spikes. The warning flashed by Hanwook, reminding him that he could not protect himself with hardening while he was using metal, bending. Well, the hero was unbothered by that as he had the element of surprise on his side, and the battle turned in his favor as he caught his opponent by surprise. The sergeant then activated, hardened now that his opponent was down and exposed, delivering a merciless and very wicked blow right at the man's face. Now it was the hero's turn to deliver a merciless beating, and he pounded all of his rage into Gongigta's first. Privileged, self-centered jerks like him were the kind of people that he hated the most. At some point, the big rock guy finally yelled for the sergeant to stop, basically begging with his face blistered and lips swollen as he begged for mercy. The blue-haired hero fell back for a moment, taking some time to catch his breath, when he suddenly detected something that made him freeze. Glancing to the side, the man saw a gathering of people, who looked like the refugees, and they begged the man to please save them. They cried that they did not see anything, and they desperately needed help. They had done everything like they had been asked, so they begged for the man to believe them. The woman begging held a very hungry child in her arms as they begged, and the hero got even angrier when he saw them. He realized now that the rock bastard had actually been starving such a large number of people this entire time while he was clearly healthy and well fed. It was unacceptable. Suddenly, Hanwook realized that meant that Gongigda could not possibly be the apostate. This meant that the man's confusion had not been an act. This man had really just been selfish with the rations this entire time. However, the hero then wondered why the man had been trying to kidnap people at all. Suddenly, the sergeant's attention was pulled to the rock jerk who had now taken yet another hostage, and the man yelled that it was not a crime that he wanted to live and survive. The hero cursed because his moment of distraction had let the rocky jerk slip away, and the man threatened the sergeant to try him. If the man tried to attack again, he would surely kill the old man he had in his hands. The hero gritted his teeth as he was now very sure that this pathetic jerk was definitely not the apostate that he was looking for. The rocky jerk yelled that he had done everything he told him to do, and the hero left him no choice. Before the pathetic coward could call for the apostate, his head split open in an instant. Now the hero watched in awe, blue eyes wide as he took in the end of Gongegda. That had not been his doing. The man fell to his death, and the people watched in horror, gaping at his gruesome corpse. The real apostate had done this. The real apostate had to be somewhere nearby. The hero gritted his teeth, knowing that the true villain was hiding somewhere in that shelter, but he did not know the apostate's true identity. Later, Park Junmo gave a comprehensive report as they had successfully secured the safety for all civilians in the guard room. Of all the 32 players involved in the illegal occupation of a shelter, 21 were killed. The officer's voice shook a bit as he gave the report, adding that there were 11 casualties and all the casualties had been taken into custody. The sergeant cocked his head, asking why Park Junmo had such a long face, and the younger man confessed that even if they were criminals, it still felt like too much to kill a person. It was all just really hard. The hero understood and did not scold his officer, telling him that killing people would never get easier. However, If they did not take any action during disasters like this, then they would not be able to save the powerless, innocent victims. That was their first duty as soldiers. The younger officer was told to resolve himself firmly, and the man gulped. Suddenly, they heard someone yelling about how they wanted to see the person in charge and speak with them. Immediately, Lee Hun-wook asked what all the ruckus was about, and John Mo informed him that it was the civilians' representative. The blue-haired guy was unimpressed, but an older man in a suit stepped forward, introducing himself as a member of parliament, Park Gil-sang. He had an order regarding the guarding of this shelter. Another guy stepped forward and said that he was from the Merchants Association. Before that, they wanted to discuss the distribution of rations. Even more selfish guys had shown up, and they kept yelling that the senior positions they held should make them the priority for speaking with the soldiers. They bickered about how they had more right to speak. Meanwhile, the old man at the back was helping other officers pick up the injured and the dead. The man insisted on helping since they had been so kind to save an old man. Even if they were soldiers, they would not be at ease doing stuff like this, so the old man was happy to help them. More importantly, the old man warned them that there was something dangerous in the area. The man was not going to say a word because of Gong Igda, but sometimes he could hear what sounded like a beast's breathing coming closer and closer. It was terrifying, and the old man said that he would spare it if they investigated it quickly, as he was scared that something might happen. The young officer worried that it could be a gate inside the shelter. Meanwhile, those two awful old men were still bickering about who would get to be the representative in the shelter. They argued rank and position and titles, and it was such a headache to the hero. The apostate had clearly used Gong Igda to instill fear among the people, so that he would be free to do as he wished behind the scenes. However, the marionette was now dead, so the hero expected the villain to make a move. They had to be ready, and he did not have time to listen to these old people squabbling like a pair of angry turkeys. While the military was stationed there, the simplest way to take control of the shelter would be by becoming its representative, so he wondered for a moment if the villain could be one of these guys. Then he wondered if it could be someone else manipulating the masses behind the scenes. Lee Hun-wook gritted his teeth in frustration, as he hated stupid games of hide and seek. He wished that bastard would hurry and reveal himself already. Meanwhile, human experiments had already begun, and people were locked in tanks and huge test tubes. There were many bodies of deformed people hanging from the walls, and people struggling inside tubes as they were pumped full of harmful and toxic chemicals. On the floor, the apostate was curled over a person, and he seemed to be feeding on them. Suddenly came the sound of wheels, and then the kindly old man who had offered to help was pushing the trolley with the body. Suddenly, he looked up in fear and saw the terrifying face of a vampire lady. It was the same Dracula lady who had attacked in the past. The old man froze for a bit, wondering just what that growling sound was. Meanwhile, the vampire had spotted him. He had now stumbled upon the body of her prey, and the man was horrified to see the battered and bruised body of a fallen man. While the old man was still staring in shock and horror, the vampire lady appeared behind him and lowered her fangs. It looked like it was curtains for the old man when, in a sudden feat of strength, the man whipped around and grabbed the vampire by the neck. Shocks and shivers, the old man was stronger than he looked, and he cursed at the vampires for touching his things when he had told her not to. 5e, there was blood everywhere. It was truly a disgusting sight, staining the walls, the people, the floor, and the poor vampire that was discarded to the side. The poor lady begged for some blood. She hungered so desperately for blood that had not been contaminated, she just wanted something clean. The poor beast was ignored by the laughing evil man, who looked upon his empire of trussed-up lab subjects in satisfaction and mad glee. The man called the lady a fool, laughing at her plight, and saying that it would be like drinking salt water to sate thirst. She called him crazy and perverted, yelling and asking why he would drag those soldiers in the first cause of the erosion. The mad old man laughed that once the erosion began properly, then those soldiers would be absolutely powerless to stop him or to do anything against it. Instead of making a move himself, the wicked man simply picked their grave. It was a masterpiece of a plan, and he laughed at the vampire lady, calling her the stupid one and asking her why she thought she had failed. It was obviously because of those super-trained soldiers that had immediately defeated her. The lady growled, fangs outstretched in anger, as she mumbled that those people had been different. However, the old man slammed his hand on the table, telling her not to bother making excuses. She had failed simply because she was worthless. At any rate, the wicked old man sincerely looked forward to this development, and he encouraged her to do the same. The lives of all the people were wrapped up inside the green liquid that he had collected in a bottle, and they were now within the palm of his wicked hands. Well, the people upstairs finally had some access to some good food, and they ate quickly and hungrily in relief. The old member of parliament scolded the guy from the Merchants Association, asking how he could distribute rations so recklessly. No one knew how long they would be hiding here. Meanwhile, he had packed so much onto his plate. It seemed that the merchant had acted because of his own hunger. The greedy merchant said that children had been starving for days on end, so of course, they should totally pig out at least for the first day. Before the rations were fully checked, the president of the Merchants Association suddenly started distributing them to feed the civilians however he could, and he accused the old parliament member of wanting to control them by using the rations as a pretext, just like Gong Igda had done. The old man protested and said that the merchant had no right to make such baseless accusations. As befitting a politician, the member of parliament began to make rational comments while asserting his position. It would not be odd to suspect either of them of being an apostate. The sergeant continued to study the people around as he tried to determine which ones would be his foes. Meanwhile, one of the officers came over to the sergeant. The man nervously asked if they could possibly also get some rations to eat. Hyenwook was thinking of other really serious things. There was definitely someone acting behind Gong Igta, and the person was purposely hiding himself. There was a huge possibility that the person could use poison, so he immediately forbade any of his soldiers from touching the rations. The security would completely fall apart if they became subject to an attack, and that would not sit well with any of them. They had to stand guard. Just then, a voice called out to ask why they were not partaking in any of the nice, freshly cooked rice. The old man smiled because the meat was delicious, so they should please hurry up and eat some food. He handed over a plate of rice and meat and delicious sauces. However, the sergeant immediately turned it down, saying that supplies were the most important during a disaster, so they could not dare to eat away any supplies meant for evacuees. They had already received rations from the military, so he thanked the old man but dismissed the offer. The poor soldier was so sad as he really wanted to take a bite, but he did not dare to defy his commander. The sergeant told the old man that he did not have to worry, but of course, the wicked old rat was absolutely frustrated with the hero's stance. Suddenly, the hero got a call, and he told the old man to wait as he answered his walkie-talkie. The hero casually spoke to the person on the other end, unaware of the death glares that the old man was sending his way. The old man was annoyed that the blue-haired hero was a soldier to the bone, as this was going to mess up his super evil plans. However, there was a soldier very clearly salivating over the food that the old man was holding. The old man immediately turned his attention to the idiot soldier and asked if anything had been done about the noises that he mentioned the other day. The soldier reassured the man that they were currently investigating the matter, so there was no need to worry. The old man then smiled and said that it was such a relief, but he was clearly plotting something rather ominous. Inside the basement, the soldiers had found something really disgusting looking. They looked like plants, but they were obviously not the kind that anyone would find on Earth, and the temperature was different there, too. It seemed like this place was one of the causes of the wave's erosion. The hero agreed if they could not stop this, then, just like the first wave in California, the 7th wave in Shanghai, and the 3rd wave in Berlin, Sil too might end up overrun by monsters. For now, they had to move up with the rest of the platoon. Sergeant Kim Si-hee and the orange-haired guy would stay behind and guard the area. However, the blue-haired man widened his eyes as he realized of all places, the path forward led into a suspiciously narrow tunnel. What awful luck! Deep inside that suspicious place was a purple chamber. Meanwhile, a cute little girl who had now eaten to her fill asked for some more water. The old man happily gave the child more water, and the girl happily thanked him. Little did she know that she was receiving water from the devil. The wicked old man laughed that the people were so unlucky. Lee Hyun-wook could try to stop his plans with that military discipline of his, but it was on a completely different level than just a normal gate. Further inside that really ugly tunnel, Kim Si-hee worried and wondered if just the two of them could really handle this overgrowth of demonic organisms. If this were a cause of erosion, then it would be on a different level than the other gates. The sergeant agreed that the situation they had found themselves in was definitely different, that was for sure. In the case of a boss monster, the difficulty of the cause of erosion required a group of S rank to form a raid. The floating sergeant then panicked that they were surely on a suicide mission. Just then, a deep purple gate opened inside the tunnel, and they both braced for whatever was going to come out of it. The sergeant grinned, feeling sure that they could stop it. It was indeed awful luck that it led into a narrow tunnel, and the orange-haired soldier had worried that the situation was really bad. However, the sergeant grinned that it was actually great luck for them. The unlucky ones were the monsters after all. With a roar, a large monster emerged, and it brought a bunch of its friends with it from the other side. Kim Si-hee was horrified to see them. Since the monsters had formed a nest in this tunnel, they only had a single path forward. All they had to do was protect the tunnel and make sure that no monster got past them. Not too difficult a task when he explained it like that. Then, the man called out to Sergeant Kim Se, and the girl activated her wind powers. The wind sprite danced elegantly through the air, multiplying into many dancing dames that flew straight at the monsters. Together they beat those monsters black and blue, tossing them left and right as they beat them up squarely. The female sergeant asked just how long they would have to hold up against these troublesome foes, and Hyanwook told her that it was time to start retreating slowly. The monsters still charged as they were kicked and punched down by the dancing Lady Wind. Meanwhile, Sehi and Hyanwook backed up. This was not a retreat, they were just getting pushed back, is all. The monsters were more ferocious than they'd expected, and one of the big brutes clawed forward the more they stepped back. The monster's foot was bulging with veins. Erosion moments were greatly influenced by the erosion of the environment around them. As such, the erosion spreading out from the gate was a necessity for them. The giant monster stepped forward, staring at the ground in confusion. The moment the monsters left their eroded environment, their defense dropped below average. That was the perfect time to attack, and the sergeant unleashed a large barrage of metal balls and called to Kim Se-hee. While he rotated the marbles, the lady was to compress the wind to raise its acceleration as much as possible. They would take them all out in one go. The lady gritted her teeth and did as he instructed, activating her power and firing together. The wind weaved and danced once more, taking the balls with it this time as they all rocketed to the beasts like speeding bullets. The grinning sergeant then mocked the monsters. He asked the frogs if they had ever heard of a blender, because he was about to grind them to dust. The marbles rotated with deadly efficiency, and they were carried by the wind, moving at Hyanwook's command. They flew straight at the monsters, pushed by the wind sergeant, and they decimated the monsters much like those creatures had been pushed into a giant blender. Blood splattered, and the beasts were defeated, ground to dust by the combined power of Se-hee and Hyanwook. The cause of erosion this time was a boon. If they did not finish this at the entrance, then they would surely be done for. No matter what, they had to stop them. Meanwhile, back with the refugees, the man from the Merchants Association bent over. His stomach was hurting seriously, and he had no idea why. The man's facial expression was one of great distress and pain, and suddenly, his fangs began to elongate. To his horror, his face began to transform into that of a beast, and he let out a terrifying roar. Just as soon as his rampage had begun, the poor man was instantly cut down. A hidden quest had opened up, a villain quest, to stay away from the unseemly light and wrap themselves in darkness. This villain had successfully completed the beastification experiment 30 times. Then, without regard for the methods used, the villain was to massacre 1,000 civilians and then provide nourishment for the otherworld masses taking root in the underworld to foster 30,000 of them. This was all the villainous mission of that wicked old man who had achieved the devil's cultivation. His evil experiment was a complete success. Now, it was time for him to change the stage and place the entirety of Seoul under his dominion. Meanwhile, back in the underground tunnel, the two sergeants fought relentlessly, determined to stop the onslaught of monsters. Even with the spinning vortex that they had created to crush most of the monsters, more and more monsters kept popping out of the purple portal. The portal spun and weaved, its center pulsing and throbbing as it spat out more of those beasts from hell, and they eagerly continued the rampage that their brothers had started. The rains had begun over the city outside, and more monsters continued to emerge. The latest visitor was gigantic, with a head that clearly towered over the watching monsters below. Its head was so huge that it cracked the ceiling and the plants above when it let out a mighty roar. Its presence was so overwhelming that it actually broke through the underground roof, and its head popped up on the floor above. A truly terrifying creature. The people above covered their heads in horror as they tried to avoid the debris, screaming in fear as the gigantic monster fully emerged from the portal. Its long, reptilian body stretched through the entire base, shattering as it raised its head in a mighty roar. This great beast sparked thunder and lightning in the sky from its appearance, its presence so mighty and horrifying that it looked like a herald from the end times. The soldiers guarding outside were horrified to see such an ugly and powerful beast. It was only for a moment, but the boss monster of the cause of erosion that he had seen in his past life was absolutely enormous. It turns out that the whole shebang was just a terrifying flashback, and the sergeant gritted his teeth as he recalled what had happened. He had witnessed the whole thing go down back then, and it had started with an earthquake warning when that thing used its massive body to burst out of the ground onto the surface. Now, he worked tirelessly to prevent such a horrifying thing from reoccurring. The spinning metal marbles made quick work of the monsters, tearing through their flesh and leaving them in bloody tatters on the ground. The portal still thrummed and spun like a living thing, but they did not dare let any more monsters escape from it. The sergeant warned Kim Se-hee that the boss monster would be coming out soon, so she needed to compress her wind once more. Gritting her teeth, the sergeant did as she was told. The boss monster of the cause of erosion was called the Dokebi Doodle. This monster was to bring down the calamity of the heavens and mercilessly obliterate those who intruded upon its territory. Its giant maw had already started peeking through the portal. It was coming! The creature's big mouth opened wide, and all at once, 1,000 marbles went flying into that mouth with the speed of 1,000 avenging angels. The pressure that filled the underground just from its roar was on a completely different level from how it had felt watching that monster from afar. Its roar alone was enough to make the hero's boy freeze. Even Sihi was very intimidated. Her eyes widened in shock to see such a terrifying creature up close, and she worried if the two of them would really be enough to clear it. The man had said that this required an S-rank party after all. Well, the sergeant told her that they could do it. According to the information, that thing had currently released its full power. Right above, on the surface, thunder and lightning were already dancing around with a huge water whirlpool conjured to cause massive destruction in the world above. It was more than just one whirlpool, too. It was many massive water tornadoes dancing around on land. They would at least be outside of that terrifying attack's range momentarily. The water tornado swept up many vehicles, tossing them around casually inside of itself. The first cause of erosion was the fortune that the heavens had granted them. The giant monster kept trying to wiggle its way out of the portal, and Lee Hanwook raised his marbles into the air, once again saying that he would be leaving this to his comrade. They had to work together to turn the tables on these monsters. The girl now needed to draw out every last drop of mana that she had. With a focus of seriousness that understood that her life depended on this, Kim Si-hee shouted and expanded her powers. She brought forth as strong a wind as she could manage. If they could just grind down its head, then everything would surely be over. The marbles spun in that wind and flew right at the creature's giant head, slamming into it and tearing as much of it as they could. Bloody cuts and bruises were made on the monster's mouth, and the hero activated Smash, hoping to end this beast once and for all. The monster roared as its head was indeed smashed in by 1,000 bolts of metallic lightning. They both used up as much power as they could muster to bring down the giant and terrifying creature. Even deeper below, the wicked old villain stood with the vampire, listening to the chaos from the safety of their hideout. He smiled that the boss of the erosion had finally appeared, and now they could take a look at how nicely their dear soldiers were dying. That wicked old coot was so sure that everyone upstairs was surely dead by the monsters that he created. The vampire lady was a little worried as the old man had said that it would be over once the boss appeared, so what was he going to take a look for? The old man laughed, asking the bat lady if she was aware of why she got annihilated in the first place. It was clearly because she did not pay enough attention to the details. Her arrogance in thinking that she could never be vested by anything lower than S rank, that optimistic arrogance, was precisely what led to all of her troops getting exterminated. However, the man did not have such a rose-tinted view. So, he asked the little bat to kindly shut her mouth and follow his orders. Meanwhile, a familiar spinning orange gate opened. The gate grew in size, and an officer hurried out. The man panted as he raised his weapon, looking around in the place that he had quickly escaped to. It was, of course, the orange-haired officer, and he cursed Lee Hanwook. Those two had gone ahead to raid the cause of erosion, and he had scolded them, telling them that a red gate did not even compare to that. However, the sergeant insisted that this was why they were lucky. An incredibly narrow, barren cement tunnel, and a boss monster wielding the skies and water appearing in it was an incredibly rare, unprecedented opportunity. Before it reached the surface, that thing would not be able to use even a tenth, or even 100th of its full strength. As such, the hero would like his comrade to put a bit more faith in them and do something else. The orange-haired officer was baffled and wondered just what they expected him to do by himself. Well, the sergeant then said that he would like the man to find the hideout of the guy who was controlling Gong Igta behind the scenes. If that villain was up to anything, he would definitely have a personal space somewhere. It would likely look something like a laboratory, and it was also likely that it would be locked up or behind a magic circle, rendering it invisible. So, the officer asked what exactly he was looking for, as a hint would go a long way in his search. The hero then explained that they were looking for an antidote. Considering the way Gong Igta died, it was likely that he used some kind of mana-based poison. The officer panicked in horror to hear about this and asked in fear if they had been poisoned as well. However, the sergeant asked the man to please lower his voice. If word got out, both their platoon and the civilians would be in great danger. The hero and Sergeant Kim would go and dispose of the cause of erosion, even if it cost them their lives. Not sure if Sergeant Kim is aware of this life oath. However, if the officer did not find the antidote, everyone would surely die. The orange-haired officer was the key to this operation, and he looked horrified to hear it. He had to find the cure no matter what. Well, the man gritted his teeth and muttered that he was fine being the key, but how on earth was he supposed to find anything in this huge shelter? He had been opening portals left and right all night long. just searching for an indication of what he was supposed to find. Meanwhile, the big monster fell silent, and it almost seemed like it had been well and properly defeated. The two sergeants paused as they watched the beast's head. However, Kim Si-hee was already panicking because she had realized that their attacks had been way too shallow. They had not been able to pierce the monster's head. The beast was silent for a moment, but then its ugly reptilian eye opened with anger and rage burning within. It clearly had not been a fan of the sudden attack, and its large mouth widened, in the most otherworldly and monstrous way possible. Its mouth was divided into sections as it exposed way too many teeth and even more tongues than necessary. The beast had further resumed its attempts to cross into that world. But first, it tried to grab them with its tongues just to punish them for their insolence in attacking it like that. Well, the other two had no intention of going down that easily and dodged masterfully to get away from their incoming attacks. Those tongues really meant business, and to make things worse, at the bottom of each tongue was a razor-sharp tooth. It was pointed and jagged and terrifying too, chasing after its targets like each tongue had eyes and could track them. Each time the tongues landed, they shattered through the walls too. They were now facing a very dangerous and nagging foe, and Lee Han-wook yelled out that they had to take down this monster no matter what, before Northern Seoul became a completely uninhabitable and eroded area. The man gritted his teeth as they fought and dodged, suddenly turning around and charging back at the beast. His sergeant was right with him in an impressive display of loyalty, but she asked how exactly they were supposed to defeat a beast this terrifying. Then, the sergeant said that he would just enter that thing's mouth. He'd already done a practice run a few hours ago, and he was sure that was going to work a second time, even if he was facing a world-level threat. The Wind Girl, of course, immediately called him crazy. It was the stupidest idea that she had ever heard. She had no idea what he was trying to do, but she did know that if he made just one wrong move, even if he did take down the boss monster, he could end up stuck in another world and unable to make it back, and the other world was not isekai-worthy at all. The man was well aware of that. But before the boss monster pulled back into the other world, he was going to take one shot and surely kill it, taking it down with a single blow. The hero was very determined as he was racing straight toward that gaping jaw. He was really going to go in. The blue-haired hero told the girl to use the spirits to keep the boss monster's head in place so that he could get in without getting bitten to bits. The hero then activated hardening. Up until now, there had not been a single moment when he had not put his life on the line. So, of course, he was willing to dive into that very terrifying cavern of razor-sharp teeth and squirming murderous tongues to defend his people and country. The monster then slammed its mouth shut in triumph at having swallowed at least one of the troublesome humans. There was silence for a moment as multiple spirits manifested and held the giant's head in place, stopping it from moving while our guy did his work from the inside. There were so many spirits, Kim Si did not hold back in expending as much power as possible to get the job done. The girl screamed as she worked hard to ensure that everything stayed in place, but the monster still fought against her. Some of the spirit hands got ripped right off the beast, struggled to open its mouth. The girl's eyes widened in horror, realizing that she was at her limit, but she did not want to give up on the sergeant so soon. Meanwhile, light flickered at a spot in the shelter. Kim Si-hee was heavily traumatized and really exhausted as things had not gone according to plan. Even more confusing was her stumbling across the Bat Lady and the wicked old man, who was just pointing out that one of the fighters had made it back alive. The sergeant was confused and asked who they were. The old man just smiled, telling the Bat Lady that if she did not work, she would not get to eat, and she hissed in anger, telling the old man not to patronize her after he had only let her eat rotten blood for so long. At any rate, the appearance of fresh meat was indeed tantalizing to the Bat Lady, and she noted that she had not seen the flying girl before. It was a good thing that the soldiers from back then did not seem to be here, so she was sure that she could win this fight. Re-energized, the Bat Lady extended her claws and the old man chuckled, saying that the fighters turned out to be tougher than he had expected. Well, given that the Dakabi had to fight with only its head fitting through the gate, the man guessed that it had its own share of troubles. The monster seemed to agree, though it was going through the absolute worst stomach ache of its long and monstrous life. The monster's eye then suddenly snapped open, and it roared, mouth splitting as a huge explosion occurred from within, a glowing light of blue emerging. Those gathered stared in shock and horror, as blood splattered the surrounding area and the monster's giant maw hit the ground in a bloody mess. The congratulations window popped up for our fearless hero, for he had slain the Dakabi. Now, the spread of the membership and the speed of erosion have decreased. In order to completely stop the cause of erosion, our guy now only had to get rid of the core. From the mess of blood and stinking organs, the hero Lee Hyun-wook stretched out a bloody hand, and he tore his way out of the monster's belly, completely nude again. He fell from the creature. and Kim-si gaped to see him once again without clothes. The hero was becoming a nudist with his new method of slaying monsters, but he still sort of managed to land on his feet. Mad laughter bubbled through the area, and the Bat Lady felt a chill go up her spine. She would recognize that laughter anywhere. That terrifying man had been there on the day that she was defeated, and now he lifted his head with glowing, terrifying eyes. The old man was thunderstruck with disbelief, wondering how on earth this was possible. Then the blue-haired man casually called out to the old man, grinning that he finally got to see the face of the villain, the apostate. The SAR bomb had been activated, and it wrecked its way through the giant head of that ugly monster. The explosion went off, damaging what it could of the beast's shield. However, it would take more than that to kill the monster, so Lee Hyun-wook did it again. A second large explosion rumbled through the brain and body of the shocked evil creature, and a window warning popped up, warning our hero that continued usage of this technique could very likely affect the user's lifespan. His remaining stamina was just 30%. The hero did not want to hear it, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. He was on the brink of death here. But the darn Cloud Blade was such a glutton. The Cloud Blade was the kind of thing that could absorb a boss monster's blood, and it was quickly getting filled with the beast's energy and was already 89% full. Once it got full of unknown energy, its full potential would be unleashed. Anyway, they wondered why the stupid Dakebi's stomach was so tough, and he just needed the beast to hurry up and explode. The sergeant gritted his teeth and expended even more power to make that happen, activating the bomb once again. This time, the creature finally did explode, rupturing from the inside with its guts flying sky high. Its giant head finally hit the ground in front of Sergeant Kim-si, and the hero immediately started laughing madly with success. It was the kind of cackle that the vampire lady could never forget. The man she feared the most was in the vicinity. The old man was shocked, unable to fathom how such a thing was possible. How could two measly humans defeat a beast as powerful as the Dakebi? Well, the blue-haired hero casually called out to the two villains, smirking that he finally got to see their evil faces, especially the face of the old man. He had been looking for the villain apostate for quite some time. Meanwhile, the other officers received the notice that their boss had slain the Dakebi. They were filled with awe and wondered if the two had really taken down a boss monster by themselves. That was really impressive, and they also believed that Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook said that he was an S rank. More importantly, if everything the sergeant had said was right, then this place would surely soon turn into hell on earth. The people in the hideout were surprised to see the pop-up window, that they had truly defeated such a terrifying monster. They cheered in excitement. But the officers knew that they had to keep their guard up, cause things were about to get wicked. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hee was absolutely shocked to see that her boss was nude yet again, never mind that he had somehow survived an amazing feat. The man laughed that this was not the time to worry about small things like that and leapt swinging at his enemies. The female sergeant did not think that his constantly losing his drawers was a small thing at all, but the hero reminded her that it was nothing compared to their duty to stop those absolutely evil villains. The man charged, and the old man yelled at the vampire to do more than just stand there. Well, the Lady Bat was panicking and having flashbacks of her last beatdown. Naturally, she did not want to get involved with these crazy people a second time. She tried to activate her power anyway, a circle opening up in her eye, but the nude hero did not once stop or slow his charge. He sidestepped the Bat Lady entirely, much to her relief, and instead slid his fist right into the old man's face, as the apostate had committed the most unforgivable sin. The old man had a surprisingly good defense for an old guy, blocking Hyun-wook's attack. Our guy then told Sergeant Kim-si to take care of the vampire. It was like the one that had escaped from the military, and if it was as the report said, then the sergeant's compatibility was high. However, Hyun-wook barely had time to shout out orders because the old man had pulled out the most demonic hand. The female officer yelled for the hero to pay attention to his fight for goodness' sake. The man turned just in time to get choked out by the strong hand of the old man. The sergeant was raised into the air, the old man leaping with more strength than should have been possible for his age, and he slammed the young hero right into the floor, breaking through the concrete. However, this was not the hero's first beatdown, and the old man found a grinning face looking up at him, chilling him to the bones, and his opponent asked if that was really all he got. The old man laughed, knowing that the hero could turn his body to steel, so many attacks would be useless against him. Well, the old man was prepared for that and slammed the man into the floor again, and again, and again. The old man laughed that he would now experiment to see how long the hero could hold out on consistent pain and concussion. The sergeant was horrified to see what was being done to her partner, and she wanted to help him. But the vampire lady would not be forgotten so easily. The two ladies face each other, one above and one below. The sergeants asked what the man had been saying about their compatibility. Annoyed that he did not even have the decency to finish what he'd started saying, If he was going to just end up cutting off the warning mid-sentence, then he should not bother talking at all. See, he was furious, so she told the Bat Lady to come at her. The vampire growled that she had no intention of getting involved with any of them for long anyway. She really did not like them, and she wanted them to end this quickly. The girl gritted her teeth, but she was determined not to go down quickly. Meanwhile, the orange-haired officer had somehow finally found the apostate's secret lab. All of that searching had finally come to fruition. He was surprised that they would do away with the water storage and turn it into a laboratory. It was a pretty smart location for the illegal lab. Water gushed out of the pipes and into a hole below, and the officer growled as he wondered just how long they had been pouring poison into the pipes. It was likely that a lot of the civilians had already been poisoned, so he had to find the antidote quickly. Quickly, the man began his search, trying to figure out where the antidote would be kept. As the man searched, the bodies hanging around the lab continued to loom behind him. Orange Hair was sure that the doctor would have left at least one antidote for his personal use. But then suddenly the man froze. Now that he thought about it, only the corpses in the test tubes were left alone. All the other corpses seemed to have turned into bloody messes. The man looked back at the pipes that gushed into the vent below, and he realized that it was the water tank. There was no way that it was that simple, even though that seemed to be exactly the case. Meanwhile, the battle raged on in that narrow space. A lance covered with blue energy rocketed through the tight space and headed straight for the old man. The old man somehow managed to twist out of the way as the lance shot past him, but it circled back in a clean blue arc, falling into Hyunwook's bloody hands. The old man chuckled to see that his opponent was capable of both short and long-range attacks. How wonderful. Then the old man demanded that Lee Hyunwook come at him. Our guy assessed the old apostate with hatred in his eyes, and the wicked villain asked if the hero was planning something. The hero yelled, asking why the old man was busy acting so upbeat when the youth was already so darn out of breath. The old man scowled in annoyance. After all, he'd thought the hero was better at using his head and asked if Hyunwook was just useless all along. In the man's past life, the apostate was careful and cunning to the point that he'd never fought in a battle himself. However, right now, the sergeant frowned as he tried to figure out why the old man was now fighting so aggressively. It could be to buy time, and that was an unacceptable situation. The apostate fired up some green energy at his fingertips, revealing even more deadly skills at a difficult time. The villain had activated Devil's Cultivation, and he used mana to call forth the figures hidden in moonlight. Manifestation, of course, depended on the user's status. The villain laughed that it did not matter how much the hero used that head of his, because once all the refugees were under his control, then the hero's plans would all be useless. These words enraged the sergeant, and he leapt, ordering the apostate to drop his attack immediately. Meanwhile, upstairs, some of the refugees had already started having headaches, starting with the member of parliament. Suddenly and slowly, around the terrified woman and her child, people began to awaken, turning into monsters as they ripped out of their clothes and became furry abominations. The officer yelled for everyone to open fire immediately before the civilians started eating each other. They had to make a distance between the transformed and the normal civilians immediately. There was chaos in the hall, and people ran left and right, and the soldiers charged to quickly take down the monsters before they caused even more damage. The monsters snarled, using their giant claws to block out a few of those annoying bullets that were raining on them. Still, none of the soldiers relented as they knew that the people's lives depended on their success. The battle with the monsters raged on, and they raised their terribly ugly claws to strike back against the defenseless and the weak. However, before the monster's ugly hand could make contact with its victims, the monster froze in shock. This is because there was suddenly a rain from above. Water poured from the sprinklers at the highest setting so that it bathed the creatures from head to toe. Smoke emitted from their bodies. And slowly, the monster's eyes widened as they began to reform to their old nature. Shocked eyes popped out, and the member of parliament screamed in shock as he had gone from man to beast and back to man again. A really traumatizing development. The chief in the lab had activated the sprinklers, and he even made it rain on the lab as well, transforming those poor victims back to their true nature. Lee Hyunwook's prediction was correct after all. The sergeant had earlier said that it was likely that the man scientist would prepare the antidote in bulk. The other officer had found that doubtful that he would feed people poison and then create a large antidote. Well, the hero's reasoning was that the apostate's preparations were flawless. If the poison suddenly transformed people, then the mad scientist would likely prepare for a scenario for if the situation became more than he could control. So, it just made sense that E-cure would be in bulk. The hero turned out to be absolutely right when he'd asked the soldier to believe him. The mad scientist had really filled up the water tank with the antidote. It was impressive to see. Lee Hyunwook had predicted really far ahead. Meanwhile, back in the narrow fight space, the young man and the old man were still having at it in a fierce battle against good and evil. They both split apart after a tense struggle. And then the villain received a warning that his control over the transformed was rapidly reducing. He had lost the authority to command the transformed as well. The old man was shocked to get such a notification when he had so carefully prepared everything, and he stared at the water raining down from the sprinklers in cold, horrified realization. The man turned, his face shocked and angry that the hero would dare to ruin the plans that he had worked so hard on. The hero, meanwhile, also got a window, and the mad youth grinned with blood dripping down his face. The old man was furious, his body quickly transforming, and soon the apostate became a beast himself, howling in rage that the hero dared to ruin his plans. He charged at the youth, a giant transformation of half monster and half oracle, a true apostate. The old man howled that the hero should not dare to even dream that he would be making it out of this encounter alive, and that he would not have an easy death. Hyanwook was pushed to the floor by those giant razor-sharp claws, and the old man howled that he would experiment on the hero until the man begged and pleaded for death. It looked like it was over for Lee Hyanwook, pressed to the ground underneath the weight of the old man who threatened to preserve his severed head and put it on display. However, the beast suddenly heard a sound from the end of the tunnel. The young hero lay flattened to the ground, his body decorated with bruises, but he chuckled as he summoned the cloud sword that was now completely filled with 100% of energy. The apostate stared in horror as the weapon came racing over, and the window congratulated the hero for unlocking the cloud blade. The weapon thundered with power as vast as the lightning that thundered above. The weapon was now called the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master, and by absorbing water, an attack could be unleashed, though a cooldown period was necessary after a certain number of attacks. However, Lee Hyanwook did not need to worry about any cooldown right now. The weapon was charged up to 100%. The apostate actually tried to capture the lightning weapon, thinking he could somehow control it, but the sparking weapon was full of so much charge that it pushed the beastly man to the ground. Then it zoomed ahead, dancing in an arc of blue light and power, before settling where it belonged in the hero's hands. The beast roared in rage, charging at the hero in anger and calling him a trench monkey. His feelings were really hurt, so he was pulling out slurs now. The apostate was still tossing around threats, saying that he would slide open Hyanwook along with all the bodies of his comrades and make taxidermy out of them. What a motivating threat. The hero then called out to the mutt doctor, mocking him because he'd been acting all the same with his plans and all that. But it turned out even the old man was rather crude when facing defeat. The hero laughed as they would soon see just how old the apostate would keep running his mouth after he'd turned that ugly beast into a dumb barking mutt. The spirits laughed and danced in the air surrounding the bitter and angry bat lady who fought against them and their wielder. The vampire ran straight for Sihi, who slammed into the wall in pain, an angry look on her face. The vampire chuckled that despite being that slow, the man had declared the female sergeant a good match for her. That was the most insulating thing that the vampire had ever heard, and she raised her hand to deliver a finishing blow. The wind lady gritted her teeth when suddenly the ground underneath them split, and the cloud sword appeared out of nowhere. It sparked with energy as it sped past the two female fighters and zoomed around the curve to find its master. The vampire gaped at the sword, unable to believe her eyes. She raced forward, saying that more than anything, she had to check, she needed to see with her own eyes. The tunnel in a long way in a long curve, and the sergeant was horrified to see her opponent outright abandoning her and yelled for the bat lady to come back. Meanwhile, Hyanwook had seized control of his weapon, and he'd had enough with that mad scientist who endangered people's lives for his own pleasure. This time, for sure, the hero was going to give him a beating that he would never forget. The old apostate refused to so easily accept defeat, grinning wickedly as he admitted that he had nearly fallen victim to the boy's sharp tongue. However, the apostate's logical mind could see right through the sergeant's bluffs. He would not fall for the man's cheap tricks, and he laughed manically. The sergeant had no idea what the apostate was talking about and sliced without remorse the weapon charged with electricity, attacking the mad mutt scientist. Moving at the speed of lightning, the youth called the old man pathetic and weak-minded, showing up behind him to deliver the harsh and electric justice of the dark hand of the Cloud Master. The weapon slammed into the apostate's back, and the old man growled in pain, falling into a crouch as he struggled to steady himself. Still, the man would not go down, so the sergeant attacked again, weapon swinging, bits swinging, and the apostate watched his approach with rage and part fear. Lightning struck the old man once again, and this time, the man screamed in agony. The mad scientist fell to the ground rather comically, much like a cartoon character, as he was defeated so mercifully. Still, the hero was not about to let the man get a single chance to recover. He chased down the apostate, his weapon still sparking with energy and light as he sliced holes in the mad beast's body. It was over for the shocked apostate. and the hero prepared to deliver the finishing blow when his weapon chose that moment to start acting up. It was so embarrassing for the weapon to suddenly lose its cool like that, and it sparked with a power that shattered some of the elements around. The weapon dragged Lee Hunwook, pulling his hand away from his target as his hardened metal body began to fall apart. A warning popped up then, telling the hero that he would not be able to withstand the true power of the dark hand of the Cloud Master. Never mind that when there was a really strong and very dangerous opponent that he had to defeat at the moment. The hero just had to take the risk. He struggled angrily with the weapon, annoyed that it was acting up despite how much he had fed it. One would think the hunk of junk would take a hint and rein it in for just a little while longer. Hanwoo could not understand just how Sergeant Cho Youngjun ever handled such a wild beast. The apostate had now restarted his mocking laughter, which was really annoying. He called the hero a fool, mocking him for bringing out a weapon beyond his capabilities as a bluff. Then, the villain decided to activate his own, really dangerous technique called Moonlight Song. And it was the kind of power to drag anyone who heard the frequency into the user's illusory domain. This was going to be the end of the useless trench monkey. Then, the apostate began his dark and evil summoning song, dark wind sweeping through his robes and skirts as he called forth a great power. The hero flinched as that power filled the air and swept into his heart. He screamed in agonized pain and was dragged into the illusion realm of the apostate. The moon was villainized, and he found himself in a world surrounded by water. Hyunwook immediately guessed that he was looking at an illusion, but something felt wrong. The smell and even the sensation felt heavily of blood. This was not just any simple illusion. The apostate laughed, saying that it was quite laughable just how bewildered the hero was to see his great power. The apostate's illusionary arts could directly control a person's brain after all, so it made sense for the main character to be wowed. The evil old man had the youth in the palm of his hand, and he laughed that the hero would never be able to differentiate between illusion and reality, like a brain in a vat. Human hand below and monster's claws above. It seemed like our hero was trapped with no hope of redemption as the apostate sentenced him to die in utter despair while trapped in the confines of an illusion. Both hands came down on him, crushing the man between to further break down his soul and his mental state. The man would never be able to escape this perfect technique of his by himself, and this would be an extravagant death for the fool who had shamelessly ruined his plans. The apostate really held a grudge about that, and he further wiggled his hands just to senselessly crush the hero into nothing but ash. Meanwhile, the hero, crushed between one meaty and one furry hand, muttered and asked if all of the mad scientist techniques had to be just like him. Honestly, the sergeant was quite disappointed. He was supposed to never be able to escape this so-called perfect technique, even though he had a few tricks up his sleeve. The hero suddenly attacked, not only breaking out of the illusion but hitting the apostate right in the chest in the real world. The powerful weapon crashed into the beastman, who cried out in fear, alarm, and confusion. The item that had just hit him was called Sir Trissan's Failnot, and it, of course, would attack its target without fail. All magic resistance would not work against such a skill. The old man spat out blood in rage and pain, gasping from the attack. He was quite winded as he clutched his mouth, completely ignoring the chaos going on around him. The apostate cursed in frustration, in plans failed and hope dashed, asking why his perfect plans and even his illusory domain were all in vain. He had worked so hard to achieve what he had now, and his plans had been genius. The man refused to believe that his genius and wonderful plans and techniques could possibly be thwarted so easily by a group of nobody soldiers. However, Hyunwook did not find the man's plans to be either genius or wonderful. Those horrible plans that had hurt the lives of many others were wrought by a coward who hid behind all of his stupid plans just so that he could survive. The apostate yelled that he would cut off the hero's sharp tongue, and the hero full-on dared him to try as he rushed at the beast man without hesitation or remorse. The man used the dark hand of the Cloud Master, and the two noble phantasms' attributes were not compatible. If the simultaneous use of the two noble phantasms was forced, then the user's life could not be guaranteed. However, Hyunwook just grinned, saying that this shitty status window should be a little more tactful. If the hero cared at all about his life, he would not have regressed after all. The old scientist was really having a difficult time, so sore about his loss that he kept yelling and telling the hero to shut up. He did not believe that someone so young would lay down his life to kill an old man like himself, asking if the hero ever stopped to think about his actions. Unfortunately, the hero was quite done with any form of thinking. He had done thinking and made so many plans in his last life to survive no matter what. He had done all sorts of brainwork, and everyone had still died in the end. That was all that a coward's plans would ever amount to. Fearing death was a weakness, and the hero declared that his technique was to open. The weapon zoomed forward in the fall attack, and the hero laughed like a madman, telling the apostate that they should both hurry and die together. It was definitely the most terrifying thing that the old man had ever heard. The old man yelled at the madmen, but the electric charge struck, and they both yelled in agony. The brilliant light of power rocketed through the room, a power that no force could dodge. After the attack, the room went dark, a few lights blinking on as the hero stood over the apostate's fallen body. The coward that he had been had finally turned into a madman, and Hyunwook would never forget that the apostate had been the one to turn him into this. Meanwhile outside, the Bat Lady was leaping in the air. It seemed she was down with escaping as soon as possible so that she would not get dragged down along with that madman. She had guessed correctly after all, and she knew that getting involved with those mad soldiers was a totally bad idea. She had rushed to see earlier, just in time to see the apostate get defeated. There is no way that she had any intention of going down with him, especially with the way Hyunwook laughed madly as he ended the old man. The hero had launched that suicide attack and then looked back at her and laughed. The woman heard that the Special Forces unit was full of psychopaths. Quickly, she raced away, hell-bent on escaping before she met a miserable end. The lady panted as she struggled to catch her breath. She had run with all of her might away from those mad people. Because of that rotten blood that she had to drink, her body was quickly falling apart. The lady was desperately in need of fresh blood, and she would take it anywhere that she could get it. Suddenly, she spotted someone just casually walking the streets. The vampire was thrilled to have finally spotted a human and wondered if that was just a part of the pitiful stragglers. She was so desperate that she was ignoring any form of caution, and she leapt at the human who had the confidence to be walking alone in an apocalyptic world. Well, she descended before the human and was then shocked by the speed at which she was attacked. The Bat Lady was stunned as she'd been so sure that her target was defenseless, but she had not even seen the sudden attack coming. The vampire turned to see who had captured her and found the person speaking a completely different language, scolding her for having no honor. Then the person asked the vampire if she was strong. The intimidating person with purple hair threatened the beat, for if she was strong, then she would surely die. The giant pink pulsing diamond radiated light through the room, and the officers inspected it. Lee Hyunwook was finally decent with a bit of cloth wrapped around his waist as he tended to the giant core. Eventually, the great thing shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, the exact goal they were trying to achieve, and a congratulations window popped up to praise them for the good job at destroying the core. Now that the deterioration source had been neutralized, all players who had participated in the eradication of the erosion would now be rewarded with extra experience points. Even better, realms that had previously experienced erosion would be converted into otherworldly magic stones. It was a huge win for our heroes. The officers were shocked and relieved to hear that it was really over, but the sergeant just grinned in relieved success. Now that they'd fought and won, it was time for rewards. Pop-up windows suddenly manifested for all the player soldiers and they gasped in awe at the huge level up that they each gained. Suddenly, they got a bonus of a crazy amount of experience points. Some of them hit level 30 while others had been boosted right to 33. The soldiers laughed and cheered and gushed amongst themselves about this new progress and growth. They were excited because, at this rate, they would definitely be able to hit C rank and maybe even B rank with such strong development. Golden wings of celebration appeared above them, bathing the soldiers in a shower of golden feathers. The men danced around excitedly underneath those feathers, but suddenly realized a change, and their bodies were now overflowing with strength. It seemed a part of their rewards included their holy power getting leveled, up 5 times the regular amount, and their recovery level also going up by twice its regular amount. This was even more exciting to the celebrating soldiers, but this was not the time to get sidetracked, and their sergeants quickly asked the gathered happy guys to listen. With their current level, some of them were surely at the level of the AMT Sukadron commander. From now on, whenever they had to eradicate sources of deterioration in SIL waves, all of them would grow stronger and faster than anyone else. Their brave leaders promised that the day the wave ended, they would make each and every one of them into people who are strong enough to be a battalion's ace. The soldiers cheered with joy, and their sergeant smiled, reminding them to make sure that they survived so that he could keep his promise. There was a bit of silence from a corner of the room where one of the soldiers was sulking. Hyunwook called out for Park Junmo and commanded the young soldier to ease his head. The sergeant understood that Park Junmi and he were the same when it came to not being able to level up. However, there was no need for the young officer to be down about it, and the hero promised to make the youth strong enough. So, it was best for the boy not to worry, unless he did not believe his sergeant. The young soldier yelled out to confirm his belief. The sergeant smiled in deep satisfaction when suddenly a large sword appeared, piercing through the very ceiling above them and embedding itself into the floor below. This weapon had such a dramatic and explosive introduction that the soldiers were swept by the force of its descent. Junmo called out to their beloved Hyunwook, asking if he was okay as they surveyed the sudden giant steel pillar that had appeared out of nowhere. The more the soldiers inspected it, the more they agreed that it looked much like a sword. However, this giant weapon was way too big to even be referred to as a sword. Despite its appearance, their sergeant popped up and stroked the fine weapon, admitting that it was indeed a sword. It was no ordinary sword, of course, and it would take more than a normal man to just swing it around. The item was called the Manhwa Fragment, and it was a hero-grade weapon, with the effects to use the mass sealing technique as well as an amazing power called the shockwave. The weapon was an iconic symbol that had given the hero the nickname of the Great Steel Emperor in his past life. The hero had previously risked his life to gather those 13 sword fragments, and he had brought them to the blacksmith Kang Seoli, who had then forged the brilliant weapon into a single, legendary sword, stronger than any other. The man now smiled as he recalled all of those fond memories. It had been quite a while. The mass of the Manhwa fragment had been sealed, and it seemed to activate from our guy's touch. The great weapon lifted itself from the ground, and the sergeant smirked rather cockily as the glowing sword began to shrink, going smaller and smaller until he could fit it in his hands. The weapon then shrunk even smaller and the cocky hero grabbed it like it was a very small keychain. Alright. It was time for them to hurry up and finish what they had come to do there, so that they could hurry and move on to the next place. The sergeant would not appreciate any slackers as they had no time to waste, so they were just to pick up what they could. There was expensive magic ore everywhere, and the soldiers marveled to see it. This place might as well be a mine with how much it was overflowing with raw materials. All the items gathered there were sure to cost a pretty sum, and the soldiers gasped in awe. With his money, they would even be able to buy out a normal guild. Then, someone called out for them to bring out 2 duffel bags. It had been a long and hard battle, and now the sergeant, still covered in blood, casually strolled his way to find Kim Si-hee. His fellow sergeant had put up quite a good fight in assisting him, and he asked if she was okay. The lady admitted that she was fine and mumbled that wounds like that were sure to heal in no time. What the man had said about her compatibility with the vampire back then, she had not been able to hear it, and she was still rather down about that. She worried that the man had been telling her that she was at a disadvantage and that the wisest thing to do would be to retreat. The blue-haired hero blankly told her that it was, in fact, the opposite. There was a pretty clear method for her to win against that vampiric fiend, and Kim Si-hee's eyes widened in shock. He noticed the wounds on her shoulder and smiled kindly, noting that she had been a bit taken aback from fighting a player after only fighting monsters. That much was understandable. After all, a battle between players was not decided by rank and compatibility alone. The female sergeant had good battle sense, so the hero was sure that she would understand immediately what he meant if she were to fight the vampire again. At any rate, they should hurry and get them. Still, the wind user was a little downcast since the vampire lady had completely escaped her. If the bat lady had immediately gone to hide, then finding her would be impossible during the current disaster. Well, the boy laughed and told her not to worry about that. He'd happened to glimpse at the lady when she'd peeked at him, beating that old man to a pulp. Before she could run away, our guy had done something pretty sneaky, and he had stuck a tiny metal chip onto her. He was not sure of her exact location, but he could at least tell the general direction that she had run in, so they could still totally find her. The blue-haired hero smirked that if they went after her now, then they would surely be able to catch her before the wave was over. That was, of course, if the Bat Lady was still alive somehow. The Bat Lady herself was also wondering if she was somehow alive, and she had no idea why she had not been immediately killed. The stranger that confronted her spoke a completely different language, so there was already a language barrier. Plus they had their weapon right to her neck. This was her chance though, and she elongated her claws, still trying to get away. The vampire lady was determined to take off her opponent's head in one go, and the person mumbled to her to ask a question. It's not like the vampire lady could even tell what the person was saying, and she launched at them, swinging her claws with undeniable killing intent. That might have been the exact thing that her opponent was waiting to see, as they easily dodged that sudden strike, disappearing from the vampire's line of sight. The vampire lady was shocked, but the opponent just swung out their weapon in deliberate arcs, causing long lines of blue to dance around, flying right at the vampire lady. The woman was shocked and cried out in alarm, gasping in horror when those gashes sliced right through the surrounding area. Everything went flying, parts of buildings, cars and the street, everything but her. The Bat Lady was confused and frightened, wondering what on earth she'd gotten herself into this time. How could this person have so easily cut down those buildings? It was impossible, she had not even been able to see it. The Japanese stranger kept speaking, like they were unaware that they'd crossed into Korea now. It seemed the opponent understood the vampire's confusion and merely explained that he had placed his sword energy on all the paths that the lady could have possibly taken, making sure that she would not escape. However, it seemed that the bat was at a level where even she could not even see it. Well, all the buildings in the surrounding area quickly came crumbling down around them, and the vampire lady had realized by now that she had some really terrible luck. The fighter made his way slowly to the bat lady, telling her to thank her weakness. Her eyes widened in horror, but the fighter really was going to ignore her, and he walked away, saying that a true warrior would not lay his hands on a weakling. The poor bat lady crumpled to the floor, surviving yet another deadly encounter. Her poor heart did not know just how many more of these terrifying encounters that she could possibly endure. Plus, she was still very hungry. She had no idea where all those superpowered crazy people were coming from, but she'd had quite enough of them. New information was then released that the corpse golems were going around the Dongjak district. This, of course, meant that it was likely that there were necromancers nearby as well. The number 13 had connected with an unknown player, and magician number 44, location Darum 2, Dong, communicating with B, rank player Li Chiolhi. The National Gate Response Committee United Command Center was quickly passing messages left and right as new information came in and out of their center. They got information that the communications with magician number 51 were down, and now they were under attack. A beautiful, curvaceous brunette listened to all of these reports and concluded that they were all too sporadic. Players were getting into individual fights, thinking only of their own survival. This could not go on. It was, of course, Kang Seoyeon, the Zuminair Guild representative, and the South Korean player rank 4. They needed a pivot. A single key figure that would unite the other players during this maddening cell wave. Her attention was then called as they had received new information that the Dongdaemun district's source of erosion had been eliminated by the players. This was absolutely shocking news to the representative, and she asked who could have done such an amazing thing. She thought it could be a famous guild, and she wanted to know their leader and rank. Of course, it was none other than the Namsen position, the 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade, 1st Battalion. It was a small special unit, however, their commander was just an F-rank sergeant. The representative was absolutely shocked to hear this. The lady gaped, asking if they were joking. If there were AMT, then it was likely that they were soldiers, and an F-rank sergeant on top of that. The whole story sounded unbelievable. The lady yelled that information was the most important thing during times like this, so they could not accept silly stories. Someone then asked what they were losing their temper for. Given the situation, it was only natural for there to be such low-tier trash everywhere. This newcomer was clearly not a good person, and Kang was not impressed to see them, as she had thought the person had abandoned Korea. The man in the white suit scoffed at her accusation, saying that he had simply not interfered with a situation that had no better alternatives. He was Ki Baekchun, the South Korean Guild rank 3, Great Mountai Guild Master, and a South Korean player of rank 10. The man said that one of their guild's key raid teams had already finished with the gate that opened in Heekseok district, and it was currently resupplying. Once they were done, they had agreed to go do recon on the source of erosion, much to Kang's joy. They were dealing with a pretty skilled team with an A-rank player as their leader. With that person at the center, the huffy man in the white suit was sure that they would be able to unite the players to save the Sil citizens. It sounded like a good counter measure. So, they were going to believe in team leader Chu Kyoyong. Meanwhile, the team leader was on the battlefield and it seemed his team had just finished defeating a great beast. Chu Kyoyong was a really ugly guy. It seemed power was the only thing he had going for him. Yet, power was enough in this kind of world because the citizens were swamping them, saying that they wanted to follow the team. The people begged for such a powerful warrior to escort them to a nearby shelter, promising to do anything that he asked them to do. However, the jerk then insulted them, showing that he had absolutely no powers of unity whatsoever. His main ability was monster control, and the wicked jerk said that he would prefer to tie up any loose ends. That terrible, horrible, wicked villain who acted like he was a hero, then proceeded to kill the people using the nearby beasts. That ugly jerk had the citizens killed so that there would be no backbiting. The rains continued to pour heavily in the surrounding area, and a few little girls ran around in the open space. This was clearly not a safe call in a place like this, but it seemed they had to take the risk. One of the girls asked if her friends had heard the weird sound that she had just heard, and it terrified them. They were scared and thought that it could possibly be just a dog howling or something like that. At any rate, one of their members also seemed to struggle with asthma, and she took a deep breath from her inhaler as her friends calmed her. Once they got past this obstacle, they hoped to rest. The asthmatic girl lowered her head in despair, apologizing that they were struggling so much because of her. She was holding them back even though they had to hurry. The girl told them to just leave her behind, but they sold her instantly. They could not just go without her. There was another way, and she had to stop saying things like that. The girl thanked her friends for not giving up on her, as she was sincerely grateful for that. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash and the girls squealed, blocking their heads in fear. It was best for all of them to stay still, but almost immediately, a toxic scent swept through the area and 2 of the girls immediately went down. The other 2 ran, abandoning their friends to whatever monster had appeared. That was not very team spirit of them. But they knew that they could not compete with whatever beast had just manifested, and they needed to put themselves first. The other girl told her friend not to breathe, firmly cover her nose and mouth so that they would not go down like the other 2. Monsters descended from above, ugly red creatures with billowing robes behind them, and they landed in front of the 2 fallen girls. Those monsters scooped up those poor children and looked around for more prey that had fallen for their sneak attack. The other girls were still hiding in fear and despair, hoping that they would not be found. The weird red creatures then turned and noticed the alleyway, and one of them began to walk in that direction, much to the horror of the 2 girls. Then the other girl told her asthmatic friend to stay put no matter what. The girl had to survive and call a rescue team. The bespectacled sickler was terrified at the finality of her friend's words, but there was no reality where they would both survive. With these terrifying words, the girl raced out of the alley, surprising the zombies who had been heading in that direction. She told the monster to dare and try to catch her. Of course, this instantly stole their attention, and the zombies turned towards her. Quickly, they overtook the running and crying girl and blood splashed in the air. They grabbed the poor girl as well, taking her into the sky with the rest of their prey. The last girl remained hiding, not even breathing, sighing or sobbing as she trembled in the rain. One last zombie remained, and the girl cried within her for someone to save her. She was not strong, brave or determined like her friends, but then she should not have to be when she was just a little girl who wished that someone would save her. The girl did her best to stay silent, begging whatever magic power that existed to please send help. Anyone to save her at all from the stubborn, ugly creature that refused to follow his friends. And the monster turned in glee as it had finally spotted the poor, terrified girl. The girl let out a final plea in her heart. But before the monster could grab her, something erupted in its chest and bright light shone, shocking both the girl and the ugly red zombie. Its body was pierced with something long and sharp, and the creature fell in a mess of gore before the little girl. Someone called out, asking the girl if she was all right, and the stranger looked like a saint. She stared and wondered if an angel had descended from above, and she begged the angel to save her friends. This angel was, of course, none other than our demonic hero, who seemed angelic from time to time until it was time to beat up villains. The girl fell over from shock, and the man stared at her, wondering what on earth had scared the little girl so much. His soldiers were quite used to his weird behavior, and teased him for making a weird, terrifying face that obviously spooked the poor little girl. The man protested doing such a thing, but they all knew what he was like. He definitely made a weird face. The hero pouted that it wasn't fair and he had not done anything. This was the thanks he got for saving a life. Just typical. Well, there were many of the red-cloaked and red-skinned zombies in the area, it seemed, and they attacked buildings, shelters and homes, raining down havoc and chaos in any place where they detected life. The people were horrified and hurrying to escape the area, telling each other to run east. One girl protested, saying that they just could not take someone with asthma out there. The girl refused to leave Haimang behind, but the man yelled that they could not help such a fragile child if they got caught by monsters along the way. Still, the lady had held tight to the girl's hand, telling her to run along with her. They had to go just a little further. They could do it. Even as the situation seemed hopeless, that sweet blue-haired girl had continued to encourage little Huimang, telling her that they only needed to run just a little further. With each step that they took, that sweet girl had smiled, saying that she knew the little girl could do it. All they had to do was keep progressing forward, one step at a time. These were all the asthmatic girl's memories, and the last memory she had of her friend was the beautiful blue-haired girl telling her to stay put no matter what. She had to escape, she had to call for help. The asthmatic girl was horrified to see her very kidnapper sacrificing her life for her, even now unwilling to die for he. The girl had wanted to die in her place, but her friend had already taken off, oblivious to her pleas. Huimang now sat up and cried out for her friend Shinjio, but the blue-haired girl was already gone. The girl turned to the sounds of people arguing about what they did to save the students. Lee Hunwook was listening to the stories of the people they had rescued, and hearing how they had picked a bunch of female students and had them escape. The man explained that the monsters kept surrounding them, and defending the shelter was getting harder, so they had no choice. They had tossed out a few girls from the middle school, and the man said that he had decided to save those kids and that sending them out of the shelter was the best option. He was a man from the Great Mountain Guild, serving under the ugly Chu Kyoyang, The hero glared at this supposed good guy, who knew that they were in a situation in which monsters attacked regularly for unknown reasons, and the man had still sent out a group of female students, with not a single player among them, as a response was not a reasonable course of action. The guild member demanded if the sergeant was interrogating them, and they glared that they were not a rescue team. They were the Great Mountain Guild's concentrated attack team, and they were yapping about how valuable they were. It was another organization of jerks that loved to brag about their own worth. The worst kind of scum. Those scums were not participating in any raids but had gathered in a large group to hide in a middle school for girls, saying that they were guarding the citizens because of a sense of morality. The man even said that they could not afford to damage the team's fighting strength. The hero had no right to judge their decisions, this is what he insisted. After all, they were not guild management members, so they could not critique the actions of the guild. That was their logic anyway. There was no way that the ugly guy's subordinates were acting as guards. However, Lee Hyun-wook could not help but smirk at the fact that he could not suppress them without any proof. So, first things first, he was going to have to toss out some bait first. The sergeant grinned widely, laughing that it seemed that there was a misunderstanding. He then asked if they had perhaps heard of the Black Magic Association. Of course, the guild members had heard of that association, and they all tensed just to hear it get mentioned. The man who'd been speaking so confidently and arrogantly began to stutter, and Hyun-woo further stroked the flames. After all, that association was a problematic, fanatical cult that worshipped mana and made plenty of human sacrifices. That disgusting Black Magic Association was, of course, in the practice of turning young women into offerings. However, before the sergeant had come to this location, he had noticed that the monsters he took down were wearing robes. That was strange behavior for monsters after all, especially since those robes belonged to the Black Magic Association. So it was quite obvious that these zombies were kidnapping the students to offer them as human sacrifices, so they did not have time to simply waste forced protecting a shelter. They believed that finding the monsters' traces and getting rid of them would obviously be the best way to protect the shelter, and more importantly, human sacrifices could not be performed immediately. This meant that there was still a huge chance that they could save those little girls as long as they had not yet regained consciousness. The bespectacled girl then rushed out of the room that she had been in, excited to know that her friends might still be alive. If there was a chance that she could save her friends, she was willing to do anything. If they needed a sacrifice, she would even go in their place. The little girl insisted that she would do anything to save her friends. The sergeant stared at this little girl, a little baffled by her declaration. He mentioned that he understood how she felt, however, this was not the time for a student like her to come forth. It was a soldier's duty to guard and protect civilians. The girl stared in awe as she recalled the angel that had come to save her. He was not making a weird face this time. She was so relieved to find that it was not a dream and a savior had really come to save them. So, Lee Hyun-wook said that they could leave this to them when the girl suddenly fell over. The man was absolutely shocked, wondering why the girl had gone down this time. His soldiers pointed accusingly at him, asking what the heck he had done this time, and the man protested in dismay. He truly had done nothing. He had no idea why the girl kept dancing. Then, the guild members asked the man what he planned to do. If they were dealing with the Black Magic Association, they had no idea where they were. So, how were they supposed to save students that they could not find? Hyun-wook turned to them in amusement, and he said it was simple. The man would simply get kidnapped in the student's place. It was a shocking plan, and even the guild was stunned to hear such an absurd thing. It turns out the sergeant was completely serious. Some time passed, and he was soon batting long eyelashes, pursing out honey, sweet pink lips, and the soldiers watched, struggling to hold back their laughter. Yes, it was as you imagined. To carry out this plan, our guy had undergone the transformation with the swish of a concerningly short skirt. He had become something that Sihi said even monsters would not want. Well, that was kind of mean of her to say, but he would better sell the look if he was not busy grinning like a demon. The sergeant looked absolutely ridiculous in a school uniform that was nearly flying right off his broad shoulders and that short skirt that exposed all of his muscular legs. The man laughed, saying that monsters did not kidnap girls based on beauty after all, so it should still work. The soldier asked if what he mentioned was true, and that those guys might be supplying the Black Magic Association with female students. The hero guessed so. In fact, he was certain of it. It was too much of a coincidence that those jerks had taken over an all-girls school, and then let out random groups of girls who got snatched up by those monsters. They glanced at the guild now, and the guild also glared at them, as if angry that they were ruining their plans. It seemed almost wise to take care of those jerks first instead of leaving their backs exposed to them. However, the hero pointed out that they needed sufficient proof first, or they'd get in trouble for laying their hands on a large guild. Besides, the sneaky hero had already come up with another method. The men were surprised and wondered what the other method was, as many large trucks drove together in the same direction. Inside the truck was a familiar bespectacled madman grinning from ear to ear with a redhead by his side. See, the soldiers had an ace up their sleeve that the guild would never expect. The hero had done everything that he could, so all that was left was to keep the promise he'd made to the little asthmatic girl, and to save those kids from these awful people. Meanwhile, the red-hooded monsters growled at the girls that they kept in cages. The little girls were frightened, but the hero just needed them to hold out until he got there. They had to stay safe. As for them, they would now begin the civilian rescue plan. He'd hit the fist hero so hard that he looked passed out on the floor. The scene remained as expected, with those giant hands protruding from the sky. The fist hero's eyes snapped open, and the man leaped right back to his feet, scowling as he wondered if all the civilians in the area had gotten the chance to evacuate or if they had died. Either way, there was no one in the vicinity for him to worry about, and he did not take too kindly to getting punched in the face. So Hantazen began to gear up his next attack, golden light forming around his fists as he noted that it had been quite a while since he had got to go all out against an opponent. Let's hope all out actually makes a difference against the King of Hell. And Tazen shot off immediately, with the urge to conquer blazing in his eyes, as he threatened the ugly demon to do his worst. Well, the new form was in no way ugly, though he was not as handsome as the hero. It almost seemed that the devil took offense at being called ugly. The two clashed, hero versus devil, with the redhead blocking the hero's fist punch from connecting with the giant, meaty arm behind him. However, to Beelzebub's surprise, that punch was much stronger than he had expected it to be. It made contact and impact, causing a huge explosion right near the arm once again. And the red-headed demon's eyes widened in surprise at such a feat. In the middle of Seoul, in Gangnam District, this beast had shown up out of nowhere to destroy the hero's hopes of having a house there. Now the redhead was standing there like he did not care. These were things that Tazen generally found unforgivable, and he swore to destroy them. He leapt at the monster once again, this time releasing a charge more powerful than the last, causing a huge explosion, while the soldiers below cheered him on, and also ran for their lives as so much debris came down. They reminded each other not to panic. They needed to continue supporting the Fist King as he fought, and everyone had to hold fast so that they would not get crushed. The Fist King's punch had actually been strong enough to turn Beel's Fei to the side from the impact, and he was still not done. He planned on delivering yet another earth-shattering blow. That was generally unacceptable to the king of the underworld, and without even turning to face him, he grabbed the fist hero by the neck. The king was really mad now, his eyes blazing red, and he started to tear away from the side of the arm. It seemed the weird red guy was in some kind of cocoon trying to grow out the rest of his body, and he was furious that this man had stopped the process. He pulled completely free of it now and spread out huge bag wings in the final formation of his evil form. The King of Hell was rather large even in his humanoid form, and he held Tazen dangling in the air. The fist hero was shocked to see that his opponent had wings and wondered if this was the jerk's true form. Of course, he had no idea about the King of Hell business, so he was in here fighting blind and getting bullied. Meanwhile, Gangbuk Region's Strike B team fired on the arm immediately, putting in their all to bring it down. The paladin asked Choi Youngjun if he could use the quickest sword energy to damage the right arm. She was willing to widen the wound by following up. And then Park Junmo could hit them with the double Wummy electricity combo. Everyone had to stay alert because they were fighting a monster of nightmares. They would soon head into a fight. However, the two men behind her saw something absolutely terrifying, and they told her to raise her shields immediately. A large bud suddenly dropped in front of the three soldiers, and it seemed the king of the underworld had also noticed their efforts in bringing him down, and he did not like it. The bud began to sprout, and inside the bud was something that looked like a head. Indeed, just like with the left arm, a new form began to emerge from the bud, and it stretched out as it came to life. A femme fatale of a ridiculously large size with pink hair. Sensing the danger, the paladin immediately asked all of them to get behind her shield, and they did because the approaching storm had just begun. The redhead summoned the Holy Dome, and it was just in time, considering the pink-haired form fired off a blast of electric energy right at them, almost as large as Cerberus. Electric energy was their opponent, so it was quite fortunate that they had Jummo here with them. The paladin did her best to keep the shield up, protecting the other two from getting decimated instantly by that lightning. The beautiful pink devil smiled at their resistance, and the warning went out a tad too late that the King of Hell's second of three thought forms had materialized. This was, of course, the thought form of Envy, and she had revealed herself to the world. Meanwhile, in the Gangseo region, Strike Team A was fighting for their lives when a mysterious bud materialized out of nowhere. The bud broke apart before it even hit the ground. Like this form was in a hurry to get all the ceremony done and over with. A blue gem manifested over its head, and it blossomed into a cheeky looking youth with sparkling blue energy. The King of Hell's third thought form had been born, and this was, of course, the form of gluttony. The commander called out to the strike team and told them to immediately expand the holy protective field or things would get ugly fast. The field began to rise immediately as that last form shot blue power at it and seemed intent on bringing down the shield. The fire that shot out was actually immense, but the shield managed to stay up. The power shot by the enemy was so large and bright that the first hero could see it from where he was busy fighting Pride. The form of Pride then raised some very dangerous-looking fists, and once again, he slammed that hit into Tayson, holding him in place so that he could smack him again and again, sending shockwaves through his body and face. The fist hero was horrified that his handsome face was getting beaten like this, and this was what happened when you turned out finer than the Pride of Hell. The hero was sent soaring into the ground once again, decimating a building as he landed, but this time, Pride was actually pissed enough to follow him down. It seemed the redhead had had enough of the fist hero, but the feeling was mutual, and the fist hero cursed at the redhead in rage and annoyance. He'd told Pride to stop already, and he growled at the demon that dared to hit his handsome face, charging up his fairy attack to bash that monster's head in. Tayson was putting up a great fight, and he actually landed a hit on Pride once again. His style was a bit too chaotic for anyone to just jump into the fray for an assist, but he was holding up on his own to a manageable degree. His latest attack caused yet another huge explosion, and the handsome hero gritted his teeth, telling his enemy to wait for him for a second. Of course, the redhead had no intention of doing anything like that and was back for more within seconds. However, Tayson had expected that, and he was ready when Pride showed up again, yelling that he would get his payback like a true man. Somehow, at hearing those words, Pride smiled, and my goodness, it was the first time a smile made a person look even uglier. The first hero shot out his attack, beating the form of Pride as much as he could in the state that he was in. Still, the terrifying demon smiled despite every attack that landed on his face. That cocky expression inspired one on Tayson's face, and the two continued to do battle in the middle of the air. The fist hero had to admit that it was fun that he got to go all out for the first time in such a long time, and he was truly enjoying this battle. However, the more it progressed, the more beat up he became, while his very resilient and inhuman opponent remained ever nonchalant. Tayson fired an even bigger final blast at Pride's face, hoping to at least make him tired in some way. However, this was just a thought form, so while the redhead did suffer many attacks, he was able to snap right back into place, grinning from ear to ear. Now, the fist hero was concerned to see his opponent laughing. He understood that it was not human, and that became even more so apparent when that man rocked forward and slammed his head against the hero's head. The impact of that blow was just as great as if the redhead monster had punched him in the face, and Tayson went flying right into yet another nearby building. It was almost fascinating that any buildings were still standing in this situation. The fist hero had caught himself on his feet, though, a rather admirable stance, and he cursed at how fast his opponent was able to recover from damage. That was really pissing him off actually. As soon as he got used to fighting at full strength, he swore to kill that little rat. However, Pride had no intention of waiting for him to get to full strength, and he just descended from above, grinning like a madman as he brought his feet down on Tayson. They shattered buildings and landscape in their wake, and the fist hero coughed blood from how much damage his human body was taking. There was only so much that the human body could give and receive, and he snarled for the ugly demon to get his dirty, disgusting feet off him. Those feet were so huge that he could squeeze Tayson's neck between his large toes, and the fist hero doubted that this ugly beast washed his feet. However, the fist hero was so pissed that he was willing to fight to the death with this creature. The form of Pride seemed to silently agree with him, although it did not speak, and it raised its dangerous claws like it intended to deliver the final blow to the S-rank hero. Laughing rather demonically, Pride sharpened its razor claws against each other, and Tayson wondered just what he was looking at. The claws came down, and he just managed to block them from hitting his face, using his fist to stop them. Suddenly, there was a light from a very familiar voice that asked a very familiar question. This new stranger wanted to know if the demon was powerful. Multiple lights came up around the form of Pride, dancing in every corner that he could retreat to, and it slashed apart the building, its wreckage, the streets, and the demon as well. Pride leapt away from Tayson so that he would not suffer even more damage, and a familiar swordsman stood next to the fist hero, sheathing his sword. The fist hero instantly recognized the language as Japanese and gaped, wondering if this new stranger was some form of weeb or anime nerd. However, this person just asked the fist hero to hurry and leave because he was weak, and his eyes glinted as he activated his one blade. One slash cut through the air, and Pride's eyes widened as it came racing towards him. A long slash appeared, cutting a terrifying straight and deep line across the demon and its surrounding area. Usually, the beast had been able to successfully dodge or stop attacks like that from taking effect. However, Tazen's eyes widened when he saw that deep gouges had actually appeared on the demon's arm. Even Pride was shocked, and he was not pleased at all. The newcomer smirked in satisfaction because his new opponent was definitely strong. The fist hero was surprised but still cursing, asking just what this swordsman was doing, as if he had not appeared to save his life. The swordsman sighed, telling the hero that he was weaker than the demon, so it was best for him to back off. Naturally, the fist hero was not about to back off just like that, but he did understand that he was speaking to a foreigner, and there was going to be a communication barrier between them. At any rate, Tazen wanted the stranger to understand that he did not appreciate when people tried to steal his kills, and he did not want this strong fighter butting into his fight. Before their conversation could continue, Pride descended, and he looked pissed. He looked pissed that his opponent had acquired a new friend and pissed that he had been cut at all. It seemed the redhead demon was willing to start taking this fight seriously. Tazen boldly stood once again, telling his actual savior to stand back if he did not want to die. The man had pride for sure, especially when he was facing the pride form of the King of Hell. The fist hero was not about to wait for the devil to finish warming up, and he leapt at Pride as he was, his fists dancing with fire and power. The devil roared, ready to meet his head on approach, and the swordsman sighed to see that he had come across such a stubborn fighter. There was a huge explosion as both powers made contact, and as they clashed in the middle, the swordsman appeared with his mighty sword that carried such a large destructive aura. Unsheathed, his weapon was monstrous, and it came down on that area where the two fists connected. One slip and he risked injuring Tazen as well. However, the swordsman was careful, and both fighters seemed to sense the deadly intent of his sword, because they both leapt back before that sword could hit them, and it sliced up everything in its wake. The fist hero landed a safe distance away, and the demon found himself a little unsteady on his feet. It seemed that he'd been scarred slightly by that last attack. Tazen thought for sure that the swordsman was insane. Arrogantly, the swordsman replied that the fist hero should be grateful that he was weak, for it had saved his life twice. However, if the handsome man kept interfering with his fights, then he would surely be the next to go. There was a strange pulsing in the air, and something began to take form before them. The two fighters immediately got on their guard, and they saw the devil form manifest a strange thing on its hand. A purple claw with long extended talons. Pride refused to be defeated by two nobody humans, and he screamed in rage, powering up in front of them like a super scion. The monster then grinned with arrogance, as if daring them to try him now that he had upgraded again. The swordsman was rather impressed with this new form, but Tazen just thought that the ugly beast had just got uglier. So, it had hidden its powers all this time, big deal. The arrogant man was not about to back out now, and both fighters leaped at the monster without any hesitation. The monster grinned, and it had indeed gotten uglier. That new transformation had done absolutely nothing for its hairline. Still, it grinned at both opponents that came at him from the left and right, raising his fist to punch them both and toss them aside. There was a huge explosion from the combined attack of the three, throwing both the monster and the fighters in different directions. The creature truly had powered up, as it was the only fighter standing on its feet after that last blast, and it chuckled like a horror movie villain. Pride was feeling very prideful after leaving a large gash from their failed attack, and Tazen growled as he dragged himself to his feet. Sure, he was lazy, but he was getting persistent now. The demon was making him persistent in this fight. Even the Japanese man grinned as he pushed to his feet, admitting that it had been a while since he had felt this nervous. The demon Pride also seemed to be greatly enjoying himself, and he smiled as his opponents attacked once more. The swordsman attacked first, activating his one-blade mystery and stabbing the void. The monster grinned, raising his hand to deflect the attack as the sword sank into a portal hole. However, that was all part of the plan as the sword reappeared near the demon's red core on his chest, and the slash elongated to strike home. The creature had been using brute force to counter everything until now. However, this time, it seemed to be shifting its body to dodge, and the swordsman wondered if the monster was trying to protect something. Its hand was raised, and it almost seemed fearful as it dodged quickly. The swordsman noted the cause. The giant red gem in its center was their target. The swordsman swiped immediately, but Pride dodged just as fast, even covering his side with his large arm. The swordsman could not waste this opportunity, seeing how the monster was going berserk. It was going to become dangerous unless he finished the beast off in the next two attacks. Suddenly, that idiot fist fighter showed up to yell about the swordsman stealing his opponent. He roared that the foreigner was taking what was his, which was not wrong, but they needed to do quick work to destroy the core. Especially since he now had Pride on the run, they had to cut him down immediately. The swordsman, as well, cursed the appearance of that fist-fighting idiot, and a huge explosion landed. However, the fist fighter was not entirely an idiot, and he'd noticed how the devil had been fighting, dodging, and protecting his belly. This instantly made him deduce that Pride was hiding something in his guts. If that was the case, then he was going to aim there. The devil was also definitely not going to let that happen, and he hurled a punch against the fist fighter to knock him down. That punch caused a huge explosion as well. It was a battle of explosions and fireworks. However, the fist fighter had noticed that the devil immediately blocked its midsection during their fight. So, there was indeed something precious that it was hiding over there. If that was the case, then that was exactly where he was going to stubbornly target for the rest of their fight. Taisen grinned that once he set his eyes on something, he never let go. There was only one time something had slipped away from him, and he threw a punch directly into the Pride's midsection. Still, the demon stubbornly protected its gut. What an annoyance. Pride found the consistent attacks rather annoying too. The demon could not continue just being on the receiving end, and it actually raised a third arm like the cheater that it was. Taisen flinched when he saw that incoming attack, but he was not about to move away from the spot that he'd now found to target. However, Pride forced him to let go with a strike that pushed the fist fighter to the ground. The man spat blood from the pain of that hit, and the demon intended to finish the hero off with one blow. That fist made contact with his face, many fists made contact with his face, and they barreled down on the S-rank hero with the rage from the underworld. The punches were so malicious and earth-shattering that purple fire burned the more Pride hit him, and the devil's fist was soon dripping with the hero's blood. The hero was in a rather sorry state, and the devil grew out 4 arms, double times the cheating to cheat the man once and for all. Finally, its other 2 arms lowered, and the red gem on its midsection was exposed. The demon laughed in victorious triumph, sure that his opponent would now eat the eternal dust of death. The swordsman watched the fight, thinking that the fist fighter was surely a simple-minded idiot. However, the fist fighter had fought bravely against a stronger opponent with only his strength, so he had to recognize the man's warrior spirit. He took back calling the S-rank hero weak, and he thanked Taisen instead for the opening that he had provided. The demon smirked, focused entirely on the fist fighter, and the swordsman lipped. Unfortunately, the demon noticed him and immediately covered his midsection again with 2 arms. Undaunted, the swordsman activated the one-blade extreme mystery, and he slashed in that confusing way that he usually attacked. It was like the blade had split into 2, and multiple voids appeared as he slashed through the void. Pride panicked a bit, but he still kept his midsection covered as the gravity blow descended as well. The demon began to panic as its hands crumbled under the multiple slashes that hit it over and over again. They just needed the creature to raise its hands. One shot on that stupid gem was all they needed. Pride was so stubborn. This was the end, and it could not surely fight them anymore. However, Taisen was still conscious, still muttering about all the jerks that came to take his kill. The fist hero leapt forward, much to the shock of the soldiers. However, the handsome brunette was not about to let a foreigner steal his final blow. The demon of Pride panicked as his hand completely shattered and Taisen drove forward to hit home, the place they had needed to touch all this time. The gem in the center shattered, and the resounding explosion was legendary. Pride wailed in anger and despair and pain, and the conflagration's screen popped up, hailing them for killing off one of the King of Hell's thought forms, and they had also destroyed one of its cores, which was the source of the erosion. Thus, part of Beelzebub's forcibly descended body had broken off. As such, the arm that had come down from the sky fell in front of them, and the 2 had done it. They had brought down one of the arms. Meanwhile, the 2 heroes who should be celebrating seemed to be starting an argument with each other. The swordsman scolded the fist fighter, saying that he thought the man had the warrior spirit, and he'd told Taisen to back off. The Korean had no idea what the Japanese man was saying, and he muttered that he was already annoyed that the stranger had interrupted his fight. He thought that the swordsman should be apologizing for his rude behavior. Well, if this was how it was going to be, then, even in his battered state, Taisen was willing to fight him too. The swordsman threatened that the fist fighter better be strong, or the next few attacks were going to hurt a lot. While those 2 were fooling around, Envy watched the arm of Pride go down. The demon smiled, not at all bothered by the loss of just one of her 3 forms, and then she turned to her opponents, deciding that maybe she would take her battle a little more seriously. Junmo was all fired up with electric charge. The paladin had entered her dangerous mode, and instead of these 2 idiots fighting the enemy, they were somehow fighting each other instead. This was why Envy was so relaxed. She was getting the 2 heroes to do her dirty work for her. We go back to the moment when the creature first manifested and launched its first attack against the group with the red-haired paladin and the electricity corporal. The group gritted their teeth but were mostly unharmed behind the safety of the paladin's barrier. The demon was unbothered about them blocking her attack, smiling cutely as she assessed the situation and the opponents that she had to deal with. The team remained hidden, but even the redhead knew that she could only protect the group for so long. It seemed that Envy could maintain her attack for quite a while, so the human team was going to spread out at the redhead's signal. They waited for her command, but Youngjun realized with horror that cracks were already appearing in the shield around them. In fact, the shield had already started to break apart, and they could not afford to wait too long. Gritting her teeth, the redhead understood that they had to split up sooner than she'd expected. She immediately told him to disperse from the arena, but her eyes widened when they suddenly met the gaze of an even bigger blue eye. This eye was charged with electricity, swimming within the brilliant blue, and was clearly activated by the demon of envy. She had looked at him, transporting the shocked paladin to a place that she did not really recognize. The redhead looked around in awe, wondering where she was for a moment, as she seemed to be in a room with mirrors for walls. From within one of these walls, a familiar voice spoke to her, chastising her for failing to become a leader. This person was disappointed in her. He had always told her that a knight's commander's daughter must never know failure. The paladin was horrified to come face to face with trauma mid-battle because it was her father's voice. Her father, who did not accept mistakes because he thought of those to be weak nonsense. It was a shame to the whole household to make a mistake when she had the full support of their knight household. Another figure manifested in the glass, telling the paladin that she was the same as ever. To the new figure, the paladin was as cowardly as ever and too scared of what people would think of her. The older redhead asked the paladin just how long she planned on staying in her shadow. The redhead yelled that those two did not know what they were talking about anyway. All of this hurt the redhead too, and she was tired of always being compared to them and getting looked down on. Then a voice called out to Seo Yunha, reminding her to be careful and to always steel herself. It was the dark version of herself, and it had told her to never reveal her pathetic emotions to the world. The world behind the mirror shattered as the dark figure leapt at the paladin, charging at her with their sword raised. The paladin cried out as she got stabbed by her figure's sword, shocked that she could feel pain from something that she thought was just an apparition. The paladin stumbled, and suddenly she was transported to a completely different place, with a swish skirt, looking much like a high school girl. She stared down at her wound, shocked that it had followed her to the new manifestation. Yunha could detect that there was something very off with the place that she had landed in, and now she had come to the dueling room, where one chose a student leader. Meanwhile, Jummo found himself in a very similar situation, being confronted by the dark version of himself, and he flinched away from that scary person who asked what he was doing. He had appeared in the gym, and the shadow version of him asked Junmo if he would do it or not. The voices in the gym were loud and accusing, acknowledging that he had awakened but still laughing and calling him a failure. They demanded that he fight already, like a crowd already partly bored with the show that they had come to watch. Jummo was the show, and the people jeered, saying that they wanted to ask how an awakened loser would fight. The corporal was horrified, flinching as he recalled that Sergeant Lee Hanwook had told him to keep it a secret. The people laughed at the corporal, calling him a loser as they jeered, even saying that he probably asked for his sergeant's permission to use the facilities as well. They were mocking him and saying that being a loser would always run in his DNA. Those were frustrating words to hear, but the electricity corporal was not even being given the chance to back down, because his shadow self suddenly leapt at him, swinging its mighty weapon. The young hero leapt back, managing to dodge that attack, but his opponent was not having it. The dark shadow yelled, asking again if the corporal would do it or not. The young soldier was confused, trying to understand just what the weird shadow was saying over and over again. The people at the gate continued to rage, asking the young man to hurry up and get serious. They complained that he was acting like a failure on purpose, demanding that he could not keep dodging. With all of their strength, these shadow people were doing their best to goad the corporal into attacking, and the pressure started to get to poor Junmo. He apologized, saying that surely he would do better, but the shadow people were not settling for sorry. They wanted more. They wanted violence and fear and carnage. The electricity sparked as this time the shadow version of himself turned its attack towards the people gathered. It would get the corporal to attack him at any cost, and the bystanders were blown away, shouting in pain. Some of them flinched and ran when they saw that the monster's focus had shifted, and then the shadow twin turned to the corporal, asking if he would finally do something now. The shadow wanted to properly show everyone that they were not to be messed with, that they were not weak. The other person was like the personification of Junmo's internal frustration and anguish. The soldier stared in awe at his shadow twin, Outside of these illusions, Envy continued to manipulate and lie and twist. She oversaw the Paladin and Junmo, who now faced each other, taking pleasure in how beat up they'd become as they warred against what they thought were their enemies. Their eyes were lit up with the light of possession, and Envy grinned in wicked, malicious satisfaction. The fights within the two raged on, with Yunha fighting hard against her internal demons. The knight was valiant, fighting against the older and more corrupt version of herself with everything that she had. The lady continued to swing her giant sword, and the shadow blocked with her giant shield. The shadow noticed that Yuna was getting emotional, scolding the redhead who fought her with gritted teeth. The shadow easily knocked the smaller girl aside with her shield, telling her that her emotions made all of her weak moves obvious. If she could not overcome this, then she'd never defeat a single foe. To make things worse, the redhead was trying to copy her sister's flow. These personal words hurt the redhead deeply, and the shadow continued to mock her, even making fun of her for crying. Another figure manifested in her vision, and the redhead saw her sister standing before her. However, instead of appearing to help, her sister then put her sword to the paladin's neck. Harsh words fell from her sister's lips, telling Yunha to just die so that she'd stop embarrassing her family. The redhead was insulted and yelled, her confidence refusing to accept such an accusation. She asked what more these ghosts wanted from her when she had only done her best. Obviously, they wanted to strip her of body, soul, and sanity, but they could not tell her that. No, instead, these monsters goaded her, calling her childish and saying that her best would always amount to nothing if she did not accomplish anything. They were sure that she already knew that. That was why she ran off to join the military. It was emotional damage after emotional damage, and her sister's shadow ghost was serving it hot, with spices that pierced deep into the paladin's heart. This somehow made the shadow sister more enraged, yelling that she'd told the redhead to stop showing her emotions. It looked like Yunha was on the verge of giving up. Junmo also faced an enemy that was fine with wreaking havoc on the world. The soldier tried to stop his doppelganger from hurting more people, grabbing the man and trying to force him to stop, but the creature hissed at him, yelling to let go. The poor corporal was tossed aside by the beast, who growled that he would show all of these bullies who the loser was. The angry version yelled that the corporal surely wanted to show the bullies their place as well. For years they had bullied them without remorse. Surely they could not let such a thing go so easily. Even Jamo had to admit that he did, in fact, want to show all those people who'd once called him weak. The corporal sparked and crackled with electrical fire, buzzing around him. The boy so badly wanted to be accepted, but not in this horrible and violent way. He raised his weapon against the shadow version of himself, and the shadow version glared at the corporal's stubbornness. This was so annoying to the shadow corporal, and he yelled that his twin was an idiot after all, an absolute weak idiot. However, Junmo did not care what he was called. Their electric hammers met each other in the middle, and sparks flew as they fought. The shadow yelled that the brunette would just continue being a loser if he acted like this, and he would be a nobody forever. However, that was perfectly fine with the young lad. His trusted sergeant Lee Hyunwook had told him to wait. He was not above or below waiting. Now was not the time. Still, the shadow grinned wickedly, still trying to rage bait as he asked the corporal to be honest. The wicked twin then smirked, saying that the person that the corporal hated most of all was definitely Lee Hyunwook. Suddenly, the jerk turned into Junmo's boss, switching names and faces. Hyunwook sure had a convincing devil face. The shadow demon did not even have to try that hard to look evil as he mocked the young soldier for looking up to a man who hid the way for him to grow and only told him when he needed him. The young lad had risked his life to awaken, yet his sergeant had told him to hide it. That was definitely unfair. Still, Junmo protested, saying that he felt no bitterness towards his sergeant. The sergeant insisted that he was hated, and that the corporal had to live as an F rank just like his sergeant. But his sergeant was always one step ahead. The battle raged on, and the young coral fought hard to defend himself from the same stuff that the paladin was trying to defend herself from. Neither of them understood the opponent that they fought, and neither of them knew that they were hurting each other. The clash was deadly, light sparking with feathers around it as electricity danced through the sky. The two were so strong that they somehow managed to keep up with each other, Junmo screaming a war cry while Envy continued to watch in satisfaction. The redhead was confused, frustrated, and tired, still she fought, and Envy grinned to watch them struggle. She had really manifested on Earth just to make the humans put on a fun show for her. Low-effort queen that she was, because the heroes were really doing all the work for her, and they charged at each other again. They yelled and screamed and ran at each other. Suddenly a voice remarked on the demon of envy, and he had really poor taste. This surprised the pink-haired demon, and she looked down to see that she'd missed one hero. Yes, she had completely forgotten about Choi Youngjun, and he glared at her from where he stood. It seemed that he had also been wrapped in an illusion, his eyes glowing pink, and they were wide from whatever it was that he could see. The man had found himself catapulted back to the darkest memory of his life, where people cheered and praised him for saving the day. The soldiers around him cheered for the bespectacled ginger who had once again defeated a monster. They called him a national treasure. If it had not been for him, they would have failed this raid, and he had contributed to most of the raid's success. The soldiers were sure that even a ranked of great levels could not achieve this much, and they thought that their boss was a superstar. They even called him the strongest among them. However, there was one internal voice that thought that Sergeant Choi was nothing but an idiot. It was not just one, it was many, and deep down inside. The soldiers hated how often he showed off. They looked at his expression and felt like it pissed them off just looking at him. They even thought that he was scary, almost sure that someone like him would definitely become a villain. One by one, their words were like knives scratching his senses and clawing through his heart. Beside him, his shadow self goaded that this was what people really thought of him despite the praise. Sergeant Choi could hear them just fine, and he turned to his shadow self, asking what was new about envy or jealousy. In fact, the shadow self pissed him off even more for having the same face as him. That was something the bespectacled ginger could not stand even for a second. The shadow seemed absolutely shocked about getting attacked right away, as Choi Youngjun did not even hesitate to behead himself. With the mirror image shattered into a million pieces, the ginger found himself before the demon of envy, finding his teammates fighting amongst themselves. Whispering in his ears was something that he thought was an unforgivable sin, and the demon of envy stared curiously at this strange, lone hero. Then, the ginger raised his head, saying that no matter how he thought about it, he just could not bring himself to like something like her, and he could not let her live. Whispering in his ear with his own face was an abomination, and envy was actually shocked to see that he really broke through her spell. She made him absolutely ick, and he leapt at her, getting angrily close as he spun fast, slicing up circles around the summon of envy. No matter how he looked at it, she made him really uncomfortable, and he diced her up like a chef slicing onions. The demon had been caught off guard and her core was exposed, but Sergeant Choi was not focusing on that. Instead, he laughed in madness, saying that he wondered what he could cut off from her to make himself feel better. Meanwhile, inside the mirror world, the redhead still fought her sister and herself. Position, speed, strength, all of her abilities were a mere imitation, and the shadow mocked that she would never reach her sister's level. Those were harsh words, harsher than the girl could usually bear. Still, the redhead showed no mercy, attacking again and again, and she mocked her, saying that on top of all her failures, her emotions were also ruining her sword path. The redhead gritted her teeth as she fell back, indeed losing to this foe despite her best efforts. Still, she charged forward, slicing at the monster in front of her with a sharp attack that sent debris flying into the air. The fight was one of rage and violence, and the paladin had suffered great damage to her clothes and body. Still, her shadow self was unimpressed, asking Yunha if she thought that all this was enough to close the gap between her and her sister. The ghost of her sister then decided to step in, muttering that it could not even be close to enough. The older redhead then released a shot of purple magic so huge and sharp that it cut down an entire side of the stadium, bringing it down before them. The paladin had to cover her face to protect herself from the debris, but her sister still mocked her. The older redhead had no intention of putting up with this anymore. Co Yuna was to stop whining and find another way immediately. She believed that it was long past due for the girl to stop clinging to her sister's bootstraps. The redhead gritted her teeth in annoyance, staring at the pillar of a woman that she had once respected and then at the shadow version of herself that continued to mock and goad her. The negative thoughts told her that she would never catch up to her sister. The hatred within the shadow was incredible, and she yelled at the paladin to just give up already. Of course, Yuna was not about to cave to such a silly suggestion. She was supposed to give up. Perhaps that was the sensible thing to do in a battle that seemed to rage endlessly. Giving up seemed like the best option, and the charging sword pierced right through her gut, slicing her as she fell. Meanwhile, in Junmo's world, he still fought harshly against the shadow version of Lee Hunwook. The man also had to endure the shadow whispering nonsense in his ear and telling him how much he hates his sergeant. Still, the corporal stubbornly denied this accusation. The shadow mocked him, saying that the youth had a long way to go, so he was still hiding his emotions. The brunette could go ahead and keep hiding them until the right time. The brunette raised his head in surprise at this sudden vote of confidence from the creature that had been tormenting him for ages. However, it was of course a trap, and the brunette sneered, telling the boy to keep himself hidden away until he called for him again like a good dog. Those words stung. Junmo pushed to his feet, knowing that he had awakened after risking his life, and his body sparked with energy as he powered up. He finally screamed, asking how much longer he had to stay hidden away. It was too much for him to bear, and the apparition laughed, saying that the brunette had finally revealed his true self. It was just as he expected. The youth wanted to show off to others after all. Large bolts of lightning bubbled inside Junmo, and the apparition spread its arms in laughter. The brunette finally admitted that he had indeed been jealous. He wanted to be acknowledged like the sergeant, but he had always been forced to walk behind. The brunette laughed, saying losers often gave him the chills, and he laughed, adding that Junmo always acted like he didn't need what they had. However, the corporal was twisted to the core on the inside, which was what the apparition believed as he launched at the brunette, who was getting all powered up. The apparition attacked, and this time the brunette took on the hit full force, his head smashed to the side from the force of the blow. The apparition was shocked by this action, cursing and wondering how this was possible. Even the redhead apparition was furious, asking the redhead why she was standing still. However, something had finally occurred to Yuna as she held on to the sword that had pierced her. She had given up already, and even her sister slowed as she watched her. The paladin raised her head and confessed that she had completely given up on the idea of becoming her sister, at the cost of losing herself. That was not the kind of life that she wanted. From now on, Yuna would be known as herself and herself alone. She would not pretend to be anyone else. The shadow looked furious, manifesting sharp and angry fangs. She screamed at the paladin for being cocky, saying that she was nothing and that there was nothing that she could accomplish. However, the redhead spoke with confidence, knowing that she would not live a life alone anymore. Now, more than anything, she had trusted allies who would give her detailed reports. She recalled listening to Lee Hunwook's plan before they set out, and she had asked if he really thought that the three of them could take down a part of the King of Hell, worried that it would be too much. However, the sergeant had looked at them with confidence, and she blinked, wondering why he stared like that. The man had asked if she was nervous or thought that they could not do it themselves. Either way, she did not need to worry. Lee Hunwook trusted his comrades. The man was sure that they would always get the job done, so the paladin, Junmo and Sergeant Choi. He hoped that all three soldiers would also firmly believe in themselves and trust his decision as well. It was such a touching and moving speech, because he was standing behind them all, believing in them without hesitation. Knowing this, the redhead could not bear to let him down. The apparition said that she had lied to herself for her whole life, but that did not matter anymore to the redhead. Even if she had lied and could not believe in herself, then she would believe in him. In the one person who had not lied to her, she was sure of it. Yunha would believe in her comrade Sergeant Lee Hunwook, and saying this with confidence and the strongest of beliefs, the glass surrounding them shattered. Even Junmo had strengthened his conviction. Even if he knew that he was just a pretentious loser in his former life, that was also the reason that he could so easily and blindly trust Lee Hunwook. The apparition yelled at the lightning boy, asking him to pick up his weapon. However, the brunette would not do that, because Sergeant Lee Hunwook trusted even someone like him. Thus, the mirror around him shattered as well. In a dark haze, Envy was losing control of the situation as she fought against the valiant Sergeant Choi. The man was frustrated about her inability to pin down the fast-moving hero who zipped around her like a fly chasing food that he desired. He moved so fast that within minutes, he was able to close the gap between them once again. The demon of envy was a giant summon, but he was fast and confident enough to slice her over and over again, though he was rather frustrated with all of her dodging. The demon hissed at him, baring her teeth as she was sliced and diced again. While he fought, the ginger demanded that she show herself again so that they could end this fight quickly. The demon hissed, baring fangs at the man in rage as more of her blood flowed from the wounds that he cut into her. The demon lashed out, finally catching the speedster with her claws, and she brought down her second hand, determined to slice the man into ribbons. However, before she could do so, her eyes widened in horror and she turned in time to see the paladin come charging right at Ezer. The ginger immediately yelled out to the platoon leader, telling her about the gemstone target at the demon's navel, for that was her core. The redhead did not need to be told twice, and she readied her holy golden sword. The paladin pushed forward with a scream of power, slicing right at the exposed naval core with brutal efficiency. She had been so focused on dealing with Sergeant Choi that envy was caught wide open, and the slash that followed sliced her core in two. However, in an almost impressive display of desperation, the panicked demon grabbed the paladin's sword. The strong fighter had already made a dent in the pink stone, but envy would not let her cut more. She refused to die this way, stopping the core from completely falling apart. This was frustrating, and the ginger called out Park Junmo, asking the brunette just what he was doing at this crucial moment. Just as he spoke, there was an answer of purple lightning that danced into the horizon, and Corporal Park Junmo appeared, swinging the power of Thor in the mighty hammer that he held. She came full force, charging at the monster that was even more wide open, with one hand occupied with the ginger and the other hand taking care of the redhead. With that much open space to work with, the lightning corporal immediately hit his goal, and the demon shrieked in pain and horror as she began to fall apart. Envy looked very upset, shrieking and crying in rage as her core disintegrated, and so did she. The congratulations window popped up, wishing the heroes a great success at defeating Envy, one of Beelzebub's 3 forms and the second source of erosion. Now, part of Beelzebub's force-descended body would have to break off. The corporal screamed with joy, throwing his hands in the air to celebrate their success. The paladin was exhausted, but she also acknowledged their victory with a tired smile. It was a sight so blessed that the other soldier pointed out that he had never seen her smile before. Just then, the ginger recalled that he had forgotten to shred her for the maximum amount of pain, and they'd ended up killing her way too quickly. It was such a disappointing waste. As the 3 sat and recovered, the hand nearest to them disconnected from the portal and slowly began its crashing descent. Choi was still heated, though, and got in a few annoyed licks at the fallen demon while his teammates watched in amusement. There was now only one part of the core left, and Jummo wondered if Sergeant Hyunwook would be fine fighting on his own. The redhead was sure that the man would somehow pull it off. They would trust in him the same way that he had trusted in them. All that was left now was the face of Beelzebub, and the great demon did not at all like seeing the fall of the body that it had worked so hard to sneak into the human world. Now, all that was left was the demon of gluttony that almost looked bored, quite different from its cheerful appearance. The demon was disappointed by the fall of envy and pride, and it watched curiously as a portal emerged midair. Gluttony turned to study this portal, in time to see a pair of legs pop right out of it, quickly followed by a very familiar-looking bluenet. The demon was curious as it studied the appearance of Lee Han-wook in its life, and the bluenet called that all units of AMT should open the warp. With that, multiple portals opened all around the demon of gluttony, so many that the demon was quite alarmed. Then the hero called out for steel rain, and the bombardment preparations were now complete. Meanwhile, at other parts of town, orders were given out to quickly identify casualties and to move them to the rear. Anyone who could still fight was ordered to move forward. The soldiers called out to the commander, who directed them, saying that they could not last long in their current state, worrying if they could really trust that one F-rank soldier to handle the most important job of all. The commander immediately responded that the only reason that they had survived the Sill wave was thanks to that one man's tactics. Still, the soldier worried that they lacked men to deal with a threat of that scale. However, the commander responded that this was exactly why he trusted Hyunwook. The sergeant always found a way to bring the best out of a small number of men. The commander and the entire army had bet the future of Seoul on Sergeant Lee Han-wook, and they were all quite sure that they'd be cashing out on that bet in gold. The Sergeant Tin question hovered above the multiple open gates, confronting Beelzebub's final form, and he called for the descent of steel rain. Just as named, out of those portals came a hurricane of steel weapons descending from above. Gluttony watched the approach of these weapons with a bored expression on his face as expected for Beelzebub's last standing form. The rain came down on the demon that had manifested in the form of a child, and multiple parts of the King of Hell were pierced through by these razor-sharp instruments. The demon looked annoyed that these puny humans would dare attempt to injure him when he was seated quite close. It was an eyesore to him. Still, steel rained down from above, leaving heavy bruises all over the King of Hell. The onslaught of steel was relentless as all AMT forces contributed to supply their sergeant with as many arms as he would need. The lieutenant cursed as he kept the portals open, unable to believe that Hyunwook was really using an entire armory's worth of weapons in one attack. Kim Se-hee was pretty relaxed in her trust of the captain's abilities, so she was mostly unbothered by the whole thing. Still, the lieutenant worried, wondering just what on earth Hyunwook was doing. The sergeant did not even account for distance, and it looked like he was just wasting it all. The bluenet stood tall and confident, screaming as he directed every piece of steel into the monster's flesh, making sure that it was pierced, injured, and hurt. The soldier frowned in concentration as he made each shot, and Gluttony suddenly disembarked, detaching itself from the home base. The little demon shot forward like a tiny blonde bullet, its core located at the center of its head, a very dangerous and obvious position. The tiny demon flew straight at our guy, sliding off a platform of ice, and it stretched out its hand, a frown on its face like he was saying that he would not let the heroes win against him so easily. As soon as the little demon came close enough, Hyunwook slipped into a portal to escape, and the tiny blonde thing threw a furious childish rage at its prey escaping. The lieutenant was shocked to see the hero retreat so quickly. He'd thought for sure that Hyunwook would at least try to damage the little demon a bit. They would not win if they kept failing to hit it after all. The blonde seemed to think the same, and it charged up a magical attack in its eyes, a determined look on its face. The soldiers were alarmed to see that their enemy was making a move, and the amp drone squad was alerted at once. They had to disperse to their designated locations immediately. The soldiers immediately dispersed to their designated locations, and the blue demon fired a blue, brilliant bolt that shot power into what seemed to be empty space. That shot went far and long, causing a particular area to explode into nothing. Gluttony had a deadly attack power, almost similar to a nuclear weapon, it seemed. The people were shocked to see that the last demon was definitely much more powerful than any of the others that they had faced, and Junmo worried that they should hurry to go assist the sergeant. However, the paladin did not forget that said sergeant had told them to stay out of that fight no matter what. If they joined, they would only distract the hero. Besides, she was sure that the hero had come up with a plan to take that guy down. The angry demon of gluttony still threw its tantrum in annoyance, seeking out its target that had run away. Suddenly, the hero returned, popping out of another portal as he sent forth the dark hand of the Cloud Master. The lance that he shot flew forward and true, targeting the little goblin. However, Gluttony saw the attack coming and just managed to move out of the way quickly before he got hit. Then, Manhwa called out to Armories 3 and 4 to reload their weapons. Armory 3 and 4 instantly got to work, soldiers running ahead to comply. All weapons were reloaded, and both armories stood on standby, waiting for further instructions as they replied that the second bombardment was ready. Blue lightning arched through the air as the Cloudmaster stayed on Gluttony's tail, chasing that demon through the streets. The little thing screamed in rage and tried to counter it with his own powers, slamming the lance away and then flying up to claim the life of his target, Hyunwook. The hero saw the tiny demon coming and with gritted teeth, he ordered the release of his Mogle blade. The blade appeared just in time, acting as a powerful shield between the human and the demon. It deflected Gluttony's attack, and the blonde child became even more furious at the course of events. In anger, the blonde doubled his power, knocking that sword aside in fury as he hungered to claim the blood of his enemy. However, Hyunwook was able to keep the Mogle shard standing tall, so the blonde pushed even harder. He wanted so badly to get his hands on Hyunwook, growling and snarling as the human somehow managed to withstand the attack. Then, the Bluenet called out to the platoon leader. The hero's location was verified, and they were ordered to push the drone as close to him as possible. He did exactly that, and it turned out that she was not messing around with a phone, but was in fact piloting a drone. The drone flew forward speedily with the escape portal, but the blonde must have seen that his prey was about to get away, because he blew away with a blade with one forceful blow, and was on top of our guy in seconds. It turned out Gluttony could really hold a grudge, and that small child, like hand wrapped around the sergeant's throat with intended malice and hate. Things were not going as planned as the Mogle shard fell to the floor, and the blonde shoved the hero through buildings, shattering them as they passed through. Quickly, Hyunwook activated hardening to stop from sustaining further damage and getting a concussion during one of the most important battles of their lives. The hero was able to control the damage with hardening, and Gluttony did not like that at all. It seemed the little boy was a glutton for causing pain and suffering because it did not let go, until it saw a blue crackle in the distance. The Mogle shard had risen once again and was returning at full speed, heading straight for the blonde. The weapon landed, crashing into buildings and scattering dust everywhere, but not even the presence of that weapon had been enough to make Gluttony let go. Whatever the reason, the blonde had beef enough to blast a hole through the walls and send them crashing through every last one of them. It seemed determined to undo Hyunwook's hardening, and when that did not work, Gluttony did not let go until the hero stopped moving. Then the tiny demon hovered over the fallen soldier, staring at the hero with a sick and sadistic grin on its face that tore its face in almost complete halves. The other soldiers called out in concern to Lee Hyunwook, worried because they had seen him go down. They begged for the sergeant to respond, and they cursed at the lunatic, worried that he was actually hurt. The maniac had really led the demon all the way to the target area, and the lieutenant cheered on for the sergeant, hoping for the Bluenet to rise. Multiple golden portal gates hovered in the sky, and the soldiers called out that they had set the bombardment point high, all zeroed in just as he had planned. All they needed now was his signal. The target had reached the target area, and this was great news to the commander. The tiger, like man, yelled for all of the men to maintain a wind speed of 0.2 meters per second within 20 kilometers of the target. Then, they were to cast the wind speed spells. All soldiers fell into place, all casting wind spells at once. Wind rose in the area as expected of multiple wind spells activating at the same time, and fog rose too. Now they were all prepared, and they needed Lee Hyunwook to speak to them and give them the final order. The lieutenant called out to the man, asking him to respond. They cried again to the Bluenet, who had gone radio silent, needing him to be ready for the final phase of their plan. Suddenly, the sergeant's eyes snapped open, a grin of amusement on his face as he joked that he would surely go deaf from all of the care that they directed his way. The demon of gluttony growled in anger to see its prey open his eyes. Well, the hero just laughed and pointed at the angry little demon, and he told the creature to prepare itself, because this was going to hurt. With that, he pulled forth all the weapons from the second bombardment, and Gluttony was alarmed to see steel rain down once again. However, this steel was more potent, more powerful, and came down at a faster speed than ever, destroying everything in its wake. The fallen lance that the demon had dodged earlier also rose from the ground, and the weapon spun in the air, finding its target. Gluttony looked up just in time, the blue gem on its head glowing as it glared in anger. Hyunwook dared the little monster to try and dodge this little attack, because that entire area would be destroyed. Steel rain came down like a thunderstorm, the biggest hurricane of weapons that anyone had ever seen. From far and wide, the great sped-up rain could be viewed, and the commander watched with a hand to protect his face from the intensity of the harsh winds that brought those weapons down hard and fast. The man watched the complete decimation of the target area, soldiers nearby making a quick retreat so that they would not get caught up in the storm. The soldiers were both awed and amazed as they watched the steel rain come down, and it destroyed everything from buildings to cars to the very landscape of the area. The entire place was leveled, and after the rain came the silence that stretched a mile. The budding point of Gluttony's birth had been completely pierced, and Lee Hyunwook stared with gritted teeth to see the appearance of a particularly weird-looking tentacle-like creature. Right? The creature was called Gluttony for a reason, and it seemed its really small head had exploded into what seemed to be a gaping mouth. The commander called out for a status report, and the hero watched in horror as that tiny greedy pig swallowed all of the weapons that they had just sacrificed to kill him. It seemed there was a reason that gem was on Gluttony's head after all, so that the tiny demon could eat whatever dared to challenge him. Beelzebub's thought form was unfortunately still going strong, thanks to its weird eating habits, and the thought form had consumed all of their weapons. It was a really concerning mix. The little monster grinned in wicked satisfaction, taking great pleasure in dashing their dreams. However, Hyunwook quickly activated the Crown of Light that would rapidly boost resistance against undead property. The hero grinned just as well, asking the little demon what he was smiling about. Now he had the brat's eating patterns figured out, and he grabbed the boy's stomach, but to the demon's shock and rage. The demon would pay for its gluttony, the sergeant swore that much. There was a buzz of blue weapons coming together, and the hero could still feel the steel inside the demon. Using his abilities, the man activated Metal Smash, and the demon cried out in agony as the metal inside of its body began to smash. This was the result of eating metal without a furnace to properly digest it. All of these metals consumed within Gluttony's body burst out at once, shattering the stomach of the tiny demon as the weapons found their freedom. It was a gore-filled sight as the creature's eating habits made a mess of it, and Gluttony fell to the floor. The hero stood triumphant before his enemy, unwavering and brilliant as his weapon danced in his hand. This would make the end of the Darnsill wave. The beast Gluttony lay on the floor, delirious from pain, and the hero activated the item Sir Tristan's Fail Not. He was going to put an end to the beast once and for all. The arrow shot forward to the target that the sergeant desired, and it came closer and closer to the gem on its head, but was then swallowed by Gluttony. The creature had no intention of going on a diet even when it was near death, and the hero was mortified by the creature's sudden attack. This was why long-distance attacks sucked, and it was best to just kill the thing by getting close. Gluttony continued to grin, its mouth wide open, and the man received a warning that Gluttony was now starting to regenerate. They had put their all into bringing that little blonde a demon. They could not risk starting from scratch again. The soldiers watched in horror as all their efforts slowly went down the mud as the little rat began to reform right in front of their eyes. Gluttony laughed as it did indeed reform, and it became something much bigger than it had been before. It seemed the little blonde baby grew up into a menacing monster, and it pointed its hand at the hero, firing a shot so destructive that it raised fires from hell. Fortunately, Hyunwook dodged that attack, but the demon was not about to give up so soon as it fired attack after attack, more and more flames shooting from its fingers, its only desire to destroy and end the life of its prey. The beast then raised its attention to the drones above carrying each other portals and disabled them in a sweep of its finger lasers, bringing down any outside assistance from getting anywhere near the battlefield. One by one, the drones fell due to an intentional sabotage, and the commander yelled for all units to cease operation immediately. All the soldiers were to evacuate the area quickly because things were not looking good. The men yelled that they could not see Lee Hyunwook, and some of them wanted to go in and try and find him. They needed the man alive if they were going to strategize for the next battle. However, they suddenly heard the Mowgli release, and the giant sword manifested above the gluttonous monster. The little blonde demon had the nerve to look enraged that the hero refused to give up, but he was equally enraged, smashing the sword into the ground. annoyed that the monster dared to dodge once more. Two of the Mowgli shards had fallen at once, and the Bluenet screamed for all units to halt and hold their positions. It was critical that they all stick to the plan, no matter how badly things looked right now. Platoon leader Li Manhwa was asked to warp as close to the thought form as possible, which sounded like madness to the lieutenant. The hero insisted that they could not retreat at this crucial time, because there would be nothing holding Gluttony back if they left now, and the awful creature would only learn to get stronger before they could strategize. They had to hold down the ground that they had now. All of Seoul and its citizens would become this demon's food, and they could not allow that. Lee Hunwook knew what would happen. He had seen it in his past life, which was why he did not dare give up now. That monster back then, they had fought valiantly against it, soldiers standing side by side as they tried to bring down the grinning beast. However, all their efforts had been in vain, and people had died in front of his eyes. Lee Hunwook could not bear to see that happen again. They could not run, and they did not have time. The commander grits his teeth, struggling with this very difficult decision. The King of Hell's advent had been delayed because the erosion was incomplete, but they had a limited amount of time left. 36 minutes was a deadly amount of time. The commander raised his walkie-talkie and reported that all weapons were ready to use. Lee Hunwook had to make it work. This was their last shot. The hero heard the call, announcing his name and his title, and he swore to complete the mission no matter what. The man then, once again, called upon the steel rain. The rains came down, all falling as close to their target Gluttony as possible. The monster saw the rains coming down again, but it smirked since it had seen this attack before, and it knew how this story went. Once again, Gluttony opened its ugly mouth to consume any attack that dared try to hurt him, and the steel rain came down, its mouth open and ready to receive that hurricane of weapons. However, it seemed like most of the weapons were missing their mouths, and the demon was startled with confusion. See, one of the drones had flown a little closer, just as the sergeant had commanded. It came all the way down to the very center of that creature's mouth, and the drone now flew as close as possible, but the demon was sure to destroy it soon, as the noisy drone could not be hidden for long. However, that position worked just fine for the hero, and he told the soldiers to hold their ground. He would warp and dive close to it. This was the only way to take it down for sure, and Lee Hunwook ran into a nearby portal, intending to fly right into its stomach and take it out with its Zarbamba. However, the demon suddenly popped out of the portal, surprising the hero instead as it gutted the sergeant with its razor-sharp claws, laughing with evil joy as the man spat blood. The lieutenant screamed out in horror at what he saw, and the demon of gluttony stood triumphant over the fallen body of the sergeant. The monster's hands were stained with blood, and it grinned a wicked smile of victory. The commander called in for a report, desperately asking what was going on, and the lieutenant shakily reported that the cause of panic was Lee Hunwook. Their brave and fearless sergeant had fallen after his chest was pierced. All who heard the news were horrified, eyes widening in dismay and shock. The commander immediately screamed for all AMT units to fall back. If that thing had taken down Hunwook, it was just a matter of time before it took down the rest of them. A brilliant blue bird rose into the air, sailing high from the commander's location, and various other animals raced forward, including a tiger and a gorilla. The commander yelled that he would go in Hunwook's place and try to buy them some time as the troops retreated. But he needed every functional soldier out of that place immediately. There was chaos as Gluttony casually looked down at the fallen man like he just wanted to confirm that the man was dead and gone. Hunwook was still, but suddenly a huge tiger appeared before the demon sin of Gluttony. The commander had arrived at the battlefield, and as expected, Gluttony immediately opened his mouth. The demon form now faced both the tiger and the gorilla in a murderous 2-against-1 battle. The monkey roaring its anger while the tiger lashed out, leaping at the demon, which dodged the attack. Then the blonde fired off some attacks of his own, aiming to eliminate either one of those beasts. The gorilla seemed the first one to fall, bathing the atmosphere in its blood as it hit the ground. So, the demon turned its attention to the other beasts that it battled. The bird appeared behind the blonde, intending to swallow the demon whole. It did successfully consume the demon. However, in a battle against Gluttony, a bird was not about to out-eat the biggest eater. The brilliant blue bird flew forward, like it was trying to capture the demon form, but suddenly its head erupted in a spray of blood, and the entire bird found itself sliced in perfect halves as Gluttony emerged from within its belly. The bird beast plummeted to the ground, but the idea was not for the beasts to win the battle but to buy time. They needed time for the men to get away, all were on board, and it was time for the soldiers to hurry out of the area. Gluttony grinned as he seemed to spot the escaping soldiers, and it started making its way towards them, intending to cause carnage and harm. However, before it could get to the innocent people, the commander leapt from the ground, finally arriving at that point of the battle on time. The big man was able to grab Gluttony in a bear hug, letting the demon know that he would not be getting past that area if he could allow it. They both crashed into the floor, as the demon was too surprised to redirect, and the commander's grip was too strong to wiggle out of. The demon hissed in annoyance. It just wanted to cause havoc, but there were always soldiers in its way, and it found that so annoying. The commander's hands were flung off, and then Gluttony attacked the big guy, tossing him aside like he was nothing but discarded waste. The man was able to catch himself, though, as he would not be going down that easily either. He groaned in pain and activated the power of the tiger. The man understood that he alone would not be enough to stop Gluttony. However, he gathered all of his beasts together, the bird, the tiger, and the gorilla, powering him up to 1,000 folds. Even if his mana was to run out, even if his body was torn apart, the big man was sure that he would never allow the blonde maniac to pursue his soldiers. The demon grinned at this challenge, eager to prove the big man wrong. The power of all three beasts launched at the demon of Gluttony, but the demon was already ready and fired off its latest beam at the approaching beast. Each time the demon leveled up, it became even stronger than before, and this latest nuclear blast was strong and wild and powerful. It shook the city to its core and set the whole place on fire. The lieutenant found himself shaking Kim Se-hee. She had to wake quickly so that they could retreat. The lady could not accept their defeat, yelling that they had not confirmed if the sergeant was dead or not. They had to confirm this much at least. However, the lieutenant had to remind her that the sergeant was dead. They had all seen his heart get torn apart, and not even a healer of S rank could do anything at this point. They had to leave him behind. There was fighting and chaos, and Lee Hunwook continued to lie on the floor, emptily staring out at the world. The hero looked well and truly dead. However, something inside of him was activating, and it was called the Breath Room Flame Rank B. The man's life force was fading, which would cause his internal furnace to die out, and then came the warning that the relic of the fallen angel Gregory Azazel had not yet been fully absorbed. The hero continued to lie dead on the floor as the commander's beasts were ripped to shreds. The commander coughed out, acknowledging the strength of the demon that he faced. The demon still hovered, mostly unscathed by all of their attempts to bring him down. The creature then opened its giant mouth, meaning to devour the commander. The big man knelt, accepting his defeat as there was no more he could put into the fight, and he just hoped that the soldiers were able to get away in time. This was going to be the end as he knew it. However, before those tentacles could consume him, the redhead paladin showed up, fighting for their commander to stand up. The commander was horrified and asked the soldier if she had gone deaf when he gave the order to retreat. However, the lady reported that there were still some soldiers evacuating. The commander had bought them good time, but they needed some more, so she would happily spend her last moments fighting at his side. The demon of Gluttony was quite annoyed to see the appearance of yet another fighter, and he reined his mouth back in. Rather interesting that he always refused to eat them when they were in full power, like perhaps his insides were his weakest link. The paladin had come to assist, but she did not come alone, as the crackle of electricity and the speed of light revealed the presence of Junmo and Surjit Choi as well. They were all ready to fight to the end, though Young Jun thought that it was pretty inconvenient that the creature chose to fly to escape their attacks. That was very annoying. The monster was also not a big fan of them, and it growled in annoyance to see them there, stretching out its hand to shoot a beam in hopes of disposing of them quickly so that it could eat them all. At any rate, the ginger turned to the commander, yelling that the man needed to escape. The monster was clearly charging up a wide area attack. Realizing how horrible that would be, the paladin grabbed the commander, and the demon of Gluttony launched its attack. A rain of thunder and fire fell from the sky, and the soldiers stared in horror at such a wide attack. Ironically, the lieutenant and Sergeant Se-hee did nothing to evacuate either. However, they were focused on the body of their fallen sergeant. The corpse stared vacantly with eyes wide open. Meanwhile, the redhead platoon leader continued to do her best to escape with the commander in her arms. That blast was furious and strong, tossing aside the soldiers even as they tried to escape. Still, Hyunwook lay dead as a dodo, the relic within him slowly activating. The breath room flame once again notified him that his life force was fading, causing his internal furnace to die, and the situation was so bad that the breath room began to stutter. Then, the golden relic within him flared to life, surrounded by bright fire, and they immediately received multiple warnings and error messages at once. The skill metal bending was about to violate the rules, however. The hero could not care less, and it seemed he unconsciously worked to bend the metal for the holy relic. There was another warning that he had been caught attempting to break the rules and abuse a skill to replace his internal organs with an item that did not function that way. This immediately caused severe errors in the system. Still, the man continued to metal bed, and he replaced his missing organs with the holy relic that was floating inside of him. The errors and the warnings continued as the player was ordered to immediately stop all actions that were threatening the system. But the hero couldn't care less about that at all. His body continued to knit together as the holy relic worked to replace his heart and began to pump blood back through his system. The relic began to pump slowly like a heart, beating up and down, and a bright light filled the space, rising from the floor to the sky, and it drew the attention of the lieutenant and Sihi, who watched with mouths agape. They stared in shock, their arms blocking their faces as they beheld a miracle happening in front of them. Even Gluttony turned when he saw that bright light, instantly knowing that something was wrong. Lee Hunwook's body had risen in the air, getting powered up like a Super Saiyan covered in red. There was then a critical system error, and the player was no longer accounted for and no longer recognized as a player. The sergeant ripped his torn shirt from his body, basically rising from the dead, and the system asked just who he was. The man replied, with vengeance in his eyes, that he was the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade of the Steel Company, Sergeant Lee Hunwook. The player was no longer accounted for and was now free from the rules and the game's control. The man had aura farmed and cheated his way back to life, and he glanced at the game window that was acting a little wonky. The man had a lot of questions so frit, but for now, they had to take care of that monster that was standing in front of them. The glutton almost looked pleased to see its favorite enemy again, as it was overjoyed at the thought of breaking it down once again. Wickedly, he fired a beam right at Lee Hyunwook, intending to quickly end him once again. The man activated his Mogley release, and the Mowgli obeyed his summons, descending from the sky. The large sword stood before the strong fighter, and Gluttony hissed in annoyance to see the man block his blast of fire with those powerful shields once again. This was the type of fighting style that was known to drive Gluttony crazy, and he could not stand for it happening again. The monster charged up his power, getting ready to shoot again, but Hyunwook swore that he would not be regressing twice, just because of that one idiot monster. The blonde demon shot his beam of hate, and the commander and paladin watched in confusion. That big beam was coming straight at them again, and the other fighters stared in shock to see that Sergeant Lee Hyunwook had entered the battle. This was overwhelming news because they could have sworn that they saw the man die. There was no way that he could have survived that attack, and the ginger was in awe at how the man could possibly still be standing with no protective spells. The only protection that the Blueanet did have was Grigori Azazel's necklace, a legendary rank weapon that provided protection from curses and darkness, and nullified all attacks born of mana. The wide area attack made the hero's heart pound so hard because they could detect the man with that power. Now the Grigori Azazel's necklace had been bound to Lee Hyunwook, and a large amount of mana was being supplied automatically throughout his blood. However, if the user's mental control weakened, the binding would fail, and it would break his body. This was the price for immortality. If that was the case, then the Blueanet was willing to shoulder that problem. Gluttony glared at him in rage, but the monster was the last person who had the right to be upset about their current situation. The demon again fired 2 heavy pink lasers at the hero, who used his sword as a shield because he was not about to get beaten by an angry blonde tyrant. The Mowgli shards were lifted by the human, much to the horror and surprise of the blonde demon, that could not understand why his prey would not just die and stay dead. Then, the sergeant pointed intentionally at the demon of gluttony, activating his metal control. The metal within the blonde demon once again began to churn and spin as he had swallowed all of their last attack, and Gluttony found himself suddenly suffering from intense stomach aches. The demon's belly began to grow, and the sergeant reminded the monster not to ever dare look upon him. He did not take kindly to those who underestimated just how wild he could be. His fingers remained pointed as power continued to erupt through the blonde demon, and the monster thrashed and screamed, as if trying to escape the situation that it found itself in. The power within it was overwhelming, and the creature writhed on the ground in pain. Gluttony raised his head, an expression of rage and anger on his face as he faced the protagonist, who met his gaze with a level glare. The creature had devoured countless weapons, so he would never be able to escape the metal bender, and it was time to end this fight once and for all. Though with how many times they had tried to end this fight, it would be a miracle if they actually defeated Gluttony this time. The demon grinned, seeming to have yet another trick up its sleeve, and the progress screen warned that the Devil of Gluttony had upgraded its bowel system and was now absorbing the weapons inside of it to strengthen its attacks, because, of course, that happened. All the metal in the demon began to glow, and its body began to change color, leveling up the beast into a new purple hue. Gluttony screamed in triumph into the sky, seeming very pleased with this new evolution that it had manifested for itself. The thing now looked even uglier than ever, and the little boy that it had started as was long gone. The hero looked rather taken aback by yet another upgrade, and it seemed he wasn't the only one who could keep discovering cheats in a fight. So, The demon of gluttony wanted to play that game. Hyunwook could not detect metal within a 135 radius, detecting over 500 grams of metal. The giant had somehow absorbed all of the metal in its body, just like it threatened to do. Therefore, accidentally turns itself into the hero's own personal giant puppet. It was so ludicrous that Hyunwook could not stop his grin. It seemed the sergeant was not out of cheats just yet. The man stretched out both hands this time because he was dealing with such a large mass of metal and activated metal control. Gluttony was shocked to see the protagonist's control suddenly come over him, and he tried to shake it off like it was some kind of bad dream. The demon was confused and he roared in protest as if asking for an explanation behind this sudden attack, even though he had gotten stronger. The hero's eyes widened, and he noticed the creature's mouth open, once again trying to devour him. It seemed the demon thought of the man as too much of a threat to bother killing him first and was going to eat him right then. Well, the sudden turn of events was rather convenient for Lee Hyunwook, who immediately grabbed one of Gluttony's very large tentacles, shocking the demon. His past self had run away the last time Gluttony tried to swallow him. However, the one being swallowed now was going to be Gluttony. That threat was definitely terrifying to the blonde monster that tried to pull its tongue back. But it was much too late for that, and the sergeant activated metal bending. The monster's body began to bend and twist and distort at the man's command. The activation of such an intense skill immediately pulled forth an error message, of course, because the hero was still breaking a lot of system rules. The hero would not care less about that, because before he faced whatever consequences came with his action, he needed the monster in front of him to give back what was his. The demon of gluttony screamed in protest, but the hero was not in the mood. All of those weapons did not belong in the monster's mouth. The hero began to tug. From deep inside of gluttony, he summoned all the things that the beast had devoured, pulling and tugging until he had pulled forth the arrow that would always hit its mark. With that, the hero activated fusion reconfiguration. The blonde hissed, looking vengeful and angry as the red spun in his hand, and he screamed at the power that overtook his body. Metal fusion tied the demon's body in knots and pulled his form until it shrank into a small, angry ball. With this, the core crystal fell from the demon's form, and the hero sent his arrow immediately, still doing long-distance attacks at this time. Fortunately, the core no longer had a physical body and could not dodge, so it was shattered, and the pop-up window popped up. The heroes had now successfully defeated the form of gluttony, which thus destroyed the King of Hell's 3 forms with his 3 cores. Thus, all the parts of the king's body had been broken down, and the descent was averted. The man now looked at the demon metal ball he had in his hand, and of course, he ate it. The sergeant was not about to let a good meal of metal go to waste after all. With that, his glitching body detected the presence of the metal and it absorbed the target. The fusion began, but the hero was warned that other additional fusion in this current state could cause his form to break. Well, the hero was well aware of that, but he had already died and come back and defeated his foe, so he no longer really had much to lose as the fusion began. The giant ball in the sky shattered into pieces, and the congratulations window showed before all the players, telling them that they had successfully cleared the sill wave. Tea was a matter of celebration as they had completely eradicated the spread of the erosion, and they had destroyed all the cores. Now they just awaited he wave clear rewards. Hyunwook stood in the light of the beautiful sun, softly acknowledging that all the sources of erosion for the sill wave had been destroyed. The mission was finally complete. After failing over and over again, the hero had finally achieved this goal. The other players gaped in shock to see that the lunatic that they believed in had actually done what was once considered impossible, and he had fought death to do it. The commander and the paladin were proud, while the lieutenant and Sergeant Sihe leapt for joy. They almost could not believe this success, and the battered world around them once again felt the light of the sun. The school children who had been rescued looked at the sky in awe, and the people who'd hidden in shelters stepped out for the first time to the dawn of a new era. It had been so long since any of them had seen that beautiful blue sky. The world had suddenly become brighter and fresher, and they rejoiced because their pain and panic were really and truly over. The sky was lit up with beautiful light, and it shone over the broke soil, bringing back new hope and rejoicing to those around. Jummo stepped forward then, very concerned for their dear Sergeant Lee Hyunwook, and the man asked if the hero was okay. They had really cleared the sill wave. His dream had been achieved, but the sergeant was just standing there taking in the light of the sun. Still, the hero stared and then declared the ominous words that it still had not come. Just when all thought that they could celebrate, here came the sergeant to rain on their parade. The man stood there with his arms stretched, asking for something to reveal itself. The other soldiers were so confused and wondered why their commanding officer was being creepy and ominous when they should be celebrating. Unfortunately, It seemed that something had heard the man's summons because the people watched in shock and horror as something began to rise. Something weird and large popped out of a giant portal in the sky, and it looked like a big floating island. Now this was something new, and the land hovered over the entire city of Seoul. The soldiers watched with both awe and apprehension, wondering where on earth that giant castle had come from, and it was on a floating island of all things. The soldiers panicked that even at this stage they had to face even more enemies, and no one was looking forward to doing anything like that. This giant floating island sparked with great power, but the sergeant just watched it come, knowing that this was the artificium of the sky Laputa, an unidentified object of ancient metal language. Laputa requires the ownership of the master key artifact to unlock, and it seemed to be talking about the key that our bro just swallowed and made into his heart. The giant island hovered close to the sergeant, who stretched out his hand towards the giant construction, and he recalled all the hard things that he'd had to go through in order to stop the beginning of the net of humanity. He and his soldiers had sacrificed way too much for this moment to come, and with dozens of memories flitting through his head, the man looked seriously at the floating island as he spoke the magical words. Now, with Laputa, he would prevent all of their deaths. The gathered group were immediately congratulated for being the first in the entire history to clear a wave. Seal would now receive a special reward for all of its efforts. This special reward then descended from the sky, a floating island. The people gathered stared in awe at the castle that had suddenly appeared on a floating island, and for a moment, they feared that more enemies might have appeared. However, this giant platform descended quite close to our dude, who stretched out his hand to welcome it, as he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The wave-clear reward was the artifact of the sky Laputa, an ancient material of holy properties, with special authority requirements to claim ownership of the island. They needed a master key. The giant island hovered just above Seoul, much to the surprise of the Seoul survivors, and they were informed that the source of erosion had finally been eradicated and the reward distribution quickly began. Equipment and relics were distributed according to battle participation experience, and the top 15% that participated in the Wave Clear mission would get rewards like corruption resistance and stealth modifier in areas of deterioration. The surviving soldiers were surprised to see their screens pop up, and they stared at them in awe and joy. The rewards for the top 15% included Purification Mission participant. Their damage ability went up and so did their corruption resistance and other factors unique to their skill. The soldiers celebrated to see that they had leveled up once again, and at this rate, they were sure to become the best in the company. It was just as their Sergeant Lee Hunwook had predicted, and they were very pleased to see that he was right. The little girl that they saved pointed in awe at the sky, asking if the nightmare was really over, and if there would be any more monsters coming. Honestly, no one had ever cleared a wave before, so they were not too sure, but one of the men was very convinced that there would be no more monsters from now on. The war was over, and they had survived. It was a great cause for celebration. The girls were relieved, and the smaller one cried out tears of joy, unable to believe that she had survived that hellish night. The lieutenant screamed out in victory when he noticed that he had leveled up once again, and he had to apologize for scaring his colleague because it had been a while since he had been rewarded for the good work that he had done. The commander chuckled in amusement to see that he also leveled up, though he thought it was rather embarrassing to upgrade from commanding alone. The top 10% of battle participants also got unique rewards too. A full player set called Orihalkan, which was rare too. Seo Yunha gasped and gushed over her reward in awe and joy, knowing that they had to start cleaning up the city immediately, but she was enjoying herself too much at the moment. The platoon leader quickly turned, saying that she would send in a report on what they could do to quickly make repairs in the necessary areas. However, the commander just laughed and told the sweet girl to claim her rewards first. There was no need to rush, and she had earned the 5 seconds of peace. Besides, they could do a lot with these extra bonuses after all. The girl was surprised but also very thankful, because she really wanted to get over her reward just a little longer. Junmo, who was also considered part of the top 10% of participants, had received a dark wood wand, which was also of rare rank, and the boy gasped in awe that he had made the top 10%. He even got a quest reward item, and the youth was amazed. The brunette was so happy to see a reward, knowing that he had always been of F rank, but now he was a proper player, and he nearly cried for joy. The corporal was so excited that he started yelling out to Sergeant Lee Hyunwook, calling out for the man to see that he had leveled up to the top 5%, and he was so thrilled about it that it was kind of adorable. Even the sergeant had received a reward, and he smiled fondly at his fellow F-rank heir as he received the Ring of Gigas, which had the incredible skill of making him invisible and undetected. It was nice to have something useful, and he smiled in satisfaction to finally get the exact reward that he had been waiting for. The man knew quite a few heroes who went missing because of this item, so with this, he had saved their lives as well, and it was such a relief. The ring slowly began to be invisible on his hand, and the man paused for a moment to think if this was really everything, there had to be more rewards regarding the Laputa. Just as he thought that, another reward was gifted, the portable auto-adaptive shield, and it was gifted this time to the ginger, with the ability to develop in dangerous situations, with increased effectiveness with other skills. The ginger was not as amazed or pleased with his gift. In fact, it almost seemed like he did not want it. Since it was a shield, he figured he would give it to the kid he loved so dearly and happily. He claimed the reward with a smile on his face. The commander was still in work mode, of course, and he called for the steel company to round up immediately. They had defeated the foes, but the city was still in a heavy state of disrepair. For now, they had to immediately start clean up, find survivors and rescue anyone who was trapped in small crevices. A giant portal had opened up in front of them, and it seemed to be the gate that the island had crawled out of. The soldiers stared in shock at this new gate, and suddenly they got a hidden quest. How annoying. The gate wanted them to take the part of the ancient civilization's successor. As the greatest contribution to clearing the wave, they now had the chance to succeed in ancient civilization. Only one person was allowed to proceed, of course, and they were to explore the ruins of the gnome and conquer the guardians of the ruins to stop its operation. Then they would verify the master key with the ancient device and gain access to Laputa. It was exactly what the hero had suspected, and he gritted his teeth to see a hidden quest. It would be nice to rest first before rushing into battle, and he stared at the gaping hole, cursing the system for not making any of this easy. Then, the Manhwa, fresh from battle, turned to his commander and apologized that he would not be able to help with the clean-up process since he would have to do this first. The commander was rightfully concerned and asked the suicidal maniac if he truly would be alright going in alone. After all, the man did not at all seem all that great. Even the redhead was worried and felt like they should at least contact the healers before letting him leave like this. The platoon leader ordered Lee Hyunwook to at least gather himself before her set off to these ancient ruins. The man had just died. The sergeant thought that caring about first aid and recovery was such an annoying pain, but the city was in ruins, and he was admittedly tired from the last battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the first hero, Tazen, had been gifted with new equipment, the Demon Claw Greaves, to make his punches even deadlier with demonic class resistance. A pretty sweet weapon. The fist fighter somehow looked very upset to be receiving a reward in this annoying situation, where he had been pushed around by his enemy. The man cursed and spat about how low the first king had fallen, and he somehow cursed the foreigner that he was so sure was just an anime nerd. He even promised to kill him. Later on, when the sergeant was a bit more rested and cleaned up, the commander ordered Sergeant Lee Hyunwook to carry out the hidden quest as he so desired. The Bluenet saluted the man before him, reporting his willingness to do so. The big man had a lot of questions for the younger man, but he would ask them after the man had returned. For now, he wished the young soldier good luck, and the platoon leader reminded the sergeant not to die, since he seemed rather fond of entering near-death scenarios that ached their heart. That last one was not an order but a request, and the sergeant smiled. He told his friends not to worry about him, saying that he came there prepared to die, but he did not intend to die twice. The redhead was surprised to hear these words, and the man got serious as he turned towards the portal that had opened before him and then entered the hidden gate. Somehow, the news channels were still working, and that was the most unbelievable reality so far. The news reported the existence of Laputa, floating above the skies of Seoul. The entire world of politics now had its eyes on Seoul at the moment, and many people in different countries checked their phones in awe. It seemed Seoul had not been the only place to clear its wave and gain a blue sky. The Korean army was noted to have defeated the final Gat Corps, though sacrificing a lot. They had not fallen to the wave like many other countries had. The first wave in California, the second in Shanghai, and the third in Berlin had seemed to be a challenge thought impossible to beat by humans. However, a country in Asia, South Korea, had defeated the Sil wave for the first time ever, and this was making international news. The whole world was sending messages of congratulations to Seoul for being the first, and the defeat of the Sil wave was a miracle and something to celebrate. However, considering the large amounts of energy stored in Laputa, the politicians suddenly dared to discuss the next step as if it were their decision, and if they had done anything to help stop the Sil wave. Sil was now a symbolic meeting place of the past and the present all of a sudden, and they applauded the heroes for saving the day. But now the greedy politicians were saying that they needed a fair and reasonable solution for the usage of this global relic. Every international political leader was saying this, saying that Sil's victory was a cultural blessing, but they needed to take a calculating approach in dividing the fruits of the victory. All these entitled jerks were acting like they had any say in how Sil's rewards would be divided when they had not fought for it or sacrificed anything to achieve it. All those jerky politicians continued to go on and on about how Laputa should belong to the human race, as if the human race contributed anything when it came to helping Sil. The Koreans had fought on their own for a long time, and here these jerks were trying to steal their rewards, saying that Laputa was a gift for humanity. More and more politicians came on the news saying this greedy and selfish nonsense. Their confidence to claim someone else's win was honestly very embarrassing. Of course, in America, something else was going on. In the U.S. Special Operations Command, a soldier marched through the compound, a gas mask on his face, as he walked into a room lined with other soldiers at attention. They all stood steady, of every shape and size and race, and the soldier walked into the premises and also stood at attention before the others, taking off his mask in the safe area. According to the intelligence, because those sneaky jerks were already doing this own private investigation, nobody had gotten the master rights to Laputa. Under the current world order, they were constantly towing the line between peaceful balance and war. Trust humans to always find a way to fight each other, even with literal monsters around. Depending on who owned that floating fortress, the world would see a new leader, lost technologies, and would fight to see who would get that ancient relic. Many countries around the world were already gunning for the opportunity and sending special forces to Seoul, because stealing was apparently fine if they did it for their country. Political leaders were so shameless, but the army man said that they would not take what was not theirs. They were going to protect the glory of the great America. Despite saying all that, he then said that they were going to secure the master rights to Laputa for the sake of world peace, and he sent his soldiers off, darkly returning the mask to his face. This man was Colonel Garrett Whitman, commander of the Special Forces in the United States and an A-rank player. There was so much death in the area of Seoul, but it seemed one person had survived. How lousy of the monsters to do such a bad job that they did not even successfully tear apart that stupid pig. There had been so many of them, but they failed to kill one human. It was unbelievable. Still, the pig guy looked really messed up, and he shook with pain in his effort to stand. However, there was suddenly a boy staring at him. That child looked eerily familiar to the boy that the ginger had picked up. The boy stared with empty eyes, not at all bothered to see a grown man torn apart and dying on the streets. The dying player stared at the boy, unable to speak. That was when the boy's eyes grew red with wicked glee. This was the worst. The little child was a necromancer, and he activated his effect to absorb the skill of the target. There was a small chance for the thoughts of the eaten target to enter the user, and if the control failed, they would transform into wrong thoughts. The necromancer summoned a creature much like a giant snake, and this large monster stretched forth to devour the dying beast tamer, consuming Chu Kyoyang's monster, breaking skill. The skill reconfiguration was in progress, and the young boy stood over the corpse in silence and satisfaction, a dark aura around him. The hidden quest, the path of the ancient civilization's successor, had opened up to Heinwook Lee, and the dedicated soldier was ready to conquer it alone. The man raced through the greenery that greeted him, wondering how on earth this was supposed to be a puzzle quest, and he thought that it was making a complete fool out of him. Still, time continued to count down, and he had about 12 seconds left to find one piece before the Guardian of the Ruins caught up to him. The Guardian of the Ruins was a giant warrior in a massive and thick suit of armor. A truly impressive and terrifying piece of work with an even deadlier weapon. The sergeant just barely managed to dodge the strike of that mighty weapon, the coiled chains dancing around him as he missed the brunt of each attack. Of course, the hero was not about to stand idly by and get railed. The Bluenet summoned the release of some of his powers, tossing the never-failing arrow at the giant that chased him. There were now 6 seconds left, so the man had to hurry. The sergeant raced forward, dodging 2 guardians and casting his release at them too. 2 seconds left, but the hero hurried on, growling that he just didn't have time to waste on NMPCC fighters. He raced forward and completed the mission he'd come for, eyes widening in surprise when the whole place lit up. Lee Hanwook was immediately congratulated for connecting all the circuits. All the curious puzzles of the Akashic Armory were placed successfully into their respective spots, and the reward was the Akashic Armory. The man stood now before the 2 attacking guardians that suddenly returned to their resting positions before him, like they recognized him as worthy. Then a blue light flooded the room, filling some parts of the area with hues of purple, and the hero groaned, wondering what on earth was happening now. This system that he worked with was never the type to be kind enough to give him something easy to work with. Suddenly, the blue thing in front of him began to speak to life, and the hero tensed, bracing himself for anything that would appear at this crucial moment. The window popped up, still as damaged and shaky as ever since his fight against Gluttony, and it informed him that his main and sub quests were completed. The circuit was stabilized, but the administrator authentication was not done yet. As it was, the player just did not match the records in the system, and it was having a whole breakdown over it. Naturally, Hyunwook was furious about the whole thing, and he yelled, asking why he'd been given the quest if they were just going to fail to recognize him at the end of it. He had come all this way and had conquered all those guardians to get to the front of the gate. There was nothing else that he could have possibly done in a battle heated enough to nearly claim his life. His body had been corrupted to win the battle against the enemy, and there was nothing that he could do about that anymore. In the end, what Bakesel said all came true. The lady had yelled that it was insanity to replace his body with items, and that such a thing would definitely kill him. Even if he did succeed, he would end up outside of the system's parameters, and he could lose his powers or be expelled from the system and omitted from all quests. Such a risky operation was sure to affect him negatively somehow, and she had pretty much guessed correctly. Back then, Baxel had warned the hero that he did not just belong to himself anymore, so he must never think of doing something unverified like that for everyone else's sake. She dreaded the idea of something like that ever happening. Unfortunately, something like that had happened after all, and now the hero found himself in a fix. In his last life, where they had failed the wave, Laputa was not a reward but a disaster, and it had been said back then that humans did not have the right to use the ruins. Even though it said that, the villains had been able to use the weapons of Laputa, and that was naturally very annoying. The Blueanet then grinned that this was good news however, because it meant that there was surely some other way to get in. This was why one needed to look at contracts very carefully to find a well-designed loophole. The system flashed with many error warnings, but that was old news now and basically background music to the hero's schemes. Only the emergency key could allow the hero to enter in accordance with the administrator's emergency protocol. The reason that the man had visited that tree jerk in the Sill Station gate was just so that he could obtain key number 2 for the Akashic Armory, and he grinned like a devil as the golden key popped up in his hand. No matter if access was restricted or not, the man was determined to go in since his people would need those tools anyway. He slipped the key into the lock, and it sparked as a recognition pattern ran through the whole door. The door split from top to bottom, the symbol on the door lit and magic charged around it as it finally swung open. The sergeant was surprised, covering his eye from the bright light that emitted from behind the door, staring in surprise when he saw something that looked much like a round table meeting hall. The hero gasped, wondering why on earth there was nothing substantial behind the door that he had just opened. He searched around desperately for any sign of weapons or, at last, the master key. He could not believe that this equipment was missing. Suddenly, he raised his head to see something suddenly come bouncing over, and it looked much like a cyber camera that was about the size of a football. It turns out that the spherical object was almost the size of a small table, and it hovered over the sergeant. The hero had fought countless foes and immediately got into battle stance, thinking perhaps that this creature would also be a threat. However, this item was just scanning the hero that stood before it. A quick scan of the sergeant and the man was lit up in beautiful galaxy colors as it took in as much information about the man as it could. However, there remained error after error from the messages detected. Although the scan results stated that the player had the right to be the successor, he had also lost his identity, and they just could not work with that. They were so particular about this nonsense that identity theft seemed to be the only way to go from now on. In accordance with the emergency protocol, the system would not conduct additional tests for the Blueanet to prove himself. Of course, that happened. The man now had to survive against summoned entities for a set number of times, and more of those guardians popped out of nowhere. The error screen still wobbled its way through the instructions he would need to survive this game. Additional tests were to be conducted to identify him, so now he had to fight the defender of Laputa. The whole exercise was to test his survival and suitability. Passing the test would grant them temporary ruin succession access. The Blueanet was shocked, but the Guardian was not about to give him even the time to complain, and the giant-formed figure launched right at him. Lee Hyunwook jumped quickly out of the way, quickly studying his opponent. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that at least he had been given a chance, so he would be grateful for this opportunity, though he found it very annoying. Still, as long as he took down this one guy, then he could get what he wanted. The new enemy fighter was now just a robot created with Hextech, and he was ready to finish the creature. The man sparked as he tossed his never-failing arrow again, hoping to bring down his opponent in one blow. Obviously, that did not work and the opponent managed to deflect the sparking weapon, which greatly impressed the hero. The Guardian's eyes flowed maliciously and it focused on the human, focused on its goal of annihilation, and the camera continued to watch the whole fight proceed. Lee Hyunwook had previously wondered what the camera meant by test, but it seemed like it was never intended to give him access to the goo in the first place. However, the sergeant had no intention of returning empty-handed. Instead, The young sergeant swore that he was going to rat his own right to us in this place, no matter what. The guardian either could not make sense of his words, or it did not just care less because it quickly charged at the man once again, but the hero stood his ground. Summoning up his power, the man jumped, saying that he had not regressed quite easily after he sacrificed his heart. The hero then activated the Metal Smash version up. His power activated, eyes glowing faint blue, but the attack burned to red in the Super Metal Smash. Meanwhile, back in the human world, small lights brought illumination to small human settlements, and of course, small human armies. It seemed even Inia was sitting out, and the fighters were told that their identities would be erased once they began the mission. This entire mission was top secret, but they were sending so many men out there to get it done. So many shameless thieves want to get their hands on the Laputa, and even the South African army had mobilized, encouraged to think of their families that awaited the news of their success. If they succeeded, then they would be recognized as a first world country. Russia was also having out. It seemed every world power on every continent was doing its best to acquire those weapons, and they swore to possess top-tier arms as soon as they conquered Laputa. All the soldiers were to bet their lives on that mission. At a time when fighting should be over to some degree, human armies prepared to fight themselves. The preparations for the United States were completed, and the man looked up, all geared up in his camouflage outfit, and encouraging words were yelled out at the soldiers. The men were encouraged and told that they were the best in the world, and that they would continue to be. They had to be proud and to conquer the ruins that they desired, the ruins that Hyunwook was currently trying to conquer. Green lights ahead and a group of soldiers gather around the warp gate. They halt all in neat and beautiful lines, ready to give their all to fight for their country. It was the American army that was the first before a warp gate, and then they were deployed, a fighter running headfirst into an unfamiliar country with unfamiliar terrain. They leapt through the portal and reappeared in Korean airspace, falling like stars from the sky. Meanwhile, the Korean soldiers were still very busy trying to clean up and repair their destroyed homes, just for the colonizers to pull up just in time and ruin their day. Junmo noticed the falling soldiers first and called out to the paladin, telling her of the place and positions of these strangers falling from the sky. The redhead immediately recognized them as a threat and yelled the warning of the ambush to her superior officer. The commander has also noticed the colonizers and cursed at how quickly they had moved out. Multiple countries were dropping from warps in the sky, all of them gunning to steal what was not theirs. There were currently 9 confirmed warps, all likely from 9 different countries. One of the descending soldiers suddenly got hit with firepower mid-air, much to the surprise of his colleague. Enemy attack was identified, and another of the falling soldiers opened fire, shooting as they fell. It seemed all of these strangers and enemies had suddenly stopped mid-air to fight each other, engaging in international battles in Sill's airspace. Back at the American portal gate, their commander told them to keep up the good work at firing their weapons, but they had to drop quickly onto Laputa's surface. More than anything, they needed to be the first to land on the ruins, and the soldiers warred and fought, shooting each other like their lives depended on it. This was because, more than anything, they could not forget that their only target was Laputa. All of these shameless soldiers fell like stars from the sky, each from different countries, and all trying to take over a treasure that was not even theirs. On sensing all of these intruders, Laputa's defense systems activated to protect itself, summoning the automatic 2-layer defense protocol. The first layer pulled forth the holy field, and the all-encompassing collision barrier created from an ancient energy matrix. The second layer came with lightning strikes, an arcane field that would shield the holy field. Immediately, the special island lit up when all of its fancy defense activated, shielding and protecting it from the harm that the soldiers would bring. The foreigners still charged forward, unbothered by all the lights that had activated over their target. Some of the men who made instant contact with Laputa immediately got electrocuted, the shield throwing them aside. Others merely bounced off the protective barrier unharmed. It was a fireworks of attacks from the sky to the island, and the whole thing was so intense that Laputa seemed to turn into a living storm in the sky. The island thundered and sparked, and the soldiers studied this new 2-layer defense system that had been activated on Laputa. Thus, some of the soldiers who had come prepared quickly activated their personal protective equipment, starting tactical skydiving protocols. The Americans seemed to have a special skydiving armor that apparently created a shield around the air and could negate the danger from magic, shock, and electricity, because of course it could. Of course, this equipment also had its limits, but it could absorb the shock from a landing and was great at keeping serious damage away from the wearer. It was money well spent and would be fun to watch in action if it was not being wielded by the enemy, who had shown up to steal and destroy. The first soldiers land on the shield and happily report that their personal protective equipment was working just fine, and it saved them from any serious damage. With that positive report, the soldiers continued their descent, and all of them pushed forward to land on the island. Of course, in the air, war was still waged between soldiers of different countries. Some of them could not make it to the island, so they were determined to take down the ones that could. It was a fierce battle of both power and wit, and the sky thundered as various soldiers flew around, firing arms and weapons. There was a report from the Lieutenant Breeson. It seemed that most of the men were fighting in the sky, and no more than 10 had made it to the landing point. Still, the soldiers would continue the mission as their protective shield would last 5 minutes at most. So they did not dare wait for the others, or they would be fried. Instead, they needed to get through this defense matrix immediately. The soldiers agreed with the man's judgment, and were all ready to give their all to achieve success. Thus, all the soldiers would then begin Laputa defense shield penetration, breaking in like it was their birthright. The tactical knife being used was called the Acid Bane, and it used poisoned materials from an acid Draco. It could be used without mana and could disable all magic. Sergeant Serrano was told to stand by in preparation to help. Those who could fly and those were left were to fire back against other countries until these greedy guys with the best equipment could get exactly what they came for. Everyone present was in agreement that their needs came first, so they charged on. No matter what, the Americans had to be the first to enter the Laputa control rooms and seize all the power. Meanwhile, our guy was already deep inside the Laputa, having no idea what was going on outside, and he activated his metal bending to fight against the foe in front of him. His power activated, burning to dangerous red and shattering the creature before him, the one that he fought against. Really hard to fight against a metal bender when your body was made of the material that bent to his will. The sergeant was serious against his foe, gritting his teeth as he waited for their next move. The hulking monster was not quite done yet, a giant thing it was with dangerous spikes protruding from every orifice. The hero once again got yet another error code. His metal bending fusion was reconfiguring, and the effects had now changed, causing the free manipulation of metal in a wide area and ultra defense complex fusion. This was great news to the young man who stretched out his hand and then activated the fusion reconfiguration as all the metal in the room bent to his will. The man squeezed it up into a ball, closing his fist so it could get smaller and smaller. With metal bending, he had detached the creature's body from its head and then squeezed it so small that it could no longer fight back. Finally, the man had overcome the trials and tribulations that had been set up for him to face, and he had collected a freed weapon. This was a legendary rank shield with flight ability. It was so cool and could reflect physical and magical damage. This item was, of course, restricted to being used only by the successor of Laputa. With that, the hero turned to the giant globe in the sky, hoping for some recognition finally. The globe studied him, scanning the player in front of it once more. Lee Hyun-wook tensed for a moment, a scowl on his face as he told the globe not to make him do anything weird again. He had already been through enough just to come here, and fighting any more monsters would be ridiculous. The island had said that it would be a puzzle, but he'd just gotten hazed since the moment he stepped on the island, and he did not like it. With those words, the man pushed the metal ball to his mouth, intending on snacking on it. He did not like that the creature was trying to kill him, and wondered if he really had the right to this place. Hyun-wook assured the scanner that if it did that again, then he would be eating it as well. The robot scanned the man, assessing his threats and promises, and studied his every move. Finally, the red on the scanner gracefully turned to blue, and it seemed that the hero had finally been acknowledged. Identity verification was complete, and the young man had successfully passed the ruin's successor test. The man had now been given temporary administrator rights, providing administrator master key to him for his use. The control core, which seemed to be the creature scanning him, was called Talos, and it was an artificial intelligence core with Laputa's master key embedded in it. It allowed on to enter Laputa's central command rooms. It allowed the disabling of administrator verifications, and gave priority to ancient system activation. The man's eyes widened to hear this, and he pointed at the globe with very childish laughter. So, it was the little floating thing that was the key after all. That was really shocking, and he now understood why the key was so naggy. He encouraged the little thing not to be shy, and to let him love tea. The key was not at all impressed by this grouchy behavior, and imposed a restriction due to vulgar language. Now, Hyun-wook had to choose between the master key or the freedom to possess with him outside. The bot really whirled its back to the man like a huffy girlfriend breaking up with him. Even the sergeant was rather stunned by this behavior. It turned out that the key to access a treasure of weapons was a rather uppity princess type. The hero threw a fit, yelling that he said he'd be nice to the big globe, so it should stop messing with him. Of course, that vulgar language was not scoring him any affection points either. Suddenly, the brunette smirked when he realized something. The globe had said that it possessed only one to bring outside, and the globe turned curiously at the hero's smile. The hero tasked the artificial intelligence with just what it meant to possess again, and that meant to belong and to own. Well, this was great news to the hero, such great news that the camera orb began to sweat, suspecting something that it could not believe. Only Heinwook could make a machine sweat, and the Bluinet grinned wickedly, realizing that he just needed to devour the globe and become the key all by himself, especially as the key looked so tasty looking in that moment. Meanwhile, the global thieves were still hard at work outside, and they were doing their best to cut through the shield of Laputa. They put in all that effort into breaking an entry, and diplomacy was probably nothing more than an after, though to them. At any rate, the shield was finally opening, and they would finally be able to enter the secret island and snatch as much as they desired. The rest of the soldiers were to prepare to enter Laputa, but they had to act fast so that no other enemy soldiers would be able to slip through. They had to get in before someone got there. There was a flash of power, and suddenly a huge explosion sent soldiers flying, parachutes popping up on different sides of the island. The raging fire grew even wider, surrounding the island's defenses like it were consuming them. The soldiers had to groan and block their eyes from the bright light, cursing because they had fumbled, and it was much too late. Korea's tactical nuke of a human had shown up, and the man had come much faster than the soldiers had expected. It was the AMT, the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade Commander, the Brigadier General Cho Jung-kyeol, and he was ranked the 31st in Korea, an A-rank player and able to cast large-scale light magic all by himself. The chief roared in rage, asking who dared to try and mess with Korea's sky. Such a sin was unforgivable and he would not stand back and watch it happen. More explosions rocketed through the sky, tossing foreign attackers left and right, throwing them right off Laputa and defending their new national treasure. The soldiers below watched in awe and a portal gate opened behind them, just in time for Lee Hunwook to pop back out of Laputa, and the man gaped in awe to see that they were now under attack. Junmo was shocked and relieved to see the sergeant return unharmed, and the man asked what on earth was going on. An invasion had begun while he was away, and the Brigadier General himself had to step up to protect them. It was all really intense. The sergeant tensed up in horror to hear this, and his pouty tech girlfriend popped out beside him. It seemed he had not eaten the ball after all. The others stared in shock at the giant thing that Lee Hyun-wook had brought with him, and they quickly told him to turn around. Something weird had appeared behind him. However, the hero had to quickly assure them that it was perfectly fine, and the big globe hid behind the smaller man. It was the control artificial intelligence of Laputa, also known as the Master Key, and it was just floating around casually behind the sergeant while foreigners fought to steal it from the island. Then Commander Kim Kang-seok was suddenly contacted by the Bay-grade commander. The man had taken down as many fighters as needed, but he was now reaching his battle limit. Then, he asked how much progress they had made in securing the Master Key. It turned out that the Master Key was actually pretty secure, and Lee Hyun-wook effectively communicated that he now had the Master Key. All that was left was for them to enter the control room. The Brigadier was all down for that and asked the sergeant what he needed to get this done. All Hyun-wook needed was for the sergeant to do what he did best. He was to destroy everything and clear up a path for him to pass through. The Brigadier was beyond happy to hear that. So happy that he remarked that he really liked that about the man. Thus the man summoned the biggest explosion that he could, charging it up around the island as the sergeant watched. The power was so large that the very ground shook beneath them, and the Brigadier laughed that he would be going all out. The explosion that the man conjured up was massive, and he was going to show these jerks clearly why they should fear a tactical nuke. Man, the series just keeps on getting interesting. What do you guys think will happen next? Let me know in the comments. That's it for this episode. Until next